Chapter 1, Boss, it's time to make a run for it. Mr. Liu, here are the company's financial statements for the last quarter. The accumulated losses exceed 2 million, and we are left with merely 100,000 in our accounts. How about we organize a recharge event and prepare to flee? Ming rubbed his temples, gazing at the logo of Whaley Games at the entrance, feeling utterly speechless. Flee? He lifted his head, staring at the financial director, Old Wang, with a look of incredulity. Old Wang, your line of thinking is rather extreme. Indeed, it shows your experience from your studies at Talankio Academy. Old Wang chuckled. However, do you perhaps misunderstand the term legal entity? I am the legal representative of the company. If we run, I would be the first to be apprehended. Do you think I'm foolish? With a sigh, Ming felt a wave of frustration. The company has no external debts. What's the point of running? At most, we might not be able to pay next month's salaries. Old Wang scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Mr. Liu, I'm just worried for you. Look at our current situation. If we don't find a way to generate funds, we won't even be able to pay the property fees. Ming cast a sidelong glance at Old Wang and surveyed the office. There, the developer Joe Bowen was using a noodle fork to pick hair out of his keyboard, while the artist Su Xianwan slumped in her chair, cradling a cup of goji berry tea, her gaze vacant as if she had seen through the mundanity of life. The company's sole customer service representative, Han Mimi, donned noise-canceling headphones, seemingly engaged in a debate with someone unknown. Surely, they must all be aware of the company's situation. Ming murmured to himself, but the real question is, why aren't they anxious? Ah, the youth truly exhibit remarkable composure. After a moment of silence, Ming stood up and began to pace the office, his fingers trailing across the desks as his gaze swept over the rows of equipment, seemingly struck by a brilliant idea. Old Wang, do you think we could liquidate these assets? Look at these computers, drawing tablets, server cabinets. Selling them should help us recover some losses, right? Before he could finish, Joe Bowen's head popped up from behind his computer. Mr. Liu, you know that I have to burn incense for my computer before any major tasks. Even second-hand dealers have said it wouldn't cover their travel expenses to collect it. And these graphics cards, Athan mining cards, and monitors were all purchased for $50 from the second-hand market. Su Xianwan chimed in, raising her drawing tablet. Boss, this tablet was appraised at 28.5 yuan last year. It's gone up to 30 now. If we wait a bit longer, it should hold some value. Ming felt a sense of helplessness as he crouched in front of the server, which was plastered with yellow paper talismans. He abandoned the thought of liquidation. It seemed the company truly had nothing of value left. What a desolate state. Returning to his office, Ming slumped into his peeling executive chair, which immediately split open, revealing the sponge within. He opened his computer and began reviewing two previously developed single-player games by Whaley. The design was commendable, the pricing reasonable, and there was even a degree of innovation, yet the fundamental issue remained: they were not profitable, and their playability was lacking. This was a catastrophic failure for any game. Observing the current state of Whaley Games made Ming feel disheartened. He stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. Just a week ago, he had been a beleaguered game planner who, after dying from overwork while debugging, suddenly found himself in this parallel world, inheriting a nearly bankrupt gaming company. After a week of research, Ming had gained considerable insight into the gaming industry of this world. While it appeared to be a flourishing market, it was, in reality, dominated by a few malignant gameplay trends. From initial recharge offers of 6 yuan and login bonuses of 648 double returns to the relentless grinding for resources, teams genuinely striving for innovation either starved like Whaley on the shores of obscurity or were swallowed whole by larger companies, their people and ideas repackaged into cash cows. Lost in these thoughts, Ming clicked on the latest gaming news, exclusive. Qingyu's new title is yet another dating sim. The pricing of the domineering CEO's physical shirt revealed. To conquer the Demon Lock Tower, one must purchase at least 99 resurrection coins. Baishan's new title sparks controversy. Programmer Simulator updates with the latest DLC, previewing the ICU Rescue expansion. He casually selected a trending article and clicked in. Tingsu Games launches the monumental classic of Mountains and Seas, Divine Beasts Marriage Edition, where a 6 yuan initial recharge unlocks a mount akin to the Qilin. The article featured a cinematic CG video, with a heartfelt voiceover narrating, "We have pioneered the Divine Beasts marriage and egg-laying system. VIP-12 can incubate SSR-level Kuanpeng." After absorbing the game's introduction, Ming found himself momentarily dazed. Then he glanced at the revenue figures disclosed at the end of the article, noting the highlighted first-month revenue of 1 billion. He clenched his jaw, feeling a twinge of envy. These folks are making quite a fortune. In the grand scheme of the gaming world, one side was filled with large corporations raking in profits, while smaller companies like Whaley struggled for survival, a stark contrast. Though Whaley Games had been established for a year, it had yet to find its footing and was currently devoid of any plans for new developments. Alas, it is truly challenging to create games these days. Ming sighed deeply, overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host meets the binding conditions. The moral debt system has been activated. A chilling mechanical tone echoed in his consciousness. System? Ming was taken aback, followed swiftly by elation. The benefits of being a transmigrator had arrived, albeit belatedly. What functions does it possess? This system aims to assist the host in becoming a moral debtor through the company. For every immoral yet legal act performed, corresponding moral debt points will be accumulated based on the impact. Before Ming could fully grasp the implications, the system continued. This system requires binding to the company for activation. Please bind the company promptly. Binding to the company? Ming murmured, isn't that already in place? He quickly declared, bind to Whaley Games. Ding! Detection confirms the host's company is Whaley Games. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Initial capital of 500,000 has been injected. With the completion of the binding, a translucent virtual panel appeared in Ming's mind, displaying various detailed information. Company name, Whaley Games. Company funds, 600,000. The host may withdraw 1 to personal accounts each cycle. Personal assets, 2,159 yuan. Moral debt value, 0. Moral level, none. Current settlement cycle, 1 month. Moral debt value cashback mechanism. Want to earn cashback? First, you must lower your reputation. Insufficient debt value of 1,000? Not a penny. 1,001 to 10,000, cashback 2. 10,001 to 50,000, fourfold returns. 50,001 to 100,000 debt value, sixfold returns. Cashback amounts are reflected in personal assets. Upon reviewing the system's description and the enticing prospects of multiplying returns, Ming's eyes lit up, and a wicked smile gradually crept across his face. This system was quite straightforward to comprehend. Taking Whaley as an example, as long as the games produced incited enough ire from players, the accumulated moral debt would increase. At the most basic level, an investment of 500,000 would yield a return of 1 million to him personally. Such funds would be directly deposited into his account. In this day and age, achieving a 10 to 20 annual return is already commendable, let alone returns of twofold or more. This was akin to free money. Furthermore, while earning money might entail risks and challenges, attracting criticism was a far simpler task. Having previously been labeled a terrible planner, he never anticipated that this system would allow him to profit from the very criticism that had once plagued him. This was an absolute boon. He should have been overwhelmed ages ago. With this thought in mind, Ming began to formulate a preliminary plan. Isn't this essentially compelling me to become the enemy of players? This system truly understands me. Chapter 2, can these values be right? Old Wang. Ming suddenly called out. The CFO, Wang Defa, peeked from the corner, a packet of instant noodles in hand. General Manager Lu, did you call for me? Ming regarded Old Wang and asked, what do you think of me as a person? Old Wang was taken aback. General Manager Lu, are you finally beginning to reflect on your entrepreneurial mistakes? Isn't it a bit late for that? To be honest, you're not a bad person, just a bit stingy. Upon hearing this, Ming promptly checked his moral debt value, 01000. It hadn't changed, indicating that unwarranted scolding wouldn't affect it. He turned his gaze back to Old Wang. What about our company? What's your opinion on it? A dream job, high pay, little work, and close to home. Ming stared intently at Old Wang. What if I said the company might dissolve this time, possibly without compensation? What? Old Wang suddenly retreated, his tone growing agitated. What the hell, I must report this. Boss, don't jest, this could lead to arbitration. Ming checked his moral debt value again, still unchanged. After experimenting a few more times, he understood, in this world, there are no baseless insults to increase his debt value. He would need to engage in unethical yet legal incidents. Furthermore, if the company received positive reviews, the debt value could even decrease. However, any investment within this debt value range could be recouped. With these thoughts, Lu Ming's mind began to churn. After old Wang left, he turned his attention back to the news on Tingxiu Games, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This was one of the leading gaming companies in the world. Now this is a true industry benchmark. He murmured to himself, observing how their games, even those over a decade old, still had a massive player base playing and cursing, and playing. As for Tingxiu and its owner, Mr. Ma, they were criticized daily. Creating a game of such caliber was a long-term goal of Lu Ming. He regarded them as idols. He quickly found a picture of Mr. Ma to set as his computer wallpaper, his role model, a constant source of inspiration. Not only did they attract traffic, but it was also endless how much debt value could this generate. He must create a game that would endure. With a clear objective, Lu Ming began researching a new game for Whale Leap. An hour later, he called for Old Wang again. Old Wang, gather everyone for a meeting. He slammed the table, causing the faux leather chair to crack. Once we make a profit this time, you'll be the first to be replaced. Lu Ming stood and made his way to the conference room. 5 minutes later, all 5 members of Whale Leap were seated at the cramped conference table. Everyone. Lu Ming cleared his throat. I have good news to announce. Wang Defa's eyes brightened. Finally going to announce it? The company is closing down, right? I've even calculated the compensation. Lu Ming's lips twitched. No, we are going to turn things around. As he spoke, he turned on the projector, and the screen displayed bold letters, new game plan. The group exchanged glances. Boss, did you grab the wrong PPT? No, I just had a new game idea, and I have a feeling it's going to be a hit. Upon hearing this, Su Xianwan put down her goji berry tea and said skeptically, General Manager Lu, you've said that the last 2 times. Her tone was laced with distrust. No. Listen to me, this time is different. We're creating a mini-game where players assume the roles of various company bosses, aiming to make money and flee through various tricks. This theme is bound to be explosive. Moreover, I've even thought of a name, Runaway Simulator. The core gameplay revolves around who can abscond with the most money. All players will compete for rankings. It's a competitive game. After hearing Lu Ming's proposal, the developer Joe Bowen became somewhat unsettled. General Manager, I've been saying we need a professional game planner. We are a legitimate company. Even if times are tough, we cannot engage in illegal activities. Does this encourage players to embezzle? Can these values be right? Where's the illegality? It's a simulator. Have you never played Goose Simulator? You've stolen plenty in Thief Simulator. Lu Ming slammed the table. Our previous projects were just too conventional. In today's gaming market, without innovation, it's hard to succeed. Then, General Manager, what if this game launches and people criticize our company? Let them criticize. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. Clearly, there were talents in the company capable of discerning that this game would attract criticism. Excellent, the direction was correct. Yet Lu Ming maintained his composure and continued, even negative attention is attention. Having critics means we have traffic. Have you seen a game that didn't garner criticism become popular? To make a game succeed, you must first endure some backlash. It's settled, then calculate the development workload, and if you need to outsource, do it quickly. This is just a mini-game. You need not bear an enormous burden. We'll know how the game performs once we create it. After Lu Ming finished, in the corner, Wang Defa clutched his instant noodles, his expression filled with doubt. General Manager, I want to delve into the inspiration behind your game. I only have one question, how much are you planning to invest in this game? Wang Defa eyed Lu Ming, fully aware of the company's current finances. There was no time for frivolity, a compensation payout was more pressing. What do you know? Lu Ming shot Wang Defa a glance, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. For this project, my budget is 500,000. Old Wang was taken aback. That number seemed off. General Manager, where are you getting this money? I've already secured the funding. You can check the account yourself later. Wang Defa's hand trembled slightly as he whispered, General Manager, you haven't secretly borrowed at high interest, have you? If this flops, the compensation funds will be non-existent. Wang Defa felt a wave of panic, but as merely the financial officer, he had no say in company decisions. Soon, under Lu Ming's guidance, the company, which had been on the verge of stagnation, sprang back to life. For Lu Ming, the dead point of this game lay in its somewhat dubious values. The objective was not only for the bosses to escape but to do so swiftly and with as much money as possible. This clearly contradicted real life and was at odds with the working class. If it could pass inspection, enduring some criticism was certainly manageable. Next door, Joe Bowen sat in front of his computer, typing rapidly. "Boss, are you suggesting this is a level-based game?" "Precisely. The first level involves a restaurant owner, the second is cyber CAF, and the third. At the end of each round, you need to calculate the amount embezzled and update the leaderboard promptly to stimulate players' competitive spirit." Joe Bowen noted as he spoke, "Boss, won't this feature be a bit outrageous? Isn't this game teaching bad behavior?" "Don't worry, it's just a simulator." Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Who would actually do this in real life? Besides, we aren't breaking any laws." Chapter 3, When the time comes, you build it yourself. Shao 1, your thinking needs to be broadened. Our current budget is limited. And for the tasks you cannot manage alone, consider outsourcing. And Shao 1. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon Su Shaowan, who was bent over the drawing board. "Shaowan, your responsibility is to find a few reliable outsourcing companies to handle the sound effects and some animation production. If the costs are too high, seek out art resources that can be directly purchased on platforms. This time, we must allocate our limited budget wisely." Su Shaowan nodded promptly. Given the company's current situation, having work to do was a positive sign. Meanwhile, Joe Bowen was diligently organizing the code framework, outsourcing some non-core functional modules. Observing everyone engrossed in their tasks, Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. 2 days later, as the project progressed, Ming noticed that the internal administrative tasks were multiplying. And Wang Defa could barely keep up alone. From reimbursement forms to employee attendance and the signing of contracts with outsourcing companies, every matter required diligent follow-up. Old Wang had already complained to him several times. Ever since the previous administrative staff left, all the work had fallen on his shoulders. Approaching 40, he felt he had outgrown the age of seeking advancement. This was unsustainable. Furrowing his brow, Ming muttered to himself. It was indeed necessary to find someone dedicated to administration and human resources. With this thought, he invested several hundred yuan and swiftly posted an urgent recruitment notice on a job site. Position: Administrative Assistant HR Specialist. Requirements: recent graduates preferred, possess relevant certifications. Attentive and patient, basic proficiency in office software. Salary: 4K to 5K. For the employees, Ming could only recruit within a limited budget, making recent graduates the most suitable candidates. Furthermore, fresh graduates often bring energy to the workplace. If the newly hired employees occasionally vent frustrations about the company or their boss, it could be beneficial for him. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. Every bit of debt adds a chance for double the opportunity. Shortly after posting the position, Ming received numerous resumes. It was March, the peak season for internships, and the influx of applications was substantial. After reviewing several resumes, in the afternoon of the same day, a girl clad in a professional suit, looking somewhat inexperienced, knocked on the office door. "Hello, I am here for the interview for the administrative assistant position," Lin Xiaoxiao said, handing over her resume with a clear and polite voice. As a recent graduate, she felt both eager and anxious about this interview. Majoring in human resource management, she had obtained a certification during her studies, yet her practical work experience was nearly non-existent. Moreover, she had missed the campus recruitment organized by her school, leaving her to seek internship opportunities on her own. In recent days, she had submitted numerous resumes, but finding a suitable job proved challenging. Many required specific attire or involved evening overtime for networking events, which Lin Xiaoxiao dismissed with disdain. As a female university student from Shanghai Normal University studying human resource management, she felt her curriculum lacked teachings on socializing in professional settings. She refused to believe that not possessing these skills would hinder her job prospects. After several days of navigating the job market, encountering numerous obstacles, Lin Xiaoxiao considered switching fields due to her stringent self-requirements. However, this morning, she stumbled upon a red-highlighted urgent hiring notice on a recruitment app, which drew her attention to the Whale Leap Gaming Company. Although the salary was modest, the low entry barrier and the youthful, casual atmosphere of a gaming company appealed to her. Despite its smaller scale, Lin Xiaoxiao was unfazed. Given the difficulty of finding a job, securing a foothold was her priority. After all, obtaining an internship certificate was her primary goal. Upon entering Whale Leap Gaming Company, Lin Xiaoxiao observed only a handful of people, predominantly young individuals, creating an atmosphere that resonated with her desires, relaxed, informal, devoid of the cumbersome corporate protocols and oppressive ambience. As for the boss, upon stepping into the office, Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. The person before her, Mr. Liu, appeared significantly younger than she had anticipated, no more than 27 or 28, with an air of fatigue and casual dishevelment about him, resembling a recent graduate himself. Across the desk, Ming took the resume, casually flipping through a couple of pages before his gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao's various certifications. "Oh, you have certifications? Quite impressive." Seeing Ming's expression, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a slight relief and quickly added, "Yes. I obtained my certification during my studies and have a basic understanding of labor laws and human resource management, hoping to contribute to the company." Ming nodded and suddenly inquired, "What are your thoughts on overtime?" Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before responding, "According to the labor law, overtime must be compensated accordingly. And employees cannot be forced to work beyond their hours." Ming's eyes brightened, and he smiled, "Not bad, you understand the law. For employees at Whale Leap, this is crucial. After all, as previously mentioned, all my actions are grounded in legality, albeit sometimes ethically ambiguous. Having someone knowledgeable in labor law within HR is quite advantageous." Subsequently, Ming posed several foundational questions, and after a few exchanges, he found Lin Xiaoxiao's responses satisfactory and decided on the spot to hire her. Indeed, having a membership expedited the interview process significantly. "Do you have any questions?" Ming asked. "Actually, Mr. Liu, I would like to inquire if the company can issue internship certificates, as my institution requires a minimum of 3 months of internship." "No problem. Do you have any specific requirements for this internship position? I mean, would it matter if you were classified as a regular employee or part of the management team in this internship report?" "Perhaps it might." Lin Xiaoxiao momentarily struggled to comprehend Ming's question, feeling a bit puzzled. "All right then, you shall take on the role of our HR supervisor. Rest assured, our company values a flat management structure. To put it simply, our team consists of 6 individuals, and each is a supervisor. Don't feel awkward. Perhaps you'll even receive an award for being an outstanding graduate." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the prospect of being promoted to a supervisory role so soon after joining. "Is this the management style of a small company? Mr. Liu, is it really permissible? I lack experience." "No worries, experience is something accumulated over time." Ming replied with a bemused smile. "Let me assure you, while working here, the labor law will be your guiding principle. Don't bother me with trivial questions, just focus on your work. As for the internship certificate," Ming said with a mysterious smile, "rest assured, our company prioritizes efficiency above all else." As he spoke, Ming opened a document and began to type fervently. Subsequently printing it out, internship certificate, student Lin Xiaoxiao served as the human resources supervisor at our company from March to June, during which she exhibited exceptional performance and independently accomplished the following tasks. 1. Developed and implemented the employee benefits optimization plan, enhancing employee satisfaction by 200. 2. Led the company's compliance transformation, successfully mitigating the risks of labor arbitration. 3. Organized team-building activities to strengthen team cohesion. Across the table, Lin Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment. "Director Liu, I haven't completed these tasks yet." "Not to worry." Ming waved his hand dismissively, "I won't affix the seal for now. Without the seal, it is not illegal. When the time comes, you may seal it yourself." Chapter 4, The Launch of Runaway Simulator on Monday. Lin Xiaoxiao officially commenced her role at Whale Leap Game Company, marking the beginning of her inaugural day at work. As the newly appointed human resources supervisor, she was bestowed with her own independent desk, adorned with a pothose plant and a desktop computer. Sitting before her new workstation, Lin gazed at the printed internship certificate, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Although she understood that this document was merely a formality, Ming's words provided her with a measure of solace. Regardless of the company's future, the priority was to take action. Taking a deep breath, Lin opened her computer and immersed herself in her administrative duties. Simultaneously, the development of Runaway Simulator was progressing at an exhilarating pace. Lu Ming was orchestrating the planning, Xiaowen was diligently coding. And the outsourced work was being executed in tandem, propelling the game's progress forward rapidly. Han Mimi had even prepared a comprehensive customer service script to address potential player inquiries. She also suggested that Lu Ming incorporate an online feedback button within the game to facilitate the collection of player opinions. This proposal was promptly embraced by Lu Ming, who enriched each level with unconventional strategies designed to challenge players, hoping they would share their experiences online. Ideally, if the game could attract enough ire to trend on social media, that would be nothing short of splendid. A few days later, as development neared completion, Lu Ming convened a brief meeting with the entire team to discuss upcoming budget allocations and promotional strategies. Everyone, the total development cost for Runaway Simulator has thus far reached 300,000. I trust we all possess a keen awareness of our expenditures. Lu Ming surveyed the room but continued. Initially, I stated a budget of 500,000, leaving us with a surplus of 200,000, which I plan to allocate entirely to promotion. The room fell silent, the team members staring at Lu Ming in bewilderment. Their expressions reflected confusion. The earlier emphasis on frugality was ostensibly to enhance the company's environment. Yet now he intended to funnel it all into advertising? Joe Bowen swallowed hard, yearning to voice, "Boss, with that budget, can't you just upgrade my graphics card?" Wang Defa shared a similar gaze, contemplating how the promotional budget was nearing the cost of game production itself. Su Xianwan adjusted her glasses and cautiously inquired, "Lu, wouldn't that be a bit risky?" "Risky? Not at all. I'm preparing to invest 100,000 into the Steam platform, which will grant us 3 days of prominent placement on their homepage." Lu Ming announced confidently, "Of course, it's limited to 4 hours of showcase each day." Upon hearing Lu Ming's decision, everyone inhaled sharply. The current approach was a stark contrast to his previously cautious demeanor. The Steam platform is the largest gaming hub in Huagua, boasting an extensive library of games, an array of editors, and a vast player base. 3 days of exposure, albeit limited to 4 hours, promised substantial traffic. Indeed, such slots required prior reservation, hence the steep cost. "Lu, what about the remaining 100,000? Lin Xiaoxiao timidly interjected, sensing that the 20,000 Lu mentioned earlier had yet to be fully utilized. "Let us allocate it for social media advertising. The title can be, Play Runaway Simulator. Experience the joy of the boss's escape. Nini, since you have prior experience in advertising, I entrust this task to you. Aiming for it to be fully utilized just 2 days before our game launches. Frankly, with our 100,000, we're merely casting a small ripple, hoping to create a buzz." With that, the team prepared for the final steps leading up to the launch. Lu Ming, fully aware that all 500,000 must be expended, understood that the system's return on investment was contingent upon the amount invested. The more spent, the greater the return. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining a month's salary in the company account, he would have wagered it all. After the meeting, Lin Xiaoxiao discreetly approached Wang Defa. "Director Wang, do you think this promotional budget is really sound?" Having spent several days among the company's staff, she was acutely aware of the precarious situation they faced and was keenly reluctant to see her first job falter unexpectedly. Old Wang sighed, "Little Lin, at whale leap. The most significant issue is that there are no issues." Lin nodded silently, then produced a labor law book from an unknown source. Flipping to the page detailing company bankruptcy proceedings, and began to study it earnestly, recognizing that this was a topic she had yet to explore. A prudent preparation for the future. Before long, on Wednesday, Runaway Simulator was fully developed. Lu Ming stood before his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard as the Steam backend displayed the launch information for Runaway Simulator. Game name, Runaway Simulator. Description, the sole objective is to abscond with all the company's funds and make a stylish escape. Genre, simulation management. Price, 6 yuan. Special note, warning, this game is purely for entertainment. Please do not imitate any real-life actions. After completing these tasks, Lu Ming stared at the screen, a smile gracing his lips. 6 yuan, neither too much nor too little. Should the price be set too low? Players might lack the motivation to express their disdain. 6 yuan is just right. Upon seeing Lu Ming's pricing, the others began to fidget. Wang Defa, clutching a cup of instant noodles, remarked, "Boss, isn't this price a bit too low? It's not even enough for a cup of milk tea." Precisely because it's low. The initial recharge is also 6 yuan, we're offering a complete buyout at the same price, ensuring a larger player base. Wang Defa calculated. Given the Steam platform's revenue split, how many copies must we sell to break even? His inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Lu Ming. "Old Wang, broaden your perspective. Don't concern yourself with the break-even point." As he spoke, Lu Ming calculated that as long as his debt value surpassed 1,000, he could secure double the invested funds, amounting to 1 million. 1 million. Runaway Simulator would need to sell over 100,000 copies to reach that figure. And that didn't even account for the revenue split. Thus, Lu Ming never considered sales figures, for he believed that the louder the criticism, the higher the profits. With the game successfully launched, the team members immersed themselves in the final preparations. Zhou Bowen meticulously checked the code, rectifying the last bugs, while Su Xianwan conducted a final optimization of the artistic resources, ensuring every detail was flawless. Meanwhile, Han Nini diligently organized the social media promotion plan, guaranteeing sufficient attention upon the game's release. As dusk painted the sky crimson outside, Lu Ming stood at the office entrance, gazing into the distance, his silhouette towering. Despite the flicker of anxiety in everyone's hearts, their eyes brimmed with anticipation. After all, this might be their final opportunity to invest wholeheartedly in a project. And the success or failure of this game would ultimately shape the future of Whale Leap Game Company. Chapter 5: Why bother paying salaries when everyone's fleeing? On a Friday evening, Zhang Yuntao was nestled in his university dormitory, perusing the latest economic journals. As a professor specializing in corporate ethics and market behavior, he usually found real-world business cases fascinating. However, he recently felt that these topics had become rather tedious. The absurdity of extinguishing a money tree or stealing a company seal left him unimpressed. Perhaps it was time for a change of pace. Zhang Yuntao closed his book and opened his computer, logging into his Steam account. Upon gazing at the extensive array of games in his library, he hesitated momentarily, finding the market's plethora of monotonous titles uninspiring. He had bought several games yet lacked the enthusiasm to play them, and when he refrained from purchasing, the prices inevitably dropped. Sighing, he casually clicked on the new game recommendations page. Before long, an unusual game cover caught his eye, a sharply dressed man sprinting with a sack in hand, pursued by a throng of irate employees and creditors. Boldly emblazoned on the cover were the words, "Runaway Simulator." Runaway Simulator? What on earth is this? Raising an eyebrow, Zhang clicked into the game's details. Mimicking a boss's escape? Intriguing. Upon noticing the meager price of 6 yuan, Zhang Yuntao wasted no time purchasing it. The download completed swiftly, and he eagerly dove into the first level. The scene unfolded, a roadside diner adorned with numerous menus plastered on the walls. Its dining area cluttered with tables and chairs. Although the time indicated it was noon, only a handful of patrons were dining inside. This atmosphere, rather amusing. With a smile, Zhang clicked to start the game. Following the system's guidance, his task for the first level was to assume the role of a small diner owner, aiming to abscond with all the earnings within a month. As he followed the game's directions, it wasn't long before he received a notification. Please note, employee salaries of 5,000 yuan are due by the end of the month. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he scrutinized the dilapidated diner interface. To his astonishment, he discovered he could freely manipulate the salary amounts. The game's economic model was surprisingly realistic. He could delay salary payments and even postpone ingredient costs. Ha ha! Isn't this reminiscent of certain unscrupulous real-world bosses? In a moment of inspiration, Zhang promptly altered the salary from 5,000 yuan to a mere 50 yuan and clicked confirm. If he's fleeing, why bother with salaries? A mere 50 is sufficient for bus fare. Feeling he had grasped the essence of the game, Zhang launched into a frenzy of actions, slashing employee wages, hiking food prices, and secretly selling off kitchen equipment. This game was entertaining, albeit rather unscrupulous. What were the developers thinking, creating such a morally dubious game? Thank goodness he had encountered enough cases to appreciate this, otherwise, he would have berated the developers first. As he played, Zhang condemned the game's ethics, yet he never ceased raising food prices. Spicy pork stir-fry, originally 22 yuan, now 58 yuan. Note, hand-picked, limited supply. Country-style stir-fried chicken, originally 38 yuan, now 98 yuan. Note, free-range chickens, freshly killed daily. Steamed base, originally 68 yuan, now 188 yuan. Note, wild base. Caught and steamed on the spot. As time ticked by, on the last day of the month, Zhang unleashed his ultimate strategy by mortgaging the diner to the bank and securing a threefold loan. As the debt-collecting NPCs encircled him from various directions, he had already escaped with 420,000 yuan in cash, driving a second-hand Wuling Hongguan loaded with provisions. Soon after successfully executing his escape, the game's summary screen appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the first level. Total funds amassed during escape, 427. 800 yuan, total time taken, 30 days, national escape ranking, 416th. Staring at the summary report, Zhang was taken aback. As a university professor specializing in market research, how could he possibly rank over 400th in the nation? What a disgrace! Suddenly, a competitive spirit ignited within him. What were those other 400-plus individuals doing? Following the leaderboard, Zhang quickly checked the first place's statistics. National escape ranking, first, nickname, Half-Summer's Pig, total escape time, 14 days, total funds amassed, 1,832. 220 yuan, 14 days, over 1,800,000. How on earth did they achieve that? I sold my diner and still couldn't catch up. Surely they weren't resorting to pre-cooked meals or worse, gutter oil. Such immoral actions must not be tolerated. While momentarily stunned, Zhang felt a long-lost sense of rivalry awaken within him. No! In the next level, he would surely break into the top 100. Recognizing the vast gap in performance, Zhang shifted his focus directly to the second level. Upon clicking the next level button, the screen transitioned to reveal a dilapidated internet CAF, walls adorned with yellowed posters of shooting games, cigarette butts strewn across the floor, and rows of outdated computer screens flickering incessantly, filled with patrons. An internet CAF owner? Now that's a relatable setting. Zhang adjusted his glasses, intrigued as he observed the game interface. This business appeared significantly larger. Quickly sorting through his thoughts, Zhang initiated the familiar strategy, cutting employee wages, raising internet fees, and even introducing VIP rooms tailored to the local market. To his astonishment, he discovered the CAF required 8,000 yuan for electricity and an additional 4,000 yuan for internet fees each month. Such exorbitant expenses. Furrowing his brow, Zhang promptly adjusted the settings, switching the internet speed from high-speed fiber to intermittent dial-up. An occasional lag in the internet was quite normal, wasn't it? He then raised the air conditioning temperature to 26°C to save on electricity. Moreover, in the employee management interface, he altered the 3-shift schedule to a single overnight shift. This way, not only could he save on 2 salaries, but the remaining employee could also take on additional responsibilities. As time progressed, Zhang realized the CAF's profit margin was still too slow. Perhaps he had been too lenient. If he were to escape like this, it would surely be insufficient. With that thought in mind, Zhang quickly launched a promotional recharge campaign: recharge 100 to receive 200. Recharge 500 to receive 1,000. Recharge 1,000 to receive 2,000. With this policy in place, the CAF's revenue skyrocketed. In the final days, Zhang even began selling off the CAF's equipment, such as graphics cards and monitors, on second-hand platforms. Similarly, on the last day of the month, Zhang executed his ultimate strategy, successfully selling the CAF's operating rights to a buyer, extracting 420,000 yuan in cash before making his escape. Soon after, the summary screen was unveiled. Congratulations! You have completed the second level. Total funds amassed during escape, 3,857. 800 yuan, total time taken, 28 days, national escape ranking, 606th. Zhang stared at the summary report, aghast to discover his ranking had actually declined. How could this be possible? As he gazed along the leaderboard, the username of the top contender struck a familiar chord: Bankrupt Pig. This time, however, the figures were nothing short of astounding. National evader ranking: first place, username, bankrupt, total evading duration, 10 days, total funds involved, 11,982, 500 yuan. 10 days? Over 10 million? Zhang Yuntao's pupils dilated sharply, his fingers frozen above the mouse, lingering in contemplation. How on earth had this individual achieved such a feat? Could this person possess some unparalleled practical experience? Who exactly was this bankrupt pig? What kind of individual would such a person be in the realm of reality? Zhang Yuntao's mind raced, striving to decipher the significance behind these numbers. Having engaged in similar practices himself, his curiosity was piqued. And he felt an insatiable desire to unravel the methods employed by this enigmatic figure. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He resolved to embark anew on this journey. Chapter 6, a suggestion for the Anti-Fraud Center to include this game. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhang Yuntao rubbed his weary eyes and glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his computer screen. It was 2 a.m. He had attempted to play Runaway Simulator several times, yet his ranking remained stubbornly around the several hundred mark, unable to breach the top 100. Could it be that I am too merciful? He pondered aloud, a hint of reluctance and confusion lacing his tone. Or perhaps the gameplay is even more outrageous than I had imagined? Taking a sip of tea, he realized he hadn't stayed up late for a game in quite some time. This game is truly a masterful satire of reality. Zhang Yuntao continued to reflect, noting that it not only allowed him to experience the life of a heartless boss but also unveiled the operational logic of many unscrupulous enterprises. This game should be utilized as a teaching tool in economics classes. With this thought, a new purpose for the game suddenly struck him. 2 days later, on Monday morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom's blinds, casting a warm glow upon the podium. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Zhang Yuntao lightly tapped the multimedia console, and the projection screen slowly descended, revealing the topic for his lesson: the moral boundaries of market economy, reflections from virtual to reality. The students below remained drowsy until Zhang Yuntao displayed a screenshot from the game. Classmates, he began. Today we will explore a game I researched over the weekend called Runaway Simulator. Upon seeing the screenshot, a murmur of discussion arose among the students. In the back row, one student nudged his slumped classmate. Hey, isn't this the game you played all weekend? You were cursing the developers all night. Ruffled-haired Zhu Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up straight, recognizing the familiar interface. To his surprise, the teacher also played this game. On stage, Zhang Yuntao continued his explanation. Today, we will use this game as a case study to dissect the operational logic of market economy. He switched the PowerPoint slide, his tone growing increasingly serious. Classmates, while Runaway Simulator appears to be merely an entertainment game, its design is imbued with numerous economic principles. Let us analyze a few key operations and their corresponding logic in the real market economy. Wage deductions, reduction of labor costs, false advertising, marketing through information asymmetry, liquidating assets, rapid conversion of assets into cash. Zhang Yuntao paused. Scanning the classroom, this game not only satirizes the actions of unscrupulous bosses but also serves as a reminder that a market economy requires rules and regulation, otherwise greed will consume everything. Hearing this, Zhu Hao could not help but murmur, what old Zhang said seems quite reasonable, but I never thought about all this while playing. His voice was soft, yet it caught the attention of his neighboring classmate. The latter poked him and teased, Zhu, are you already hopelessly addicted to Runaway Simulator? This game seems intriguing, I think I'll buy it too. What is your ID? Let us be friends. Rolling his eyes, Zhu Hao replied. This game doesn't have a friend feature, you can just download and play, but you'll see my name when you settle your score. With that, a knowing smile crept upon Zhu Hao's face, for it seemed no one had yet surpassed his record. Meanwhile, in the offices of Whale Leap Gaming Company, Ming was grinning like a child as he monitored the back-end data. In just 2 days, the game's download count had reached 5 figures. Runaway Simulator now boasted a total download count of 13,541. While this number might not qualify as a blockbuster in the gaming realm, it was sufficient for Ming. At the very least, his investment of 200,000 yuan in advertising had not gone to waste. The most significant factor was that the game's comments section was flooded with negative reviews. This game is trash. It teaches players how to be unscrupulous bosses and corrupts workers. Is the developer's account only one page long? Creating a game that instructs players on how to exploit employees and customers, all while calling it a simulator? It's too difficult. I worked hard to cut wages, raise prices, and sell equipment, yet my ranking is still thousands behind. Is this game intentionally frustrating? This game is a mirror reflecting the harsh realities of society. After playing, everyone seems like a heartless boss. I find it quite interesting. It has strong practical significance. I suggest the Anti-Fraud Center include this game. Seeing these comments, Lu Ming's heart swelled with joy. He promptly opened the system panel. Company name, Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds, 100,000 yuan. Host can withdraw 1 to personal account per cycle. Personal assets, 1. 765 yuan. Moral debt value, 10,021. Moral level, moral deficiency, with the moral debt value having just surpassed 10,000. It indicated that most players were indeed criticizing the game, a fact Lu Ming found satisfying, as it was his original intention. As long as this growth rate continued, he would reap quadruple returns upon settlement. For times 500,000 yuan meant 2 million. As for the game's revenue, Lu Ming calculated that, given the current download numbers, it would not recoup its costs. In the office, the atmosphere was somewhat bleak. Lin Xiaoxiao sat at her desk. Having reread the chapter on company bankruptcy and liquidation multiple times, confident that she could handle it independently. Joe Bowen, the developer, wore a look of concern. Mr. Lu, have you seen the comments section? Our game is being mercilessly condemned. I have. Lu Ming could hardly contain his laughter. Joe Bowen was momentarily taken aback, having expected a different reaction. Considering the company's current situation and Lu Ming's investment in the game, he thought the boss must be under immense pressure. Mr. Lu, are you feeling too stressed? Maybe you should take a break? Wang Defa chimed in, his expression equally grim. As the most senior member of the company, he felt deeply responsible. Mr. Lu, should we issue an apology statement? The negative reviews are overwhelming. Indeed, Mr. Lu. Otherwise we risk significant player attrition. The download rate has also slowed considerably. In just one day, our advertising time on the Steam platform will expire. And we will lose all opportunities. Attrition? Lu Ming shook his head. Not possible. You underestimate the players. They may criticize, but they will still play. Look at the comments section. Those who are the most critical have logged over 20 hours of gameplay. Moreover, we have already surpassed 10,000 downloads. That is more than sufficient. Rest assured, everything is within my projected range. Listening to Lu Ming, Joe Bowen remained unconvinced. But, is this enough? What if players start to boycott us? That's not going to happen. Players boycott uninspired games. Our game is full of discussion points, just look at the comments section. It has refreshed again. Chapter 7, the game is on the platform, and the case is close at hand. Lu Ming leaned back in his peeling boss chair. Listening to the anxious discussions of his employees, a smile barely concealed at the corners of his mouth. He cast a glance at the system panel where the moral debt value was still soaring, his heart a cacophony of exultation. Each disparaging review was but a brick in the edifice of his account's numbers. Yet, Lu Ming dared not display his delight too overtly. Observing the worried faces of his colleagues, he feigned gravitas, tapping his desk. You must trust my judgment, even bad publicity is still publicity. Which celebrity hasn't faced a bit of scandal? Just focus on maintaining the game. Joe Bowen, witnessing Lu Ming's demeanor, hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh. Days later. In the dimly lit teacher's dormitory, Zhang Yuntao's glasses reflected an intrusive blue light. He had just been grappling with the final level of Escape Simulator. Slumped casually in his chair, fixated on the screen where the ominous words, "Escape failed," glared back at him, leaving him in turmoil. Why was this last level so exceedingly difficult? He murmured, replaying the final chapter in his mind. In this last segment, the player assumes the role of a CEO of a publicly traded company, the scale far surpassing previous levels, with funds beginning in the millions, if not billions. The operational possibilities were manifold: asset transfer, financial statement fraud, equity pledging. Zhang Yuntao found himself hesitant in his maneuvers. Aware that a single misstep could draw the scrutiny of regulators or expose him to shareholders. Consequently, he had failed to escape multiple times, unable even to glimpse the leaderboard upon settlement. I must seek a strategy guide. Zhang Yuntao opened the game forum, swiftly scanning for advice. The comments beneath the Escape Simulator section were inundated with scathing critiques. Terrible game. Several levels are utterly unplayable, the design is excessively harsh. What a miserable game. It teaches players to be fraudsters, it's a societal blight. Is this game intentionally repulsive? The final level is simply unplayable. Once again, a reminder, those devoid of values cannot create a good game. Overwhelmed by the avalanche of criticism, Zhang Yuntao felt a wave of helplessness. This isn't right. He thought. Do these people even understand the game? He soliloquized, this crowd only perceives the surface-level misconduct of the game's design, neglecting the deeper significance it seeks to convey. This is a misunderstood masterpiece. It's not only affordably priced but rich in meaning. How can they criticize it so vehemently? With this in mind, Zhang Yuntao resolved to post a defense for the game. He logged into the forum under his username Wall Street Roach and typed the title, "What are we really criticizing when we condemn Escape Simulator?" Zhang Yuntao aimed to clarify the misconceptions surrounding this game, hoping to enlighten others about its true value. As an economics teacher, he felt compelled to express that Escape Simulator is not merely a source of entertainment but a mirror reflecting real societal dynamics. From wage theft to false advertising and asset liquidations, each action precisely captures the behavioral patterns of some unscrupulous enterprises. Particularly in the final level, where one becomes the CEO and engages in financial deception and insider trading, it serves as an exquisite satire of the chaos within capital markets. This game has prompted me to re-evaluate the moral boundaries of market economics. It does not encourage players to emulate these behaviors, rather, through exaggeration, it warns us of the potential consequences of greed and deviation from norms. The game may exist on a platform, but the examples are found all around us. If you play this game and then see an exaggerated advertisement for a gym on the street, will you not worry it's a front for a professional scam artist? This game is profoundly educational and strikingly realistic. I dare say, it serves not as a game but as a lens revealing the truths of our society. We cannot condemn it simply because it exposes reality. You have failed to grasp what the developers genuinely wish to convey. I implore everyone not to fixate solely on the superficial escape mechanics but to strive to comprehend the developer's original intent. Upon finishing his piece, Zhang Yuntao decisively clicked post. Hoping this article would spark deeper contemplation among readers, he murmured to himself, if people could truly understand the significance of this game, it would no longer be misunderstood. May this company create even better games, no thanks necessary. However, I seem to have forgotten to ask how to conquer that last level. 2 days later, Ming felt particularly uplifted, anticipating the imminent arrival of 2 million in profits, a sense of comfort enveloping him. Soon, he could enhance the company's environment and then double down. 2 million would become 4 million, and 4 million would burgeon to 8 million. With a spring in his step, he entered the office only to be greeted by Zhou Bowen's excited voice from the corner, "President Liu, our game downloads have suddenly surged." Ming paused, quickly moving to the computer to check the back-end data. Indeed, the numbers on the screen widened his eyes in disbelief. Within just a few days, Escape Simulator downloads had multiplied several times, surpassing 100,000, and still climbing. What is going on? Ming murmured, incredulous. Wasn't it just last week that we were being mercilessly criticized? How did we suddenly become popular? Are they all coming to insult us? Su Xiaonuan joined the fray. Perplexed, could it be that some game streamer promoted us? Or perhaps the platform's recommendation finally had an effect? Ming shook his head, impossible. We've long passed the homepage recommendation period on Steam. Such a rapid increase must have another explanation. As the group deliberated, Zhou Bowen opened the game's comment section. Exclaiming in astonishment, "President Liu, you must see the comments." At Zhou Bowen's urging, Ming glanced down and gasped. The once overwhelming tide of negative reviews had been replaced by a deluge of positive feedback. I previously thought this was a trash game until I read that economics teacher's analysis. I've come to appreciate its value. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece worth playing. Thank you, poster, for helping me see this game in a new light. Though the difficulty is high, it indeed exposes numerous real-world issues. I strongly recommend everyone try it. This is genuine game design. Using exaggeration to critique social phenomena rather than simply chasing after mindless enjoyment. I've truly gained knowledge. The developers have put in earnest effort. It's like a vivid economics lesson. I was indeed shallow before. I've revised my review. 5-star rating. No doubt about it. By the way, who is this Banksy character? He is first in multiple levels. This is what educational entertainment should be. Great reviews, I've already recommended it to my classmates. As Lu Ming surveyed the comments section brimming with positive reviews and 5-star ratings, an icy chill coursed through him. Chapter 8, It's hopeless. Just shut down the service. Lu Ming's fingers frantically scrolled over the mouse wheel as page after page of 5-star reviews felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his heart. Then, his gaze fell upon a post that had risen to the top of the comments, a piece of analysis by someone named Wall Street Cockroach, defending the game. Lu Ming endured and read through it, realizing that this economics teacher was probably there to stir up trouble. Did I imply so many things? If you don't understand, could you refrain from overanalyzing? Seeing the lengthy replies below the post, Lu Ming felt a bit dazed. Teachers really tend to overthink. Are people in this world so adept at reading comprehension? Helpless, he rose. And the systems panel immediately surfaced in his mind. Company name, Whale Leap Gaming Company, moral debt value, 760, moral level, moral flaw, staring at the moral debt value that had plummeted below 1,000. Lu Ming was stunned. It had fallen too quickly. It was still over 10,000 just a while ago. 200,000 gone. With a debt value under 1,000. Even double returns were out of the question. Life's ups and downs were coming too swiftly for Lu Ming to react. Watching the dwindling debt value, he ground his back teeth in frustration. With over 10 days left until the end of the month, there was still time. There was still a chance for redemption. With this thought, Lu Ming slammed the table, a glint of determination in his eyes. Bowen, publish an announcement for the game immediately. We must make significant adjustments to the game. I need you to remember this, send it out at once. Understood, boss. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Joe Bowen's eyes lit up. Looking at Lu Ming with a hint of admiration. Their boss was indeed far-sighted. He must be strategizing on a grand scale. He had been too short-sighted before. The game was previously met with a wave of criticism, yet their boss remained calm and composed. Now that the game was gaining traction, their boss was the one in a hurry. A true leader cannot be gauged by ordinary reasoning. There was still much for him to learn. Lu Ming, oblivious to Joe Bowen's complex expression, began dictating the announcement content. Special statement regarding Runaway Simulator. We thank everyone for their support and affection for Runaway Simulator. We have noticed that some players have excessively interpreted the game content. We hereby declare, this game is solely for entertainment and bears no intention of real-world reflection or satire. We urge everyone to play rationally and avoid overinterpretation. Joe Bowen swiftly typed out the announcement, organizing it into a document before calling Lu Ming for review. After a quick perusal, Lu Ming nodded in affirmation. Send it out, the sooner the better. 3 minutes later, the Runaway Simulator interface displayed the new announcement. Watching the announcement's content, Lu Ming focused on the comments section, and soon discussions regarding the announcement began to emerge. What is going on? Why does this announcement seem so inexplicable? Has the developer been influenced by capital? Why the sudden retreat? This announcement sounds overly official, as if they were coerced. I see. It must be that some capital feels threatened by this game. No, I must quickly buy a copy to support the developers. We cannot let capital win. The analysis made sense. Were they threatened? If so, blink. The capital forces are restless. We must fully support the developers. Lu Ming watched as the comments refreshed in the background, his heart sinking and his expression darkening. What's the matter with these people? Why won't they heed the advice? He had hoped to deter players through the announcement update, yet it had backfired. Before long, influenced by the comments, players on the forum spontaneously organized a campaign to protect Runaway Simulator. Brothers, charge! We cannot allow such a great game to be buried. I just bought 10 copies to gift to friends. We must not let this remarkable game be suppressed by capital. Brothers, let us flood the Steam platform with positive reviews. We cannot let the developers feel disheartened. The price is affordable. Honestly, I don't play this genre, but I'm just against capital. I'll buy it. See? This is reality reflecting in the game. The developers must have been threatened. Brothers, buy it up. We cannot let this conscientious game be taken down. Having checked the announcement several times, beneath these ordinary words, he read a profound resilience. Brothers, I will give away 100 copies of the game under this comment. I will keep my word. Seeing the changes in the back-end data and noticing the moral debt value that had just reached zero, Lu Ming's heart bled. It's over, it's all over. The announcement had only made the game more popular. Can the game be revised again to lessen this fervor from the players? Standing by the office window, holding a cup of now-cold goji berry tea, he stared blankly outside. Meanwhile, the employees in the office began to celebrate. Su Xianwan's eyes sparkled. President Lu, your strategy of retreating to advance is truly brilliant. You are undoubtedly the most formidable marketer I have ever met. Zhou Wenba nodded in agreement. President Lu. Should we organize some activities? Perhaps distribute some benefits? Wang Defa rubbed his hands excitedly, glancing at the game's download data. President Lu, in the past half hour, the game's new purchase count reached 55,000. If this pace continues, we will quickly recoup our costs. Moreover, we can reap substantial profits. Listening to their words, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. No, let us maintain the game as it is, do not alter it. Lu Ming stepped aside, still pondering what remedial measures to take. Distributing benefits was certainly out of the question. As for revising the game, there simply wasn't enough time. Furthermore, and most importantly, at this stage, many players had already imbued this game with a special significance. No matter how you explain, they will interpret it according to their own understanding. Adding new twists might even yield negative effects. Dealing with a group of players so keen on reading comprehension leaves one utterly helpless. At this point, perhaps the best course of action is to simply shut down the service. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, watching his continually diminishing debt value, thinking to himself. It truly cannot rise any further. We must suspend the service, let us halt it for a week or so and reassess. With this in mind, Lu Ming approached the computer once more, contemplating how to explain his decision to the office staff. Suddenly, a golden pop-up notification appeared on the screen, an alert from the Steam platform's backend. Congratulations! Runaway Simulator has been recognized as the most significant game of the month. And we will provide you with a prominent position on the homepage for the next 15 days. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Ming felt utterly despondent. A homepage recommendation? For half a month? Lu Ming muttered to himself, his complexion paling instantly. Is the Steam platform truly this efficient? Previously, he had to pay for 3 days of recommendation, yet now they are offering half a month. What significance could this game possibly have? Save those promotional resources for games that truly need them. Lu Ming panicked, realizing that shutting down the service now could jeopardize their relationship with the platform. After all, Steam is currently the largest gaming platform. If they grant you a recommendation and you choose to suspend service, isn't that akin to flipping the table on your benefactor? What if they choose not to work with you next time? After all, the platform also takes a cut. The more downloads you receive, the more they profit from their share. Moreover, Whale Leap's future games also need to be launched on this platform. If this affects future plans, it would be utterly unacceptable. Lu Ming let out a resigned sigh, accepting the situation as it is. After all, it has come to this point. Things couldn't possibly deteriorate further. Chapter 9, The Interview with the Old Horse, resonating and enlightening. Outside the window, the city's neon lights flickered amidst the flow of traffic. A week later, the total downloads of Escape Simulator had surpassed 600,000. Lu Ming slumped in his chair, utterly surrendering to despair. Over the past few days, he had contemplated numerous strategies, yet none had yielded any results. The players had formed preconceived notions, refusing to believe in the changes he had implemented. His debt value had remained stagnant at zero for several days. Mr. Lu? You seem unwell. Lin Xiaoxiao timidly approached him, clutching a folder. The first batch of revenue from the Steam platform has arrived. Please take a look. Lu Ming gazed out at the densely packed skyline, took the folder, and flipped to the first page as Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously explained, Mr. Lu, this is the revenue breakdown from the Steam platform. The game is priced at 6 yuan. With a 30 platform cut, leaving us with 70 of the revenue. Thus, our total sales amount to 3.6 million, with the platform taking 1.08 million, resulting in an actual income of 2.52 million. After deducting server maintenance costs, employee salaries, outsourcing fees, and other miscellaneous expenses, the company's account balance stands at 2.02 million. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was somewhat buoyant, casually mentioning the profit of over 2 million. The company had turned a profit, and her internship position was finally secure. However, Lu Ming felt a tumult of emotions upon seeing that number. The familiar figure of 2 million. Over 2 million. It had taken so little time. Originally, he could have easily earned 2 million, or even more, through system cashback. Now, according to the conversion ratio, he would only receive 20,000 yuan. The money was indeed there, but it had simply landed in the wrong place. What was the difference between this and adding insult to injury? Mr. Lu, are you feeling unwell? Lin Xiaoxiao observed Lu Ming's fluctuating expression, feeling somewhat anxious. The company was finally profitable, yet Mr. Lu appeared anything but pleased. The game had become a sensation, yet he remained furrowed in worry. Players were singing praises, yet he continued to sigh heavily. The mindset of a successful person was utterly incomprehensible to her. With this thought, Lin Xiaoxiao produced a procurement request form. Mr. Lu, these are some procurement needs from our colleagues. Lu Ming took the form she handed him and casually perused it. The page was filled with various requests from employees: new office computers, graphics cards, drawing tablets, water dispensers, office chairs, and more. With the company finally making profits, everyone felt emboldened to submit their procurement requests. Moreover, the equipment at Whale Leap was indeed due for an upgrade. Much like the sponge-like chair he sat on, what good was it to keep that? After all, the profits wouldn't be spent on him. So it was better to reinvest in the company. Furthermore, with the debt value now at zero, being generous to the employees wouldn't have any adverse effects. With this in mind, Lu Ming nodded. No problem, all these procurements are approved. Since the company is profitable, it's time for everyone to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Replace those chairs with ergonomic ones, and let's get a coffee machine along with the water dispenser. Additionally, since everyone has worked hard during this period, let's have a dinner together and distribute some bonuses. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she excitedly dashed to the office. Soon, the entire workspace was filled with laughter and joy, every face radiating anticipation and contentment. Listening to the cheerful atmosphere in the office, Lu Ming's mood gradually calmed. He had resolved not to engage with Escape Simulator any further. The game was still featured on the recommendations page. What if it became popular again? Instead, he decided to take this time to thoughtfully research his next game. As Lu Ming gazed at his computer, the familiar wallpaper of the old horse smiled back at him. In that moment, he felt a surge of inspiration. If the old horse could accomplish such feats, why did it seem so challenging for him? Lu Ming began to revisit the old horse's past interviews. Players criticized the pay-to-win model? That indicated their emotional investment. In the video, the old horse winked at the camera, proclaiming that spending money was akin to courting, hitting was affection, and scolding was love. We provide emotional value. Even if players complain, they will continue to play. Moreover, the more they spend, the stronger their attachment to the game. The old horse's interview was profoundly enlightening. As Lu Ming absorbed the old horse's insights, he suddenly discovered the main reason for his failure. The cost for players in Escape Simulator had been far too low. A mere 6 yuan. In his eagerness to attract a large audience, he had set the entry barrier too low. Consequently, his 6 yuan game lacked any substantial playability. What was there to complain about? Even if players voiced their grievances, they were limited. Had he initially set the price at 600 yuan and players experienced the game as it stood, they would have undoubtedly erupted in outrage. The themes of real-life reflection and spending my money reflects your reality would have certainly sparked discontent among players. With this realization, Lu Ming regarded the computer screen with newfound affection. Truly, the old horse was an idol. A single interview could illuminate the core issues. Another crucial factor was that Escape Simulator had been primarily dictated by his own perspective, failing to adequately consider the player's desires. This oversight had led to misguided assumptions and, ultimately, skewed results. Such negligence was inexcusable. Lu Ming, being a seasoned individual, was not entirely attuned to the whims of this world. If the problem lay in a lack of understanding of players' needs, then he must endeavor to comprehend them. With this in mind, an idea sparked within Lu Ming. He fixed his gaze on the old horse's photo on the screen, determination glinting in his eyes. If he didn't even know what types of games players despised or what charging models they abhorred, how could he create a game that met their expectations? Having concluded his introspection, Lu Ming swiftly opened a document software and began to outline his next steps. Learning from the lessons of his previous success, he resolved to conduct a comprehensive player survey, utilizing questionnaires and data analysis to delve into the player's genuine thoughts. No investigation, no authority to speak. This time, he could not rely solely on his instincts to create a game. I can no longer afford to be insular, Lu Ming murmured to himself. We must let players inform us of their desires to avoid pitfalls. Therefore, to ensure the survey results were accurate and valuable, Lu Ming sat in his office, his fingers flying across the keyboard as the questionnaire document gradually took shape. After considerable time had passed, he took a deep breath and glanced out the window. The sky had darkened. After an afternoon of diligent effort, the questionnaire had finally begun to take form. Leaning back in his chair and rubbing his weary eyes, a hint of satisfaction crept onto his lips. This questionnaire was no mere formality. Lu Ming had conducted targeted inquiries. He divided the questions into two major categories: what types of games players disliked, their opinions on charging models, and game mechanics. The other side focused on the types they favored. While these questions appeared ordinary, Lu Ming was acutely aware of his objectives: to create content that resonated with players' preferences while amplifying elements they detested, followed by robust promotion to attract players' ire, thereby accumulating a vast amount of debt value. He envisioned a direct path to success. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Lu Ming's lips. I apologize, everyone. This time I must take a different approach. To further enhance the appeal of the questionnaire, he even added a small incentive at the end: participants would have the chance to gain access to a testing opportunity for Whale Leap's next title. It is imperative to ensure that players are aware that every vote they cast holds significance. Chapter 10: A disappointing settlement upon the completion of the survey design. Lu Ming promptly forwarded the document to Joe Bowen. Bowen, please publish this on the update announcement for our runaway simulator, inviting players to participate in a survey. The promotional phrase should read, we cordially invite players to co-create, your voice will determine our next game. Joe Bowen accepted the task, his eyes sparkling with evident anticipation for the company's new direction. President Lu, are we about to develop a new project? This survey is clearly acting as a scout. With Runaway Simulator recently gaining traction, the development of a new title alongside the player co-creation initiative suggested that President Lu was poised for a significant move. Considering the current financial status of Whale Leap, Joe Bowen felt a surge of excitement. A grand battle was imminent. Days later, on Monday, the results of the survey began to accumulate on Lu Ming's desk. He had specifically instructed Joe Bowen to create a real-time data backend. Sitting in his office, Lu Ming monitored the screen as data streamed in. He meticulously reviewed the statistics, gradually gaining confidence. The analysis revealed that a majority of players harbored a strong disdain for in-game purchases and advertisements supporting free models. In terms of game types, players expressed a keen interest in role-playing games, followed by strategy games. As for combat mechanics, most preferred real-time battles over turn-based ones, reflecting a simplistic yet telling preference within the gaming community. With the data continuously pouring in, Lu Ming's excitement grew, and he promptly took out his notebook to record every detail. The potential increase in debt value hinged on this new game. Once the statistics were finalized, Lu Ming took a deep breath, opened the system panel, and commenced the monthly settlement. Coincidentally, it was the first of the month, yet Lu Ming felt no anxiety. After all, Runaway Simulator was still featured on the recommendation list, and his debt value had not fluctuated significantly in recent days, remaining stagnant in the low hundreds. It seemed he would have to wait for Runaway Simulator to completely drop off the recommendation list. To that end, Ming had already ceased the development and maintenance of new levels for Runaway Simulator, merely awaiting its natural decline. Without surprise, Ming initiated the monthly settlement. Beep. End of the current cycle detected, settling now. Company name, Whale Leap Games, company funds, 56 million yuan, the host can withdraw 1 for this cycle. Amounting to 25,600 yuan, personal assets, 28,159 yuan, moral debt value, 121, moral level, moral flaw, this cycle's moral debt value is 121 points, cashback target not met. Unable to provide multiplier cashback, next settlement cycle, 1 month later, gazing at the figures displayed on the system, Ming remained impassive, his countenance reflecting bewilderment. The initial promising start had crumbled due to a seemingly innocuous post, resulting in a moral debt value of 121 points, barely reaching the threshold for cashback. The over 20,000 yuan available for personal withdrawal paled in comparison to the system's previous cashback figures exceeding 2 million. Life should never be celebrated prematurely. Had he known, he might have opted for a different genre for development. Ming rubbed his temples, murmuring in frustration. Who could have anticipated that a game with scant moral boundaries would evoke empathy from players? From a reckless planner to a conscientious developer, the criticisms had diminished, and thus, so too had the debt value. There was no time to dwell on past successes, the priority was to identify the next point of contention. In 2 days, Runaway Simulator would exit the recommendation list, and the online chatter had significantly quieted, with download numbers beginning to wane. It was time to advance the planning of the new project. With this in mind, Ming took a deep breath and pushed open the conference room door. Minutes later, Zhou Bowen, Su Xianwan, Wang Defa, and others were already seated, with several cups of freshly brewed goji berry tea adorning the table, filling the air with a subtle aroma. Everyone, today we shall discuss the planning for the new game. Ming approached the whiteboard, marker in hand, surveying each participant in the room. Zhou Bowen's face lit up with joy as he promptly opened his notebook to take notes. He had anticipated this moment, since the last survey. He had sensed that President Liu must have new plans in store. With over 1 million yuan in funding, the scale of the upcoming game would undoubtedly be grander. While Runaway Simulator has indeed earned us our first pot of gold, it has also exposed numerous issues. Moreover, being merely a mini-game, it fails to showcase our capabilities as a game company. Therefore, for this new project, we must learn from our mistakes and thoroughly consider player needs and market trends from the outset. The attendees nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Ming. Brimming with expectation, Ming waved the marker in the air, cleared his throat, and continued. Based on the survey results, players showed the highest preference for role-playing games, comprising 65% of responses. Hence, we shall focus on developing a networked RPG for our new game. At this announcement, a murmur of low approval rippled through the conference room. Zhou Bowen was the first to nod, swiftly jotting down networked RPG in his notebook, a glimmer of excitement on his face. President Liu, this direction is promising. RPGs are currently mainstream, with a large player base, and incorporating social elements will surely yield success. He had long harbored a desire for the company to embark on a larger-scale project since the success of Runaway Simulator, and Ming's direction finally aligned with his aspirations. Lin Xiaoxiao, sitting nearby, nodded vigorously. Initially, she had little knowledge of gaming, but after the company's financial situation improved, she had diligently studied various gaming concepts. Looking up at Ming, her voice was filled with anticipation. President Liu, are we considering an open-world format? The survey indicated that players prefer open-world experiences, right? Indeed. Right now, themes with a cosmic backdrop or traditional mythological IPs are quite popular. Ming listened to the employees' discussions, a slight smile playing on his lips as he secretly reveled in their enthusiasm. He was well aware of the players' fondness for open-world games. But his primary concern was the debt value, not merely garnering player acclaim. Choosing role-playing games as a primary development direction was merely a strategy to captivate player interest. Nonetheless, he needed to maintain team morale, so he nodded and spoke in a steady tone. The direction for role-playing has been established, but I still have some ideas regarding execution. Next, let us discuss the combat mechanics and storyline. He turned to the whiteboard, inscribing turn-based combat in bold letters, followed by the title Cultivation World. As Lu Ming completed his writing, silence enveloped the conference room. Zhou Bowen's pen hovered mid-air. Ignoring the reactions of his colleagues, Lu Ming continued, for the combat system, I've decided to implement turn-based mechanics for simplicity and efficiency. As for the narrative backdrop, we will set it in a cultivation context. Players will take on the role of a mortal, with the main quest being to progressively level up and defeat foes in their journey of cultivation. Chapter 11, Following the Boss is the Right Thing to Do. Lu Ming turned around, casting a glance at the crowd. A calm smile adorning his face as if he were oblivious to the uncanny silence enveloping the room. He set down the marker, clapped his hands, and continued. The turn-based system is straightforward, we can develop it rapidly, and the cultivation background is also manageable. Players will assume the role of a mortal, starting from scratch in their journey of cultivation. The main storyline will revolve around leveling up, alchemy, and battling monsters. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in a cacophony of voices. Su Xianwan was the first to break the silence. Although she was a designer, she had extensively studied game mechanics. President Lu, turn-based? Cultivation? But our survey clearly indicated that players prefer real-time combat, less than 20 favored turn-based systems. Isn't this counter to player preferences? Su Xianwan clearly found the company's proposed development direction absurd, and the cultivation background was driving her to distraction. How could President Lu diverge from market trends? Before she could articulate her thoughts further, she added, cultivation was quite popular, but that was a decade ago. The narrative of mortals ascending through cultivation is rather cliché. It may fail to attract younger audiences. Beside her, Zhou Bowen furrowed his brow, his voice laced with confusion. President Lu? I find this a bit strange as well. While an online RPG is certainly viable, who among the current generation still enjoys turn-based gameplay? Just look at the excitement of real-time combat, it's highly interactive. Why are we opting for the opposite? Upon hearing Lu Ming's plan, Zhou Bowen felt his initial excitement wane. Moments ago, he had believed they were on the same wavelength. But now it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving his mind flooded with questions. How could he not keep pace? After all, President Lu was not significantly older than he was, why could they not align their thoughts? Old Wan leisurely set down his teacup, adjusting his glasses with a hint of hesitation in his tone. President Lu, I must speak candidly. I understand you might be considering the development costs of our game. While turn-based systems are cheaper to produce, the market has long gravitated towards real-time combat. As for the cultivation background, the streets are teeming with Xianxia mobile games. It will be challenging for us to gain traction. The employees' doubts surged like a tide. Standing before the whiteboard, Lu Ming crossed his arms, maintaining that serene smile. The louder the objections grew, the more they vindicated his perspective. This approach was undoubtedly at odds with market dynamics. Yet, that was precisely his intent. I know you find it perplexing, but this is part of my strategy. Turn-based systems conserve resources, and the cultivation background has a solid foundation. Let us first establish the framework, and we can refine the details later. As for whether players will like it, we shall find out once it is completed. Shall we find out? That familiar phrase. Is this perhaps President Lu's catchphrase? Below, several employees exchanged glances, but amidst the fervent discourse, Zhou Bowen's expression shifted. He furrowed his brow, intently observing Lu Ming's confident visage, as memories of their previous development of Runaway Simulator flashed through his mind. Who would have anticipated its phenomenal success before launch? A low-budget game on the theme of escapism, driven solely by players' curiosity and word-of-mouth recommendations, reaching over 600,000 downloads, he himself found it astonishing. Wasn't President Lu also under immense pressure then, yet he resolutely pushed the game live, resulting in substantial profits? Wait a moment. Zhou Bowen's heart skipped a beat, this scene felt hauntingly familiar. He fell into contemplation, rewinding in his mind. The reason Runaway Simulator succeeded was precisely because it was outrageous and captivating, wasn't it? Players played while criticizing it, only to end up willingly spending money. Lu Ming's combination of turn-based mechanics and cultivation seemed to challenge player preferences, But what if President Liu had discerned something they had overlooked? His heart raced at the thought. Stealing a glance at Lu Ming, he felt a glimmer of hope, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. So familiar. So self-assured. It was this very demeanor. Observing Lu Ming's confident stance, Zhou Bowen suddenly sensed something amiss. President Liu never played by the rules. Last time it was escapism. This time it was cultivation. Could he be concocting another grand scheme? Players detest turn-based systems? He insists on doing it. Players resent cultivation tropes? He insists on the mortal-esque triumph. President Liu was no fool, he must have his own calculations. The boss was undoubtedly strategizing on a grand scale. Perhaps his own understanding was too shallow, his vision too limited to see through it for now. The more Zhou Bowen pondered, the more confident he grew. His lips twitching involuntarily. Bowen, why are you silent? Su Xianwan, noticing Zhou Bowen's sudden quietness, nudged him playfully. Weren't you the most opposed to turn-based systems before? Why the sudden silence? Zhou Bowen snapped back to reality, offering a nervous chuckle as he scratched his head. I suddenly feel that President Liu's perspective might have merit. He paused, his tone gaining conviction. Think about it, wasn't Runaway Simulator also absurd? Yet it still succeeded. President Liu must have his deeper intentions, perhaps it is us who lack the insight. Learning is a never-ending journey. We must continue to learn from President Liu. Upon hearing this, Su Xianwan was momentarily stunned. Bowen, what do you mean? Are you serious? Are you suggesting that in the 21st century, there are still players who enjoy turn-based cultivation games? Zhou Bowen swallowed hard, uncertain himself, yet he forced himself to assert. Who knows? The game market defies conventions. If I could truly comprehend the market, I wouldn't just be a developer. Let us follow President Liu, after all. The company has funds, and President Liu must be interested in profit. Listening to Zhou Bowen, Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter. He was indeed interested in profit. But not in the conventional sense of game revenue. Nevertheless, seeing Zhou Bowen's support, he silently commended him. This young man had potential. With Zhou Bowen on board, Lu Ming chose not to challenge or clarify the matter, simply agreeing to move forward. Let us estimate the development timeline for this game later. As for the game's background, I will take care of it. Su Xianwan remained somewhat baffled, yet witnessing Zhou Bowen's capitulation, she refrained from pressing further. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Bowen felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, he trusted Lu Ming. Confident the boss had a backup plan, on the other, he worried about the project's viability. Could they face another bankruptcy crisis? Why did working at Jingyue feel like such a roller coaster ride? Zhou Bowen sighed, self-deprecatingly thinking, well, if President Liu truly stands on the 5th level, I shall applaud him from the 1st level. Following the boss is certainly better than floundering in confusion. Chapter 12, Spending Money to Earn Criticism. The atmosphere in the conference room had eased somewhat, the aroma of goji berry tea gradually fading. Zhou Wenba and the others lowered their heads, perusing their notebooks. Still pondering the deeper implications of their boss's intentions. Lu Ming leaned against the whiteboard, scanning the group, and casually inquired, all right, this overarching direction is set. Now, let us discuss the timeline for the development of this online RPG cultivation game. How long do you think it will take to bring it to fruition? Zhou Bowen was the first to react, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Mr. Liu, an online RPG is no trivial endeavor. While turn-based combat may seem straightforward, the integration of online features, server synchronization, and the intricate design of the cultivation system. This time, we're not dealing with a simple game like Runaway Simulator, the technical demands are substantial, I can only manage a basic framework alone. The cultivation theme may sound simple, but the skill system, leveling design, and various interactions all require considerable effort. He paused momentarily, his tone tinged with resignation. If I were to handle it solo, I would boldly estimate at least 6 months, possibly requiring extensive overtime. If we wish to expedite the process, 3 to 4 months could suffice. But that would necessitate daily overtime, and I fear I may not endure. Su Xianwan concurred, boss, I must align my designs with your game's context. The cultivation theme, including characters, scenes, and special effects, involves far more content than our previous projects. I may not be able to keep up within 3 months. After considering the insights from the primary workforce under Whale Leap, Ming hesitated. It was unrealistic to expect one person to juggle multiple roles. And excessive overtime would violate labor laws. Given Whale Leap's current financial reserves, they could sustain 3 months of development costs, but the shortage of personnel would undoubtedly delay progress. Additionally, server expenses and testing costs needed to be factored in, and as time stretched, expenses would escalate, rendering budgeting increasingly challenging. Moreover, 3 months was too lengthy. They could settle accounts thrice in that time. There was no room for delay. To achieve speed, they needed to increase manpower. Ming narrowed his eyes. Mentally formulating a plan, relying on the existing team for swift resolution was unfeasible. Whale Leap would need to expand its recruitment. The thought struck him like a spark, indeed. Hiring presented an opportunity. However, he needed to recruit individuals who could contribute moral debt value. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If employees occasionally voiced their grievances about the boss and expressed opinions on the company, the cumulative effect would gradually enhance the debt value. If, by March, these few employees provided more feedback, perhaps the debt value could soar to 1,000. One must never underestimate any opportunity that could yield contributions to the debt value. Ming's lips curled into a smile as a realization dawned upon him. What type of employees would voice the most opinions? Certainly, they would not be fresh graduates. Graduates, with few demands and lacking extensive workplace experience, might occasionally voice concerns about the workplace, but they rarely remain long-term. Even if they had strong opinions about the company, they would likely leave after expressing a few complaints, failing to provide sustained contributions. Thus, if they were to hire, why not directly recruit from major game companies? Employees from large firms possess expertise, high standards, and numerous requirements. Having undergone extensive training, they are well-versed in various terminologies such as granularity, leverage, and insights. If they were to join a smaller company, they would undoubtedly look down upon it, scrutinizing every detail. When the time comes for them to criticize the company, the boss would also face scrutiny. However, as long as Ming offered a competitive salary, he could retain them. Even if they were dissatisfied, the allure of a paycheck would compel them to remain. After all, even if they complained behind his back, the outcome would be the same. With this in mind, Ming clapped his hands, a hint of excitement in his voice. So, we're short-staffed, are we? Let us recruit. I must emphasize, we cannot simply seek novices. We should target talent from major companies. Xiao, please assist me in documenting everything and managing the procurement. This time, we need to recruit frontline programmers, artists, copywriters, and modelers. Discuss the specific requirements with Wenba and the others. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted once again. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting we recruit from large companies? Mr. Liu, are you talking about targeting Qingyu or Tingxiu? Can our small company really attract them? Moreover, Mr. Liu, employees from large firms demand high salaries and have lofty expectations. Can our humble establishment retain them? Lin Xiaoxiao diligently noted Ming's requests, yet her mind was flooded with questions. Employees from large firms? Don't they typically command salaries in the tens of thousands each month? Our company may appear financially secure, but hiring even a few of these high-caliber individuals could deplete our funds in mere months. Su Xiaonuan murmured, recruiting from major firms? Isn't that akin to inviting ancestral spirits to reside with us? However, as she thought further, the prospect of having a major firm's artist on board intrigued her. She could learn new techniques, akin to having a mentor within the company. Anyone capable of working at a major firm must possess considerable skill. Listening to these doubts, Ming's smile broadened. Whether we can attract them or not, we shall see. You need not worry about recruitment, I will take charge. Xiao. Ensure that all equipment is procured in advance. We cannot have new colleagues arriving only to find their computers are not ready. As the meeting adjourned, Ming returned to his office, collapsing into his ergonomic chair. The new chair was indeed far more comfortable. He mused aloud, to recruit from major firms. Salaries must be competitive, otherwise, who would consider joining us? His fingers danced across the desk as he rapidly calculated figures in his mind. For programmers at a level akin to Tingsu, a monthly salary must start at 50,000, translating to 100,000 for 2. Artists capable of overseeing projects might demand 40,000-50,000, and a modeler approximately 40,000. Copywriters could add another 20,000-30,000. In total, for 5 individuals, we're looking at. Ming summoned the calculator and swiftly processed the numbers, revealing a total of 220,000. A monthly expenditure of 200,000 amounts to 600,000 over 3 months. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the reality that these were employees from major firms, unlikely to switch jobs without compelling reasons. Furthermore, they received year-end bonuses and project dividends. There was little incentive for them to make the leap. Realizing this, Ming slightly adjusted the budget for a monthly expenditure of 200,000. As long as the compensation is attractive, no one can resist. He was genuinely prepared to take this risk to endure some criticism. With this thought, a vision of new employees grumbling in the office danced in his mind. When employees from major firms arrived, they would undoubtedly scrutinize the modest office space, outdated computers, and other details, inevitably leading to internal chaos, subpar game quality, and player backlash, thereby increasing the moral debt value dramatically. The more Ming envisioned the scenario, the more appealing it became. He promptly opened Excel and drafted a simple budget: 150,000 for 2 programmers, 60,000 for 1 artist, 50,000 for 1 modeler, and 40,000 for 1 copywriter, totaling 300,000 per month. Satisfied with the finalized figure, he nodded in approval. This is it, spending money to earn criticism. Chapter 13, Strive for Excellence in Learning. Ming completed the budget calculations and cast a glance around the office. With only 5 employees and an office space exceeding 100 square meters, the company appeared quite clean and organized, especially after a recent equipment upgrade. However, when compared to the larger corporations, it clearly fell short. Given these circumstances, would the professionals from those major firms not be astounded? A smile crept across Ming's face as he began to envision the reactions of new employees upon joining. As for where to recruit talent? Ming squinted at the wallpaper on his computer screen, pondering that those closest to icons would certainly have more to learn and absorb. He slapped his desk and paced around the room, having settled on a target: Tingshan Gaming Company. Indeed, if one must learn, they should learn from the best. Acquire some experience, and conveniently bring back a few industry giants, an endeavor that would yield dual benefits. With this thought in mind, Ming opened his computer and navigated to Tingshan's official website. He swiftly located the contact email for collaboration and typed out a message with nimble fingers. Subject: Request for visit and learning opportunity from Whale Leap Gaming Company. Content: Dear Sir Madam, I am Ming, the head of Whale Leap Gaming Company. Your achievements in the field of game development over recent years are truly commendable, particularly the case of Shanghai Jing, which leaves us smaller companies in awe. With the aim of mutual exchange and learning, I hope to lead a team to visit your esteemed company to gain insights into your advanced methodologies and explore potential collaboration. Our company will cover all expenses for accommodation and meals. I look forward to your response. After meticulously reviewing the email content, Ming felt it was respectful and sincere, no issues there. He clicked send with satisfaction. Leaning back in his chair, he imagined the reactions of the Tingshan team upon receiving his email, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. A visit for learning? Ha! Learning is secondary. Acquiring talent is the true objective. This is far quicker than enlisting a headhunter. Meanwhile, in Pengchang, at the headquarters of Tingshan Studio, the glass building shimmered under the sunlight. On the 18th floor, within the administrative department, Assistant Gong Ruling opened her work email as usual. Upon seeing Ming's email, she was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken, she hurried to her supervisor's office, clutching the printed email. Supervisor Zhang, take a look at this. Gong Ruling handed over the email, her tone filled with confusion. Whale Leap Gaming Company? I haven't heard of them. They want to come here to learn and discuss collaboration. What is going on? Supervisor Zhang took the email, glanced it over, and frowned. Whale Leap? No recollection. A small company, I presume? He opened his computer and casually searched, chuckling upon seeing news about Runaway Simulator. Oh, this is the one, a small hit with 600,000 downloads and only 2 million in revenue. They want to learn from us? What a joke. Our strategies are not something we can freely share. However, it's somewhat decent for a small project. I wonder why there's such a trend of mutual learning among companies lately. Who would really share valuable insights? Gong Ruling stood by, whispering, how should we respond? Should we outright refuse? Supervisor Zhang squinted at the phrase about covering expenses in the email, pondering for a moment. Hold on. A small company like Whale Leap daring to approach us must have some intentions. A visit for learning? I suspect they wish to glean our secrets. However, since they stated they would bear their own costs, we won't have to expend anything. CEO Ma has previously mentioned keeping an eye out for potential players in the industry. This opportunity has presented itself, so let us observe. Besides, they followed the proper invitation protocol. Outright refusal might make us appear petty. With this in mind, Supervisor Zhang waved his hand. Reply to the email, welcoming them for a visit next Wednesday and asking them to prepare accordingly. After Gong Ruling left, Supervisor Zhang made his way to the pantry, pouring himself a cup of freshly brewed Americano. He proceeded to the Independent Office of Human Resources Supervisor Li Yun, placing the coffee cup on the corner of her desk with a hint of urgency. Sister Yun, what are you busy with? I need to discuss something regarding the previous matter concerning the Legend of the Hero Studio. It's imperative that we finalize it. Li Yun, who had been intently focused on her computer screen, glanced up at Supervisor Zhang, furrowing her brow. You mean the Legend of the Hero project team? I'm currently calculating that. The higher-ups pressed again yesterday, insisting that we finalize the optimization list this month. If we delay the budget any longer, our department will bear the brunt. She paused, gesturing towards the densely packed data spreadsheet on her screen. Look at this, over 30 personnel and monthly expenses exceeding 900,000, yet the revenue barely surpasses 3 million. We're practically losing everything. Supervisor Zhang pulled out a chair and sat down, speaking slowly. Indeed. The Legend of the Hero was once remarkable. 5 years ago, when it launched, it was a sensation, with players engrossed and monthly revenue exceeding tens of millions, nearly overwhelming the servers. But now, players have nearly vanished, leaving only a few old accounts to grind daily, with revenues insufficient even for maintenance costs. The higher-ups have been vocal about needing to optimize staffing. Any savings are welcome. Li Yun sighed, clicking the mouse. Yes, that's the reality of games. Few can maintain their popularity for over a decade. Just like Legend of the Hero, since last year, player retention has plummeted, and now monthly active users are under 100,000. The studio keeps insisting on new content to turn things around, but thankfully, the higher-ups have decisively shut that down. Otherwise, who knows how long we would continue to incur losses. Exactly. Which is why we need to submit the optimization list this month. It's urgent. Li Yun continued, pulling up an optimization list. We've already spoken to them about this, so it's likely this matter won't remain concealed. I estimate they'll have to cut half their team, a few were let go in April. And the remaining personnel will need to consider whether they want to leave or accept reduced salaries or positions. In May, we'll optimize another batch. The few who can transfer to the Shanghai Jing project will do so, the others will need to depart. On the 23rd floor, the atmosphere in the Legend of the Hero studio was one of desolation. Once a vibrant hub of activity, it now felt as lifeless as an abandoned warehouse. Numerous workstations squeezed into 100 square meter space, most computer screens dark, with only a few humming softly. The air was thick with a mixture of instant noodles and coffee. Developer Zhao Qiliang leaned back in his chair, mouse in hand, staring blankly at the back-end data of Legend of the Hero. The dismal figures were too grim to behold. Zhao Qiliang sighed, lamenting, what a fate. Waiting for a verdict is unbearable. When will this optimization list be finalized? Beside him, fellow developer Li Feng kept his head down, fingers tapping despondently on the keyboard. Who knows? The higher-ups won't even allow new content to be developed. It's all about fixing bugs now. Players have left in droves, who would still spend money. I estimate it LLB this month. Everyone should prepare accordingly. Art supervisor Gu Shangqiu sat at the other end. A pile of unfinished sketches strewn across his desk, the stylus in his hand having long since come to a halt. This is too difficult. I missed the game's peak. And now that it's faltering, I've just joined. Sigh, the big companies are merciless, they discard those who cannot generate value. I'm considering returning to my hometown. The pressure here in Pengcheng is too great. After Gu Shangqiu spoke, a cloud of low spirits enveloped the office. Employees either scrolled through their phones or stared blankly at their screens, and while a few murmured complaints, none dared to raise their voices. They are all aware that the former glory of the studio has long since faded. The current state of the legend of the hero resembles that of a dying patient, lacking even the slightest chance of revival. Chapter 14. Do you have any works that are particularly controversial? In the early morning, the sky over Pengcheng was shrouded in a gray haze, with a few thin clouds obscuring the sunlight. At the exit of the high-speed railway station, Lu Ming emerged, carrying a simple suitcase, accompanied by Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen. The three appeared travel-worn, yet their faces bore an expression of eager anticipation. Visiting Tingxiu is quite a privilege, Lu Ming exclaimed. This is one of the top gaming companies in the country. Spending a day here will certainly provide us with ample bragging rights upon our return. We can even include it on our RSMS for future interviews. As they approached, Lu Ming encouraged them, when we get there, make sure to explore thoroughly. If they offer any souvenirs, do accept them. Observing the nervousness on their faces, he reassured them with a buoyant tone. He then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. Didn't you mention that a classmate of yours is interning at Tingxiu? Keep an eye on me, and see if we can glean some insider information. Lin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, clutching her phone for navigation, and replied softly, yes. Yes, boss, I've already spoken to her in advance. Also, the Tingxiu headquarters is just a 30-minute drive away. I've called for a car, and it should arrive shortly. Zhou Bowen, burdened by a packed backpack, muttered, Lu. Will we truly learn anything? Those folks at Tingxiu are known for their deep-seated tricks. They probably won't teach us anything casually. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Whether we learn anything or not is secondary, just observing their methods will suffice. After all, we're here to exchange ideas. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao again before stepping into the just-arrived ride-hailing vehicle. Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen exchanged glances and reluctantly followed suit. Half an hour later, the trio stood before the imposing Tingxiu headquarters. The glass façade of the 40-story building was adorned with a massive Tingxiu logo, exuding an air of grandeur. Lu Ming looked up at the structure, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Honestly, I feel a twinge of envy, such is the allure of a major company. I've heard they have several headquarters. When will we at Gingyue be able to construct our own building? Lin Xiaoxiao, glancing down at her phone, quietly reminded him, boss. The email stated that our contact is Officer Gong from the administrative department. We just need to register at the front desk. Zhou Bowen, standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, observed the employees entering the building and mused to himself, at this place. Anyone you pull out is probably a graduate of a prestigious university. Can Lu truly poach someone from here? Regaining his focus, the three entered the lobby, where the receptionist greeted them politely. How may I assist you today? Lu Ming stepped forward with a smile. We are from Gingyue Game Company, here for a visit and to learn from Officer Gong. He handed over their information, and the receptionist checked it before nodding. Please hold on a moment. I will contact Officer Gong. 10 minutes later, Gong Ruling emerged from the elevator, her face adorned with a professional smile. Upon seeing Lu Ming and his companions, she approached them warmly. You must be Lu, welcome. I am Gong Ruling from the administrative department. We discussed this in our emails. You've traveled quite a distance, thank you for making the journey. Gong Ruling's demeanor was lively and approachable, as it was clear that the responsibility of hosting fell upon her, given that Supervisor Zhang was likely occupied. Lu Ming didn't find this unusual. After all, it was a major company, and different representatives would naturally handle receptions. He smiled brightly at Gong Ruling. You are too kind. We at Gingyue are merely a small company, here to seek Tingxiu's successful experiences. Alright, let us walk and talk. Gong Ruling replied, leading the trio deeper into the building. First, I'll show you Tingxiu's office environment, and then introduce a few projects. She opened a glass door and ushered them into the elevator, heading straight for the 12th floor project display area. As they ascended, she casually remarked, Tingxiu currently has dozens of projects under development, primarily focusing on RPG and competitive genres, generating monthly revenues in the billions. I heard your game, Runaway Simulator, has a unique concept and has received positive feedback from players? Ming felt a flicker of disinterest at her words. Billions in revenue, what is there to boast about? I seek experiences of criticism, not your profit-making strategies. Besides, your promotional expenses are already in the hundreds of millions. How could the response be anything less than favorable? Though he thought this, he maintained a courteous facade, we're just dabbling. We can hardly compare to Tingxiu's grand initiatives. Lin Xiaoxiao was busy taking notes, her face alight with admiration, while Zhou Bowen leaned against the elevator's LED screen, murmuring, This building even has someone dedicated to pressing the elevator buttons, just imagine how many people work here. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Gong Ruling opened the door to a public display room filled with large screens and various counters, the walls adorned with an array of game posters and materials. The air imbued with a faint pleasant fragrance. Pointing to one of the screens, Gong Ruling spoke with a hint of pride, look here. This was our hit from last year, Shanhai Jing, focusing on divine beast nurturing and social gameplay. It is currently one of our main development projects. Ming stared at the screen, nodding along outwardly while inwardly skeptical. The development costs for this game are exorbitant. Such a feat is unattainable for small studios like ours. Pass, this holds little reference value. Gong Ruling proceeded to showcase other projects, such as Xianling Suayata, focusing on tower climbing and monetization, for the tribe, a 5v5 online competitive game with annual tournaments. And an FPS game, Gunfire, which aims to replicate the experience of real gun battles. After surveying the offerings, it became clear that they were all high-revenue, blockbuster titles. Lin Xiaoxiao had filled several pages with notes, while Ming wondered what insights this administrative officer had jotted down in her notebook. He signaled to her several times. But the young woman remained preoccupied, missing opportunities to discreetly contact her classmate. Zhou Bowen nodded approvingly, engaging occasionally in dialogue, appearing eager to learn. However, Ming remained silent, growing increasingly disheartened. Despite the success of these projects, they bore no relevance to Jingyue's realities. The tendency for substantial acquisitions, with investments in the hundreds of millions and development teams numbering in the hundreds, seemed utterly unattainable. Moreover, Tingxiu appeared to have neglected smaller game genres, as if hiding away their most valuable insights. After a couple of hours, Ming could no longer contain himself and turned to Gong Ruling, Miss Gong. Your projects are quite impressive. However, I have a question, do you have any works that are particularly controversial? The kind that players criticize vehemently yet continue to play stubbornly? At this, Gong Ruling paused, her professional smile faltering for a moment. Criticized vehemently yet still played? Does our company have such cases? Are you certain you're asking about controversial works? She let out a dry chuckle, momentarily taken aback, as she recalled the training manual provided for receptions, which seemed to omit any mention of such matters. Controversial games at Tingxiu, we focus on quality, and player feedback is generally quite positive, right? Are you inquiring about how we handle negative situations? It is quite normal for games to receive unfavorable reviews. Take our current project, Shanhai Jing, for instance. When it first launched, there were complaints about excessive monetization, but those voices have since diminished. Why do you inquire about this? Listening to Gong Ruling's response, Ming couldn't help but smile, secretly pondering that such a decline in criticism could hardly be expected. Those who found it unaffordable have already abandoned the game, while those still playing are genuinely inclined to invest. Ming continued, I'm merely asking casually. We are a small company and lack experience in addressing player complaints and negative reviews. Moreover, I have been apprehensive about mishandling the situation. Could you share some insights? Chapter 15, Who Would Not Return Home When Rich? On the side of Gong Ruling, she remained evasive regarding Ming's requests, subtly concealing the valuable information he truly sought. It was not until noon, while dining in the cafeteria, that Lin Xiaoxiao seized an opportunity to meet her classmates from the internship, and, following Ming's instructions, managed to inquire about some insider information she was eager to uncover. In the afternoon, as Gong Ruling intended to take the group for another stroll, Lu Ming decisively interjected. Miss Gong, I have heard of a particularly popular and lucrative project you used to have, titled Legend of the Heroes. Would you care to enlighten us about it? Upon hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Gong Ruling squinted and briefly assessed him. Given the significant past success of Legend of the Heroes, it was unsurprising that they had heard of it. Especially now that the game seemed to be on the verge of collapse, making it no longer a confidential matter. With this in mind, Gong Ruling casually remarked. Legend of the Heroes is an old project. You can find information about it online. The game has lost its popularity and is clearly in decline. So there is not much to discuss. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved, standing still as he recollected the details he had discovered about the game during lunch. It was of the same fantasy genre, and it had indeed experienced a tremendous surge in popularity. This was undoubtedly an ideal subject for study. Clearing her throat, Gong Ruling attempted to redirect the conversation, conscious that the project was nearing its end. Mr. Lu, Legend of the Heroes is old news, hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps we should focus on new projects that players particularly enjoy and which yield better data. Lu Ming nodded in apparent agreement, yet his mind remained elsewhere. He followed Gong Ruling closely, already scheming. Legend of the Heroes is a treasure. Even if Tingxiu does not teach me, I can unearth insights myself. The experiences of failure are the true pathways to success. Lu Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Bowen and whispered, Bowen. Make sure to ask more questions later to see if we can extract some insider information about Legend of the Heroes. Zhou Bowen paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Gong Ruling led Lu Ming and the others through the exhibition hall and offices of Tingxiu. Bowen, Xiao, don't just listen, think critically. Seizing the moment while Gong Ruling turned away, Lu Ming whispered to Zhou Bowen and Lin Xiao, who nodded in agreement. Zhou Bowen began, Mr. Lu. I tried asking a few questions, but Miss Gong was rather hesitant, likely fearing we might pry into confidential matters. However, I discovered online that this project seems to be on the brink of failure, and the studio may have disbanded. He paused before adding. What if we directly seek out the person in charge of Legend of the Heroes? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened her notebook. Right. My classmate Wang Fong mentioned that while we might not reach the project leader, there is a development team leader named Zhao Qiliang. Mr. Lu. Should we try to contact him? Upon hearing that Zhao Qiliang was the development team leader, Lu Ming's interest piqued. Excellent. Xiao, please find his contact details swiftly. Bowen. Keep an eye on Miss Gong, we cannot let her suspect our intentions. In a hushed tone, Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to formulate a plan to approach Zhao Qiliang, the development team leader, who would undoubtedly possess insights into the structure of Legend of the Heroes. Furthermore, with the project nearing its end, recruiting someone would likely be much simpler. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her fingers deftly navigating her phone. Soon, she located a personal photo of Zhao Qiliang. Boss, although he is the development team leader, it seems he was promoted only in the past 2 years. The previous leader of Legend of the Heroes has long since moved on. That's all right. If he were the game's founder, we might not be able to recruit him anyway. Lin Xiaoxiao agreed, and through her old classmate's internal forum, she ultimately found Zhao Qiliang's social media account. She then presented it to Lu Ming. Boss, here is his social media account, and he seems quite active. How should we approach him? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of excitement, clearly feeling proud of her contribution. Lu Ming took the phone, glanced at Zhao Qiliang's cartoonish profile picture, which held no particular significance. He then opened the profile and noted the information stating, graduated from the Computer Science Department of Huaka University. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and an idea formed in his mind. Well done, Xiao. Allow me to teach you how to engage him effectively. With that, Lu Ming pulled out his phone, accessed the social media app, and swiftly modified his profile to reflect that he too was a graduate of the Computer Science Department of Huaka University, selecting a graduation year a few years after Zhao Qiliang's. With a slight smile, Lu Ming thought to himself, this tactic of leveraging alumni connections is foolproof. It will help us establish rapport, and soon, we will have his phone number. After updating his profile, he promptly sent a carefully crafted direct message, Hello, senior. I am currently a sophomore at the Computer Science Department of Huaka University. Our school is conducting an online interview series to feature outstanding alumni. I would like to interview you about your career journey post-graduation, to inspire our juniors. Would that be convenient for you? After dispatching the message, Lu Ming's lips curled into a triumphant grin. The message he sent was meticulously composed, both authentic and imbued with the innocence of a student, perfectly embodying the persona of a sophomore. What adult could possibly refuse such an earnest request? Indeed, within 3 minutes, his phone chimed with a response from Zhao Qiliang, from Huaka University. You're a sophomore, and you want to interview me? I hardly qualify as an outstanding alumnus. Zhao Qiliang did not decline the invitation, evidently intrigued by the prospect of an interview. Lu Ming, sensing the opportunity, quickly replied, Senior, you are too modest. I've heard you work at Tingxiu, which must be quite impressive. Would you mind sharing some insights with us juniors? It won't take up too much of your time. Insights are hardly anything. I was fortunate to join Tingxiu. That was several years ago, Zhao Qiliang replied. What projects have you been involved in? As their conversation flowed, they became increasingly familiar with one another, allowing Lu Ming to extract a wealth of valuable information. Zhao Qiliang shared details about his role and his involvement in the development of Legend of the Heroes, rationalizing that discussing such matters with a junior hardly constituted a breach of confidentiality. After all, this was an interview, and he felt compelled to share noteworthy details. As their discussion continued, Zhao Qiliang candidly expressed his current situation. Junior, let me tell you, even large firms have their challenges. Entering a big company does not guarantee success. You see, with Legend of the Heroes, I transitioned from an ordinary employee to the development team leader. Yet now that the game is failing, we may still face dissolution. Lu Ming listened intently to Zhao Qiliang's heartfelt words, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. Senior, your journey is incredibly motivating. From a regular programmer to development team leader, and having worked on a project that generated over $1 billion in revenue, who could claim otherwise? I find you exceptionally impressive. Our juniors will undoubtedly be inspired by your story. Moreover, your insights are spot on. While big firms may appear glamorous, the pressure is immense. Even someone as accomplished as you is ultimately subject to the success or failure of the project. I believe it is better to be a leader among chickens than a follower among phoenixes. Your experience will shine wherever it is applied. Zhao Qiliang paused for a moment before sending a voice message. You're quite astute, Junior. However, you're not wrong. After spending a prolonged period at a major corporation, one can indeed feel quite stifled. When the Legend of Heroes was thriving, I was working overtime daily, convinced I could achieve something significant. Yet now, with its decline, the higher-ups have remained utterly silent. Zhao Qiliang's tone revealed a hint of resignation, clearly harboring grievances regarding Tingxiu's current state. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, couldn't help but clap his hands in delight, recognizing it as a serendipitous opportunity to recruit talent. Senior, you see, this is the flaw of big companies. With so many people around, recognition for your efforts is not guaranteed. Yet the blame will always find its way back to you. I believe someone of your caliber would find a small company a grand stage, brimming with opportunities and ample room for expression, perhaps even better than Tingxiu. Zhao Qiliang responded with a voice message, laced with self-deprecation. A small company? I must admit, I've never really considered that. Tingxiu is a large corporation, abundant in resources and prestige. What can a small company offer? With limited resources and technology, even the salary pales in comparison. You're right, though, if a small company could offer a competitive salary, that would indeed be enticing. Given your position as a development team leader on the Legend of Heroes, with your experience and skills, transitioning to a small company would allow you to effortlessly lead a team and create a game as if it were child's play, Lu Ming asserted. His words sincere and directly addressing Zhao Qiliang's vulnerabilities. Regardless of the circumstances, he aimed to plant a seed of possibility in the conversation. After some further discussion, Lu Ming managed to obtain Zhao Qiliang's phone number and even inquired about his current attire. In conclusion, he sent Zhao Qiliang a small monetary gift. By the way, Senior, I've sent you a little red envelope. Treat yourself to some milk tea. We must nurture our schoolmate friendship. Zhao Qiliang declined the gift, momentarily taken aback. then replied with a voice message, Junior, you're too generous. I'll pass on the milk tea, but when you come to Pengcheng, dinner is on me. Your interview activities sound quite enriching, do share the details with me afterward. Zhao Qiliang's voice conveyed a touch of gratitude, infused with warmth. As the conversation came to a close, Lu Ming set down his phone and gestured a victory sign to Lin Xiaoxiao. Got it. He finishes work at 7. We'll head straight to find him. He'll be wearing a red plaid shirt, so keep an eye out. Lin Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, observing Lu Ming's adept handling of the situation with astonishment. She was left in awe of her boss's prowess. She had just pondered how she might react if a junior like him were to charm her in such a manner. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling akin to a fraudulent scheme lurking beneath the surface. This tactic was too intricate, too elusive. Despite not deceiving anyone out of money, it still felt somewhat unethical. Chapter 16, Come to Whale Leap, take charge of your own destiny. In Pengcheng, outside the headquarters of Tingxiu, as the night deepened, the streetlights flickered to life like watchful eyes. The first batch of shuttle buses for the end of the workday had arrived. Lu Ming sat on a bench across from the building, glancing at his phone at 6:50 p.m., just 10 minutes to go until Zhao Qiliang finished work. Beside him sat Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen, the three of them resembling a covert team, their gazes fixated on the entrance of Tingxiu. At precisely 7 o'clock, the glass door of the Tingxiu building began to bustle with activity. As groups of employees exited, bags in hand, their steps hurried. The three of them widened their eyes, intently staring at the entrance. Finally, a man dressed in a red plaid shirt and carrying a gray backpack emerged. He appeared to be in his 30s, sporting black-rimmed glasses. His head lowered as he scrolled through his phone. It was him. Lu Ming urgently whispered, rising abruptly, "You two stay back, we don't want to scare him." Without delay, he approached the man. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Qiliang?" Lu Ming greeted him with a warm smile, his tone laced with a hint of probing. "I am Lu Ming from Whale Leap Games. I've been waiting for you for quite some time and specifically came to discuss something with you." Zhao Qiliang halted, momentarily pausing his phone, raising his head to scrutinize Lu Ming with a furrowed brow. He noted that Lu Ming wasn't holding any promotional materials. Whale Leap Games? Lu Ming? Zhao Qiliang adjusted his glasses, his mind racing. "I don't believe I know you. What do you want from me?" Zhao Qiliang's expression was guarded, clearly wary of this unexpected stranger. Lu Ming swiftly stepped closer, his demeanor earnest. "Mr. Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I am the owner of Whale Leap Games. We previously developed running simulator, perhaps you've heard of it? I specifically traveled from the Magic City to speak with you." He continued, to be straightforward. "I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. There's a great barbecue place nearby, how about we eat and talk?" Zhao Qiliang hesitated, his brow furrowing as he unconsciously tightened his grip on his phone. He had indeed heard of running simulator, but the notion that someone had come all the way from the Magic City to seek him out made him suspicious. "You want to collaborate? But I don't even know you." Sensing Zhao Qiliang's skepticism, Lu Ming raised his hands in a placating gesture, his tone becoming more sincere. "Mr. Zhao, I understand this sounds rather sudden, but I truly am the owner of Whale Leap. To be candid, our company is currently preparing a new project in the fantasy genre. I heard you are the lead developer for Tingxiu's Legend of Heroes, known for your expertise and skills. I made this trip to connect with you and possibly become friends while discussing collaboration." His words, a blend of truth and ambiguity, aimed to alleviate Zhao Qiliang's concerns. Hearing this, Zhao Qiliang's wariness diminished slightly. Lu Ming seemed to have some knowledge of his background, and he had discreetly checked online Whale Leap Games, running simulator, Lu Ming all aligned. "What kind of collaboration are you proposing?" Lu Ming seized the opportunity as Zhao Qiliang's demeanor softened. "Mr. Zhao, I assure you, I'm not trying to deceive you. Legend of Heroes grossed over $1 billion, who in this industry wouldn't recognize that? I've gathered information here in Pengcheng, and I know you're the lead developer and a talented individual. We're a small company seeking guidance from someone with your caliber. Let us find a place to eat and discuss your choice." Zhao Qiliang mulled it over, sensing that while Lu Ming was somewhat audacious, he might not be a fraud after all. "All right, since you've come all the way from the Magic City, let us have a chat." He led Lu Ming to a barbecue restaurant he was familiar with, ensuring he had the advantage of comfort in this environment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Excellent. Mr. Zhao, you choose the place, I have no objections. We can eat and converse. Zhao Qiliang guided Lu Ming to the venue while Lu Ming signaled to Zhou Bowen, sending him a red envelope, instructing them to manage dinner on their own. The barbecue joint was modest, featuring an outdoor stall with a few plastic tables lining the roadside. The sizzling skewers of lamb and chicken wings filled the air with a rich aroma of cumin. Zhao Qiliang accepted a beer from the owner, speaking in a neutral tone. Old Li has been in business for over a decade. I come here often after work, and the taste is reliable. All right, Mr. Lu. Skip the pleasantries, what wisdom do you seek from me? I've had a long day and can't spare time for nonsense. Though still somewhat cautious, Zhao Qiliang's attitude had noticeably relaxed. Comforted by the familiar surroundings, Lu Ming took a freshly grilled lamb skewer, savoring it before addressing him directly. Mr. Zhao, let us be straightforward. As I mentioned, I am the owner of a game company, and I am currently preparing a new project in the fantasy genre. I am looking to invite you to join us for something significant. His words hung in the air, and Zhao Qiliang froze mid-bite, taken aback. You want to recruit me? He scrutinized Lu Ming with surprise, realizing that this man had traveled such a distance solely to entice him. How do you know I'm suitable? Zhao Qiliang's confusion gave way to a sense of relief, now understanding Lu Ming's true intentions. Lu Ming's tone conveyed sincerity. Mr. Zhao, I came to Pengcheng to visit Tingxiu and gathered some information. Legend of Heroes grossed over $1 billion, everyone knows that. You are the lead developer with experience in such major projects. I made this journey to acknowledge your abilities and propose a collaboration. Tingxiu may be a large company, but we also have ample sincerity. At Whale Leap, you could be at the helm rather than trailing behind, with ample room for growth. Lu Ming's words, half flattery and half temptation, resonated with Zhao Qiliang. The phrase better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix struck a familiar chord. However, Zhao Qiliang did not respond immediately. Here is the deal, Mr. Zhao, at Whale Leap, I can offer you double your current salary to help develop a new project. If the project yields profits, you would receive 10. Lu Ming paused, intensifying his pitch. If you think coming alone is unappealing, you can bring a team. I guarantee the salary will surpass what you currently earn. Zhao Qiliang was taken aback, his fingers tightly clutching the beer bottle. Double the salary? Currently, he earned 40,000 a month at Tingxiu. If he moved to Whale Leap, that would amount to over 80,000 a month. With project shares, it would indeed be a substantial sum. No wonder it was said that changing jobs was the fastest way to get a raise. Previously, Zhao Qiliang might have hesitated, given Tingxiu's prestige. Even if the salary was slightly lower, but now he found himself on the brink of being optimized out. It was either a pay cut or a transfer. In such circumstances, he could hardly keep up with the rising cost of living. Moreover, he was starting to feel jaded at Tingxiu. The prospect of bringing a team alone was indeed appealing. If the compensation was adequate, working anywhere would be acceptable. Who would turn away from money? Zhao Qiliang lifted his beer glass, pausing in contemplation, taking a sizable gulp, his eyes reflecting a struggle. Lu Ming's proposition felt like a lifeline, stirring his interest. However, Whale Leap is ultimately a small company, and he fears plunging into another pitfall. Lu Ming observes Zhao Qiliang's expression and realizes that Zhao Qiliang is indeed tempted. Mr. Zhao, take your time to contemplate. Here is my number, feel free to reach out to me anytime for a discussion. I have but one proposition: if you join Whale Leap, you will be the master of your own destiny. Chapter 17, as long as the money is in place, the boss decides what to do. In the bustling metropolis. Within the offices of Whale Leap Gaming Company, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow across the room. A week had passed since the trip to Pengcheng. Upon her return, Lin Xiaoxiao had procured a set of new equipment for the company and, utilizing recruitment software, had hired several personnel responsible for development. Lu Ming stood at the door, clutching a stack of freshly printed contracts, an unmistakable smile gracing his face. Shortly, the elevator doors opened, revealing 4 individuals. Led by Zhao Qiliang, who had traded his red plaid shirt for a gray sweater. 2 men and a woman followed him, each dragging a suitcase. evidently having just disembarked from a flight. "Boss Lu, these are my 3 colleagues," Zhao Qiliang announced, placing his suitcase down and gesturing to the others. "This is programmer Li Feng, this is artist Gu Shangqiu, known for her hardcore art style, and this is modeler Wang Chang. After discussions over the past few days, we all agreed your conditions are quite reasonable, so we decided to come together." Zhao's tone conveyed a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze was resolute, clearly indicating his determination. Lu Ming promptly stepped forward, beaming with delight. "Welcome. Your arrival at Whale Leap is indeed a tremendous boost for our company." Lin Xiaoxiao then poured water for the newcomers. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 4 entered the office, seeking a moment of privacy. Though the office could not compare to Tingxiu, it was nonetheless well equipped. Li Feng surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow as he quietly remarked, "This environment pales in comparison to Tingxiu." Gu Shangqiu, unfazed, exhibited a glimmer of anticipation for this new beginning. "We signed agreements in advance and received compensation to leave. Boss Lu's offered salary is higher than before. A lesser environment is a minor issue for me." Zhao Qiliang sipped his water and cleared his throat. "Shangqiu is right, this company may be small, but it has vision. And I am willing to take a chance. Moreover, you all have seen the game Runaway Simulator, its revenue and concept are promising, indicating this company is not a lost cause." The oldest among them, Wang Chang, added, "Indeed. To be honest, I am nearly 35 this year. Even if I were still at Tingxiu, I would be at the age of optimization. Boss Lu is generous, providing me with a decent salary, and I have no objections." His tone carried a hint of resignation, clearly swayed by the attractive pay. "At my age, finding work after being optimized is no easy feat." Before long, Lu Ming entered with the contracts, distributing them among the 4. "Rest assured, I have detailed the salary in the contracts. Once signed today, it takes effect immediately. The less than ideal environment is only temporary. Once we earn money, we can upgrade everything. Please review and let me know if you have any questions." The 4 exchanged glances, opened the contracts, and scanned the terms. Everything was clear, with commissions and benefits outlined, and the salaries appeared legitimate. Zhao Qiliang was the first to sign. And soon all 4 had completed the process and affixed their seals. Each took a copy, and Lu Ming accepted the contracts, his smile radiant. "Boss Lu," Zhao Qiliang inquired. "About that new project you mentioned earlier, could you elaborate?" "Certainly. Let us convene a brief meeting. I will call in the rest of the team so everyone can make introductions, and then I will present the new project," Lu Ming replied. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the conference room. Lu Ming stood before the whiteboard, taking a marker in hand, and boldly wrote the words Fantasy RPG. He turned and announced, "This is our new project, an online fantasy RPG featuring turn-based combat, set against a backdrop of cultivation and survival." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiliang and his colleagues were taken aback. Freshly signed contracts in hand, they sat at the conference table, their expressions a mix of confusion as they stared at the words turn-based on the board. Lu Ming stood confidently, a smile on his face. Yet to Zhao Qiliang and the others, there was something unsettling about it. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow, breaking the silence with palpable doubt. "Turn-based? Boss Lu, are you certain? Which fantasy RPG on the market employs turn-based mechanics nowadays? Isn't that a relic of the past? Players will surely perceive it as an outdated concept from a decade ago." Listening to the familiar skepticism, Lu Ming set the marker down, his demeanor calm and composed. "Indeed, I understand your concerns, but therein lies our opportunity. Consider the current landscape of fantasy RPGs, they all follow a similar formula of real-time combat and flashy effects, leading players to experience aesthetic fatigue. By embracing a turn-based system, we can cater to nostalgic players and those who appreciate strategic gameplay." He glanced at Zhao Qiliang. "Qiliang, you have worked on Qishachuan and understand that the essence of fantasy games lies not in effects, but in immersion. Our concept of cultivation and survival allows players to start as mere mortals, gradually advancing through wisdom and effort. Isn't that far more engaging than the typical start with an SSR gimmick? As for the turn-based mechanics, while simplistic, integrating online features along with social and strategic elements will undoubtedly captivate players." Zhao Qiliang squinted at Lu Ming, grappling with the concept. It was hard to fathom how this was the same boss Lu who had developed Runaway Simulator. The depth of these two games seemed starkly different. Boss, your argument has merit. But will players truly embrace it? The market has long dismissed turn-based systems. Isn't this an overly audacious gamble? Qiliang, trust me. While this project may appear unconventional, the market is indeed lacking such distinctive offerings. As a small company, Whale Leap possesses the agility that larger firms lack. You are all esteemed professionals. I entrust you with the technical aspects. Execute as you see fit, and in terms of planning, place your faith in me. Lu Ming paused, then added, I have other matters to attend to. Since you have just arrived, feel free to rest for now. We will officially commence work tomorrow. With that, he exited, leaving the room filled with uncertainty. Zhao Qiliang and his colleagues stared at the whiteboard, their expressions laden with confusion. Yet, with contracts signed and salaries doubled, retreat was not an option. Zhou Bowen approached from his workstation, smiling. Everyone, don't let Boss Lu's unusual project concern you. He possesses a unique insight into game development. Runaway Simulator was also quite absurd, yet it became a hit. Boss Lu's mind operates differently from ours. Following his lead might just yield significant results for us. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhou Bowen. Unique insight? This approach sounds akin to gambling. My previous experiences with small companies were not like this at all. Li Feng interjected, what else can we do? The contracts are signed, we must proceed. But I can't shake this feeling of unease. Gu Shangqiu added, unease or not, we must fulfill our duties, salaries aren't earned for free. Wang Chang remarked. As we have come this far, we must embrace it. Even if things go awry, we will still receive our salaries, so there is little to lose. Despite their trepidation, the group clutched their contracts, feeling reassured that as long as the salaries were secured, even a failure would not lead to significant losses. Chapter 18, Establishing a Platform. You are unaware of it yet. In the small office, the meeting had just concluded, and Zhao Qiliang was still in a daze. Fixated on the words fantasy RPG and turn-based written on the whiteboard, his eyes brimming with confusion. After Lu Ming exited the room, silence enveloped the space for a moment, interrupted only by Zhou Bowen's distinctive interpretation echoing in his ears. Furrowing his brow and unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desk, Zhao Qiliang felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. Being new to the company, he did not want Gingyue to stray in the wrong direction. With this thought, he stood up and quietly informed Li Feng and the others, you continue your discussion, I will seek out General Manager Lu for further clarification. In the office, Lu Ming observed Zhao Qiliang approaching and asked, Qiliang, is there an issue? Pausing momentarily, Lu Ming seemed to anticipate Zhao Qiliang's inquiry. You understand technology. And I comprehend the market. Utilizing a turn-based system to capture nostalgic and strategic players is undoubtedly feasible. Zhao Qiliang regarded Lu Ming, remaining silent for a while, still somewhat perplexed. General Manager Lu, your statement is logical, yet I feel something is lacking. He hesitated, his expression resolute. General Manager Lu, do you know why Tingxiu's games achieve instant popularity upon launch? Is it due to extensive promotion? Large scale? Excellent design? Lu Ming replied. Zhao Qiliang shook his head, his expression unwavering as he asserted, General Manager Lu, that is merely one of the reasons. The most crucial factor is the platform. You are aware of the Steam platform, correct? Tingxiu benefits from investment and the game's launch with built-in traffic. Our game, Xishe Chuan, became a hit precisely because of this, even before its release. The platform reservations had amassed a substantial user base. This exemplifies the power of a platform. With such a platform, Tingxiu not only enjoys greater revenue share but also possesses an inherent traffic advantage, which is a primary reason many game developers cannot compete with them. Listening intently, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, you possess remarkable insight coming from a major company. Are you suggesting we establish our own platform? Ah? Zhao Qiliang was taken aback. No, what I mean is that General Manager Lu should recognize the disparity between us and Tingxiu. They can operate this way due to platform support. At no point have I suggested creating a platform. Standing up, Lu Ming paced the room, his voice brimming with excitement. Tingxiu has the Steam platform. We can develop our own. Jingyue is currently small-scale. We can create a lightweight platform to first launch this fantasy game and gradually attract other games. Once we have the traffic, players will naturally follow. Qiliang, this idea is truly commendable. Observing Lu Ming's enthusiasm, Zhao Qiliang was momentarily speechless before responding. General Manager Lu? Are you implying our company is going to establish a platform? Isn't this a bit hasty? Creating a platform requires substantial investment. Servers, promotion, maintenance all incur costs. Moreover, we do not even have a game yet. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean there's no traffic? Qiliang, you are new and unaware that we previously conducted a survey on Escape Simulator, granting many players beta testing qualifications. We can directly provide them access to our platform. Additionally, we will start small. A lightweight client won't be costly, just a few 100,000 will suffice. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered with enthusiasm. Clearly convinced of the idea's merit. Creating a platform is far more lucrative than developing a game. Games are short-term ventures, while platforms represent long-term business. Later, we can promote ads on our platform and implement some outrageous designs. If we receive criticism, it will be directed at our platform. How many players can a single game attract? As long as one desires to play, they must continually utilize our platform. The capacity of an individual is limited. Consequently, any grievances will be aimed at our platform. Zhao Qiliang observed Lu Ming for a prolonged moment, sensing that matters were veering into an absurd direction. Numerous game companies have claimed intentions to establish platforms, yet to this day, the most successful remains the Steam platform. Boss, while the concept of a lightweight platform sounds feasible, the risks are significant. If the game fails, won't the platform be rendered futile? Furthermore, I have seen the previous download statistics for Escape Simulator, which total just over 600,000. Assuming half of those players transition to our new game, that amounts to merely 300,000 players, a number insufficient for both a platform and a game. Evidently more perceptive and data-sensitive, Zhao Qiliang presented a broader perspective. Lu Ming patted Zhao Qiliang's shoulder with conviction. No worries. Trust me. The game will not fail. And you need not concern yourself with finances. I have alternate funding sources, just have faith. Gazing at Lu Ming, Zhao Qiliang felt a twinge of regret for signing the contract prematurely. Had he first discussed the project before signing, perhaps he would not be standing there now. Concerned about whether the game's development would lead to ridicule from competitors. After bidding farewell to the still-dazed Zhao Qiliang, Lu Ming resolved to develop his own gaming platform, intending to prioritize its advancement in April. He glanced at the moral debt value, company name, Jingyue Game Company, company funds, 12 million yuan, the host can withdraw 1 to personal accounts per cycle, personal assets, 20. 159 yuan, moral debt value, 221, moral level, moral flaw, with the moral debt value only slightly above 200, Lu Ming's demands were modest, attaining 1,000 points this month to secure a double investment refund would suffice. Furthermore, he could hire additional personnel, dedicating this month to the development of the gaming platform while also conceptualizing the intricate details of a turn-based game. With this determination, he immediately opened his computer and contacted a well-rated recruitment agency. After a few rings, a professional female voice responded, "Hello, boss. This is Xingchen Recruitment. I am Consultant Li Na. How may I assist you?" "Hello, Consultant Li. I am from Jingyue Games and would like to recruit some technical talents." Upon finishing, Lu Ming sent over a list of requirements he had organized, stating, "I have just sent you the responsibilities and detailed requirements. Additionally, my most crucial request is for individuals with strong abilities, those with fiery tempers are preferred." Li Na paused, evidently taken aback by such an unusual request during her extensive career. "Mr. Lu, this requirement of yours is quite unique. However, I have just searched our talent database based on your criteria and found a candidate named Chen Hao, age 32, who previously worked as a technical director at a major company. He is proficient in server architecture and platform development, possessing exceptional skills. Unfortunately, he has a terrible temper, which led to his optimization after conflicting with higher-ups. He is currently unemployed and at home. I can reach out to him. Are you certain you want someone like this? Li Na's tone carried an undertone of skepticism, clearly finding it difficult to grasp Lu Ming's taste. However, upon hearing that a suitable candidate was readily available, Lu Ming chuckled, his eyes seemingly sparkling with delight. This is precisely the type of person we need. Consultantly, please act swiftly and inquire with him. Moreover, I would appreciate any other recommendations you may have. Li Na acknowledged, understood, Boss Lu. I will contact him immediately and get back to you with results. After hanging up, Lu Ming reclined in his chair, a triumphant grin adorning his face. Hiring a difficult personality not only ensures productivity but also boosts the moral debt value. What a lucrative deal. Chapter 19. I still hope you can regain your former audacity. Li Na, ever efficient, called the next morning. Mr. Lu, it's done. Chen Hao was initially reluctant, thinking the company Whale Leap was too small, but as soon as I mentioned the salary you offered, he was intrigued. He has been out of work for a while, so this opportunity is definitely viable. Excellent. Lu Ming nodded. After finalizing the contract with Li Na, she promptly arranged the interview. Mr. Lu, I have sent you Chen Hao's detailed information and background check. You might want to familiarize yourself with it. He will arrive at your company for an interview at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please prepare accordingly. Understood. Please keep an eye on my other recruitment requirements as well. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as scheduled, Chen Hao arrived punctually at Whale Leap. He was of average height, donned in a black sweatshirt, with his hands in his pockets. Upon entering, he glanced around the office, furrowing his brow, muttering under his breath, "This place is rather small." His tone carried a hint of hesitation. After all, he was there for a job interview, and he had indeed been unemployed for quite some time, with his family relying on him for sustenance. Consequently, he was determined to explore this opportunity, though he would not acquiesce if the company's demands were unreasonable. Inside the office, upon seeing Chen Hao, Lu Ming immediately stood up, maintaining a demeanor of respectful confidence. Mr. Chen, I presume? I am Lu Ming, the owner of Whale Leap. I believe the headhunter has already briefed you on our company. What are your thoughts? Chen Hao looked up at Lu Ming, nodding slightly, his tone calm. Mr. Lu, the salary you offer is quite generous, and I have no reason to decline. I came today to inquire about our actual objectives. What projects will I be primarily responsible for once I join? Lu Ming smiled faintly, gesturing for Chen Hao to take a seat while casually pushing aside some documents on the desk, leaning back with a relaxed yet anticipatory demeanor. In simple terms, we aim to create our own gaming platform. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. A gaming platform? Indeed, Lu Ming confirmed. Whale Leap has already developed Escape Simulator and is in the process of preparing new games. However, I do not wish to remain constrained by other platforms. The current landscape of domestic gaming platforms is rigid, with traffic monopolized by leading platforms. For smaller developers, the high commission rates and numerous regulations make it challenging to release games, as the traffic remains in the hands of others. Rather than remain subservient, it is better to create our own. Chen Hao tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a smile. Mr. Lu, you have quite the ambition. He spoke candidly. However, the domestic gaming platform market is far from easy. North Mountain Studios games are immensely popular, yet they have never considered establishing a platform. Your company only has a handful of employees. What will you leverage to disrupt the market? Lu Ming remained composed, his gaze steady on Chen Hao. I have reviewed your credentials. Your expertise lies in technical direction, server architecture, and platform development. We will not attempt to create an all-encompassing platform right away. Instead, we will focus on niche markets, starting with independent games and small boutique titles. Most importantly, as you have seen from the salary offer, I will not shortchange my core team. Furthermore, given the current high commission rates, I firmly believe that if we can establish a genuinely developer-friendly platform, there will be a market for it. Lu Ming articulated his vision. Aware that conversing with someone of Chen Hao's caliber required emphasizing passion and challenge rather than mere compensation. The industry has long suffered under oppressive platforms. If Chen Hao was willing to embrace this venture, it would reflect a spirit of challenge, one that resonates with those possessing technical skills. Chen Hao's gaze flickered as he regarded Lu Ming. He understood the implications. Having previously worked at a major corporation, he was well acquainted with the frustrations faced by game developers. After laboriously crafting a game, the platform would take a significant cut, leaving the developers to manage ongoing development and maintenance. If a game performed poorly, it would result in losses. However, recognizing the pain points was one thing, catalyzing market disruption was another. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao spoke up, "Mr. Lu, I have two questions. First, where will the users come from? To create a gaming platform, you need players, correct? What about the promotional budget in channels? Second, will developers genuinely want to join? Why should they trust this new platform? Will it not end up being just another leech?" Chen Hao's inquiries were resolute, stemming from careful consideration. Among the multitude of gaming platforms, the success of Steam was not without reason. In response, Lu Ming did not falter. Instead, he smiled. "I anticipated you would ask these questions." He tapped his fingers on the desk. "Regarding user acquisition, I plan to leverage the traffic pool from Escape Simulator. Additionally, we can utilize pre-registration for new games as an incentive to drive traffic. I am willing to invest financially to generate user volume." As for developers, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled, his voice low and powerful. "Have you ever encountered a platform with a commission rate below 1? Chen Hao's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting?" "Yes," Lu Ming affirmed. "Our platform's commission will not exceed 1, and we can even allow outstanding independent game developers to publish for free. In the early stages, we will only profit from advertising revenue, ensuring that they earn money and are inclined to stay." Chen Hao inhaled sharply, his fingers tracing the surface of the table. "Only 1? Furthermore, the platform must provide traffic, game access, and even an editor. How does this differ from being given away for free?" He recognized that this notion was audacious, yet undeniably alluring. If the platform's commission were sufficiently low, the project could indeed succeed. However, how would the company achieve profitability? Does a truly free platform exist? Noticing Chen Hao's apprehensive gaze, Lu Ming understood his concerns. He envisioned creating a platform that attracted both players and game developers. As long as they remained loyal to the platform, any grievances could be addressed through moral debts. However, he could not articulate this to Chen Hao. "Rest assured, I will include the 1 commission in the platform's announcement. As long as the platform exists, this rate will remain unchanged. Moreover, regardless of your game's revenue, this one will never fluctuate." Chen Hao scrutinized Lu Ming for several seconds before suddenly chuckling. "All right, Mr. Lu, since you have made your decision, I will give it a try and see if we can achieve something remarkable." Lu Ming also smiled, extending his hand. "Welcome to Whale Leap." Chen Hao grasped his hand, grinning widely. "Mr. Lu, you can just call me Rat from now on." Observing Chen Hao before him, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "Rat. I sincerely hope you can regain that former audacity of yours." Ha! Chapter 20, The Immortal Cultivation of Paying with Life. In the realm of immortal cultivation, who could expect free air? 2 days later, Lu Ming, through Li Na, recruited several technical talents. After paying the commission and concluding the interviews, the Whale Leap officially entered the preparatory phase of platform development. Lu Ming arrived at the company early, holding a cup of instant coffee, standing before a whiteboard where he inscribed the name he had pondered over the previous night: Deep Blue Gaming Platform. Whale Leap yearns for the ocean, and the ocean embodies deep blue. Observing the name he had chosen, Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. He took a sip of coffee and called out to Lin Xiaoxiao outside the office. "Xiaoxiao, gather everyone for a morning meeting, we need to assign some tasks." Before long, the meeting room was packed. Zhao Qiliang sat with Li Feng, Gu Shangqiu, and Wang Cheng on one side, while Chen Hao and several newcomers leaned against the wall on the opposite side, quietly observing others. Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Bowen, Su Xianwan, and other veteran employees crowded at the back, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and slightly tense. Lu Ming stood at the front, Clapping his hands with a spirited tone, everyone, our company is growing rapidly, the recruitment phase is now complete. Today marks a significant day. We are officially launching 2 projects simultaneously. With that, Ming turned to Chen Hao. Haozi, you will be in charge of platform development. The Deep Blue gaming platform, for the initial phase, I will allocate a budget of 1 million to you. You have full authority over the technical aspects, proceed as you see fit. My only requirement is to establish the platform as soon as possible, the game editor can be refined gradually. Chen Hao nodded, the timeline is manageable. If the editor is not urgent, the platform can be developed swiftly. His words rang true, platform development was not overly complex. But attracting talent and creating the game editor posed significant challenges. The game editor was essential for allowing every game developer to create suitable games, equipped with various artistic resources, level designs, and universal scenes. Thus, its development presented its own difficulties. Don't worry, focus on building the platform's framework, our new games will launch directly on Deep Blue. Ming then shifted his gaze to Zhao Qiliang. Qiliang, you will lead the new game development team. I want to elaborate further. I will discuss the game's structure with you shortly. Zhao Qiliang quietly agreed, President Liu, I am still somewhat uncertain about the turn-based RPG, but since you have decided, we shall proceed. Time is tight this month, I will begin assigning tasks today to aim for an early demonstration. Excellent. I have already considered the details. Xiao. Ensure that everyone is well taken care of. Ming commanded. Understood, President Liu. In the meeting room, Zhou Bowen and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged excited glances. The company was growing stronger. On one hand, the Deep Blue gaming platform was accelerating its development, establishing servers, creating payment systems, and optimizing interfaces. On the other hand, the new game was progressing in tandem, with programmers and artists working diligently, pushing forward with all their might. The pace was becoming increasingly systematic. After Chen Hao departed, Ming surveyed Zhao Qiliang's development team and then pulled up the meticulously prepared game planning PowerPoint. Taking a deep breath, he displayed a disconcerting smile before advancing to the next slide. On the projection screen, a beleaguered little figure stood before a dilapidated mountain gate, set against a misty celestial mountain backdrop. Above the figure floated several large characters, paying with life for immortal cultivation. Zhao Qiliang. Development team? The room filled with puzzled glances, caught in an unexpected moment of confusion. Ming cleared his throat and declared with earnestness, ladies and gentlemen. As the name suggests, Paying with Life for Immortal Cultivation is a game centered around the theme of immortal cultivation. However, unlike the myriad of subpar games available, our core gameplay can be summarized in one word, recharge. As the PowerPoint flipped, dazzling golden characters illuminated the screen, breath charges, time deductions, NPC begging. Zhao Qiliang's eyelids twitched, struggling to suppress his astonishment. President Liu, are you serious? Ming clapped his hands, of course, I am always sincere. Continuing, he revealed the next slide, showcasing a rough sketch he had drawn. It appeared as a standard game interface, yet upon closer inspection, all the details were asked you: character information, name, mortal A, renaming requires 1 spirit stone, realm, Qi refinement stage 1, advancing requires 2 spirit stones, lifespan, 23 years, extending lifespan by 1 year 5 spirit stones, Qi, remaining 3 days, extra breath for 1 day 1 spirit stone, Zhao Qiliang. This unprecedented spirit stone system? If his assumptions were correct, acquiring these spirit stones would not be easy. Was this indeed what President Liu had previously suggested regarding recharges? Ming explained, you see, this is the foundation of the game system. From the outset, we must make it clear to players, cultivating immortality requires expenditure. He proceeded to elaborate on the core gameplay, explaining that in paying with life for immortal cultivation, each breath consumes spirit stones. This is quite understandable. In the world of immortal cultivation, one absorbs celestial energy, and should a character exhaust their spirit stones, they would suffer a regression in their cultivation due to depleted qi. Zhao Qiliang grimaced, President Liu. So, players must continuously recharge upon entering the game? Ming nodded, indeed, in the realm of immortal cultivation, who can expect free air? You all know that most ordinary cultivation games rely heavily on idle training. I find that method utterly distasteful, hence our approach is distinct. Training will incur time charges. She refinement stage, daily deduction of 1 spirit stone foundation establishment stage, daily deduction of 10 spirit stones nascent soul stage, daily deduction of 100 spirit stones true cultivation is not merely a battle against the heavens but also a struggle against oneself. Wealth, partners, resources, none can be attained without money. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhao Qiliang found himself at a loss for words. And you still dare to call idle cultivation games trash? With this game, will anyone actually play it? Even if they do, how much backlash will it receive? Zhao Qiliang began to worry for his career, contemplating whether he should adopt a pseudonym, lest players discover his true name as the developer of this game. Initially, he was concerned about being scorned by peers. Now, he feared the ire of players. What was going through President Lu's mind? He should have conducted more research. On stage, Lu Ming continued, lastly, once players enter the sect, NPCs will actively solicit money from them. For more prestigious sects, they may even set a requirement of 50 spirit stones to unlock entry. I have already devised these dialogues for you to reference later. With a flick of the page, the screen displayed Lu Ming's proposed dialogues. Sect brother, junior brother, I am currently short on spirit stones for the sect's offerings, could you lend me some? Sect elder, I perceive your exceptional talent, I would like to take you as my disciple, but please pay a tuition fee of 30,000 spirit stones first. Sect announcement, player XX has been expelled from the sect due to unpaid debts and is now a rogue cultivator, may all fellow cultivators take heed. Without spirit stones, you shan't even think of entering the sect. Upon hearing this, the entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone pondered a singular question: would anyone genuinely play this game? Zhao Qiliang could no longer contain himself. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and after following Lu Ming for quite some time, he finally mustered the courage to utter, "Mr. Lu, might your actions be considered somewhat unscrupulous?" Chapter 21, at least let players feel they can enjoy it for free. Lu Ming was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. Black? He shook his head earnestly, his tone calm yet resolute. Qiliang, you are oversimplifying things. Just look at the free-to-play models of games in the market, those are truly exploitative. Zhao Qiliang still held some of his own thoughts. President Lu? During my time working on Shisherchuan, we were genuinely immersed in a fantasy realm, flying swords, magical artifacts, and spirit beasts. Players were willing to invest because they found joy in the experience. But your killing for immortality charges players for every breath and charges by the second. This is not cultivating immortality. It's about draining their lives. It's a courtesy if players only curse in front of our company. That's splendid. Lu Ming almost revealed his true feelings. The multitude of recharge models he had set up was precisely to invite a few curses from players. Besides, those flying swords, magical artifacts, and spirit beasts you mentioned, we can provide those too. And we shall do it even better. Lu Ming opened his PowerPoint presentation, showcasing his draft concept art on the screen, a player in a billowing robe riding a dazzling golden flying sword, soaring elegantly. Yet, upon closer inspection, the hilt of the sword bore a small inscription: free experience for 30 seconds, automatic drop after time expires. The development team. We must allow players to experience true freedom in their cultivation journey, Lu Ming proclaimed excitedly. Unlike those other games where a flying sword can be purchased once for lifetime use, devoid of any real experience, our approach is different. Flying swords will be tiered. The better the sword, the more spirit stones it costs per minute. Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched in disbelief. President Lu, isn't this still a recharge gimmick? It feels eerily similar to the shared bicycles we ride. Incorrect. Lu Ming corrected him earnestly. Shared bicycles represent capital exploitation, whereas we are about cultivation. Flying on a sword is a supreme luxury. How can we allow players to use it for free? To enjoy the thrill of flight, one must invest significantly. Merely possessing a flying sword is insufficient. We must establish a genuine system of magical artifacts. These artifacts must be visually stunning. Xianwan, pay close attention to this aspect. The artistic design of the game is crucial. You can consult Qiliang, he has experience. Understood, President Lu. Su Xianwan nodded earnestly, feeling the weight of her responsibilities grow with Lu Ming's directives. By the way, if the pricing of these magical artifacts is set too high, we can also introduce a rental service. Ming continued, pulling up his ideas. Behold my concept for rentals: 9 nether soul devouring blade, premium artifact, rental price, 100 spirit stones per minute, early return is non-refundable. If not returned after 1 hour. A karma backlash buff triggers, causing health loss every second until death. We must enable ordinary individuals to experience the privilege of wielding such premium artifacts. But the prerequisite is that they must have wealth. Additionally, we must establish a spirit beast pet system. Of course, if players fail to provide adequate sustenance for their spirit beasts, the beasts may even turn against them, resulting in character death. This will create an intense dependency on nurturing them. Once started, it will be hard to stop. Zhao Qiliang. He could no longer restrain his thoughts about Ming. Do you have any tasks that don't involve recharge? Zhao Qiliang couldn't hold back any longer. After hearing all this, he felt overwhelmed by the incessant focus on recharging within the dense PowerPoint presentation. Is this still the same boss who only charged a 1 fee for platform construction? Are you truly seeking ways to extract payments within the game? Ming regarded Zhao Qiliang approvingly. You understand me well, you recognize that I have other elements in mind. Naturally, merely focusing on monetary gains is inadequate. We must create grand spectacles, sect wars. A game relying solely on recharge methods is destined to fall short. What we seek in a cultivation game is excitement. We desire a thrilling experience. Pausing, Ming gazed at everyone, continuing, imagine this scene. Several major sects face off. The sky rending apart, thunder clashing, thousands of cultivators soaring into the air, magical artifacts soaring, sword chi intertwining, akin to a divine battle. Zhao Qiliang felt a chill run down his spine. But, President Liu, didn't you say we are a turn-based game? Upon hearing Zhao Qiliang's query, the others jolted back to reality. Yes, you did mention we are turn-based, yet your grand vision almost had me convinced otherwise. Indeed, we are a turn-based game. But who dictates that turn-based must equate to stationary brawls? You are all trapped in fixed thinking. Our turn-based system will be grounded in an action point mechanic. Each cultivator's actions will no longer follow a rigid sequence. Instead, they will consume action points based on their skills, artifacts, and even movement. Moreover, characters must be able to reposition themselves during battles, avoiding major attacks or seizing high ground. Players will have the freedom to choose whether to attack, evade, or charge a powerful strike. Furthermore, the entire battle system must be reformed. Combat must brim with strategy. For instance, lightning spells are stronger in water. And standing at a height increases sword chi potency but makes one more susceptible to lightning strikes. Thus, battles will no longer consist of mindlessly standing and trading numbers. Instead, they will be a test of strategy, reaction, and synergy. Ming asserted confidently, players should engage in thoughtful combat rather than merely fixating on numerical values. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that any damaged artifacts or structures during battles will require compensation and repairs, still using spirit stones. Therefore, you must ensure that this recharge system remains balanced. This trading system must not collapse. In the conference room, all members of the development team fell silent. Their expressions transitioning from shock to admiration, and ultimately to resignation. Despite all of President Liu's words, they all circled back to the theme of recharge. Yet, a glimmer of light sparkled in Zhao Qiliang's eyes. Setting aside the absurd recharge behaviors President Liu proposed, this game. It indeed seemed to possess a modicum of playability, as long as players had ample funds. Zhao Qiliang's mouth hung open in astonishment as he stared at Ming. So, President Liu, aside from recharging, can we explore additional avenues for players to earn spirit stones? Ming raised an eyebrow at Zhao Qiliang's suggestion. He found merit in the idea. One could not simply extinguish the hopes of free players. After all, free players constituted the majority in any setting. If they entered the game only to discover a multitude of recharge options, the disparity would become glaringly evident, leading to inevitable backlash. Considering this, Ming turned to Zhao Qiliang. You make a valid point. We cannot solely impose financial burdens on players, we must provide them with a glimmer of hope. At the very least, they should feel as though they can enjoy the game for free. Alright, you may research the specific mechanics for this aspect. Just ensure you maintain the game's progression. Zhao Qiliang took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset. Understood, President Liu. I've done my part in advising, voiced my concerns, and signed the contract. Even if the game fails and I receive no share, my monthly compensation remains substantial. Let's proceed. Chapter 22, A Decade of Artistic Foundation. And you want me to plagiarize? A few days later, the sound of keyboards clattering and animated discussions filled the air at Whale Jump Company. Ever since Ming announced the simultaneous development of Krypton life cultivation alongside the Deep Blue gaming platform, the company had entered a fervent phase of development. In the art department, Gu Shangqiu and Su Xianwan sat side by side at their workstations, intently studying the character on their screens, gesturing and sketching. What a dashing character! No matter how you look at it, he is a genius of the sword path. Su Xianwan hummed a little tune while secretly bestowing an air of ethereal grace upon the male protagonist's model. To achieve this effect, she had invested considerable effort, meticulously adjusting the character's gaze and the folds of his clothing. It was simply perfect. With satisfaction, Su Xianwan admired the character on the screen, unable to resist giving herself a quiet nod of approval. Beside her, Gu Shangqiu nodded in agreement. Xianwan, your understanding of the character is commendable. I believe everyone will choose this one. Su Xianwan smiled, prepared to submit the model, when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, Xianwan, wait. She turned abruptly to find Ming standing there, arms crossed, scrutinizing the character model on the screen. What is this? Ming pointed at the handsome protagonist, his brows furrowed. It's the character model, Su Xianwan replied sheepishly, retracting her neck. Ming inquired, how long did it take you to create this? 4. 5 days, perhaps? Ming shook his head. It is indeed visually appealing, but the time spent is excessive. Still lost in her fantasies of a sword path genius, Su Xianwan was taken aback by Ming's words, which shattered her reverie. Too long? She echoed, looking at him in confusion. What's wrong with spending 4 or 5 days on such a striking character? Mr. Liu, character modeling inherently requires time. This is already an optimized process. Gu Shangqiu chimed in, unable to hold back. Exactly, Mr. Liu. Our art department prides itself on quality, modeling demands meticulous attention to detail. And we cannot afford to cut corners. In the design industry, the greatest fear is a leader lacking aesthetic appreciation. Demands for garishness, grandiosity, and excessive content are simply absurd. Gu Shangqiu silently prayed that Mr. Liu would not be unreasonable. Ming paused, then turned to Gu Shangqiu and Su Xianwan, raising his voice. 5 days for a single character is excessive. Efficiency is paramount for us now. Do you know how long it typically takes to create a character design and model in the mobile gaming industry? Su Xianwan and Gu Shangqiu exchanged glances, tentatively guessing. 3 days? Incorrect, 1 day. The art department fell into a stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. 1 day? Where could they possibly place their dignity? That was impossible. Su Xianwan instinctively retorted, it is utterly unfeasible to produce a high-quality model in just 1 day. Ming patted her shoulder, a knowing smile on his face. Xianwan, you are still young, there are certain industry innovations you are yet to grasp. Shangqiu, you should comprehend this. You are a veteran in the field. How could you not be aware of these practices? Gu Shangqiu's eyes widened, what practices? She had not been keeping secrets. Ming walked over to an available computer, searched for a moment, and soon the screen was filled with screenshots from renowned cultivation games. Look at the character designs in these games, he instructed, pointing at the screen. These are all market-validated characters, each with aesthetic styles, color schemes, and designs that players adore. Therefore, we have no need to create an entirely new character. What you need to do is draw inspiration. Inspiration? Su Xianwan furrowed her brow, how do we draw inspiration? Ming confidently explained, it's quite simple. Adopt their styles, make slight adjustments, perhaps the hairstyle, clothing, color and alter the background and facial features. Voil. A brand new character is born. After Ming's explanation, the two exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Mr. Liu, isn't that just plagiarism? Plagiarism? This is artistic inspiration, a stylistic reference. and innovative merging within the industry. This is a harmonious synergy. Lu Ming corrected them earnestly. You must learn to make rational use of the excellent resources available on the market, comprehend their artistic philosophies, and then create a slightly altered version. Doing so not only saves costs but also enhances artistic efficiency. Understand? He concluded. This is standardization in our industry, optimizing production processes. The members of the art department fell silent collectively. They understood, yet their professional ethics forbade them from proceeding. It was no wonder Lu Ming believed Gu Xiangqiu would comprehend. She indeed did, but she had not operated in such a manner for quite some time. This is devoid of soul, she thought. Her aspiration had always been to create independent games, yet now she was being pushed toward mere imitation. Was she to regress after a decade of artistic foundation to become a mere laborer? Gu Xiangqiu felt her heart shatter, and her gaze toward Lu Ming sharpened with discontent. Su Xianwan and Gu Xiangqiu wore complex expressions, as if caught in a moral battle against reality. They were artists, designers, individuals with dreams. When they entered the gaming industry, they carried the aspiration to create unique and breathtaking artistic works, not to engage in mere imitation. Yet now, they stared at the familiar character designs on Lu Ming's screen, then at his face, which bore an expression of entitlement. 1,000 curses swelled within them, yet remained unspoken. This is indeed significantly faster, Su Xianwan murmured softly. However, reality proved more persuasive than dreams. They needed to survive. They needed to eat. They needed to receive their salaries. Furthermore, this was the boss's directive, and the current project was indeed pressing. If they made slight alterations later, adding a touch more originality, it should not pose a significant issue. After a moment, Gu Xiangqiu sighed deeply, her professional integrity ruthlessly crushed by reality. Mr. Lu, you truly understand the market too well, she remarked through gritted teeth. Although Su Xianwan internally resisted, seeing Gu Xiangqiu capitulate shattered the last vestige of her stubbornness. After all, they were not the only ones doing this in the company. Then, I suppose I shall give it a try, Su Xianwan whispered, feeling as though she had unlocked a new door. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, pleased by their concession. While plagiarism was undoubtedly unethical, the line between inspiration and design was often blurred. Moreover, he was not asking them to plagiarize outright, every designer utilized templates. Optimizing and modifying based on existing works was evidently much faster. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, players criticized the designs for lacking originality, wouldn't he that inadvertently meet Lu Ming's expectations? Chapter 23, One should not be too compliant. Well, since you all have consented, let us commence. Lu Ming adeptly picked up the mouse and navigated through several art resource libraries for cultivation-themed mobile games. Pointing at a character on the screen, he proudly declared, "Look at this character's hair, is it not ethereal? And the color scheme of the attire, intertwining red and black, does it not evoke the essence of a demonic sword cultivator? We shall modify the red clothing to blue, lengthen the hair slightly, change the weapon, and Xianwan, you should enhance this aspect further. See, if we proceed this way, a brand new character will be born. Moreover, for any resources that can be commercially utilized, do not hesitate to contact the authors directly for procurement, where expenses are warranted. One must invest. A designer cannot merely rely on a few memberships to fulfill their duties." Su Xianwan and Gu Xiangqiu exchanged glances, feeling as though they were succumbing. And perhaps, just perhaps, the process was indeed swift? Furthermore, it appeared that President Lu had not violated any laws. He even encouraged them to reach out to the original authors for resources. This approach was far more refined than the blatant plagiarism they had encountered previously. Yet, despite the lack of originality, Gu Xiangqiu felt a sense of relief, and Su Xianwan tentatively adjusted Lu Ming's proposed skin-swapping scheme. In a mere half hour, she was astonished to discover that the character had undergone a remarkable transformation. Strangely, there was no sense of incongruity whatsoever. Su Xianwan stared at the screen, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She realized that the character she had designed, after a bit of optimization, was now even more aligned with mainstream market aesthetics. Is this the power of skin swapping? It was no wonder many developers resorted to such practices. Gu Xiangqiu had already settled into a familiar workflow. This was not merely the power of skin swapping but the power of capital. Her earlier work experience resurfaced vividly, having spent time in a large firm. Her skills in this area were markedly more polished. Thus, under Gu Xiangqiu's efficient guidance, the art department's skin-swapping design surged, producing new characters, new artifacts, and new spirit beasts with assembly line speed. Players may never realize that the swordsmanship prodigy they so greatly chose might be the twin brother of a demonic sovereign from a neighboring game. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that pay-to-play cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace. Ming was exceedingly pleased with the art team's efficient skin-swapping results. Observing their gradual adaptation to this high-efficiency creative process, he internally nodded in approval. This was the hallmark of competent artistry: market demand first, efficiency paramount. However, a game encompasses more than just art. The progress of the programming and planning teams was equally crucial. Therefore, Ming turned his attention to the game development group nearby. Standing behind Zhao Qiliang, he gazed at the screen filled with dense lines of code and tables. Ming approached and patted Zhou Bowen on the shoulder. "How is the progress?" Zhou Bowen rubbed his face and turned to Ming. "President Liu, we are on it. We have already integrated the recharge and deduction formats you mentioned earlier." Then, Zhou Bowen pointed to the game data sheet on the screen, beginning to report the latest developments. As he explained, he discreetly gauged Ming's expression, and indeed, as the discussion progressed, Ming's brow furrowed. "Bowen, these values need adjustment. Look. The success rate for transcending tribulations is only 3. That is far too low." Zhou Bowen felt a pang of anxiety, about to offer an explanation, but Ming interjected. "Thus, we must establish a compensation mechanism. Players who fail to transcend tribulations can purchase a fate alteration talisman for a fee, each increasing the success rate by 5. Stacking up to 20 times. 20 times? President Liu, doesn't that mean 100%? Exactly. Why not achieve 100% if one has the means? Zhou Bowen experienced a moment of clarity. He had indeed been overly cautious. As April swept through like a brisk wind, the month came to a close in the blink of an eye. Since the launch of the 2 projects, Whale Leap had been propelled forward at breakneck speed, leaving the project team breathless. Moreover, they had put in considerable overtime. Though Lin Xiaoxiao had been monitoring everyone's overtime, the company could not escape the numerous grievances directed at Ming. Such intense development inevitably led to exorbitant expenditures. Server rentals, art outsourcing, programming overtime pay, post-production guarantees. Ming approved budgets daily without batting an eye. In just 1 month, the company's financial reserves had dwindled by nearly 2 million, but fortunately, the core gameplay of pay-to-play cultivation had been largely finalized, awaiting subsequent testing and optimization. Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, glancing at his system panel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Moral debt increased. Company name, Whale Leap Game Company, company funds, 380. 000, host can withdraw 1 to personal account each cycle, personal assets, 18, 263, moral debt value, 983, moral level, moral deficiency, gazing at the debt figure exceeding 900. Ming felt a long-lost thrill. During this period, he had certainly caused quite a stir. Moreover, he was now only a few points away from reaching 1,000. With a bit more effort, he would soon surpass that milestone. With this thought in mind, Ming promptly headed toward the art department. One should not be too compliant. The settlement was only 2 days away. He had to seize the moment and act swiftly. The art department presented the ideal opportunity. As Ming was well aware that currently, the art team held the most significant objections against him. At that moment, Gu Xiangqiu and Su Xianwan in the art department were fixated on the new character on the screen, their eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, but also a sense of accomplishment. After an intense period of skin swapping and optimization, they had finally refined several major game characters to perfection: the white-robed hero, the red-dressed sorceress, the genius sword cultivator, each resonating with mainstream market aesthetics, their allure fully amplified. Just then, Ming entered the room, causing the members of the art team to tense up. As anticipated, Ming spoke, his tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. "Your characters lack diversity." "Su Xianwan? Gu Xiangqiu, what do you mean by lacking diversity?" Lu Ming stated matter-of-factly, "Look at this female character, she is stunning, but what of it?" Players crave a continuous influx of novelty. Su Xianwan could not help but frown. "We have already endeavored to align with market demands." Lu Ming nodded. "Indeed. She is undeniably beautiful, but we must instill a desire to possess her while ensuring players remain perpetually intrigued." He then pointed at the red-dressed sorceress on the screen. "Speaking earnestly, you could incorporate a charm value setting in the modeling for this character." Su Xianwan? Charm value? Lu Ming confidently nodded. "Precisely. The more revealing the attire, the greater the attack power. Therefore, you should design several outfits for this character, allowing players to switch between them." Gu Shangqiu was taken aback. "President Lu, what an outrageous design! Are you a madly modified planner? You should have mentioned such requirements earlier. We have already completed the illustrations." Lu Ming chuckled. "I have been quite busy lately and did not have the opportunity to express this. We must respect the market. For the sake of user experience, necessary changes must be made." Su Xianwan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "So, President Lu, shall I work overtime to make these adjustments today?" Lu Ming nodded. "Overtime is unnecessary. Just ensure you have the project ready for output by tomorrow morning." Su Xianwan was at a loss for words. It seemed that overtime was inevitable. Although the company compensated generously for extra hours, the incessant changes were truly disheartening. The art department was utterly dismayed. Chapter 24, The Joy of Capital. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to the office, settling into his chair with a deep sense of satisfaction as he opened the system panel. Moral debt value, 1263. The debt value had officially surpassed 1,000. Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. The design industry, after all, was indeed a realm rife with grievances. Leaning back in his chair, he savored a sip of coffee. What did a debt of 1,000 points signify? It indicated that he was on the verge of triggering the system's reward mechanism, thus earning a double return on his investments. In simple terms, the money he had expended would be returned to him in full measure. This was a guaranteed profit. Moreover, all of it would be deposited directly into his account. With this thought, Lu Ming's spirit soared, and he promptly initiated the settlement. Ding! End of this cycle detected. Settling. Lu Ming skillfully accessed the system. His gaze steady. This time, he had not repeated the mistakes of the previous cycle. Throughout this entire period, he had been relentlessly sowing discord, harvesting grievances more swiftly than a scythe. Furthermore, he had done so within his own company. Lu Ming was not greedy, he had simply remained at the office all day. Gazing at the screen with eager anticipation, he noted, company name, Whale Leap Game Company, company funds, 360,000 yuan, moral level has risen. The host can withdraw 2 to personal account this cycle, personal assets, 17,211 yuan, moral debt value, 1265, moral level, deterioration of humanity. This cycle has triggered the reward mechanism, return multiplier, 2 times, cash return for this cycle, 160,000 yuan. Next settlement cycle, 1 month later, in an instant, Lu Ming's account swelled by nearly 4 million. And all of it was credited directly to his account. A faint smile crept across Lu Ming's lips, his face radiant with the satisfaction of a successful settlement. During the last settlement, he had been backstabbed by a player, and his moral debt value had failed to exceed 1,000, causing him to squander an entire month in frustration. This time, he had learned his lesson and executed a series of clever maneuvers, focusing on his own employees, compelling the debt value to surpass 1,000. At that moment, he had known it was a sure bet. As expected, the money had indeed arrived. Though it was the various departments within the company that bore the brunt of this strategy, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile broadly, his eyes gleaming with deep satisfaction as he gazed at the 4 million lying in his account. He fell into a brief reverie. What a comfortable position to be in. How should he spend it? The answer was simple: he should continue to let it grow. After all, 4 million was hardly sufficient to purchase property in the bustling metropolis. It was imperative to reinvest in the company's operations. With his direction set, Lu Ming's mood lifted, and he picked up his phone to message Lin Xiaoxiao. Let everyone leave work early this afternoon. Let's have a team lunch to celebrate everyone's hard work during this time. Additionally, ask old Wang to distribute a bonus of 10,000 yuan to each person. After all, the employees have endured so much, he should offer them some consolation. Otherwise, what if they decide to quit? Being a boss was no easy task. At noon, all members of Whale Leap Game Company were urgently summoned to an upscale restaurant. They sat in a private room, confusion etched on their faces. The art team and programming team exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, we've been under such intense pressure lately. Why are we suddenly having a gathering? Right? Is this a last meal before execution? No way, it can't be that extravagant before being dismissed. This is a restaurant where the average cost per person is over 1,000. I'm feeling anxious. Should I secretly send out my resume again? What if the company is running out of money? Listening to the discussions, old Wang felt a twinge of anxiety. He was well aware of the company's account balance. The funds were indeed dwindling. Additionally, the recent investments had been substantial, leaving things quite tight. Yet, just before the meal, he had received instructions to distribute a bonus of 10,000 yuan to each employee. Once that was done, the company account would be completely drained. Could this be a form of severance pay? With that thought, old Wang fell silent, unable to voice his concerns. Just as the chatter among the employees grew, Ming strolled in with a leisurely gait, accompanied by Lin Xiaoxiao. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Let's gather for a meal and unwind. He took his seat at the head of the table, scanning the room. Why isn't anyone eating? Is the food unappetizing? The crowd remained silent. Who would dare? We're just worried that after this meal, we might find ourselves at the job market. Yet, Ming's smile appeared genuinely sincere. Entirely unlike someone preparing to flee. This only deepened the employees' confusion. Lin Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and held up her phone, declaring, President Liu just mentioned that everyone has worked hard during this period and that he is giving each of you a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Silence fell. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room. Then, what? Money? Am I dreaming? A bonus? This term sounds so foreign to me. President Liu? You have changed. You are no longer the capitalist who forced us to plagiarize and work overtime. Su Shanwan from the art team felt tears welling up in her eyes. Woo-woo, President Liu, even though you exploit us, you are truly much better than those unscrupulous bosses. If you had done this sooner, we wouldn't have to refresh our resumes every day. In less than 30 seconds, the crowd transitioned from confusion to shock, and finally to unbridled joy. The entire private room transformed into a vibrant scene of praise. Observing their expressions, Ming glanced at his rapidly declining moral debt value and sighed with relief. Thankfully, he had decided to announce the bonuses in May, right after the settlement. He understood that distributing money was a benevolent act, however. The key was that if he exerted himself a bit more this month, the very 10,000 yuan he distributed would soon return to him as 20,000. This was the sheer ecstasy of capitalism. By exploiting their souls and then offering a mere pittance, one could induce a self-betrayal of humanity. This 10,000 yuan could not buy loyalty, but it could certainly procure a fleeting allegiance from a group of employees. Once they became accustomed to the cycle of exploitation, charity, and further exploitation, they would realize how deeply intertwined they had become with this company. The scythe of capital was not merely for harvesting, it was a protracted psychological warfare. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. After feasting and drinking, someone wiped their mouth and instinctively glanced at the time, frowning. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. We still have some tasks to finish for the project. Shouldn't we return to work? Another chimed in immediately. Yes. Let us not forget about tomorrow's version testing. We haven't completed the tasks yet. Plus, with all the adjustments we've been making, who knows if there will be new demands? Should we hurry back? However, just as they prepared to rise and return to their work, Ming casually interjected. Didn't I say we could leave early today? Everyone can come back tomorrow. There's no end to the work. As everyone departed, filled with surprise and confusion, only Ming, Lin Xiaoxiao, and old Wang remained in the private room. Old Wang had deliberately stayed behind, wanting to convey that after the bonuses were distributed, the company account would be completely drained. Just as he was about to speak, a notification chimed. He received a message from the company account. Old Wang opened his phone and glanced at the company account, instantly feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. Wait? He widened his eyes in astonishment. How had 4 million suddenly appeared in the company account? President Liu. The company account has increased by 4 million. Lu Ming smiled gently and remarked, "Oh, I just transferred." Chapter 25. If everyone becomes an immortal, what is the significance of immortality? Old Wang's expression shifted, becoming more shocked than if he had witnessed the company's bankruptcy. Mr. Liu, you deposited money into the company account? Indeed. The company account must be nearly depleted, so I replenished it, Lu Ming replied casually, as if discussing the pleasant weather. Old Wang felt as though he might shatter. Replenish? Do you think this is merely a refill? Why not fill it to the brim? It was as if he was meeting Lu Ming for the first time. 4 million. Just like that, it was transferred. A person capable of producing 4 million must certainly have savings that far exceed that amount. Who would choose to go all in otherwise? Was the boss's wealth so substantial? Had the previous displays of distress over losses all been an act? Old Wang scrutinized Lu Ming, his gaze filled with complexity. He was unaware of the boss's background and thought it inappropriate to pry too deeply. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the company's account now had funds. At least it wouldn't face immediate collapse. With that thought, he exhaled deeply, unable to resist asking, "Mr. Liu, what comes next?" Lu Ming smiled, standing up and patting Old Wang on the shoulder. What comes next? Naturally, we will continue to increase our investments and burn through cash. With the infusion of funds, the development of immortal cultivation, a life of sacrifice surged forward with fervor. Time flew, and by mid-May, under Lu Ming's efficient supervision, the first playable version of immortal cultivation was finally completed. The entire team had worked tirelessly to produce this prototype, and upon seeing the finished product, everyone was astounded. Wow! The artistic quality is leaps and bounds above our previous projects. Of course, those who copy homework tend to produce superior results. The skill effects are impressive too. Despite being outsourced, they resonate quite well. But the gameplay is exceedingly ruthless, isn't it? The numbers are simply outrageous. A normal person could hardly continue playing. Normal people? Are we catering to the average player? Our target audience is those willing to spend. The development team engaged in a thorough discussion, having already tested the game. It was essentially a cleverly disguised cash trap masquerading as a cultivation game. Any player who enjoyed such games would find it impossible to leave unscathed. The entry fees of $6 or $7 were merely the starting point. Without spending at least $100 or $80, one could expect to see their resources dwindle to nothing. All right. Lu Ming observed the demo screen with satisfaction. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Qi Liang. Load $1,000 for me so I can experience this. Zhou Bowen? Lin Xiaoxiao? Su Xianwan couldn't help but interject, Mr. Liu. Isn't it a bit absurd for you to give yourself money? What do you know? Lu Ming retorted confidently. How could a game developer not understand their own game? Only through first-hand experience can one identify where adjustments are necessary. The room fell silent. While his point was valid, they all recognized that Lu Ming's notion of first-hand experience had never aimed at reducing spending points, it was merely to encourage players to spend even more. But who could argue with the boss? Soon, the programmer deftly operated the back end. The $1,000 were credited, and Lu Ming officially launched the game, thus beginning his journey in immortal cultivation. Upon entering the game, Lu Ming casually selected a white-clad swordsman character. After finalizing his choice, he found himself in a vast wilderness. Welcome to the realm of cultivation, mortal. Please select your talent. Before Lu Ming appeared 3 options. Heavenly Spirit Root, VIP exclusive, requires a recharge of 168 to unlock. And the Spirit Root can be inherited. Earthly Spirit Root, 50 qualification. Requires a recharge of 98 to unlock. Waste Spirit Root, default option. Lu Ming nodded and decisively selected the Waste Spirit Root, for if his assumption was correct, This would undoubtedly be the choice of most players. As an experiencer, he too must partake in the majority's experience. Upon choosing the waste spirit route, a system prompt immediately popped up. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. A single misstep could lead to a lifetime of suffering. Are you sure you want to choose the waste spirit route? Heavenly Tao reminder, cultivation speed reduced by 30, and failure rate for breakthroughs increased by 50. Perhaps you should spend some money, friend. Excellent, this is precisely the flavor I was looking for. Ming unhesitatingly disregarded the prompt and formally entered the game. The beginner's tutorial was swift, yet the gaming experience left Ming in awe. You meditated for a day, gaining 10 spirit energy. Your spirit energy growth is too slow. Continued cultivation is difficult. Purchase spirit energy pills for assistance. Ming opened the shop and saw, basic spirit pill, 10 spirit stones, advanced spirit pill, 100 spirit stones, supreme spirit pill, 2000 spirit stones, perfect. The earlier recharge of $1,000 was about to come in handy. $1,000 equated to 10,000 spirit stones. Ming decisively accessed the shop and purchased a supreme spirit pill. Success! You have purchased the supreme spirit pill. You consumed the supreme spirit pill, gaining 500 spirit energy. Cultivation speed increased by 100. Ming glanced at his status bar. One pill had elevated his character several levels. After all, no one would consume a powerful restorative so early in the game. He decided to set aside concerns about spirit energy for now and test the combat system. He eagerly ventured outside the novice village, ready to challenge his first foe, Wild Wolf, second stage. With his character at Chi training level 8, it should be no problem to challenge a Wild Wolf, right? After a while, he entered a turn-based combat interface. His character struck first, swinging a sword that landed on the Wild Wolf with a damage output of -30. The Wild Wolf retaliated with a claw, inflicting -50. Ming? After several attempts, he found his damage output woefully inadequate while the Wild Wolf's attacks were ferocious. Contemplating the situation, he realized it might be due to his novice equipment and lack of learned skills. His only offensive method was a basic attack, which made the damage output seem quite reasonable. Instead of fleeing, Ming opted for a direct confrontation. A few seconds later, as his character's health bar dwindled, the system displayed a prompt: you have died. The realm of cultivation is merciless, you have lost 30 of your cultivation. The death screen immediately presented a prompt: divine weapon package, limited time offer, 98 yuan, grants 5 superior immortal sword, with a 30 attack boost. Novice revive card, 6 yuan. Prevents loss of cultivation upon death. Ming promptly purchased the divine weapon package. After equipping the new gear, he finally noticed a reasonable increase in damage. He also spent 6 yuan on a revive card, just in case. Rational, indeed. Ming rubbed his hands together in excitement, his heart brimming with joy. The concept was right, this was the essence of it. After experiencing the game for about an hour, Ming took a deep breath. His account balance had dwindled from 1,000 to over 300, having spent a total of $700 within just 1 hour. Ming remained silent for a moment, then nodded vigorously, his tone filled with satisfaction. Excellent. The monetization points in this game are incredibly well designed. Truly remarkable. The exhilarating sensation of spending money flows like water, making it utterly irresistible. Anyone who engages with this rhythm of expenditure would surely find it hard to refrain from cursing. Rational? Zhou Bowen, Su Xianwan, and the others were left utterly astounded. Observing Ming's satisfied demeanor, the development team felt somewhat perplexed. They had already devised plans to adjust the values and reduce the recharge interface. Having experienced it themselves, they felt a twinge of guilt regarding the level of monetization. Yet, he appeared genuinely pleased. Zhou Bowen murmured softly, "Director Liu, you can't possibly believe that players will appreciate this, can you?" "Indeed, they will," Ming asserted with unwavering conviction. Consider this, the theme of cultivation is inherently suited for a select few to succeed. If everyone becomes an immortal, what significance does immortality hold? The team, though acknowledging the logic in his statement, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 26, Seeking Celebrity Endorsements. After enjoying the game, Ming rubbed his hands together. The meal was already half prepared, and now all that remained was for the players to take their seats. Seated in the conference room, Ming gazed at the members of the development and design teams, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Having personally experienced the game, he was acutely aware of its numerous flaws. Once it was launched, criticism was inevitable. The game's development had been commendable, but the pressing issue now was how to make players aware of its existence. Zhao Qi nodded. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting we officially commence our promotional efforts? Precisely. However, we shall not engage in ordinary promotion. Ming tapped the table, determined to ignite a conversation across the internet. I have reviewed your development progress, and it appears that your game could officially launch by mid-June. Therefore, we have 1 month to prepare for a robust pre-launch campaign. Ming's gaze fell upon Han Mimi, the sole customer service representative both previously and currently at the company. Though her workload had been light, her previous success in promoting Runaway Simulator proved her capability. Ming addressed her. Xiao Mei, from today onward, I want you to spearhead a marketing department responsible for the game's promotion. Han Mimi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Me? Led it? Yes, Ming affirmed, your marketing strategy for Runaway Simulator yielded excellent results, indicating your understanding of the market. Feeling a mix of nerves and excitement, Han Mimi recalled how, in promoting Runaway Simulator, she had merely sought out various platforms and shared some videos, which didn't seem particularly challenging. Furthermore, most people perceived her as just a customer service representative, unaware that she was, in fact, a seasoned enthusiast of online literature, particularly fond of the xianxia genre. She resolved to complete this task with utmost dedication. Mr. Liu, do you have any specific requirements for this promotion? The requirements are straightforward. Ming's smile widened. In May, I want the name Killing to Cultivate to be on the radar of every xianxia gaming enthusiast. We must identify our target audience and avoid indiscriminate advertising. Where should we focus our efforts? Han Mimi inquired. Xianxia novels, xianxia forums, and xianxia discussion boards. Particularly among players who favor the Mortal Flow and Ascension Flow, they will undoubtedly appreciate this game. Xiao Mei, you are responsible for promoting through these channels. Ensure the video content is engaging. Understood, Mr. Liu. Han Mimi nodded in agreement. The second aspect involves a limited release. Bowen, do you recall the internal testing qualifications we distributed? You will manage this component, adding in some internal testing qualification lotteries to create a sense of exclusivity among players. Additionally, we should implement leaderboards, such as the top cultivators and sect rankings, to showcase who advances the fastest and boasts the highest combat power. Upon hearing Ming's strategy, the members of the conference room fell silent. They had initially assumed Mr. Liu was just an ordinary game executive, only to discover he was a masterful operator. Mr. Liu, did you graduate with a marketing degree? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Not at all. Then how do you know so much? Isn't it obvious? Ming replied with a smile, I've been on the receiving end of such tactics countless times. So, you have distilled your own painful experiences into these strategies? With the promotional strategies outlined, Ming began to ponder. The company currently had 4 million in its account. Simply executing these promotions would undoubtedly fall short. With only half a month left in May, how could they maximize their impact and expenditure? Ming furrowed his brow, glancing at his phone, and a thought struck him. What do you all think about recruiting a celebrity for endorsement? Celebrity endorsement? A moment of silence enveloped the conference room. Then, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitantly spoke, Mr. Liu. Hiring a celebrity might be quite costly. Is our budget sufficient? Budget? Ming raised an eyebrow. You all need to stop fixating on saving money. His expression brightened. What I'm contemplating is not whether the budget suffices, but rather how to spend it more rapidly and effectively. What an audacious statement. Han Mimi interjected, Mr. Liu. Do you mean we should seek a celebrity with significant influence? Exactly. However, merely engaging a regular celebrity may not yield substantial effects. Han Mimi pondered. There are currently too many games utilizing celebrity endorsements. Players have become desensitized. We cannot afford top-tier celebrities, which would hinder our desired impact. Precisely, Lu Ming grinned. We need to find a controversial figure, a celebrity who is both infamous and popular, so that the endorsement itself sparks debate. Upon hearing this, everyone present suddenly grasped Lu Ming's intentions. With a standard celebrity endorsement, the public might merely think, oh, a certain celebrity endorsed this game, and quickly forget. But what if it were a highly controversial figure? Players would exclaim, what? This game has chosen him as a spokesperson? The developers must be out of their minds. Bystanders would query, what kind of game is this? I need to check it out. Fans would rally, everyone, let's not attack him. He's genuinely trying his best. And detractors would mock, this game is doomed. They've chosen such a person for endorsement? Thus, whether they were fans or detractors, everyone would fervently discuss the matter, igniting a frenzy of conversation surrounding Killing to Cultivate. Moreover, a controversial celebrity would inherently draw attention. Lu Ming was unconcerned about the extent of the controversy. He understood that sustaining a game's popularity was a gradual process. One could not expect to design an enduring, vibrant game overnight. His current objective was to capture players' attention and embrace the ensuing ridicule. This was paramount. Lu Ming and his team were not after a stable endorsement but rather a topic that would generate buzz. With heightened discussion, interest would swell, and consequently, the game would flourish. Even if some deemed their chosen spokesperson unreliable and accused the game of being a cash grab, that would still translate to traffic. Perhaps among 100 people, 1 or 2 might even try their game. That would be a victory. After reflecting on Lu Ming's explanation, Han Nimi nodded, indeed. The internet operates on this principle: the more intense the criticism, the higher the discussion rate, ultimately attracting even more players. Lu Ming regarded her with satisfaction. Nimi, you are undeniably the perfect fit for the head of this marketing department. With that, Lu Ming surveyed the group. So, does anyone have recommendations for currently controversial celebrities? Chapter 27, The Path of 3000, Quick Success with Principals. In the conference room, excitement enveloped everyone. This was a rare opportunity. Collaborating with a celebrity was a first for them. A few members from the marketing department exchanged glances and immediately began to recommend the underappreciated stars of their choice. Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand. Mr. Lu, I think we should consider that trainee. He has recently been the subject of widespread ridicule for his atrocious acting skills. He starred in a fantasy drama where he merely stared blankly throughout. And the special effects were laughable. Just after the show aired, he announced his endorsement of a fantasy mobile game, only to face severe backlash. However, he still possesses significant traffic. His fans, while criticizing him, genuinely flocked to the game. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He is indeed a viable option. But he is rather young, and his fees are exorbitant. Zhao Qiliang then spoke up. I recommend the actress Fei Fei. She was harshly criticized for her outrageous remarks in the past. Many claim she speaks without thinking and only thrives on capital support. She has also participated in some rather sensitive events. Nevertheless, one must admit, she is exceptionally attractive. She would serve well as a mere figurehead. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. We are seeking underappreciated stars, not those with tarnished reputations. We must draw a distinction. The conference room transformed into a place of wishes. As numerous celebrities were discussed, yet most were dismissed. Lu Ming scrolled through Weibo, searching for stars that met his criteria. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What do you all think of this person? Who? Everyone turned to him in unison. Lu Ming smiled slightly. The middle-aged film emperor from Shangdao, Zhang Hui. You all know him. He was quite popular in his youth. However, due to various reasons, his career has since declined, and he has taken on countless poor films, leading netizens to suspect he merely acts for a paycheck. He was even spotted rushing through 4 commercial performances in a single day. Criticized for not valuing his reputation and betraying the trust of many fans. Most notably, he recently starred in a fantasy film that flopped miserably, earning only a few million at the box office, leading to a significant loss. It's likely that no one will dare to hire him anytime soon. He has notoriety, controversy, and is quite the topic of discussion. Most importantly, his current market value is low, so we can certainly negotiate a favorable price. Listening to Lu Ming, everyone began to contemplate. A former film emperor, a middle-aged man, and affordable pricing. This could indeed work.
Seeing the agreement among the group, Ming smiled.
That's the one. Contact his team immediately and see if we can secure a deal swiftly.
After the meeting, the marketing department sprang into action, promptly contacting Zhang Hui's agent.
Initially,
the agent hesitated. After all, despite Zhang Hui's current poor reputation, he was still a former film emperor. Even in his downfall, endorsing a game seemed a bit beneath him. However, when the marketing department offered a fee of 2 million for just 1 day of shooting, the agent was immediately intrigued.
1 day? Yes, just 1 day in Modu.
Shooting in the studio, with all expenses covered, including first-class round-trip tickets.
Is it really that simple?
Absolutely, and we will arrange for a professional team to ensure high-quality production. The agent calculated the offer, 2 million for 1 day, plus accommodations, equating to easy money.
What other opportunity could provide such benefits? Moreover,
with Zhang Hui recently facing financial strain due to the poor performance of his last film, this endorsement fee was akin to a lifeline. Thus, within just 1 day,
the contract was finalized.
Soon after, 2 days later, Zhang Hui arrived at Modu Airport on a first-class morning flight. Greeted by a luxurious business vehicle arranged by the marketing department, which escorted him to the shooting studio.
Once a celebrated film emperor,
now in his 50s with graying hair and the marks of time on his face, Zhang Hui still exuded a rugged charm.
Wearing sunglasses, he assessed Ming and smiled, extending his hand.
"Mr. Liu, I didn't expect such efficiency from you." Ming chuckled, shaking his hand.
After all, hiring a film emperor for an endorsement. We dare not be negligent. Shall we begin right away?
Yes, I have prepared a script for you, ensuring it is simple and effective.
Soon,
Ming led Zhang Hui to the studio, where the lighting had been set, the backdrop prepared, and the makeup and wardrobe teams eagerly awaited. Ming handed the script to Zhang Hui, smiling as he said, "Teacher Zhang, please review these lines and let me know if you need any adjustments." Zhang Hui took the script, glanced through it, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly.
Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, he said, "Mr. Liu, your advertising lines are quite intriguing."
Ming replied, "Simple, catchy, unforgettable, this is the essence of an effective advertisement."
Zhang Hui nodded, having no objections. As an actor with extensive experience in commercial films,
he understood the core of such advertising, to be memorable. Furthermore, at 2 million for merely 2 scenes, he was indeed profiting.
"Very well, let us give it a try."
The director, cinematographer, and lighting technician were all in position, and Ming sat before the monitor, observing everyone at work.
The production assistant raised the clapperboard. Scene 1. Take 1, action.
Zhang Hui donned a robe, his hair slightly disheveled, resembling a weathered old Taoist standing before the green screen.
His eyes seemingly gazing into the vastness of the clouded sea.
As the camera slowly approached, he took a deep breath and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice.
To become an immortal? How could mortals ever have the chance?
3,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to a moment of enlightenment.
Cut.
The director exclaimed excitedly.
That's it. Teacher Zhang, that's the feeling.
Ming nodded in agreement. A film emperor truly retains a solid foundation.
Just like that,
the first scene was effortlessly completed. As an ending line, Ming prepared a phrase for this segment: "Killing for cultivation, this path has a door, swift combat, swift resolution." The second scene commenced promptly, with Zhang Hui changing into tattered clothing, appearing disheveled, kneeling on the ground and lamenting, "I've toiled for 3,000 nights in meditation,
only to step outside and find you have all ascended? Is there any justice in this world?"
Ming focused on the video editor beside him, who had already prepared the ending for this scene.
The finale featured the Jumps Whale logo gradually appearing, followed by Ming's prepared text: "Killing for cultivation, the path of 3,000, quick success with principles." Cut. All scenes have been filmed.
The marketing department immediately commenced editing and production, with Ming personally reviewing to ensure the advertisement's rhythm, music, and text achieved the most memorable effect.
That evening,
Zhang Hui boarded a first-class flight back to Xiangdao, happily departing with his 2 million endorsement fee. Meanwhile, the advertisement for Killing for Cultivation officially launched.
Chapter 28, the game has yet to launch. The following morning, the marketing department buzzed with activity.
Everyone was engrossed in their work editing, special effects, voiceovers, and color grading, every detail meticulously refined. Lu Ming fixated on the final cut displayed on the screen. Satisfied with its perfection, he finalized the version.
"This is it. Let's launch it," he exclaimed, slapping the table with excitement. "Xiaomei, it's all yours now. Roll it out across all platforms." Han Nini nodded vigorously, understood.
"I've already topped up the budget, we can commence the launch immediately." Enthusiastically, she had received Lu Ming's latest instructions: 2 million in advertising funds to be expended within 10 days. Soon, advertisements featuring Zhang Hui began to flood short video platforms.
After 3,000 years of ascetic cultivation, stepping out to witness everyone soaring to new heights? Killing for immortality, with myriad paths to choose, mastery awaits.
3 millennia of practice pales in comparison to a single moment of enlightenment. Killing for immortality, the path is open.
Swift victories await. That day, countless netizens suddenly realized that these advertisements seemed to follow them wherever they went.
Clicking on the ads, they found themselves bewildered. In the Immortal Cultivation Game forum, one user exclaimed, "I've encountered this ad thrice this morning while scrolling through videos."
Zhang Hui's expressions are on point. "They had me in stitches. What on earth is going on with the movie star? Why would he endorse such an advertisement? Is he truly out of money?" Another chimed in. "This ad reeks of old school games, yet it's even more addictive than those. Is the star's reputation tarnished? Is he really willing to sell himself for a few bucks? This game looks like a money trap. What was he thinking?" Zhang Hui's fans grew restless as discussions erupted on Weibo. "This game isn't even open for reservations yet. Do any of you have beta testing qualifications? I just checked. It's being developed by Whale Leap Games, and it appears it hasn't even launched yet. Still not live, and they're advertising heavily? This game must require quite a bit of investment." Fans of the star couldn't sit idly by. One penned a lengthy post, "Brother Hui, you're a movie star. Why take on this ad? You've embarrassed your fans." This immediately drew ridicule from bystanders. "And your fans are still defending him? You let it slide when he took on bad films, but now, for a game, he deserves all the scorn." The ensuing debate between fans and detractors escalated, propelling the topic to new heights of popularity. A day later, in the Whale Leap office, Lu Ming sat back in his chair, scrolling through social media, chuckling at the barrage of criticism. He opened the system panel, noting, "Moral debt, 14,689, a staggering increase of several thousand points in less than a day." The advertising expenses were indeed proving worthwhile. Within just one day, the game's reservation page surpassed 100,000 visits. Yet the pressing question remained. Why was the game still not playable? Was the planning team oblivious? With such aggressive marketing, where was the game? The scant details available, an online cultivation game, left players craving more information. "Officially, please open reservations soon, I can hardly wait." No beta samples? At least release a promotional video. Netizens rushed to the official website, only to find a single line: "Killing for Immortality is set to launch soon, reservations are now open. Reserve now, currently reserved, 119. 673 people." Below this was a brief description of the game. Naturally, elements like turn-based mechanics and payment methods were not disclosed. The overwhelming presence of the advertisements generated an explosive initial wave of traffic, but what truly retained interest was the strategy of scarcity marketing. The old tricks still held their efficacy. The quality of the game could only be discerned post-play, yet before experiencing it, players were venting their frustrations at the game developers. Among the 100,000 reservation players were those genuinely fond of cultivation games, others simply looking to join the excitement, and some who had come over from Whale Leap's previous successful titles. Observing the continuous rise in his moral debt value, Lu Ming felt a genuine sense of joy. The strategy of hunger marketing was proving exceptionally effective. Each day of delay meant a doubling of complaints. He had planned to postpone for a few more days. But on the development side, Zhao Qiliang had completed the beta version. He had further optimized the game, and unlike his previous experience with just one character, this beta version offered 5 different characters, each with unique storylines. However, Lu Ming had no time to test it further. Armed with prior experience, He felt confident in this version of the game. Moreover, given the players' heightened enthusiasm, further delays could adversely affect the company's prospects. Yet, he remained composed. Rubbing his head, he glanced at the eager Zhao Qiliang and Shen Hao. Shen Hao had been waiting patiently. The Deep Blue platform had successfully showcased killing for immortality without a hitch. Seeing the urgency in their eyes, Lu Ming stood and addressed them. Qiliang, once the reservation count hits 200,000, immediately announce the beta testing qualifications. Understood, Director Lu. Zhao Qiliang promptly set to work. 2 days later, the total number of reservations surpassed 200,000. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the game interface released an announcement: Dear friends, thank you for your patience. Due to insufficient spiritual energy in the world, killing for immortality will not be open for public testing. However, we will randomly select 10,000 lucky players to gain early access to cultivation. Beta testing method 1. After reaching 200,000 reservations, a random selection of users will receive testing qualifications. Beta testing method 2. Players who previously participated in the running simulator survey can claim their access directly. Upon this announcement, the forum erupted in excitement. What? Only those who filled out the running simulator survey get direct access to the beta? I need to check if I filled it out. Whale Leap's strategy is ruthless. This is a boon for veteran players. I'm distraught. I found the survey too tedious to complete. Meanwhile, veteran players returned in droves. Brothers, I filled out the survey and already secured my beta access. Huh? I have a beta account. Who wants to buy it at a premium? Quickly check your inbox. The official notification for beta access has been sent. What kind of game is this? Only 10,000 beta slots? How shameless. I'm done. Whoever wants to play can have it. Whale Leap's maneuvers effectively dissuaded a large portion of players. The barrier to entry for this game seemed excessively high. Yet Lu Ming remained unconcerned. As long as players maintained their opinions about Whale Leap, they were still players. However, a small number of players discovered new channels through forums, chat groups, and second-hand trading platforms, where the news of beta qualifications for killing for immortality circulated. Offering a beta account at a low price, who wants it? Brothers, just received my qualification, selling it for 300, first come, first served. Any big shots looking to buy accounts? 800 for a smooth transaction. Seriously? Can you all agree on a price? I'm laughing. I don't even know what the game is like, and we're already trading accounts? The game hasn't even opened for microtransactions yet, but we're already investing in beta access. Can't snag a qualification and now have to buy accounts at exorbitant prices? Is Whale Leap trying to exploit players? The endorsement of a leading actor, coupled with hunger marketing and the manipulation of internal testing accounts, reveals the unscrupulous nature of this company. The group is rife with condemnation. And the topic Whale Leap Games exploits players has even surged to trending status. In the office, Lu Ming scrutinizes the back-end data. At this moment, the moral debt has escalated beyond 62,879. Lu Ming chuckles. The impact of ensnaring these players is simply exquisite. The trending topic is splendid. Just a few days remain until the official launch of the beta version. It is highly probable that he will achieve the first fourfold return on investment this month. Indeed, what truly undermines players is not merely the act of spending money, but rather the sensation of being unworthy of participation. Chapter 29, A Bowl to Start. Within the confines of the office, the marketing department's chat was equally ablaze. Mr. Lu, numerous players are expressing their outrage, calling for a collective boycott of our game. Mr. Lu, even the largest gaming video platform, Electric Station, has videos criticizing us. Shouldn't we consider expanding the internal testing qualifications? However, Lu Ming merely shook his head calmly. No, the number of internal test slots will remain unchanged. But Mr. Lu, scalpers are now selling internal test accounts for over 1,000. Lu Ming chuckled, his gaze imbued with the coldness typical of a capitalist. This is precisely evidence that we are on the right track. A game that can provoke such fervor among players, compelling them to spend money for a chance to participate, signifies that their desires have been entirely ignited. Moreover, just wait a moment, our internal test version has just gone live. Soon, we will receive feedback about the content of the game. Ming's intention was clear: once you experience the game's offerings, the clamoring for internal test slots will cease.
Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a gaming streamer named Old Pie was excitedly checking his email, his hands trembling with anticipation. He was a moderately well-known streamer, earning a living by broadcasting various games and critiquing poor ones. Upon discovering the recently launched game Killing for Immortality, he immediately recognized it as an opportunity. The game had barriers to entry. It was an ideal subject for streaming. With a unique angle, he could generate significant interest in his videos. Thus, to seize this wave of traffic, he spent 800 yuan to procure an internal test slot from a scalper. Just moments ago, he received an email confirming the game's launch. After setting up his equipment, he promptly announced in his community group, "Going live now, streaming Killing for Immortality." Soon, Old Pie followed the link to the Deep Blue gaming platform's download page. Not on Steam? Observing the steadily increasing viewer count, Old Pie began to introduce the game. "Brothers, I just started streaming, and I'm currently downloading the game. It seems like the company has created its own platform, quite interesting." Minutes later, the download completed. The Deep Blue interface was exceptionally clean. Upon entering, he found only one game available, Killing for Immortality. Old Pie frowned and muttered, "What a shabby platform. Only one game?" After registering an account and entering the internal test code, he clicked to download Killing for Immortality. The installation package was small, completing in 5 minutes. Soon, the launch button for Killing for Immortality lit up. Old Pie quickly adjusted the title of his stream to First Play of Killing for Immortality, where is the heartless game endorsed by Zhang Wei trying to trap us. Watching the viewer count approach 10,000, he positioned his camera and smiled. "Brothers, today I'll show you this heavily advertised Killing for Immortality and see if my internal test account is worth the investment." The game commenced. With a dark backdrop and golden text, an ancient and melancholic atmosphere enveloped him, distant thunder echoed, reminiscent of some cosmic law in motion. Old Pie raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "The art style is quite impressive, more refined than I expected." The chat began to buzz with excitement. "This game has potential, the UI feels immersive. Let us hope it's not just a money-grabbing scheme cloaked in a fantasy guise." "Exactly, the opening is quite promising." Old Pie entered the character selection interface. Glancing at the options, a white-clad swordsman, a red-robed sorceress, and a destitute beggar. Upon spotting the beggar, Old Pie couldn't help but exclaim, "What is with this shabby character? Such a pitiful design?" The chat erupted with enthusiasm. "Choose the beggar, start your immortal journey from zero. Old Pie is perfect for the beggar role. A bull to start is just right." Amused by the chat's requests, Old Pie chuckled and decisively selected the beggar. He then opened the character creation interface. Discovering an astonishing face sculpting system with rich detail, skin tone, facial features, hairstyle, and even eye color could be adjusted. "Wow, this game is quite excessive. A fantasy game with a face sculpting feature?" he exclaimed, randomly adjusting features until he shaped his character into a scruffy, bearded man, naming him Old Tan Shan Kai. The chat erupted in laughter. "What a name, truly grand. Shan Kai, I have seen through everything." After confirming the character, the game officially began. As the loading completed, the screen faded to black before illuminating with blood-red text, "Born into poverty, constantly bullied, you never believed in fate. But today, fate opens a door for you." The screen brightened, revealing a dilapidated town. Farmers and vendors wandered about, while Old Pie's character lay on a tattered mat in a corner, wrapped in ragged burlap, emaciated. At that moment, a message appeared: "You are a beggar. Living day by begging. Ha, indeed a true beggar-esque start. The immortal journey of a beggar, just right for Old Pie." The chat exploded with comments urging him to change his name. Suddenly, a child ran over, pointing at Old Pie's character, laughing loudly. "Smelly beggar, quickly bow to grandpa, or I'll beat you." Soon, several NPC children swarmed in, kicking and scolding Old Pie's character, punching and kicking him while cursing. Old Pie, dumbfounded, thought, "This game is too realistic. Even NPCs bully you?" After all, he could see his character's health bar depleting significantly, and this wasn't even a scripted scene.
Then,
The scene shifted, and a system prompt appeared. In your moment of despair, you found a broken bowl. Old Pie stared at the broken bowl in his character's hand, stunned. Opening the inventory, he discovered that this broken bowl was actually a spiritual artifact.
starting off with spiritual energy? This game is intriguing.
He eagerly examined the bowl's attributes. Broken bowl, damaged, effect, can receive alms at specific locations.
Gaining spiritual stones or leftover food. Wait, what? Just this function for a spiritual artifact? No grandpa inside? What kind of nonsense is this? Yet. In the livestream, the chat was racing by, the viewer count soaring to 30,000. The officials do not deceive me, truly a beggar's journey to immortality. Is this broken bowl the gateway to immortality? The planners have something up their sleeves. Let us see if I can beg for some spiritual stones. This game is incredibly captivating. Chapter 30, Join my beggar gang, first pay the entrance fee.
As the barrage of comments flooded in, Lao Pai maneuvered his character. Clutching a broken bowl, to the center of the town. An elderly beggar sat cross-legged there, and Lao Pai tentatively clicked on him.
The system promptly displayed a dialogue. Youngster, have you come out to beg? Yes, no. Lao Pai decisively selected yes.
Soon, the old beggar brandished a stick and pointed to an empty spot nearby.
Go kneel over there. All newcomers must be in that area. Lao Pai immediately directed his character to comply.
You kneel on the street, begging for a day, and earn 1 spirit stone.
2 leftover meals.
Seeing the 1-2 notifications, Lao Pai was taken aback, and so was the barrage.
No way, can we really earn spirit stones? This is happening too fast. Lao Pai, you might as well kneel here all day. With his first spirit stone secured, Lao Pai's interest was piqued.
He began to guide his character around the town, hoping to find more ways to acquire spirit stones.
At that moment,
a familiar name appeared on the screen, Rich Young Master Wang Xiao. The NPC stood in the town center, surrounded by a group of sycophants, mocking the passing cultivators.
Wang Xiao, a mere beggar dares to cultivate? Ha, you crack me up. Then, the system presented an option. Would you like to bow to Wang Xiao in exchange for 5 spirit stones?
Lao Pai was momentarily stunned. The live chat erupted in excitement.
Wow, this game is so realistic. The developers truly understand the essence of cultivation. Begging is fine, but one must bow down. Lao Pai decided to bow. We support you. A true man can endure humiliation for the sake of cultivation. Bow down.
This bow would elevate him from a mere mortal to the chi refinement stage. Sighing deeply, Lao Pai thought, 30 years of ups and downs.
Wang Xiao, just you wait. He clicked the mouse, and his character knelt down. Gain spirit stones 5. Lao Pai bowed. This game is incredibly immersive. Playing this game gives a sense of real societal experience. As long as I get paid, I could kneel indefinitely. Lao Pai helplessly covered his face. This game is truly outrageous.
Yet, he realized he might be getting a bit too invested.
Though he hadn't played long, it was already quite captivating.
Glancing at his inventory, he found he had nearly 10 spirit stones. He could now enter the chi refinement stage.
With trembling hands, Lao Pai directed his character to take out the spirit stones.
Brothers, I'm about to break through to the chi refinement stage.
He opened the cultivation interface,
and 5 spirit stones instantly transformed into flickering lights that dissipated. The character sat cross-legged, his tattered robes fluttering gently as if he had genuinely entered a state of cultivation.
Moments later, a system notification appeared.
Congratulations, you have broken through to the first layer of chi refinement. Your journey in cultivation officially begins.
In this area,
the spiritual energy is thin. To maintain this realm, you must consume 1 spirit stone daily. If you lack spirit stones, your cultivation will regress.
Lao Pai's eyes widened. Something feels off.
He clicked his tongue and began to explore the new system interface. After breaking through to chi refinement,
he noticed a new cultivation efficiency value on the screen. Upon reading the explanation, Lao Pai was taken aback. What? Cultivation can actually decrease? Ha. The developer is a genius.
In cultivation, if you don't progress, you regress. The logic is coherent.
Do you understand? This game genuinely simulates cultivation. It has begun. The recharge interface is coming. Hurriedly, Lao Pai opened his inventory and counted his remaining spirit stones, 2.
This meant he could only cultivate for 2 more days before his spirit stones ran out. Brothers, the cost of cultivation is higher than I anticipated. With a grimace, Lao Pai wandered around the town, seeking a way to acquire more spirit stones. He soon realized that begging was not an easy life. People like Wang Xiao didn't appear often, and this was far from sufficient to sustain his cultivation expenses.
Oh no, I just broke through to Qi refinement. And I'm about to regress back to a mortal. In the live chat, comments continued to roll in. Haha, this game is too realistic. The poor can't even sustain their cultivation? Is this the meaning of spending money to cultivate? I feel like I need to spend some money, otherwise. The pace is too slow. Lao Pai gazed at his character, clad in rags, clutching 2 spirit stones, and fell into deep thought. Brothers, let us not rush to spend money. We can still play. I just realized that my absorption of spiritual energy is too slow. The main reason is that I currently lack a suitable cultivation method. Once I find a proper technique, my rate of energy absorption will increase. Thus, I can't continue like this. I need to find a group to join. With an idea in mind, Lao Pai began to guide his character around the town, inquiring about potential organizations. He eventually stumbled upon a group of ragged cultivators gathered in a dilapidated temple. Although they appeared shabby, their eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. Among them, an old man with a goatee stood at the entrance, leaning on a cane as he surveyed the passers-by. Lao Pai sensed that this man was different and promptly approached. A dialogue box appeared, beggar gang elder, youngster. Do you wish to join the beggar gang? Wow, there really is a beggar gang. Lao Pai's heart raced with excitement, convinced he had found the right path. Joining the beggar gang would surely grant him access to suitable cultivation techniques. Without hesitation, Lao Pai clicked, yes. The response came swiftly, beggar gang elder, to join my beggar gang, you must first pay an entrance fee of 50 spirit stones. Lao Pai was left dumbfounded, what? Are you kidding me? Is the beggar gang just a protection racket? And so expensive? The live chat burst into laughter. Ha, the developer truly understands. Even in the real world, beggars have their organization, this makes sense. Did you think being a beggar is free? Naive. It's entirely reasonable. My daughter has to pay class fees for school. Rubbing his eyes, Lao Pai stared at the message 3 times, realizing he wasn't mistaken. There were no other conditions, no examination of roots or qualifications, just a fee of 50 spirit stones to join the beggar gang? But the problem was, that was the money he had painstakingly saved over half a month of begging. Lao Pai couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why? Aren't you the beggar gang? Why charge spirit stones? He attempted to refuse, hoping to sneak in, but the system's notification dashed his hopes. Insufficient spirit stones, less than 50. Entry into the gang is forbidden. How utterly frustrating. Brothers, I can't even enter the beggar gang, this game is outrageous. Ha ha ha. The poor can't even qualify to be beggars. I suggest Lao Pai give up struggling and spend some money. Lao Pai took a deep breath, his lips twitching slightly. No. I, Lao Pai, am known for my resilience in gameplay, I can survive without spending money. Thus, he turned his character around and walked away. Chapter 31, this is the treatment one should expect in cultivation. Subsequently, Old Pai embarked on his familiar journey of begging and working. Naturally, he had to join the beggar-s gang, where else could a beggar go? Thus, in the following days, Old Pai began to bow to various NPCs, soliciting alms. And even sought odd jobs in the city. Bowing to Wang Xiao, he earned 5 spirit stones, a stable daily gain. Begging at the city gate yielded 1 spirit stone. Helping at the rice shop brought in 2 spirit stones. Working as a waiter at a restaurant earned him 3 spirit stones. Although his daily earnings were meager, Old Pai diligently persevered, gradually amassing a modest fortune. Haha, Old Pai, your gaming experience is absurdly realistic. Isn't this just a simulation of the corporate grind? The game even requires players to toil like laborers? The pace is unbearably slow. I say, just spend some money and finish it.
Old Pie disregarded the barrage of suggestions, opting instead for the most popular gameplay style. After more than 20 days of gameplay, he finally managed to accumulate 50 spirit stones.
The process was indeed arduous.
After all, to maintain his first level chi cultivation, he needed to expend 1 spirit stone daily.
However, all of this would be resolved upon joining the beggar-s gang.
Clutching the spirit stones, Old Pie made his way to the familiar dilapidated temple.
You have paid 50 spirit stones to the beggar-s gang and successfully joined.
Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, beggar-s breathing technique, white grade, cultivation speed 1. Daily spirit stone consumption reduced by 50, congratulations, you have unlocked the gang system.
Old Pie. After 7 grueling days. This is the rubbish skill I receive? Ha ha ha, a white grade skill. The most inferior of techniques. This is what you get for spending 50 spirit stones? The game designers are brilliant. This is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Old Pie's expression darkened. Nevertheless,
he no longer needed to spend 1 spirit stone daily for cultivation. Now, he could barely survive on just half a spirit stone.
Brothers, I have finally found my footing. However, he soon realized a more pressing issue.
Upon examining the gang system, Old Pie discovered that the beggar-s gang indeed possessed higher grade skills, yet they all required money.
Currently, he was utterly unable to afford them.
A cultivation speed of 1 is nearly negligible. With this skill, merely meditating would not suffice.
No. I must find another way to grow stronger.
Old Pie spent an additional 5 spirit stones to purchase an ordinary dog beating stick from the gang shop.
Brothers, after much deliberation, I am finally heading out to slay monsters. With excitement, Old Pie dashed out of the town and into the wilderness.
Just as he stepped beyond the city gate onto a dirt path, he wondered why he hadn't encountered any wild monsters yet, when suddenly, the scene shifted, plunging him into a familiar yet strange combat scenario. On the screen, Old Pie's character stood on the left, facing a half-human, half-dog creature.
Its health bar extensive and its demeanor aggressive.
In the center of the screen, several enormous buttons appeared: attack, magic, defense, escape, item.
Old Pie stared at the screen, utterly petrified. What the? Turn-based combat? Wait a moment, this game is actually turn-based? After playing for so long, I only just discovered it's a turn-based game? This is not right.
The moment he realized it was turn-based, Old Pie's mental state crumbled. He had initially thought pay-to-win cultivation was a highly flexible open-world cultivation experience,
only to find out after nearly a day of play that it was indeed a turn-based cultivation game? No wonder there had been no combat scenes before. The designers had hidden this twist. We've all been deceived.
In this day and age, companies are still developing turn-based games. If you had mentioned it was turn-based earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Old Pie glanced at the number of viewers in the livestream as soon as the turn-based interface appeared.
A significant number of viewers were dissuaded.
It's no surprise, turn-based games are quite unpopular nowadays. With a sigh, Old Pie decided to continue playing, as the livestream still had its merits. Observing the wild dog before him, Old Pie decisively clicked attack. His character swung the dog beating stick and struck the wild dog.
Bang! The wild dog lost 10 health points. Wild dog attacks. Bang! You received 18 points of damage. What a stark difference in damage. Am I not still in the beginner area? The monsters in the beginner area have such high attack power. After a few more attempts, Old Pie felt he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, he had no potions. Escape, Old Pie swiftly chose to flee. Escape failed, wild dog continues to attack. Critical hit. You received 26 points of damage. You have died. Old Pie? I was killed by a dog? Ha ha ha. A chirifying cultivator can't even defeat a wild dog. I can't even beat a dog with a dog beating stick. What's the point of this? You have died. The cultivation world is merciless, you have lost 30 of your cultivation. Seeing the death notification, Old Pie spat out a mouthful of old blood. He finally recognized a severe issue.
It was highly likely that this game's combat system did not rely on skill to defeat monsters but rather on equipment, techniques,
and monetary investment to dominate.
He opened the character interface and discovered that his character possessed only a dog beating stick, and his skill was merely the pitiful beggaress breathing technique, with lamentable attack power.
Brothers, I understand now.
Old Pie sighed heavily, his tone somber.
This game is truly unplayable without spending money.
Gazing at his fallen character on the ground, Old Pie took a deep breath and slowly revealed a smile filled with vengeance.
It's all right, you wretched creature, just wait. Once I gather some equipment, I will raise your entire den.
In the livestream, upon hearing Old Pie's laughter,
everyone guessed what he was planning. Here it comes, Old Pie is about to set a revenge flag. The dog? What have I done to you? The familiar recharge interface was about to appear.
Old Pie narrowed his eyes. It was impossible to rely solely on himself. Crucial moments always required some external assistance. No wonder this game previously advertised that there were countless paths to greatness. Old Pie finally understood the meaning behind that slogan.
After reviving, Old Pie took a deep breath, moved his mouse swiftly, and unhesitatingly clicked on the recharge interface. Brothers, I have gained enlightenment on the path of cultivation.
He fixated on the Spirit Stone purchase options on the screen: 6 yuan 60 Spirit Stones, 30 yuan 300 Spirit Stones, with an extra 30, 98 yuan 980 Spirit Stones, with an extra 120. 648 yuan 6,480 Spirit Stones, with an extra 1,500, here it comes, the familiar recharge interface.
Old Pie, don't hesitate, let us go for the 648.
The hard truth of the cultivation world: only with Spirit Stones can one have everything. Old Pie scoffed, his mouse unflinchingly clicking on the 198 yuan package. But just as he was about to make the payment, he caught sight of a notice in the lower right corner indicating that during the beta test, the first recharge would yield double.
What the?
Double for the first recharge?
Old Pie's eyes widened. This was a mechanism he must utilize wisely.
Old Pie decisively exchanged for the welfare of
480 yuan. With an additional 500 yuan gifted.
It transformed into a staggering 960 Spirit Stones.
Brothers, who could possibly refuse such an offer? On the path of cultivation, what matters most is not talent, nor perseverance,
but the resolve to invest.
Ding. Payment successful. Ding. Congratulations player, on your first charge, you have received Spirit Stones, 960. Ding. You have unlocked VIP 5 privileges,
allowing you to purchase more advanced items in the shop.
This is the treatment one deserves in cultivation. Hearing the system's prompt, Old Pie took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fervent determination. Excellent. The next step is the buy. Buy. Chapter 32, I Quit.
Gazing at the countless Spirit Stones amassed on his person,
La Pie felt a surge of confidence.
He hurried to the town's cultivators market and entered the weapons shop, where he discovered an array of advanced weaponry available for purchase. Black Iron Longsword, 200 Spirit Stones, attack 20, includes basic sword techniques. Bronze Staff, 500 Spirit Stones, attack 30, allows the use of basic spells.
Mystic Iron Dagger, 1000 Spirit Stones, attack 50, includes armor-piercing effects.
My friends, in the pursuit of immortality, one must possess only the finest equipment.
With determination,
La Pie gritted his teeth and purchased the Mystic Iron Dagger.
Next, he ventured to the adjacent technique pavilion and selected a foundational technique.
Earthgrade, Taisu Sutra, 2000 Spirit Stones, cultivation speed 100, daily Spirit Stone consumption -5. Following that, he made his way to the apothecary, where he bought a plethora of restorative potions and, with narrowed eyes, acquired several foundational enhancement pills. Foundational enhancement pill, 800 Spirit Stones each. For those below the foundation establishment stage, it can directly elevate one's small realm. Excessive use may lead to failure.
With excitement, La Pie opened his inventory and swallowed the pills. Ding.
You have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement.
Ding.
You have broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. La Pie's character stood still, radiant with golden light as he leveled up continuously.
What sorcery is this? From the 1st layer to the 7th in one breath?
Forget about cultivation, spending is the true path to immortality.
Lao Pai, have you forgotten your roots? What about the time you bowed for 5 spirit stones? As Lao Pai surveyed his newly refreshed status bar, his heart swelled with joy. Realm, 7th layer of Chi refinement attack, 50, Mystic Iron Dagger, cultivation technique, Earth grade, Taisu Sutra daily spirit stone consumption, 2 stones ha. This is the essence of cultivation. With his new equipment, new technique, and newfound power, Lao Pai strode boldly out of the town. This time, he set his sights on a pack of wild dogs outside, his gaze filled with disdain. You mutts, watch as I cleave you down with one strike. And thus, the revenge saga began. The wild dogs? What did we do wrong? In this authentic simulation of cultivation, the poor rely on hard work, while the rich simply overtake. With a smirk, Lao Pai clicked his mouse, and his character re-entered battle mode. Ding! You have entered the wild dog den. Once, this place was his nightmare, where his first layer Chi refinement character was vanquished by a wild dog, leaving him in utter defeat. But now, he had transformed. Prepare yourselves, beasts. Here I come. In the turn-based combat interface, Lao Pai initiated the attack, raising his hand for a strike. Critical hit. Dealt 324 damage to the wild dog. The dog fell instantly, unable to even let out a whimper. You have slain a wild dog, gaining 3 dogskins, experience 200. Ha ha ha. Now this is cultivation. Lao Pai proceeded to wreak havoc in that area, grinding monsters for 20 minutes as his experience soared. Ding! You have broken through to the 9th layer of Chi refinement. Ding! You consumed a foundation establishment pill, breaking through to the 1st layer of foundation establishment. On the screen, his character soared into the air. A golden light descending from above, and his aura surged dramatically. Congratulations, player, you have entered the foundation establishment stage. Prepared, Lao Pai was elated. Having spent money, he couldn't fathom how much faster his leveling had become. Then, Lao Pai glanced at his brand new interface, and the system prompt appeared upon entering the foundation establishment stage. Cultivation costs have significantly increased. Daily spirit stone consumption adjusted to 10 stones. Lao Pai hastily opened his inventory, only to find that the substantial number of spirit stones he had previously purchased was dwindling rapidly. What? It costs 10 spirit stones a day for foundation establishment? During the Chi refinement stage, it was merely 1 stone a day, and now it has shot up tenfold? Ah, Lao Pai, your funds are dwindling fast. Cultivation requires minimal investment in the early stages, but becomes an insatiable abyss later on. The planners truly understand this. It's akin to a real estate loan in the realm of immortality. A sense of panic washed over Lao Pai as he navigated his character into a new town. Accessible only to those in the foundation establishment stage, where an array of new items awaited in the shops. Spirit Pet Contract, 500 spirit stones each. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, one must contract a spirit pet, or they will be unable to tame beasts. Dungeon Ticket, 300 spirit stones each. Must purchase tickets to enter advanced dungeons. Premium Flying Vessel, 3,000 spirit stones each. Greatly increases travel speed, a necessity for home and travel. Lao Pai was utterly stunned. How is it that upon just entering foundation establishment, I'm bombarded with so many purchases? The spirit stones are nowhere near sufficient. Thus, why should there be a class system in cultivation? Because if you are poor, you deserve to be unable to break through. Lao Pai calculated that he needed 10 spirit stones daily for cultivation, not to mention the subsequent costs for equipment, pets, skills, dungeon tickets, and so forth. This meager amount of spirit stones was wholly inadequate. He would need to recharge. Covering his face, Lao Pai fought to suppress his fury. I spent several hundred, played for just an hour, and now I'm on the verge of bankruptcy? Lao Pai had no desire to revisit the labor tasks. He was here to cultivate, not to earn money. Despairingly staring at the screen, he finally grasped a fundamental truth. In this game, without monetary investment, one could not progress. Initially, he believed that spending 500 spirit stones would grant him a delightful experience. Yet he only enjoyed an hour of it, returning swiftly to a familiar state of poverty. Even more absurdly, the shop offered various VIP privileges. Covering his face, Lao Pai began to take deep breaths. Once composed,
He finally saw through the essence of this game: early stage, flashy narratives designed to lure you into the experience,
claiming one can play without spending.
Mid-stage, making you feel the thrill of spending, causing inadvertent investment. Late stage, forcing you to continuously recharge with various expenditures, without money.
One cannot proceed. You deceptive planners. You are not creating a cultivation game, you are crafting a money-burning trap. No wonder there are so many advertisements and endorsements from Zhang Hui. I am such a fool.
Lao Pai's lips twitched, his eyes filled with self-contempt.
What cultivation? This is not a cultivation game. It is a meticulously designed cash grab. With this realization, Lao Pai decided not to continue playing. Brothers, this game is merely a money-making scheme disguised as cultivation.
I cannot proceed, let us find another game.
The live stream exploded with excitement. Quitting already? Wow, that was fast.
Indeed, this game is mercilessly expensive. Lao Pai's decision to quit is justified. I can empathize. Lao Pai spent several hundred, and in the end,
gained nothing. If it were me, I would also run. The rate of expenditure surpasses the speed of investment. Who wouldn't quit?
It is evident that this is not true cultivation but a consumption-based cultivation. We've only reached the foundation establishment stage.
How much would it cost to reach the nascent soul or great ascension stages? Lao Pai, will you one day be unable to resist and recharge again?
I bet 500 spirit stones that within a month, Lao Pai will return to streaming cultivation.
Quit today, recharge 648 tomorrow. Lao Pai scoffed, resolutely declaring, absolutely not. Chapter 33, the only option is to hide and secretly rejoice. Old Pai's announcement of his withdrawal from the game fell like a colossal stone into a lake, stirring up a tempest of outrage.
Within a mere half hour, trending topics such as workers are not fit for cultivation and Zhang Fei endorses fraudulent games garnered immense attention. The cacophony of vitriol flooded the official game forum, various social media platforms, and comment sections of short videos, drowning the entire internet in a sea of discontent.
How can I, having just established my foundation, be pressured to spend money? If I reach the divine transformation stage, will I need to take out a loan to cultivate? Who still remembers the official slogan proclaiming 3,000 paths to the Tao, with quick success achievable? Quick success is merely a euphemism for spending money, isn't it?
Had I known this, I would have sold my beta account.
500 yuan for an hour of cultivation. And I went bankrupt before I even warmed up to the celestial energy, and it's a turn-based game to boot. I must have been out of my mind to have participated. The game planners are truly ingenious. The game is riddled with payment points. In the comments section.
Aside from the overwhelming criticism, there exists a small faction that appreciates the game.
While the monetization is indeed predatory, one cannot deny the game's excellent atmospheric design.
As turn-based games dwindle in number, this one evokes memories of my past adventures in Dreamland.
Age may have caught up with me,
but I find solace in playing such turn-based games.
To my astonishment, there are indeed players who enjoy this game. Surely the upstairs crowd is all over 40. Countless irate players surged onto the Deep Blue gaming platform, launching a barrage of scathing reviews for cultivation with a price. The most unfortunate of all is the game's spokesperson, Zhang Hui. This prominent actor had recently uttered the catchphrase in an advertisement, "Becoming immortal?" What chance does a mortal have? Now, it seems, the game is indeed as he described. The standards for contemporary celebrities have plummeted. What games will they not endorse? You truly are something, Zhang Hui. I was once your fan, but now I shall burn your poster. Your advertisement was nothing but the truth. Mortals have no chance at all. Does it not leave one questioning how much you were paid? Why do you endorse every game that comes your way? The outcry escalated.
And Zhang Hui's Weibo comments section was besieged. Brother Hui, the game you endorsed cost me 300 yuan, and I gained nothing. Return my hard-earned money, you wretched spokesperson. In Hong Kong, Zhang Hui reclined on the couch of his lavish apartment, phone in hand, gazing at the overwhelming negative news with a frown. He had only taken on a mobile game endorsement, yet within a day, he was trending for all the wrong reasons. This game truly invites scorn. And this is merely the beta phase. However, should he be given another chance, Zhang Hui would still choose to endorse it. After all, it was 2 million yuan. In the bustling metropolis, within the office of Whale Leap Gaming Company, the usual clamor had given way to an unprecedented silence.
Every employee sat at their desks, their faces as grim as if they had consumed a fly. The derision on social media, the ridicule on short video platforms, and the abysmal ratings on the Deep Blue gaming platform. Even before the game's official launch, it had already become the laughingstock of the entire industry. Han Mimi from the marketing department slumped over her desk, her face a portrait of despair. She had truly given her all. The advertising budget had been meticulously allocated. The promotional rhythm was flawlessly timed, and user growth metrics were impressive. Yet once players entered the game, all they did was complain. Initially brimming with confidence, she believed the marketing efforts, combined with the nostalgic essence of cultivation with a price, would secure a loyal player base and ensure a steady long-term operation. Little did she anticipate that even in the beta phase, players would lambast it mercilessly. Trash game. Pressuring us to spend in the beta phase? Cultivation with a price lives up to its name. Cultivation? Nonsense. It's merely a capitalist game that exposes the disparity between the rich and the poor. Han Mimi's mindset shattered completely. The advertising funds had been spent. And the current reality was that the more she invested, the more abuse she received. She had even inquired with General Manager Lu whether they should pause the advertising to alleviate some of the public outcry. However, the response she received from General Manager Lu was a firm no. Keep spending. He even instructed her to place ads on the Steam platform. She was utterly disheartened, failing to comprehend General Manager Lu's approach. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the development department was palpably tense. Zhao Qiliang, the primary head of the entire game development team, sat in silence at his workstation. This game was his first project after leaving Tingxiu, and he had poured immense effort into it. Although most of the direction had been designed by General Manager Lu, he had contributed many of his own ideas in the finer details. Yet, under the shadow of the game's monetization issues, players seemed oblivious to all else. He glanced at his colleague Joe Bowen, and they exchanged a glance that conveyed mutual resignation. Now the entire internet is in an uproar, and the harshest criticisms are directed at our development team. Brother Liang, should we consider adjusting the game's parameters? Zhao Qiliang shook his head in dismay. No. General Manager Lu has been adamant about this, we cannot alter it. Moreover, we are out of time. Thankfully, he had chosen a new development name, otherwise, he would have been personally targeted for blame. Upon hearing this, Joe Bowen became anxious. It seemed he was using his real name. On the other side, Chen Hao, responsible for building the Deep Blue gaming platform, remained unperturbed. For him, the game's launch and subsequent backlash were to be expected. In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction. For many players were now treating the Deep Blue platform as the main battleground for public opinion. Although only one game was available on the platform, it was currently attracting significant traffic, and the platform continued to operate smoothly without a hint of collapse, clearly having passed the test. Amidst the chaos, anger, and despair enveloping everyone, within the Whale Leap office, only one individual trembled with excitement. That was Lu Ming. At this moment, a slight smile graced Lu Ming's lips. His gaze fixed intently on the system panel in his mind. Ethical debt value, 48753, the debt value was poised to surpass 50,000. Lu Ming could hardly contain his laughter, yet he restrained himself, deliberately adopting a pained expression as if deep in thought. He drew the blinds, fearing that the outside employees might catch a glimpse of his emotions. While everyone else was preoccupied with discussions on how to remedy the situation, Lu Ming remained unfazed. A debt value exceeding 10,000 translates to double the stakes. Surpassing 50,000 means quadruple. This was Lu Ming's first experience at such a high level. Moreover, he was just a hair's breadth away. This month, Lu Ming had invested 4 million. If it quadrupled, that would amount to 16 million. Over 10 million. Lu Ming licked his lips, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 34, Unpalatable Sustenance. The atmosphere in the office of Whale Leap Games remained oppressive, with every employee wearing a frown as they fixated on the myriad of negative reviews displayed on their computer screens. They felt as if they were aboard a sinking ship, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy once again. Why did it seem that the company had to endure this turmoil every month? Could not CEO Lu leave a little more in the company account? Where did this reckless gambling mentality come from?
Old Wang's gaze remained fixated on the tightly shut door of Lu Ming's office. The air pressure within must be extraordinarily low at this moment.
Inside the office, Lu Ming took a deep breath, striving to conceal his own elation. Observing the gloomy atmosphere outside, he realized that if he did not intervene soon,
his team might truly unravel. Thus, he stepped out, feigning calmness, cleared his throat, and stood in the center of the office, clapping his hands to garner everyone's attention.
Everyone! Let us not dwell in despair. The crowd raised their heads, their expressions a mix of confusion and skepticism. What could the boss possibly say at such a dire moment?
Under their scrutinizing gazes, Lu Ming spoke, "I understand that the situation is rather bleak, our game has faced severe backlash and the ratings have plummeted.
However, have we considered one thing?"
He paused deliberately, allowing his eyes to sweep across his colleagues.
At the very least, our game is currently the talk of the internet. How many games have squandered millions on marketing only to fade into obscurity?
Yet, with our modest few million spent, we have catapulted to trending status.
Silence enveloped the room.
Lu's unique perspective on the situation left many astonished. Although his words bore a semblance of validity, they felt increasingly disconcerting. Han Mimi, supporting her forehead with her hand,
sighed. "CEO Lu, we understand your point, but the attention we are receiving is negative." "Exactly." Joe Bowen interjected, unable to restrain himself. "This notoriety is not a blessing. Everyone is condemning us. Our game has been branded as a money-grabbing scam. Even our company, and you, CEO Lu, are under fire."
Joe Bowen felt an acute sense of discomfort. He had always believed Lu Ming operated on a higher level and would have a strategy in place.
But now, in light of this predicament, it appeared as though Lu was operating at a much more elementary level than he had assumed. Despite his experience with the runaway simulator, which taught him that initial criticism was par for the course, this instance felt distinctly different. This game bore no reflection of reality. Even if it did, the cost to players was exorbitant. In the gaming industry, those who had faced such vehement backlash rarely emerged unscathed. Joe Bowen expressed his innermost thoughts.
And as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement and sighs filled the office. Yet Lu Ming merely smiled mysteriously, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope.
"Thus, we ought to celebrate. Everyone? We have garnered the attention of the entire industry with our 4 million in advertising. As long as there is attention, there lies an opportunity.
No matter how much they criticize us, it is far better than being overlooked."
How many games have players been too apathetic to even comment on?
At the very least, we have made a name for ourselves.
Lu Ming's declaration left many in a state of bewilderment.
Indeed, from a certain perspective,
the buzz surrounding pay-to-win immortal cultivation had escalated, but was this truly a positive development? No one dared to embrace such a gamble. The image of the brand was paramount.
In the grand scheme of the gaming realm, if Whale Leap became synonymous with a money-grabbing company,
what future would their subsequent games have?
Noticing the continued despondency among his colleagues, Lu Ming cheerfully proclaimed, "All right, let us not dwell on such thoughts.
Tonight, I shall treat you all to dinner, let us unwind." The crowd. At such a time, who had the appetite to dine? Why did the boss always create an atmosphere reminiscent of a farewell banquet? Han Mimi from the marketing department offered a wry smile. "CEO Lu, I truly lack the heart for a meal.
I have invested so much effort into this project, and now it faces such criticism.
I simply..."
Her voice trailed off, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhao Qiliang from the development department shook his head in despair. He had been working late into the night,
only to be met with a torrent of mockery. It was futile. No one was willing to acknowledge his efforts. "CEO Lu, I shall not attend. I wish to go home and sleep." Artists Gu Shangqiu and Su Xiaonuan exchanged glances and softly added, "CEO Lu, perhaps we should forego the dinner." They were genuinely devoid of spirit.
However, Lu Ming refused to entertain their refusals.
"No. We must go. You all believe the company is doomed, do you not? But I assure you, this project has only just begun." He pointed skyward, his gaze resolute, his tone imbued with an alarming confidence. "Therefore, you ought to eat well and replenish your energy. Tomorrow we shall continue the fight." Tonight, attendance is mandatory. Lu Ming decisively decreed. The crowd.
At that moment, they longed for Lu Ming to utter, "Boss, unpalatable sustenance is no pleasure."
As dinner time arrived, a group of employees from Whale Leap Games,
under Lu Ming's coercive orders, reluctantly gathered at the dining table. The restaurant was a renowned Hunan cuisine establishment in the bustling metropolis, conveniently located near Whale Leap. Though this venue was typically favored for company gatherings, the atmosphere this time was distinctly heavy. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, fragrant and spicy chopped pepper fish head, vibrant green stir-fried chili with pork, and a large platter of golden garlic crayfish.
Yet, not a single person reached for their chopsticks.
Each individual bowed their heads, fixated on their phones, scrolling through the latest trending topics.
Damn! Trouble has arisen.
The voice belonged to Li Feng from the development department, who reported in shock, "The peer has begun to openly criticize us." Li Feng abruptly lifted his head, incredulity etched on his face.
The entire table fell silent, turning their attention towards her. What? You must see what this Chun Lei,
a senior executive from Tingxiu Games, just posted on Weibo. Li Feng took a deep breath and slowly read aloud the words from the post. Certain small companies exclusively recruit our discarded personnel.
Focusing on game development rather than scheming to swindle money is the proper path.
As Li Feng finished reading, a profound silence enveloped the table.
Zhao Qilian's expression darkened ominously in that instant. He recognized Chun Lei.
The currently popular game classic of Mountains and Seas was from his project team.
Was he mocking us? The phrase discarded personnel surely referred to them. The expressions of Zhao Qilian and his companion shifted dramatically. They had all transitioned from Tingxiu, and now,
being subjected to such veiled mockery was unbearable. Zhou Bowen, sitting nearby, slammed his hand on the table in outrage. Tingxiu is utterly despicable.
Our spirits are already low. And now this Tingxiu executive has the audacity to publicly label us as rejects? This is nothing short of a slap in the face. Zhao Qilian's countenance darkened further. Chang Lei? Hadn't they once shared jovial exchanges at the company? How had he turned so vindictive upon leaving Tingxiu, seeking to stomp them into the ground? Was this even human? He gulped down his beer in one go, gritting his teeth. They are perpetrating industry bullying. They aim to ruin our reputation. Chapter 35, Self-Sabotage. Chang Lei truly has some audacity.
Gu Shangqiu could not help but sneer. Tingxiu Games has certainly invested heavily, yet how dare they defecate on our heads?
Zhou Bowen was equally indignant. Do they think they are the industry leader? What is this? Are they now forbidding us from changing jobs? The atmosphere became increasingly explosive, with anger etched on everyone's faces.
This affront will not go unpunished.
This group is truly despicable. Is it not merely an attempt to step on us to climb higher?
Everyone felt a tightness in their chests, the palpable ire thickening around the dining table.
Yet,
Lu Ming maintained his composure. He had not yet devised a way to soothe his employees.
How could he comfort them? By saying it was insignificant?
But the issue was right before their eyes. Tingxiu was clearly intent on annoying them.
Suggesting they retaliate? But could they really afford a direct confrontation with Tingxiu, given their current scale?
Lu Ming lifted his gaze, scanning the room, and noted the somber expressions on each face.
Zhao Qilian was grinding his teeth, his chopsticks gripped tightly,
the veins on the back of his hand visibly protruding.
Zhou Bowen's face was flushed with rage, clearly at his boiling point. Everyone was holding their breath. And Lu Ming sighed, gently tapping the table. It was crucial to resonate with everyone at this moment.
Lu Ming slowly began, "All right, let us not get too worked up.
Let us eat first. Chang Lei does not represent Tingxiu, these are merely his personal remarks. We will have our say eventually, but not today." After a brief pause,
he smiled and shrugged.
"If anyone is angry, it's me more than you."
Hearing his words, the table fell into a momentary silence. And the previously fiery atmosphere shifted subtly.
Zhao Qilian could not help but blurt out, "President Lu, what are you angry about? You weren't even named."
Lu Ming shrugged helplessly, "But the issue is, I am the boss. This company was built by all of us together, and now Tingxiu is disparaging us. Not only are they insulting you, but they are stepping on me as well." When employees from the industry leader personally mock us, and we find ourselves powerless to retaliate.
How could I not be furious?
Lu Ming forced a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation.
But I can't just sit here and curse along with you all night, can I?
Once he spoke, the mood at the table lightened slightly. The realization struck everyone: the boss was the one truly bearing the pressure. They were seething with anger, but as employees, their emotions were primarily frustration and resentment. Whereas Lu Ming, as the owner, had invested far more in terms of effort and resources.
President Lu understood better than anyone that Jingyue was not yet in a position to confront Tingxiu head-on.
Yet, despite this, he remained seated, striving to stabilize everyone's emotions.
The weight of this pressure was immense.
The previous boss had always been jovial, leading them to overlook the burdens carried by President Lu.
Zhao Qiliang fell silent for a moment before asking softly, "President Lu, what do you plan to do?" Lu Ming gently set down his glass, his gaze deepening.
He discreetly glanced at his moral debt, which was on the verge of breaking 50,000.
Cheng Lei's outburst presented an opportunistic moment.
But there was no need to rush.
We need not hastily retaliate.
Tingxiu has yet to respond, we can afford to wait.
As for Cheng Lei,
if you wish to vent your frustrations, feel free.
This declaration left everyone momentarily taken aback. Vent our frustrations? This could be approached in such a manner? Zhou Bowen blinked in disbelief, tentatively inquiring, "President Lu, do you mean we can speak freely?"
Of course,
Lu Ming replied, raising his hands.
Cheng Lei is speaking as an individual. How you choose to respond privately has nothing to do with the company.
However, he added, while expressing personal emotions is permissible, let us refrain from escalating it to the company level.
It would be prudent to wait a moment. Consider how those who previously departed from Tingxiu might react to such remarks from a senior executive.
With a slight grin, Lu Ming's eyes glimmered with a hint of calculation. He pondered for a moment before casually picking up his phone and opening a modest group chat. Rapidly typing out several lines. Opportunity has arisen, immediate payment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the discourse on Weibo underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. Initially, the focus was directed at Cheng Lei and Tingxiu, centering on issues of industry bullying and job hopping.
However, before long, an unexpected wave of individuals emerged, fervently shifting the narrative. While Tingxiu was indeed repugnant, Jingyue was hardly blameless either.
Jingyue Games is merely a small workshop. What good games can they produce? Cheng Lei is a senior in the industry. What is wrong with him speaking out? Are you all devoid of shame? This is a choice between two rotten nuts. Why must one be better than the other? Stop the whitewashing, aren't all these gaming companies merely seeking to profit? Suddenly, the online discourse intensified. Within the private room,
Lu Ming leisurely picked up a small lobster, peeling it methodically, a knowing smile playing on his lips.
All right, everyone, eat and drink, leave the cursing to the netizens.
At the table, Li Feng stared at the comments, his eyes widening in disbelief.
What is happening? Why is everyone cursing at anyone and everyone? We are the victims here. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why do I feel like someone is orchestrating this? Gu Shangqiu bit his lip in frustration. Could it be that Tingxiu has hired trolls to malign us?
Listening to their discussions, Lu Ming raised his glass and took a sip, calmly remarking,
"It may not necessarily be Tingxiu." Zhou Bowen frowned, then who could it be?
Lu Ming set down his glass, a faint smile gracing his lips.
It's me. Everyone was taken aback. President Lu, what are you saying?
Lu Ming shrugged, chuckling, those disparaging Jingyue aren't necessarily hired by Tingxiu, some are individuals I've engaged.
The collective shock on their faces was palpable. Engaging people to insult oneself? Was he out of his mind? President Lu, have you lost your senses? You hired trolls to generate controversy? Of course not. If I were to hire people to praise us, it would be too obvious. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Besides, hiring trolls is illegal.
I truly have never engaged in such practices. According to the system's rules, enlisting trolls, generating false reviews,
and manipulating public opinion are indeed illegal actions that one must avoid.
Thus, Lu Ming had sought out a group of college students for part-time work.
Furthermore,
when posting in the group, He explicitly emphasized that he was paying them merely to express their opinions on this issue on Weibo. He had not directed the narrative. In truth, Ming did not expect a few Weibo posts to turn the tide directly. But he understood that the most feared approach in such situations was a cold treatment. With the issue now heated, Tingxiu was compelled to respond. If they managed their response well, they could salvage their image; if poorly, they would face the backlash. Indeed, just minutes later, the official response from Tingxiu arrived. Li Feng pointed at his phone, his eyes lighting up, and everyone immediately gathered around to take a look. The official Weibo of Tingxiu Games stated, "Our company has always respected the mobility of industry talents, and we express our understanding and blessings regarding employees' choices. The inappropriate remarks of a few individuals do not represent the company's position. We will conduct internal communication to avoid similar situations in the future." Ming chuckled upon seeing this Weibo post.
Tingxiu had responded.
Zhao Qi laughed coldly, interpreting it as mere deflection. Gu Xiangqiu shrugged, indeed, shifting the blame onto individuals.
The executives of Tingxiu exhibit no sense of responsibility whatsoever. However, a glint of cunning flickered in Zhou Bowen's eyes. Did this imply that Chen Lei was being scapegoated? Li Feng instantly perked up, urging everyone to check Chang Lei's Weibo for his reaction. The group quickly refreshed the page, and indeed, Chang Lei's post had been deleted.
Damn!
It's gone?
Zhao Qi laughed heartily.
How cowardly! Zhou Bowen whistled. Looks like he was truly reprimanded by the company. Is this what they call retribution for evil deeds?
Ming smiled silently, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. This matter had nearly reached its conclusion. The real battlefield between us and Tingxiu still lies within the realm of gaming. After the dinner gathering dispersed, Ming chose not to continue drinking and returned home early. Sitting in his office chair, he casually opened the system interface, his gaze falling on the moral liability value section. Current moral liability value, 65,320.
Ming's eyes narrowed,
and a faint smile crept onto his lips.
Over 60,000.
He took a deep breath, reflecting on the events of the evening. The sardonic remarks from Tingxiu's executive Chang Lei, initially just a minor ripple within the industry, had escalated under his influence, causing not only Tingxiu to be criticized but also dragging Whale Leap into the fray, spiraling the topic out of control.
Even Tingxiu's official account had to bow down and respond, throwing Chang Lei under the bus.
All of this had been orchestrated by Ming using just a few guiding comments and online agents, plunging the entire industry into a verbal skirmish. As the liability value surged, he had also successfully garnered immense attention for Whale Leap.
Although predominantly negative, it was all worth it.
Ming gently navigated the system interface.
Current liability value multiplier, 6 times refund.
His eyes sparkled with excitement at this multiplier.
What did it signify?
It meant that the 4 million previously invested could yield a staggering 24 million by the end of the month. Just from Chang Lei's single Weibo post, Ming's potential earnings had multiplied several times. He mused that he must send an anonymous token of appreciation to this individual someday.
Unfortunately,
some of his own employees had to bear the brunt of the backlash, but it mattered little, the profits would justify it.
Each person would receive a token of consolation in due time.
Ming had long since grown indifferent to the minor liabilities generated by his employees.
Let them endure the ire of the majority. The student part-time group proved to be extraordinarily useful. Ming contemplated.
Recognizing the significant role the student part-time group had played in this public relations battle.
With a modest expenditure, these students could swiftly respond,
heating up relevant discussions without the risk of violating regulations. After all, they were not mere bots, they were diligent workers pursuing their studies. Every comment they posted reflected their genuine opinions, and some even took the time to write detailed analyses, infused with authentic emotion. This was far superior to simply purchasing fake accounts.
Moreover, and most importantly, they were incredibly cost-effective.
A single meal's worth could yield a well-crafted short essay. And some students even engaged in spirited debates, expanding the scope of discussions. One should not underestimate the combat power of students.
After thorough contemplation,
Ming resolved to make good use of such part-time groups in the future.
At that moment, he casually opened WeChat, locating the student part-time group,
and swiftly typed a message, "Thank you all for your hard work, the task was completed excellently."
A wave of red envelopes coming your way. He then sent a random red envelope of 200 yuan for everyone to snatch. Boss is generous. Thanks, boss. Today's milk tea is on me. Wow. I got 18 yuan. I'm rich. Does the boss need more part-timers? I'm available anytime.
Lu Ming smiled at these replies, pinning the group for easy access in the future.
Such part-time groups were incredibly useful. They would undoubtedly become a significant asset moving forward.
Chapter 36, The College Student Part-Time Group at this moment. In the dormitory of Fenghui University, a boy clad in a loose t-shirt reclined on his bed, a smug smile gracing his lips. His name was Zhou Qian, a sophomore and the founder of a part-time job group on campus. Since his freshman year, Zhou had been actively engaged in various part-time jobs. Later, realizing the inefficiency of working alone, he took the initiative to establish several part-time groups. After more than a year, he had amassed several groups that encompassed college students from various regions. In essence, he had gathered a multitude of students into these groups, facilitating connections for various simple online and offline jobs such as food delivery, tutoring, reviews, and promotions. With these endeavors, he could effortlessly earn a monthly income of 1 to 2,000 yuan, surpassing the living expenses of the average student.
Today's task was particularly gratifying.
Zhou took a bite of the 5 yuan grilled sausage in his hand, feeling utterly content.
The employer, who went by the moniker Lulawei, was truly a generous soul.
Not only did he offer substantial compensation, but he also specifically instructed that no direction for public opinion should be imposed, allowing everyone to voice their thoughts freely. Such meticulous employers were indeed rare. It is worth noting that he had previously undertaken some controversial tasks, with some unscrupulous employers even requesting him to write defamatory content against certain companies. After doing such work, it was inevitable that he would feel uneasy. After all, such actions were unethical, and Zhou had no desire to engage in them.
However, this task was devoid of any moral burden, it merely involved discussing a topic on Weibo.
And he could earn money for it, truly a windfall. Even without monetary compensation, as a college student who frequently played games, he had plenty of opinions.
This employer was exceptionally considerate.
Such a good employer was worth cultivating. Zhou licked his lips, a plan forming in his mind.
He casually opened a messaging app and sent a few messages to Lu Ming. Boss, today's collaboration was delightful. For any similar part-time opportunities in the future, feel free to reach out.
I have several larger part-time groups with over 2,000 members, ready to arrange at any time.
The group consists solely of enrolled college students, and our entry verification is stringent real people. Both online and offline activities are welcome.
After sending the messages, he leisurely slurped his instant noodles, waiting for a reply.
Oh.
Upon seeing the message, Lu Ming's eyes brightened slightly.
A part-time group of over 2,000 college students? This Zhou Qian was indeed a talent.
There was an abundance of such opportunities for college students, akin to engaging in social practice.
Moreover, they were highly motivated and took their work seriously. With this thought,
Lu Ming quickly replied, "All right, let us stay in touch.
I will contact you for suitable tasks in the future." On the other end, Zhou Qian, upon seeing the reply, slapped his thigh in triumph. It was a success. As long as Lu Ming had needs, he could secure a steady income. As the group leader, he earned a significant commission from many of the jobs. 2 days later, the online discourse diminished considerably following Ting Xue's statement. Time passed, and on June 1st, the first day of June, the sky over the metropolis was heavy, threatening rain. Yet, the office of Whale Leap Gaming Company was filled with a childish atmosphere. As Lu Ming had specifically instructed Lin Xiaoxiao to decorate for Children's Day. Several employees were busy, yet their expressions bore signs of fatigue and numbness. Han Mimi stared at her computer screen, her fingers tapping on the report while she muttered softly, "The criticism has lessened these past few days." But the ratings still Haven Tea improved. It was undoubtedly dwindling, fewer people were playing. Zhou Bowen sat at his workstation, massaging his temples, sighing at the coding interface.
Lu Ming had locked himself in his office, drawing the blinds and securing the door. He sat in an ergonomic chair, the glow from the computer screen illuminating his face. And his eyes reflected a fervent expectation.
Today was the day for system settlement.
To date, his debt value had shown no signs of decline.
As expected, following the path of his idol was indeed the right direction.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Ding.
The current cycle has ended, and settlement is underway.
His heart raced instantly. He fixed his gaze on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the armrests of his chair.
The time for settlement had arrived.
As the familiar electronic voice echoed, the numbers on the system interface began to fluctuate wildly. Company name, Whale Leap Gaming Company, company funds, 80,000 yuan, detected moral level increase, the host can withdraw 3 to personal account this cycle, personal assets, 40. 211 yuan, moral debt value, 66,012, moral level, infamous, reward mechanism triggered this cycle, return multiplier, 6 times, return cash amount this cycle, 24,000. 000 yuan, next settlement period, 1 month later, in no time, over 20 million yuan was credited.
20 million.
Lu Ming swallowed hard,
feeling as if his heart might leap from his chest.
This was over 20 million, not just 2,000. A surge of exhilaration rushed to his head as he abruptly stood from his chair, fists clenched, his body trembling slightly.
From 100,000 to millions.
Lu Ming had instantaneously made a leap in social status, and he glanced at his moral level, realizing he had indeed reached the infamous threshold.
For a moment,
Lu Ming felt an almost surreal sensation. This may had truly been rewarding. The game cramming Xiaoxian was simply outstanding. Lu Ming resolved that this game must be adapted into a mobile version. Furthermore, it needed vigorous promotion. He opened his mobile banking app, staring at the stark 8-digit balance.
Counting it again, this money was real. Ha 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 ha.
Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Ming tilted his head back and erupted in a fit of joyous laughter.
What do I possess? I possess wealth. He calculated precisely, the company account was nearly depleted.
In just 1 month, he had earned over 20 million.
With this thought, Lu Ming felt elated. Should he purchase a sports car? Should he rent a lavish office in the prime CBD of the metropolis? Should he invest in a villa?
Perhaps he was getting ahead of himself. 20 million was still insufficient to reach the threshold for a villa in the metropolis.
No, he must not act impulsively.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, striving to suppress the overwhelming euphoria within him and attempting to regain his composure.
The money must be spent wisely. Over 20 million.
While a substantial foundation, was still far from sufficient. If he were to invest another 20 million this June, with the current 6-fold return mechanism,
that would amount to 120 million. Take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble, turning 20 million into 100 million. 100 million.
Just the thought of it sent his blood racing. This was undeniably a capital game.
In a mere 2 months,
he could elevate himself from a small boss with only a few tens of thousands in the company account to a mogul with a fortune exceeding 100 million.
It was madness, sheer madness. But he relished it.
Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table, determined to transfer 20 million to the company account directly.
As he reveled in ecstasy, an unprecedented ambition ignited within him. This June, he would strive even harder.
One game, cramming Xiaoxian, was far from sufficient to garner criticism.
The player's complaints must blossom in abundance.
If the moral debt value could surpass 100,000, it would yield an 8-fold return.
The profits he could reap would be even greater.
Moreover, the distance to 100,000 is not insurmountable. With diligent efforts, it is indeed possible to achieve this goal.
Chapter 37, Settlement, 6-fold Return.
As for the grievances faced by his employees, Lu Ming had already devised a plan. Only bonuses could truly soothe their wounded spirits.
After all,
the company currently had only a handful of employees, and with the overwhelming criticism from players, Lu Ming had begun to place less importance on their opinions. Upon returning from the bank transfer, he retained 4 million yuan in his account, as a boss. Lu Ming had numerous intricate maneuvers he intended to execute through his own channels. In the office area of Whale Leap Games, just as the lunch break concluded, Han Mimi sat diligently at her computer, painstakingly organizing the recent data. She glanced around the office atmosphere. It was oppressive, somber, and lifeless.
This week,
the game Killing for Immortality had gone from explosive popularity to scorn, and now to mockery from competitors. The entire company felt as if it were shrouded in ominous clouds.
with everyone's demeanor appearing grim. Although the pressure had been alleviated slightly from Tangsu, the game's current downturn was indeed disheartening, with ratings plummeting daily and a steadily increasing player attrition rate. To make matters worse, the company was struggling with cash flow. Han Mimi calculated the finances last month. The company had invested 4 million yuan, yet the players' recharges barely covered the server and maintenance costs. She even prepared for the worst-case scenario if this continued. The company might not survive the month. She glanced at Lu Ming's office, wondering what the boss was preoccupied with, as he seemed to be in a hurry, shutting himself away in the office and rushing out whenever he emerged. While contemplating, a notification pinged in the company group chat. Lu Ming, everyone, Happy Children's Day. I have sent everyone a special benefit for the occasion, please check your accounts. Han Mimi was taken aback, and her colleagues exchanged bewildered glances at the group message. A benefit for Children's Day? How many years had it been since they had celebrated that? Moreover, who had the heart to celebrate at a time like this? As she internally scoffed, she opened her bank account. In the next moment, she nearly dropped her phone. Amount credited, 18,000 yuan. What the heck? Han Mimi exclaimed. Nearby, Zhao Qiliang heard the commotion and looked at his phone, his eyes widening in astonishment. No way. Suddenly, the entire Whale Leap office erupted into chaos. Is this real? I just received 18,002. Did CEO Lu really send this? A benefit for Children's Day? Has he gone mad? Wait. Isn't the company nearly out of money? Where did this bonus come from? We used to get lollipops for Children's Day. With dozens of employees. This must cost nearly 1 million. The employees were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Lu Ming emerged from his office, wearing a mysterious and confident smile. He surveyed the room, noticing everyone staring at him. What's with the looks? Unable to contain herself, Han Mimi asked, CEO. What's the meaning behind this bonus? Lu Ming clapped his hands and replied with a grin, didn't I say? It's a holiday benefit for Children's Day. I hope everyone remains forever young at heart. The office fell into a stunned silence. Han Mimi's lips twitched, despite her concerns about the company's financial status. She found this whimsical celebration delightful. Lu Ming, with utmost seriousness, addressed everyone, you have all been working hard lately. As your boss, I cannot let you feel disheartened. Zhao Qiliang, frowning, cautiously interjected, but isn't the company in a tight financial situation? Funding? Who told you the company is broke? From now on, do not speak of such nonsense in the office. Lu Ming chuckled, patting Han Mimi on the shoulder. Mimi, come to my office for a moment. In the office, Han Mimi sat in her chair, her expression grave as she regarded Lu Ming. CEO, what is your plan? Our game's reputation is at an all-time low, with an increasing number of player complaints and disastrous data. I can understand issuing bonuses now, but are you really considering pouring more money into this? CEO, you should check the game forums, players are openly criticizing us. At such a critical juncture, you still want to invest in advertising? Han Mimi struggled to comprehend Lu Ming's decision, feeling a sense of urgency. As one of the company's earliest employees, Whale Leap had been her longest-held job, and witnessing its decline was genuinely distressing. But upon hearing Lu Ming's intention to continue investing in advertising, she felt utterly bewildered. Things are dire. And you want to spend more on promotion? Isn't that simply throwing money into the abyss? Yet, Lu Ming's demeanor was remarkably composed. He spoke slowly, Mimi. Listen to me. Players criticize us? Then let them criticize even louder. The current negative sentiment is not sufficient to genuinely ignite Whale Leap's popularity. We need greater and more intense attention. Therefore, we must continue to invest in advertising. 5 million is not excessive, let us proceed. Han Mimi was at a loss for words. You're serious? Of course. We have already been ruthlessly criticized. You are sure you want to continue spending money to invite more scorn? This is not inviting scorn, this is marketing. Lu Ming's gaze was sharp and resolute. He had long prepared his rationale to persuade Han Mimi.
If you truly understand the internet, you should recognize that criticism is also traffic, and traffic equates to revenue.
We are not afraid of being criticized, what we fear is being ignored. As long as enough people are discussing us,
it means more individuals are becoming aware of Whale Leap's existence. Han Mimi's lips trembled slightly, she could scarcely believe what she was hearing.
What sort of insane business logic was this? Did the boss genuinely understand marketing, or was he merely fumbling about? Yet, it was undeniable that Lu Ming was the boss. Even if she chose not to invest, he would find others to do so.
If the funds were spent under her control, Han Mimi would feel much more at ease. After briefing Han Mimi, Lu Ming called for Zhao Qiliang. Qiliang, your task is straightforward, continue maintaining and developing the game. We have encountered numerous issues recently,
with plenty of bugs.
Ensure the technical team remains diligent, optimize where necessary and make adjustments as needed.
Zhao Qiliang nodded, his tone complex. CEO. Are you genuinely planning to keep this game operational? Why not? Zhao Qiliang murmured, players are saying we plan to take the game offline to revise the values. A mysterious smile played on Lu Ming's lips. Revise? Who told you that?
The critical values of killing for immortality must not be altered, prepare yourself.
As we are about to officially launch across the entire network. Chapter 38, The Original Victim? Official launch across the internet? Zhao Qiliang was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own hearing. Mr. Lu, did you just say we are going for an official launch across the entire network? Aren't we still in the public beta?
He was skeptical of his own ears.
What was the current state of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation?
Initially, it was a game in a limited internal testing phase, which had attracted a devoted group of hardcore players due to its cultivation theme.
However, it had now faced severe backlash from players, leading to a dismal rating.
Under such circumstances, most companies would typically choose to make internal modifications, conduct further testing, observe market feedback during the public beta, and only then proceed to an official launch. While this process might be cumbersome, it was undoubtedly the standard procedure for a game's launch. Yet, Lu Ming was proposing to bypass adjustments and the public beta entirely,
opting for an immediate official release? Was this madness? Was it a lack of understanding on Zhao Qiliang's part or perhaps on the part of his boss?
Zhao Qiliang stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from cautioning, Mr. Lu, our game's current reputation is quite poor.
Launching it directly might invite even harsher criticism.
Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, that's precisely the point. If we don't capitalize on this wave of dissatisfaction, we'll miss out on the fervent discourse.
There is no time to wait for the public beta. It's best to move swiftly. Zhao Qiliang felt utterly confounded by Lu Ming's line of thinking.
He hesitantly ventured, but
what if the backlash is so severe that it leads to a catastrophic rating drop, causing players to abandon the game? Even if they leave,
it would still be enough to subject me to a moral debt of over 100,000.
This sentiment echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Yet he could not articulate it to Zhao Qiliang.
Instead, he could only smile and respond, Qiliang, you do not understand. Just focus on maintaining and updating the game as per my instructions.
Leave the rest to me. Zhao Qiliang,
feeling a strong urge to voice his confusion about Lu Ming's intentions, ultimately swallowed his words upon seeing Lu Ming's unwavering confidence.
Such is the plight of an employee.
As long as someone else bears the responsibility, they merely follow their boss's directives. After Zhao Qiliang departed, Lu Ming retrieved his phone and sought out Zhou Qian's contact information. With pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation on the verge of its official launch, there was still a vital element missing to achieve Lu Ming's psychological objective.
Ah Wen, are you there? Boss? Is there a new task? Zhou Qian's response was almost instantaneous.
Indeed, pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation is about to officially launch across the network.
Please arrange for everyone to provide an objective evaluation of the game. Remember, it must be an objective evaluation, not merely a flood of positive reviews. Zhou Qian was taken aback. This was quintessentially Lu Ming's style. Boss, can you elaborate a bit more?
Quite simply, once the game goes live, have interested individuals play it.
If they find any aspects unsatisfactory or particularly engaging, encourage them to share their thoughts online. After a brief pause, Lu Ming added,
Let me give you another example. You should not only prompt discussions about gameplay and experience, but also delve deeper.
For instance, how does the game's art design fare? What about the background music? Dig deeper and uncover insights. Zhou Qian suddenly grasped Lu Ming's intent. As a professional in conversation, he recognized the emphasis Lu Ming placed on these focal points.
Nodding vigorously on the other end of the line, he began to formulate a concrete plan.
Rest assured, boss. I will arrange this promptly. Excellent.
After settling the terms, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and ended the call.
With all arrangements in place, they awaited the official launch of the game. 3 days later, pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation was officially released across the network. Advertisements flooded in from various channels once more.
Due to the previous internal testing phase where invitations had been highly sought after, many players were eager to explore what this game had to offer.
Despite the plethora of negative reviews, curiosity among players remained undeterred. Finally, it's officially launched.
As one of the first internal testers, a player with the ID, Old Chives, excitedly logged into the game. Having invested a significant sum during the internal testing phase, he had been unable to draw anything worthwhile due to his unfortunate luck. Nonetheless, he consoled himself with the belief that there would surely be compensation during the public launch. This was, in fact, his primary motivation for revisiting the game. Being somewhat nostalgic, he often sought out turn-based games. So spending a little money was not a significant concern for him. After all, once the game officially launched, it would serve as his advantage over others. That was the exhilarating aspect of engaging with such games.
However, upon entering the game,
he was met with an announcement. Dear internal testers, thank you for your support of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation. The official version has undergone some content optimizations. Previous internal test data will not be retained, and all participants in the internal testing phase will receive 100 spirit stones and a limited title as compensation.
Data not retained? Compensation is just 100 spirit stones. What is this limited title even worth?
Viewing the system announcement, Old Chives felt an overwhelming frustration, nearly spitting blood. He had invested 1,000 or 2 during the internal testing phase.
Did this game truly take him for a fool? Were they treating him as if he were a novice account to be easily deceived?
Old Chives glanced at the limited title hovering above his character, Reset True Immortal. Title description: You have used your flesh as fuel and spirit stones as fire, illuminating the altar of updates with brilliance.
Such merit may be inscribed in the annals of virtue.
Reading the title's description only deepened Old Chives' anguish.
Is this it? Does it truly have no effect? Moreover, the way this title is presented, wearing it would blatantly advertise to others that I am the original victim. Truly the first victim of exploitation? In a fit of rage, Old Chives promptly chose to hide his title.
He then furiously stormed over to the forums,
only to discover the internal testing group was in an uproar. What the hell? Internal testers get nothing?
Having played numerous pay-to-win games,
this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. They wiped my account clean. Are the developers devils? I was still leveling up yesterday, and today my account is gone? So I leveled up to the core formation stage just to receive this useless title? Brothers, is it possible we've been deceived?
A group of infuriated individuals immediately sought out customer service, only to find the response further escalated their blood pressure.
Dear player,
the current version is the latest version. Internal test data will not be retained.
Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your understanding? Enraged, the group swiftly took to Weibo to voice their outrage. Before long, the topic pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation scams players surged in popularity,
with a chorus of condemnation echoing across the platform in just a few short hours.
Chapter 39. What is there to boast about, boss?
Apart from the seasoned players who have been thrown off balance, a wave of eager new players continues to flock to this game.
Didn't you previously manage to garner over 1,000 players just from a single beta test?
I must see what this game truly offers.
Soon, a new player, filled with anticipation, clicked to enter the game.
He began by creating a character, choosing a cultivator role and customizing the appearance. The visuals were quite appealing, and the background music resonated well.
It's not as dreadful as I envisioned. However, after completing the first dungeon in the novice village, a shocking revelation unfolded.
Your character has sustained injuries in battle, reducing lifespan by 1 year.
What?
He froze momentarily and hurriedly checked his character panel, only to discover his original lifespan of 100 years had dwindled to 99. If lifespan reaches 0, your character will dissipate into ashes.
Goodness! Is this game truly a life-draining endeavor?
No, it must be an issue with the character I chose. The player immediately examined the details of the white-robed youth he had selected. Lifespan, 99-100 status, healthy, minor injury. The new player stared at the panel, utterly astonished.
I am cultivating immortality, yet it feels like I am cultivating my own life?
He opened the character's description and flipped through several pages until he finally found a statement tucked away in a corner. This person is a practitioner of the path of life.
When life ends, the soul disperses, requiring a new path of cultivation. It sounded outrageous, yet the meaning was crystal clear. If your lifespan reaches 0, you are irrevocably dead, and your account will be wiped clean.
What a predicament!
While others cultivate immortality, I am merely extending my life? The new player took a deep breath and resolved to search for possible remedies.
Tentatively, he consumed a longevity pill from the novice gift pack.
Extends life by 1 year. Phew, thankfully, consuming the pill suffices.
Next, he glanced at his inventory and realized he had only a single longevity pill left. The rest would need to be purchased from the shop.
5 spirit stones each. Isn't that exorbitantly priced?
He frantically rushed to the forum for assistance, only to discover that many others were in dire straits as well.
Losing lifespan from defeating monsters? I merely struck down a wild boar. So, does this mean a character cannot survive long enough and must be replaced frequently?
No, that's just the nature of your characters.
Did you not read the guide?
There are 5 characters in total, a beggar, a life cultivator, and 1 focusing on charm.
Surprisingly, it's rather intriguing. Intriguing?
Each character consumes resources at a high rate. Players fervently debated, and soon the forum, Weibo, and gaming communities erupted.
Some new players even contacted customer service,
only to receive a response that sent their blood pressure soaring. Dear player, the game rules were announced prior to launch. Life-draining gameplay is a core feature of this game.
Core feature? What nonsense!
I've never encountered a game company so despised by its players.
A multitude of players uninstalled in fury, however.
A brave few decided to persist and see what this game might reveal. Consequently, within just 5 hours of its launch, the rating of life-draining cultivation plummeted to 2.1 stars. Even lower than the previous beta version. This was on the verge of setting a record for the swiftest rating decline.
That evening, numerous streamers, forum players,
and gaming content creators joined in mockery, unleashing a wave of memes across the gaming community.
Life is already challenging enough. And now we must pay to extend it in a game? In the modern workplace, surviving is tough enough, and now even in-game characters must endure the grind?
My previous company at least compensated me. However, upon joining this sect, they continuously demanded money from me.
Is this reasonable?
This game is truly a reversal of fortune. Some even began to the game regulatory agency, demanding an investigation into whether this game engaged in improper marketing practices. The following day, at the Whale Leap Company,
in Lu Ming's office. Boss, is our game finished? Han Nini gazed despondently at Lu Ming. She tightly clutched an A4 sheet of paper.
This was the heartfelt apology letter she had hurriedly crafted. Sincere, earnest, and tear-jerking, she had invested considerable effort into this genuine apology. Across from her, Lu Ming remained composed, casually crossing his legs, a faint smile gracing his lips.
Finished? Lu Ming glanced at her and typed a few keystrokes on his computer,
projecting the latest real-time online data onto the large screen. Life-draining cultivation current online players, 420,000. New registrations, 230,000. Within 24 hours, Han Nini rubbed her eyes.
What is going on? Is this data impressive?
At first glance, it appeared quite decent. After all, it was merely the first day since the game's launch.
And already there were hundreds of thousands online.
This was significantly better than Whale Leap's previous game performance. Yet, upon further reflection, her expression shifted to one of concern. The company had invested a considerable amount in promotion, yet only over 400,000 players were online.
What was there to boast about?
It's worth noting that other similarly invested popular mobile games typically boast at least 1 million online players on their launch day.
Not to mention,
the game's rating was nearing a dismal 2 stars, with nearly all gaming communities in uproar.
Moreover, the number of players leaving was steadily increasing. And with the players' grievances echoing, the game seemed doomed.
However, Han Mimi was fixated on Lu Ming, who still wore that enigmatic smile. It was the kind of expression that hinted at amusement while being stifled.
What on earth is the boss holding back? She truly could not comprehend it. Boss. Han Mimi took a deep breath. Isn't data rather unappealing? How so?
Lu Ming met her gaze, his eyes filled with significance.
How so?
We've poured so much money into this, including celebrity fees. Our initial investment is nearing 10 million, yet we only have around 400,000 players online.
Han Mimi gritted her teeth and continued, this ROI, return on investment, simply doesn't add up, does it?
The term ROI was something Han Mimi had only learned after taking over marketing. It was a metric she had been keenly observing.
At that moment,
she desperately wanted to enlighten her boss about this concept. She often discussed with friends how she dreaded working for a boss who had only a superficial understanding and directed blindly, but now, her own boss was throwing money around without regard for returns, which made her even more anxious.
The crux of the matter was, Han Mimi pointed at the rating page.
Life-draining cultivation rating, 1.9. Just moments ago, the game's rating had plummeted again. She even witnessed timely media reports about the game, stating, life-draining cultivation's first-day rating fell below 2, marking a milestone in gaming history.
At this rate,
if the rating dropped even slightly further, it would become an epic disaster, nearly rivaling the classic film Chasing Dreams. Han Mimi felt on the verge of tears.
Lu, are we really not going to address this publicly?
Lu Ming remained indifferent, continuing to tap on the keyboard, projecting yet another piece of data.
Life-draining cultivation first-day churn rate, 83. 5. Han Mimi. This cannot be true, right? Her eyelid twitched,
her finger trembling as she pointed at the screen.
Our first-day churn rate has already surpassed 80? In other words, it is quite likely that tomorrow our online audience may dwindle to merely tens of thousands?
Lu Ming nodded, appearing utterly unconcerned. Han Mimi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as she gazed at Lu Ming, unable to restrain herself from commenting, boss.
What exactly is there for you to boast about? Chapter 40, the buried mine finally exploded.
Typically, if a mobile game experiences a first-day churn rate exceeding 50, it can be deemed a failure.
Yet, the churn rate of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation astonishingly reached 83. 5. Is there any hope for this game? Should this data be disclosed?
It would undoubtedly cause a stir within the gaming community, shattering the previous records for first-day churn rates. With the game in such dire straits,
what is the boss still holding on to?
Han Mimi, unable to comprehend the data or her boss's mindset, furrowed her brows as she glanced at her phone. A foreboding feeling creeping into her heart. It seemed her boss was impervious to reason.
She vacantly stepped out of the office,
just settling back at her desk when a sudden notification popped up in the marketing group chat, instantly capturing her attention.
Hot discussion, is the art design of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation suspected of skin swapping? Han Mimi was taken aback. More negative news?
She promptly clicked on the link and found a post on a well-known gaming forum titled Shocking.
The art of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation is actually skin swapped? In the post,
a player compared the art design of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation with several other fantasy games, only to discover that numerous elements, such as interface, character modeling, and even special effects,
bore striking similarities.
The only distinction was that the models in pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation appeared more three-dimensional and exquisite after modification. However, this hardly justifies the skin swapping.
The appropriation was far too blatant.
In the comments, players began to discuss, questioning whether this was not a quintessential skin-swapping game. It's no wonder that the art of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation seemed somewhat familiar. It was merely a rehash of games I had previously played.
In essence, it was a skin-swapped, money-grabbing game. To think this game not only exploits players but also lacks originality in its art.
The reason they refrained from releasing too much material before launch was clearly to avoid detection of their skin swapping. Strictly speaking, these materials were all sourced from a commercial platform, suggesting that pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation had purchased the character models, thus not qualifying as outright plagiarism. At most, it could be deemed non-original.
At that moment,
a concerned player delved into the art materials used in pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation and discovered that, while they were not entirely plagiarized,
they originated from a commercial asset platform that gaming companies could readily purchase.
In other words, Jinhua essentially spent little to no money creating their own art,
opting instead to buy generic assets and apply a few optimizations before launching. So, this is a game produced by a major company through outsourcing? This is what they call paying homage to the classics, is it? Do not speak recklessly.
They have indeed optimized the models.
Optimized, my foot. The monetization experience is even more ruthless than before.
Some veteran players even juxtaposed screenshots of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation with those from other fantasy games, creating comparison images.
Over 60 similarity was evident. How is this not skin swapping? What difference does it make from copying homework from a deskmate? This is lazier than some major companies' skin-swapped mobile games. Instantly, a barrage of ridicule, satire, and humorous memes flooded in. Truly, pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation, the game characters require payment, and the developers cannot even be bothered to invest effort into modeling. Purchased models, the most ruthless monetization, the most absurd gameplay, the most outrageous game of the year. Thank you, Jinhua Games, for demonstrating what it means to be utterly shameless. The relentless stream of negative reviews caused the rating of pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation to plummet further. Within the office,
Ming held a coffee cup in one hand while casually scrolling through the public opinion trends on his computer, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with indescribable satisfaction. Indeed, the efficiency of university students working part-time is commendable. The mines he had buried in advance had finally detonated. Ming glanced at his moral debt value, 85,372. This figure was simply magnificent. Over 80,000. And to achieve such a number on the very first day of launch. It was incredibly exhilarating. This was undoubtedly a testament to his diligent management and meticulous calculations. One reaps what one sows. The groundwork he had laid was not in vain. Ming felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment akin to a master strategist.
Without meticulous planning,
sufficient groundwork in public opinion, and carefully arranged triggers, this game could never have incited such a vehement uproar in such a short time. But Ming had accomplished it. Every mine he had buried was now detonating on schedule. Each phase of his pre-launch strategy was propelling the situation in the direction he desired.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Ming took a hearty sip from his coffee. Now, he was not far from surpassing the 100,000 mark in moral debt.
Moreover, new ideas began to sprout in his mind.
Ming peered outside the office, catching sight of a hesitant figure at the door.
It was Han Mini.
She stood there, her expression one of complexity, as if she had something to say but hesitated to voice it. In her hand, she clutched a pre-prepared apology letter.
In that moment, Han Mimi's heart was a tempest of conflict.
Especially after witnessing the online chatter about their company's allegations of skin swapping, she could no longer remain seated.
They had paid the copyright fees.
This could hardly be termed plagiarism. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Ultimately summoning the courage to knock on the door and step inside.
Boss, regarding the skin swapping issue, shouldn't we hasten to devise a public relations strategy? If not, I can reach out to the PR team to see if we can generate some positive discourse to mitigate this?
At her words, Ming finally shifted his gaze from the computer screen to Han Mini, a knowing smile playing on his lips.
What positive discourse can Jinhua possibly generate now?
Ming rose from his chair, casting a glance at Han Mini.
Mini, you arrived just in time. Just in time? Has my boss finally realized the need for a public relations response?
Han Mini inhaled deeply, preparing to articulate her recently conceived strategies. She had devised several remedial plans, including inviting industry influencers for positive reviews, investing in advertisements to suppress negative information, and enlisting streamers within the gaming community to help clear their name. These were all standard countermeasures for a gaming company.
Although she was not well versed in public relations, following a formula could hardly lead her astray. Mimi. I now have an important task for you, Ming tapped on his desk, signaling her to pay attention. You need to contact several prominent streamers in the gaming community. Mimi felt a surge of excitement. It was rare for her and her boss to be on the same wavelength. Engaging influential streamers would effectively reach a broad audience of players, making this a commendable public relations approach. She immediately began to contemplate which streamers would be most suitable. Should she reach out to reviewers, or perhaps to those who entertain? Or even better, recruit a few humorous streamers to inject some excitement into their broadcasts and guide the narrative? The more she pondered, the more feasible the idea appeared. After all, the storyline of pay-to-play immortal cultivation was still commendable. If they engaged in lively discussions, players might discover that there was indeed enjoyment to be found in the game. Thus, she swiftly retrieved her notebook, rifled through her previously collected list of streamers, and eagerly inquired, "Boss, which streamers would you like me to contact?" Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk as he calmly replied, "We shall not entertain streamers without a stance. I believe this one is particularly promising." Ming turned his computer screen, revealing the live stream of Chu Feng, the official broadcaster of Beishan Games, a competitor of Whale Jump. Chapter 41, I have my limits too. Mimi was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the screen. Her expression akin to that of someone who had just encountered a ghost. On the screen, Chu Feng, the official streamer for Beishan Games, was live broadcasting. Chu Feng was a contracted streamer for Beishan, primarily dedicated to promoting their games, frequently playing various titles from Beishan in his streams, while occasionally engaging in veiled mockery of his competitors, a quintessentially steadfast streamer. Presently, Beishan Games' most popular title was Xian 2, a game of the fantasy genre, establishing Beishan as a direct competitor to Jingyue. However, the boss's directive to contact this individual felt akin to delivering artillery shells straight into the enemy's supply lines. Are you serious, boss? Mimi thought, her eyelids twitching. You want me to reach out to Chu Feng to promote our game? She questioned her own sanity. Could a streamer who endorsed a rival ever consider taking on a project from Jingyue? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Setting aside the possibility of his agreement, the very approach felt tantamount to treason in the past. Across from her, Ming remained unfazed, nodding affirmatively. Yes, contact him. He is perfectly suited for this task. I've observed his streaming style, subtly complimentary yet critical. He is unparalleled for this endeavor. Mimi was at a loss for words, her mind raced with disbelief. Is the boss truly out of his mind? She opened her mouth to voice her concerns but hesitated upon seeing Ming's confident demeanor. Could he have devised some intricate plan? But surely, life isn't merely a series of machinations, is it? Thus, it was decided, you must contact him promptly. Ensure he plays our game during tonight's stream. Yet, Mimi couldn't help but wonder, would he even agree? I'll allocate the budget. Even if he breaches the contract, we will cover the costs. Just make a bold offer. Ming declared with unwavering resolve. This matter must be settled tonight. Mimi thought, this indeed reflects Jinyue's style, utilizing the most straightforward approach, throwing money to entice a competitor streamer to disparage their game. She found herself baffled by Ming's calmness in executing such audacious actions. Standing before her desk, a daring thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the boss had received a directive to exhaust 1 billion yuan within a certain time frame, thereby inheriting greater wealth? Shaking her head, she dismissed the impractical notion. She understood she had no choice, the boss had issued his command, and she was bound to comply. But could this truly work? Meanwhile, Chu Feng sat in his streaming room, staring at the quotation sent by Mimi, utterly bewildered. 500,000? This is what I would typically earn in 6 months. How could Jingyue, a company of such stature, afford to splash out this much just for me to play a game with a stellar reputation tonight? They are even willing to cover my penalty fee. After all, he was contracted to Beishan Games, and streaming for another company violated his agreement. This money feels too easy to obtain. He too had his principles. Chu Feng swallowed hard and couldn't resist asking, are there truly no scripts or lines provided? Just let me improvise? Mimi promptly replied, no need. The boss insists you maintain your style, as long as the show is explosive. Chu Feng cautiously inquired, can I mock and berate this game then? He was acutely aware that receiving their money while disparaging them hardly constituted a reasonable partnership. However, having reviewed the current opinions on killing the immortal, he recognized that it would be challenging to praise the game with sincerity. Yet, the allure of 500,000 was undeniably tempting. The dilemma loomed, as a Beishan streamer. Could he truly accept a project from Jingyue? What if Beishan discovered this, jeopardizing his future collaborations? Logic screamed at him to decline. Yet, the prospect of that money urged him onward. 500,000 wasn't he that like receiving free money? Of course, he could. You only need to ensure the show's impact. After receiving the confirmation from the other side, Chu Feng inhaled deeply, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He had already inquired about their requirements, and having none was advantageous. He could easily explain to Beishan that it was merely a casual engagement. But what was Jingyue's true motive? What kind of peculiar company was Jingyue? Chu Feng had no time for such ponderings, the contract had already been sent over. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and resolved, I'm in. 500,000, I accept. Han Mimi thought, wow, this person is even easier to negotiate with than I anticipated. This budget was secured for less than half of what the boss allocated. At that moment, Ming reclined in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips upon receiving Han Mimi's confirmation. Observing the rising moral debt, he sipped his coffee, musing, Chu Feng, do not disappoint me. At 8 o'clock that evening, Chu Feng's streaming room opened punctually. As the official streamer for Beishan Games, he primarily played Xian 2, and thus, a wave of familiar viewers flooded into the stream. Brother Chu, are we diving into the Demon Lock Tower today? Hurry up! Brother Chu. Shall we invite a few friends for a dungeon run today? Brother Chu, how about upgrading our weapons again today? The audience buzzed with excitement. However, in the next instant, they sensed something amiss. A completely unfamiliar game interface appeared on Chu Feng's stream, Killing the Immortal, a creation of Jingyue Games. Brother Chu, why have you switched games? Wait, Killing the Immortal? Isn't that the game everyone has been trashing online? No way, Brother Chu, have you sold out? Brother Chu, if you praise this game, I'll immediately unfollow. Chu Feng cleared his throat, suppressing the embarrassment swelling within him, and forced a smile. Brothers, we're trying something new today. I've been playing Xian 2 every day, so let us switch it up and experience the allure of another game. As he scanned the barrage of comments, his face flushed. Earning that 500,000 was indeed no easy feat. He couldn't help but grumble internally, stop talking nonsense. I genuinely accepted money this time. But I'm not here to whitewash. Fortunately, he had already asked the other side about their requirements, and they had imposed no restrictions. His only task was to create an engaging broadcast. Thus, streaming was still a performance, and he needed to deliver. Perhaps the benefactor was watching his stream right now. So he plastered a smile on his face and prepared himself. Brothers, since this is a new game, we must adopt the right attitude. I'll start by investing 10,000. Chapter 42, The Sect War Commences. As the announcement faded, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, Brother Chu just dropped 10,000? Impressive. He went straight for 10,000? I recall Brother Chu previously spent a maximum of 2,000 on the Beishan game. Truly, the wealthy are different, they spend extravagantly. While other streamers are frugal in their gaming expenditures, Brother Chu goes all out. The barrage of comments flooded in, and Chu Feng couldn't help but feel elated. Spending 10,000 would surely generate enough buzz. What could be more effective than showering gold within the game? After all, he had received a reward of 500,000. Investing a mere 10,000 for some live streaming flair was undeniably worthwhile. With the viewers still reeling from shock, Chu Feng selected his character and entered the game interface. He deftly navigated to the recharge section, entering a series of numbers. Recharge successful. Account balance, 100,000 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones credited. The system notifications rang out continuously. Congratulations, player, you have received 100,000 spirit stones. Esteemed VIP 10, enjoy your cultivation journey. Heaven rewards the diligent. The path of immortality is endless. Incredible. 100,000 spirit stones. This is extravagance at its finest. Ha ha ha, it feels as though a god of wealth has descended. I bet $5 that Brother Chu will struggle to keep up. Fellow brothers, let us observe just how merciless the game of whale jump truly is. With unwavering confidence,
Chu Feng laughed heartily as he opened the shop, ready to spend lavishly.
Alright, brothers, let us see what the game's spending experience is like. Top tier artifacts? Purchase. Exceptional techniques? Purchase. Elixirs and potions? Buy them all. Within mere minutes, his inventory brimmed with a dazzling array of premium items. Looking at his character,
adorned in resplendent golden armor, Chu Feng felt exuberant.
Alright, brothers, we've truly maxed out our spending this time. With this setup, who dares stand in my way?
Before long, Chu Feng leveled up continuously, joined a sect, and ventured forth to slay monsters.
Any issues that previous players encountered in the game were non-existent for him. After all, as long as he had spirit stones, the concept of a beginner's phase held no weight. Even the turn-based combat style, which he found somewhat unaccustomed to, was still quite enjoyable.
At this moment, Chu Feng resembled a celestial being, draped in a magnificent robe of heavenly light, wielding the exquisite red flame sword,
and riding atop the newly acquired 7-colored flame cloud, akin to a deity descending upon the earth.
The audience in the livestream was left dumbfounded. Wow!
This attire is nothing short of what a celestial being would wear. The spending warrior had arrived, leaving the casual players trembling in their boots. Hilariously,
while ordinary players were just emerging from the novice village, Brother Chu had already joined a sect.
Wealth truly allows one to do as they please.
Witnessing this game through Brother Chu's lens, for the first time, one could sense the excitement.
With a buoyant spirit,
Chu Feng controlled his character as they soared across the vast cultivation world on the 7-colored flame cloud.
Brothers, this is the treatment of an immortal. Those of you without spirit stones are destined to face hardships, while I, Chu, am destined to soar, he declared.
Before opening the mounts section of the shop and resolutely purchasing the eye-catching mount, Azure Dragon Breaking Heaven.
A vividly lifelike azure dragon descended from the heavens, majestically hovering in midair.
With a gentle tap, Chu Feng's character mounted the dragon, soaring freely in the skies.
Who would have thought that he was merely at the core formation stage of cultivation? Just then, a notification for a sect mission popped up within the game. Sect notice: the rival sect, Shantian Palace, has launched a surprise attack. All disciples, please gather swiftly to resist the external threat.
Chu Feng snapped back to reality, and excitement surged within him as he read the glaring sect announcement.
Brothers, it's happening. The sect war is upon us. The time for the spending overlord to shine has arrived. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng mounted Azure Dragon Breaking Heaven and headed straight for the sect's main hall. Upon arriving at the battlefield, his character appeared in a vast arena where the sect elders were arranging formations, and the opposing sect's forces were rapidly approaching.
He was immediately struck by a breathtaking sight. In the sky, players from Shantian Palace rode various top-tier mounts, adorned in resplendent treasures, wielding exquisite celestial weapons, flanked by a formidable army of spirit beasts, charging forth with great momentum. Moreover, their sect leader was none other than a spending overlord himself. Standing atop a chaotic golden rock and wielding the supreme extermination sword, he radiated a terrifying aura just by being present.
On Chu Feng's side,
the NPC senior brothers and sisters rallied, exclaiming, "Brothers and sisters, today's battle is fraught with uncertainty.
For the honor of our sect, we vow to fight to the death." How exhilarating! Chu Feng's excitement surged as he prepared to unleash devastation upon his foes. The battle commenced. The disciples of the opposing sect surged forth like a tidal wave.
Chu Feng, wielding the red flame sword, was the first to charge in.
As the turn-based combat interface unfolded, he found himself unable to strike first due to insufficient action points. Though he didn't recognize his opponents, he thought, who cares? I'll just take them down. The enemy struck first.
In the next moment, countless burning meteors rained down from the sky, each carrying a terrifying aura of destruction,
crashing violently into Chu Feng's formation. -15,000. Chu Feng lost a significant portion of his health instantly. Such high damage from the opponents? And it was area damage. Wait a minute. I spent 10,000. However, the enemy offered him no respite to ponder as another strike came his way. 6,000, you have died, battle failed. 500 spirit stones will be deducted for resurrection. Staring at the resurrection prompt, Chu Feng was left in disbelief. Only 2 rounds in, and I'm dead? He resolved to invest more action points in the future. I have just entered the battlefield and died? Fortunately, resurrection stones weren't too expensive. So Chu Feng promptly chose to revive. He hadn't even made a proper move yet. Soon, it was finally Chu Feng's turn. He licked his lips, brandished his shimmering red flame sword, and unleashed his most powerful skill, 9 Heavens Flowing Flame Slash. The fiery blade aura erupted forth, striking his opponent and producing a massive damage number, 2,500, Chu Feng? The live stream? What is going on? With such extravagant equipment, I only dealt 2,500 damage? This feels like poking an elephant with a toothpick. Am I seeing this correctly? The enemy is also clad in premium armor? It's entirely possible, just look at the sheen on their attire, they could be a spending overlord too. Clearly, the opponent likely invested even more. Chu Feng's smile froze, and the atmosphere in the livestream turned eerily silent. Before he could react, the battle resumed with both sides exchanging blows. And after just a few rounds, he was defeated once more. You have died again in the sect war. Please select a resurrection method. Revive at the original spot, requires 1,000 spirit stones. Sect revival, requires a 1-hour cooldown. Staring at these two options, Chu Feng felt utterly dazed. What the heck? The resurrection cost doubled? If one can revive with money, who would wait an hour? By then, the sect's gates would likely be gone. Without hesitation, Chu Feng opted to pay for his revival. Chapter 43, Warfare equals Wealth. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream was in a frenzy. Realizing that the end of indulging in microtransactions was akin to gambling with one's life. Thanks to Brother Chu for testing the resurrection mechanism. Brother Chu, how many more times can your $10,000 sustain you? Who could have anticipated that in this turn-based game, the key to victory lay not in tactics, but in the depth of one's wallet? Don't hesitate, keep spending, we're thoroughly enjoying this. Chu Feng felt the tension in his temples. Taking a deep breath as he gazed at the resurrection interface on the screen, his hands trembling. Indeed, the old adage held true, warfare is all about wealth. Yet, the predicament was that he had no choice but to resurrect. As a disciple of the sect, failing to participate in the sect battle would result in a deduction of contribution points, and if his points reached 0, he would be expelled from the sect. Wouldn't all his previous expenses be in vain? At that moment, the system kindly provided him with a prompt, Supreme Resurrection Package, priced at 10,000 Spirit Stones. Includes, Resurrection Orders X10, Exclusive Protective Talisman X1. Brothers, this game is truly more exploitative than Tinxu. At least Tinxu disclosed where the money would be spent. But this game's charges are utterly unpredictable. This is not merely gaming, it's akin to paying a protection fee. But what choice did Chu Feng have? He had to purchase. He charged forward, gritting his teeth as he frantically bought resurrection items. With the sect battle looming, could he afford to be timid? After purchasing another life, Chu Feng felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. He spoke into the microphone, his voice laced with helplessness, brothers. This game is genuinely more exploitative than Tinxu. The battle resumed, despite the turn-based rules causing a sluggish pace. Chu Feng had discerned the pattern. Each side exchanged blows. Both teams comprised predominantly of microtransaction warriors, with the outcome hinging solely on who possessed the greater wealth and could endure longer. The combat situation had devolved into a stalemate. Fortunately, the number of resurrections was limited, and those who could not sustain the costs naturally opted for death, otherwise, the fight would have been unbearably drawn out. Chu Feng clenched his jaw, realizing he had already expended a considerable amount in this battle. He decisively revealed his trump card, the Supreme Attack Talisman he had purchased, which could enhance his attack power by 150 while adding fire attribute damage. As the talisman ignited, fiery red flames enveloped his character, transforming him into a veritable war god.
The flame sword in his hand blazed with brilliance, runes dancing along the blade, resonating with a thunderous roar.
Taking a deep breath,
Chu Feng tightened his grip on the mouse, his eyes gleaming with determination.
Group skill. Flame sword technique, annihilate the heavens.
The sword light rent the air,
accompanied by a torrent of flames, descending upon all his opponents. Boom!
Several adversaries collapsed to the ground, and amidst flashes of white light, some chose to withdraw. After a series of clashes, Chu Feng finally concluded the battle. Moments later, the system notification appeared: the sect master at Xiantian Palace has been injured and fled.
Victory in the sect battle.
The battlefield fell into a brief silence, soon interrupted by a flurry of system notifications for Chu Feng. Congratulations! The sect to which player Chu Feng belongs has achieved victory. Based on his contribution in battle, the rewards are as follows: sect contribution points 5,000, spirit stones 30,000.
Superior treasure, Tiangang battle armor, sect rank promoted to inner sect disciple.
As Chu Feng beheld the rewards, his spirit soared.
Wow! What generous rewards!
Both the spirit stones and contribution points were invaluable.
Though they paled in comparison to the 10,000 he had just spent, it was nonetheless a form of reimbursement. Brothers, this round is not a loss.
Although I spent money, the rewards are truly commendable. Feeling a sense of triumph, Chu Feng glanced at his spirit stone's balance. Upon opening the interface, his expression darkened.
Current spirit stones, 3,000.
He froze for a moment, then vividly recalled the previous battle resurrection purchases, health replenishments, talismans. Adding in the previous miscellaneous expenses, he realized he had spent a staggering 70 to 80,000 spirit stones in this sect battle alone.
Far exceeding what he had previously squandered while out and about.
Chu Feng fell into a contemplative silence.
Coming to a grim realization, this apparent victory in the sect battle was fundamentally built upon his extravagant spending. Of course, he was not the only one indulging in microtransactions during this fight. The audience in the livestream was equally stunned.
Witnessing Brother Chu spend $10,000 only to win a sect battle and return with merely 3,000. This was not just a loss, it was a colossal loss. Shouldn't the game developers award Brother Chu a VIP Supreme Player badge? Thanks to Brother Chu for paving the way for us. Indeed, this game is a life-draining cultivation experience.
How can one continue to play this game?
Brother Chu is merely at the core formation stage, and even 10,000 is already burdensome. Chu Feng helplessly gazed at the screen, letting out a long sigh.
Brothers, warfare is about wealth.
If you choose to play this game, prepare yourselves mentally. The audience in the livestream immediately began to urge him, Brother Chu, since you've already spent, why not invest a little more?
Exactly. Now that you're an inner sect disciple, why not ascend to elder?
Chu Feng glanced at the barrage of comments, his lips twitching slightly.
Brothers, are you all devils?
Let us hold off on further purchases for now. We just received 30,000 spirit stones as a reward.
Let's make use of that first. Soon.
Chu Feng found himself reclining within the sect's exclusive cultivation cave, contemplating life. He was now at the core formation stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage.
Should he use the remaining spirit stones to attempt a breakthrough?
With that thought, Chu Feng excitedly sought out the breakthrough button and decisively clicked it.
Only to be met with: breakthrough failed. Current root quality insufficient. It is recommended to enhance root quality. Failure.
Chu Feng's face darkened upon realizing that to transition from core formation to nascent soul, there were additional requirements for his physique.
No worries. Failing a breakthrough once is quite normal. He opened the shop, directly locating Root Enhancement Pill. The game developers were quite considerate, as they had conveniently recommended a solution on the homepage.
Upon viewing the details, however, he was instantly struck dumb. Superior Cleansing Pill, priced at 5,000 spirit stones. Can enhance root quality by 10. Heavenly Cleansing Pill, priced at 10,000 spirit stones, can enhance root quality by 30. Celestial Cleansing Pill, priced at 15,000 spirit stones,
can enhance root quality by 50. What on earth? Are they selling luxury goods or liver protection pills here? After some hesitation. Although the Celestial Cleansing Pill offered the greatest enhancement, its price was exorbitant.
He resolved to purchase a Heavenly Cleansing Pill, 10,000 spirit stones, for a steady 30 boost.
Purchase successful.
Your route quality has been enhanced.
Brothers, it's done. The route optimization is complete.
Next, let us attempt the breakthrough once more. Chu Feng exclaimed, excitedly clicking the breakthrough button again as his character entered a state of closed-door cultivation. However, soon enough, as the vital energy circulated around him, the system chimed in, breakthrough failed. Your current cultivation environment is unsuitable, breakthrough chance is merely 12. It is advised to attempt the breakthrough in a location rich in spiritual energy.
Chu Feng? The live stream audience? Wait. What does that mean? The environment isn't suitable? Can't I break through wherever I choose? Chapter 44, Does Your Conscience Not Hurt?
After venting his frustrations, Chu Feng quickly opened the details and discovered that the success rate of breaking through to the nascent soul stage was related to the cultivation environment.
The more advanced the environment, the higher the success rate. Hence the saying, the environment shapes the individual. Unfortunately, his cave abode was merely ordinary, yielding a meager 12 success rate for breakthroughs. Well then, it's time to change venues. People must adapt to thrive.
Chu Feng glanced at his balance, gritted his teeth, and decisively spent 10,000 spirit stones to select a celestial spirit land, boosting his success rate to 47. After all, his funds were dwindling, and saving was crucial.
Alright. Brothers, this time success is assured.
Once more, he clicked the breakthrough button, and the character swiftly entered a state of seclusion for cultivation.
Moments later, breakthrough failed. Due to consecutive failures, your inner demons have manifested, further decreasing the success rate.
Upon seeing this system prompt, Chu Feng was utterly speechless.
Couldn't you just state all your requirements at once?
The game designers seem to have mastered the art of romance. They always let him fail once before coaxing him to spend money, then introduced a new paywall after he charged his account.
Were they treating him like a fool?
Chu Feng opened the shop and spent his last 10,000 spirit stones on a potion to mend his inner demons.
This was all he had left.
His heart ached as he noticed the audience in the livestream beginning to empathize with him.
How exploitative.
This game's designers were truly the unscrupulous capitalists of the cultivation world.
Have you noticed?
The game designers' tactics resemble those of real-world P2P loan schemes. Goodness, 30,000 spirit stones, all gone.
In such a short time? Just a few thousand stones, and it's vanished? Purchase successful. Great. Surely this time will work?
He clicked the breakthrough button again, and the character commenced cultivation, with spiritual energy swirling wildly, thunderclouds gathering, and lightning flashing all around.
Yet the outcome was swift, breakthrough failed.
The breakthrough was unsuccessful, and your character's cultivation regressed.
The Tao is unpredictable, please try again. Chu Feng? Audience? Jing Yue. Does your conscience not ache? Chu Feng's mindset shattered. 30,000 spirit stones, just like that? And he hadn't even broken through to the nascent soul stage?
Chu Feng fell silent, and the audience in the livestream also grew quiet.
After 2 seconds, the barrage of comments exploded. I feel for my brother. The end of spending is the inability to spend anymore. This game is more real than reality. Even cash-strapped players exist. Chu Ge, what now? Your money is gone. The game designers must be pushing the big spenders to quit. If breaking through to the nascent soul stage is this difficult, wouldn't transcending the tribulation mean taking out a loan?
Chu Feng stared at his remaining spirit stones,
his mentality collapsing completely. What does 30,000 spirit stones even mean? I could order 100 meals in real life with that. Yet, I haven't achieved a single breakthrough. Chu Feng took a deep breath, feeling utterly defeated. Now he understood why many gamers who spent excessively eventually became numb. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but rather he could no longer find the motivation to recharge. Brothers, cultivation is indeed not a path for mortals.
I feel compelled to write a letter of gratitude to the Jingyue designers.
Thank you for successfully dissuading me. Thank you, Jingyue. You have made me realize that even Tinksu games seem playable. Thank you for the contrast. Chu Feng fell silent, gazing at the game interface, and let out a deep sigh.
Brothers, let us end the live stream here for today. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, after all. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and given the earlier sect battles and explorations of various game interfaces, he had indeed spent considerable time. He had honored his commitment to Jingyue's livestream, and continuing would be detrimental to his wallet. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking,
the audience in the livestream instantly voiced their discontent. Chu Gu, don't leave. You haven't even reached the nascent soul stage. This is all you have for being a cash-spending warrior? You haven't even made it to the nascent soul? Grind a little more. And perhaps the system will reward you. Chu Gu, try spending a bit more?
Chu Feng looked at the screen, his lips twitching.
Spend a bit more? Brothers? Are you trying to deceive me? I've already lost 30,000 spirit stones, and you want me to spend more? You can't be shill sent by Jingyue, right? The audience erupted in laughter. Chu Gu finally caught on. You should have realized by now that this game is a black hole. The end of cultivation is not ascension, but escape. I feel this game should be titled Escape Simulator. Chu Feng rubbed his face, weakly waving his hand. Alright, today we truly end here. From now on, I must reconsider whether to continue playing this game. Brothers, I'm off, goodbye. The livestream screen went dark as Chu Feng abruptly closed the streaming software. Days later, following ongoing discussions, the incident where Chu Feng recharged 10,000 spirit stones sparked widespread debate. This game is too exploitative, spending 10,000 only resulted in a few hours of play, and 30,000 spirit stones didn't achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul? Cultivation? Not a chance. Even spending can't sustain. If breaking through to the nascent soul costs 30,000, I reckon transcending tribulations must start at 100,000. This ISNTA game, it's a scam. True cultivation requires filling pits with real money. The end of cultivation leads to online loans? Some players even posted a modified promotional image of the game, titled Pay with Your Life for Cultivation, a game where you can't cultivate just because you want to. One player even directly posted a guide titled Pay with Your Life for Cultivation, a player's guide of blood and tears. The first point, if you can grind. Then grind, don't spend. The second point, before the core formation stage, spending a little can make you godlike. After the core formation stage, spending is akin to tossing money into a bottomless pit. The third point, breakthrough? Do you own a house? Consider taking out a loan. The fourth point, you think the game wants you to ascend, but it actually wants you to go into debt. Within just an hour, the post skyrocketed to the top trending topic. In the conference room of Jingyue Game Company, an eerie silence enveloped everyone. They had experienced such scenes multiple times over the past few days. Each individual felt somewhat numbed, yet the boss seemed to be in good spirits daily, even bringing breakfast for everyone. This led the others to discuss discreetly in the office. This afternoon, our game's uninstallation rate surged by 66. The viewers in Chu Feng's livestream, all potential players of the immortal fantasy genre, had now fled. The forum was ablaze with criticisms, with players condemning them as a P2P scam for cultivation. Do you think our game can still be salvaged? Joe Bowen cautiously inquired, should we offer some benefits? No way. General Liu stated that any matters involving game benefits must be approved by him. Zhao Qiliang also felt distressed, unable to contain himself as he glanced at the others. After years in the gaming industry, he had never witnessed such a scene. Nor had he seen anyone's game outperform theirs in comparisons, especially regarding spending frequency and intensity. It was uncertain whether to feel proud of this or not. Chapter 45, A Major Dilemma. Players block the door. In the office, a heavy atmosphere of despair lingered, as a group of individuals exuded negativity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a cacophony erupted outside the company's entrance. Bring out the planner. We demand an explanation. A furious throng of players had organized themselves, blocking the entrance of Whale Leap, brandishing banners with fervor. This game is utterly exploitative. I spent nearly 20,000 on a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, only to fail. Fellow players, we must summon the planner today. Otherwise, can we even continue playing this game? Where is the planner? Explain to us. Is this game truly a P2P cultivation experience? If you intend to deceive, why target nostalgic players like us? We know whether this game is worth our time. Bring your boss out here. I simply want to ask, how will you repay the private funds I invested? At the company's entrance, several security guards were flustered, desperately trying to maintain order. Clearly, they were unaccustomed to such a situation. However, as they listened to the players' grievances, they realized for the first time that their regularly patrolled building was, in fact, harboring a company masquerading as a game developer while secretly engaging in fraudulent activities. This was utterly reprehensible. In an instant, the guards' resolve began to waver. Everyone, please calm down. Someone will come out to address your concerns. Yet, the players were unyielding. Some had already pulled out their phones, initiating a live broadcast. Fellow cultivators, we are at the Whale Leap Game Company's blockade, seeking justice for our grievances. Inside the conference room, chaos erupted as everyone listened to the clamor outside. Players are blocking the door. In all my time in this industry, I've never encountered such a scenario. When did the company's address get leaked? Han Mimi from the marketing department felt anxious, tiptoeing toward the door. She observed that a dozen players had gathered outside, some even bringing small stools, clearly prepared for a prolonged standoff. The players' fury seemed to coalesce into an overwhelming force in the air. Bring out the planner. We demand an explanation. Han Mimi panicked. She was responsible for marketing. Would these individuals seek her out for retribution? Fortunately, the players were targeting the planner, who was well known to be the sole owner of Whale Leap. Shaking her head, Han Mimi wondered if the boss would be torn apart if he stepped outside. She continued to watch the scene unfold. A massive banner raised high in the crowd boldly proclaimed, "Whale Leap Games cultivation fraud, failed cultivation, burdened with debt." She quickly checked the live stream, where viewers watched intently, the comments flying by in a frenzy. Wow, it's my first time seeing a planner surrounded by players. This cultivation game has turned into a social news story. I can only say, impressive. Fellow cultivators, we have truly been driven to our limits. Back at the company entrance, the security guards stood in place, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. Could you please restrain yourselves a bit? But the players remained resolute. If we don't get an audience with the planner today, we won tea leave. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense as everyone listened to the shouts from outside, their faces paling. What if these players truly storm in? They all have live streams. If this makes the news, our company is done for. And the repercussions would be immense. How could we continue to develop games after this? A few marketing team members began frantically brainstorming public relations strategies, yet the situation seemed irreparable. They had printed out screenshots of their transactions. The only recourse was to involve the boss. With such a significant crisis at hand, the boss must step forward. All eyes turned toward Lu Ming's office. Zhao Qiliang took the initiative, knocking on the door and finding Lu Ming. "President Lu, what should we do? The players, they've come to our doorstep." Inside the office, Lu Ming was seated, engrossed in the virtual screen before him, his fingers lightly tapping the desk, a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth. A glaring number on the system interface was fluctuating wildly. Moral debt value, 100,356. The moral debt had risen. It had finally surpassed the critical threshold of 100,000. Upon hearing Zhao Qiliang's call, Lu Ming took a deep breath, casting a calm glance at the system interface. Do not panic. The players approaching us indicates their willingness to communicate. This is a path that most gaming companies must traverse during their growth. Stay composed. Whale Leap has encountered similar situations before. What does this signify? It signifies that my approach of learning from Tingxu is indeed correct. This is merely a learning experience through practice. However, the players blocking the entrance was undeniably a disgraceful predicament. With that thought, Lu Ming furrowed his brow and slowly rose. Since they seek an explanation, I shall personally engage with them. Let us invite everyone in to sit down, and select a few player representatives for a proper discussion. A few minutes later, the doors of Whale Leap swung open, and a surge of players stormed in with fervor. Lin Xiaoxiao nervously distributed water to everyone, arranging seating. Feeling intimidated by the towering figures of the players,
Soon, the players selected 3 representatives, who were escorted into the Whale Leap conference room. Each had discreetly altered their in-game usernames prior to arriving. One was the leader of the protest who had fled after failing at Foundation establishment. Another was a well-known critic who deemed cultivation merely a game of capital, and the last was a spendthrift who had failed 100 times yet remained unrepentant. The 3 representatives glared at Lu Ming from across the conference table, their anger palpable.
Are you the planner? They say you are the owner of Whale Leap. We have come to the right person. Did you design and develop this game?
Lu Ming nodded, maintaining a cordial demeanor.
Please, go ahead with your questions. First, why have we spent so much money yet cannot even achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage?
Lu Ming replied with composure. The breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is governed by probabilistic settings. Failure is simply part of the game's design. You can also purchase auxiliary items to enhance your success rates. All rules are transparent and publicly available. Upon hearing this, the spendthrift player, Xiao Ming, exploded. But the issue is, we spent money on items and still failed. Lu Ming remained sincere. Items can only enhance probabilities, not guarantee success. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. As fellow enthusiasts of cultivation, I trust you have read many fantasy novels where mortals face similar struggles without the aid of magical rings, bloodlines, or the luxury of advantageous circumstances. The common folk often find it difficult to succeed. After Lu Ming concluded, Xiao Ming was taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned the conversation going. Meanwhile, the player representative beside him held up a phone that was streaming live. Lu Ming noticed but chose not to intervene. On one hand, it was essential to uphold the player's freedom of expression, and on the other, appearing on camera was part of his acceptance of moral debt. In the future, let all players recognize this face. On the phone, viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter upon hearing Lu Ming's remarks. Wow! This boss truly has no shame. I cultivate my skills in pursuit of ascension, yet you have reduced my journey to that of a mere laborer in the realm of cultivation. Is this not a misinterpretation of the concept? Is this truly the culmination of a monetized path to enlightenment? To be frank, the remarks of this employer hold some merit. However, his demeanor does not suggest he is a villain. Can malevolence truly be written upon one's face? Perhaps he harbors a multitude of hidden agendas within. Given the circumstances, why do you still judge based on appearances? Chapter 46, This king crab is truly satiating. Taking a moment to compose himself, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and pressed on with his inquiry. For my second question, can we get a refund? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him. This was the most critical and pivotal issue for the multitude of players present. Across from him, Lu Ming's response was equally resolute. No. Why not? The prices of all in-game items are clearly marked, and you confirmed them before making any purchases. We have no hidden fees. Strictly speaking, we did not compel you to spend. Every cent was voluntarily recharged by you. Therefore, refunds are not possible. Xiao Ming's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Ming through gritted teeth. Yet, he couldn't deny the validity of Lu Ming's reasoning. They had indeed chosen to recharge willingly. They had clicked to spend money themselves, and the game had not coerced them into making purchases. In fact, not spending money simply meant they could not progress further in the game. They could have opted not to play at all. In that instant, the 3 player representatives found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the room fell into a standstill. The representatives were seething with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Lu Ming gently tapped the table and smiled. However, I understand your feelings. Therefore, I am willing to offer you compensation. The trio's eyes brightened, momentarily filled with excitement. Their efforts had not been in vain. Their collective blockade had yielded results. Finally, they would receive some accountability. What kind of compensation? Clearing his throat, Lu Ming leisurely replied. I can treat you to a meal. Silence enveloped the room like a thick fog. We traveled all this way just for a meal? The audience in the live stream nearly burst into laughter. Wow, this is a brilliant appeasement tactic from Whale Leap. After all the money these big shots spent, they just get a meal in return? Spending 10,000 to finally enjoy Whale Leap's hospitality. They are certainly not shy about it.
With so many viewers in the live stream, the expressions of the player representatives turned as dark as ink. So, are you implying that the money we spend is worth just a meal? Ming nodded, then shook his head. It's not quite accurate to say that. He continued. You are all loyal players of Whale Leap, willing to invest in our game. Although we cannot issue refunds, it does not mean we do not value you. Thus, we have decided to arrange a VIP-level reception for you as a token of our gratitude. Accommodation, dining, entertainment, and return tickets, all expenses covered. Xiao Ming frowned, still unsatisfied. The direction of the conversation seemed amiss. But what we truly desire is a refund for the game. Ming's smile faded slightly. His tone firm. Refunds are impossible. As I mentioned earlier, there has been no fraudulent activity in this game. We will not, nor can we, make exceptions for any player. Otherwise, this gaming industry would be unsustainable. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth. Can the game be adjusted to slightly increase the breakthrough probability? No, Ming shook his head. The essence of cultivating immortality lies in the difficulty of breakthroughs. If breakthroughs become too easy, the entire enjoyment of the game is lost. Moreover, the path of cultivation is inherently perilous. Just because you have spent money does not guarantee success. This merely illustrates that our game authentically captures the challenges of cultivation. Not everyone can traverse this path. The others were momentarily rendered speechless by his words. It's just a game, why are you so engrossed in it? They had indeed chosen to spend money willingly, and the game mechanics were devoid of any hidden manipulations. It was simply the probabilities that felt too painfully real, rendering them unable to muster the strength to even curse the developers. Negotiations dragged on for another 10 minutes, yet Ming's stance remained unwavering. The livestream's comments had erupted in chaos. The developers' words are nothing but deceit. This gaming company is truly something else. They deceive players while making them find excuses to accept it. I must commend this. When are we having that meal? Is it still possible to go now? The three representatives exchanged glances before slowly exiting the office to discuss with the crowd outside. Xiao Ming sighed heavily, looking at everyone helplessly. What should we do? The boss is too obstinate, completely unwilling to yield. No matter how we approach it, it's futile. They had even suggested seeking oversight from the Market Management Bureau. The players exchanged glances, realizing that prior to their visit, their expectations for a genuine refund were rather low, as no company would willingly open such a door. They merely wanted the game company to acknowledge the players' stance. But now, with no changes to the values, they truly felt at a loss. Well, we could just stop playing. Coming to this realization, everyone calmed down. What else can we do? We can't go back on empty stomachs, can we? Exactly. Since a refund is out of the question, we might as well enjoy a good meal. The audience in the live stream echoed their agreement. Coming to Whale Leap for Justice has turned into a free meal? This is a feast of deceit transformed into a player meetup. The reality of dining before departing is simply hilarious. I've always said I had little faith in players blocking the door. The company will undoubtedly disregard player suggestions. Once everyone reached a consensus, Whale Leap's upper management, marketing team, technical department, operations staff, and even security personnel were all summoned by Ming. Almost 100 people directly reserved an upscale buffet restaurant. Inside the restaurant, several player representatives sat at the table, engaging in fervent banter while stuffing their mouths with seafood. Damn it, this game has become unplayable. Exactly. The owner of Whale Leap embodies the quintessential capitalist. It's utterly disgusting. Could you please bring me another plate of lobster? Sure. And grab some oysters for me as well. Who can argue with that? This seafood is indeed fresh. Even though I've eaten their meal, I absolutely won't touch their game. Indeed. A full stomach provides the strength to complain. I'll just eat back the money I spent. It's a pity this king crab is so filling. As they vented their frustrations, their hands never ceased. Once satiated, the player representatives leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their bulging bellies, their expressions reflecting a mix of emotions. They had come seeking justice, yet the meal had been enjoyed, the hotel booked, the tickets reimbursed. But their wallets remained empty, and the game was unchanged. Everything persisted as before. Observing the group's demeanor, Lu Ming clapped his hands to garner their attention. How did you all find the meal?
A group of players, reclining in their chairs, mumbled indistinctly, "It was alright, just average." Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, smiling, "Now that you've had your fill, don't rush back just yet. Shanghai is vast, and since you've come all this way,
why not enjoy a couple of days before leaving?
I've arranged accommodations at a 5-star hotel, a double room, with a pleasant environment.
Additionally,
I will reimburse your return tickets and flights, so you don't feel this trip was in vain."
Chapter 47. Are you really not considering addressing the issue at its core?
During dinner, the players were still vehemently criticizing the greedy planners of the game. After their outbursts, they indulged in a feast of seafood, and once they finished dining, they were ushered to accommodations in a 5-star hotel. A group of individuals sat in the hotel lobby, clutching their rune cards, their gazes vacant.
What exactly were they here for? So, what compensation did we actually receive?
Xiao Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired.
A nearby player pondered for a moment. Free meals and lodging? A complimentary trip? A 2-day tour of the magical metropolis? It seems we didn't come in vain after all.
For a moment, silence enveloped the room. They suddenly became aware of a frightening reality. Although the game remained unchanged and their money was not refunded, their emotional turmoil had seemingly dissipated by a significant degree.
Is this the sugar-coated bullet of capitalism? Corrupting the mind. How terrifying. 2 days later, the players boarded their vehicles homeward, laden with grievances and souvenirs from the magical metropolis. Before departing, Xiao Ming cast a complex glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming observed the departing crowd and could not help but express, "Thank you all for your support, and remember to visit again." After bidding farewell to the players, the entire company gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere unusually grave. All eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, filled with unwavering determination.
The lessons from this incident were profoundly significant. Thankfully, this group of players was relatively easy to appease. Had they encountered more obstinate individuals,
resolving the situation would have proven far more challenging.
Thus, the players' protest served as a stark reminder that a poorly executed game could indeed lead to confrontations. Their escape this time relied solely on the boss's exceptional social skills, transforming a potential uprising into a luxurious travel package.
However, what if next time the players were not so easily placated and arrived with lawyers or journalists?
At this thought, everyone collectively inhaled sharply.
Moments later,
Zhao Qiliang from the game development department rose first, speaking with utmost seriousness. "General Manager Lu, we have deeply recognized the severity of the problem.
Moving forward,
we must diligently improve our game to prevent players from protesting again." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement.
Yes. Future planning must be approached with caution to avoid triggering player outrage.
Our values need to be more reasonable. We cannot allow players to feel as if they are perpetually recharging.
Precisely. The gameplay must also become more user-friendly. We cannot solely focus on monetization. Furthermore, customer service must exhibit greater patience in soothing player emotions, ensuring they do not directly lash out at the company.
All faces wore sincere expressions,
resembling a group of repentant game developers. They had truly been frightened.
Though they had purchased insurance, they never expected it to be of any real use. Had it not been for General Manager Lu's adept handling, the situation could have escalated beyond merely offering players a free trip.
Listening to the declarations of his employees,
Lu Ming nodded slightly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face.
Excellent.
It appears this incident has fostered growth among all. In unison, the employees affirmed, "Indeed." Lu Ming shifted his tone, his gaze becoming serious.
I wholeheartedly agree with everyone's sentiments. We absolutely cannot allow players to protest again. The employees resonated with this notion, believing that as long as they persevered and produced quality content, such incidents would not recur. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming gradually spoke. "Therefore,
we must find a larger, more secure company." The room fell into a profound silence. Indeed, while Whale Leap had successfully appeased the players this time, Lu Ming had come to realize the critical importance of security at their office location.
What if one day, even more fervent fans showed up?
Such matters could not be resolved simply by dining. While he may accumulate negative reputation points by enduring criticism, his personal safety was paramount.
If dissenters multiplied, what would become of his security? What if someone resorted to violence? Thus, relocating to a larger office with enhanced security measures was of utmost importance. After all,
the current moral debt had already surpassed 100,000, barring any extraordinary circumstances, an eightfold backlash was practically assured. This conveniently coincided with the fact that he had yet to exhaust many of this month's expenses, perfectly aligning with this necessity.
In critical moments, I truly am quite astute. Opposite him, Zhao Qilian's lips twitched. How had General Manager Lu once again misconstrued his intentions?
General Manager, that was not my point, I meant.
I understand. Your perspective is quite valid. We indeed need to relocate and continue our game development.
Lu Ming asserted, it is evident that our previous office location was chosen rather haphazardly. And the security system was inadequate, allowing players to easily approach us. This has severely impacted our daily operations. As the owner, I must reflect. The safety of everyone is of utmost importance, and with our growing workforce, creating a conducive work environment is essential.
Should we secure a more upscale office building with tighter security measures, even the angriest players would not be able to intrude. Listening to Lu Ming's rationale, Joe Bowen appeared astonished. Boss, shouldn't our focus be on enhancing the game to deter players from storming the office? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. You are only addressing part of the issue. Even if the game is exceptional, we cannot allow fans to besiege us. Have you not witnessed the fanaticism of fans in the entertainment industry, stalking, paparazzi, harassing phone calls? All employees were taken aback.
They had not anticipated that after reflecting on the flaws in game design, Lu Ming would pivot to discussions of relocation.
Comparing the fan culture of the entertainment industry to our gaming sector is not quite appropriate. Our gaming players are the most innocent. General Manager, have you genuinely reflected on this?
One could not help but inquire. Of course, Lu Ming replied earnestly. I have pondered it thoroughly. Fundamentally, our game is without issue.
The sole concern is the players' inability to manage their emotions.
Naturally, I do not blame the players.
Thus, we must change locations to enhance security and prevent them from disrupting our normal operations.
Lu Ming understood the sentiments of his team. Yet he was acutely aware of the broader gaming market's challenges. Creating a game with both critical acclaim and profitability is an arduous task, as individual preferences vary widely,
making it difficult to satisfy all.
The effort required to produce a high-quality game is substantial, and often, the endeavor may prove thankless.
However, Whale Leap is different.
As long as he is at the helm, Whale Leap need not strive to be the diligent student.
No matter how exceptional a game may be, can it surpass the backlash from negative reviews?
Lu Ming was well aware of which route was simpler and offered greater profit margins. After all,
he had directly benefited from the system. Negative reviews are the primary driving force.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the employees found themselves momentarily speechless.
Consequently,
under the astonished gaze of the entire staff, Lu Ming decisively declared, Xiao, starting tomorrow, seek out a new office building.
The requirements are at least a dual security system. And the security personnel must be younger.
The last time, the average age of our building's security was over 50, and they could hardly deter the players.
It must be of the highest standard.
In the conference room, Lu Ming spoke with unwavering resolve, his gaze sharp and his tone indisputable. Lin Xiaoxiao nervously shook the notebook in her hands and mustered the courage to inquire, Mr. Lu, what is your budget?
You may inquire first. But the area must not be less than 500 square meters. Lu Ming decisively declared, slapping the table. All employees? 500 square meters. That is several times the current size. The company has only a few dozen employees. Are you truly not considering addressing the issue at its root? Xiao.
I entrust this matter to you, finalize it as soon as possible.
We shall relocate next month.
With a grand gesture, Lu Ming officially set in motion the plan for the company's relocation.
Chapter 48, Negative Reviews Are the Best Sound. After Lu Ming departed, all the employees gathered in the office, collectively lost in contemplation. Bowen, do you truly believe our boss is reflecting on his actions? He claims to be introspective, yet ultimately,
he shows no concern for the issues within the game. He is solely focused on preventing players from confronting the company. The boss genuinely seems oblivious to the design flaws of the game.
We merely offer suggestions. He is the one who makes the final decisions. However, one must admit, Lu has indeed handled this incident with remarkable finesse. In other words, when we are scolded by players in the future, at least it will be from the confines of a 5-star office building, right? From this perspective, it doesn't seem like a loss, does it?
The employees of Whale Leap gradually began to embrace Lu Ming's logical reasoning. Although the online vitriol directed at Whale Leap's games continued unabated, inside the company, the staff reached a completely different consensus.
Don't you think Lu is quite personable?
Take this incident as an example. He could have easily remained silent, yet he not only chose to confront the matter head-on, but he also treated players to meals,
arranged accommodations, reimbursed travel expenses, and even organized tours in the city. Although refunds were not issued, how many gaming companies would go this far? Indeed. How many domestic game companies would invite players to a buffet? In a sense, Lu is a truly responsible boss. Yet, the game still cannot be altered, right? Indeed so. Is Lu a capitalist with principles? Sigh, while outsiders criticize the boss, I know he is a good person. When did you switch sides? In an instant.
The morale within Whale Leap suddenly improved. 2 days later, Lin Xiaoxiao, following Lu Ming's directives, feverishly collected information on office buildings in the core areas of the city, ultimately selecting 3 options that met Lu Ming's requirements and presented the compiled data to him.
Lu, here are several suitable office locations we've selected.
Lu Ming accepted the documents and glanced through them.
Option 1, Business District Grade A Office Building, area, 500 square meters rent, 3.
2 million per year advantages, above the subway, convenient commuting, large commercial area, well-equipped facilities, strict security, dual access control, exclusive elevator. Disadvantages, lower floors, average views.
Numerous sales companies nearby. Option 2, Financial Center Super Grade A Office Building, area, 600 square meters rent, 4. 2 million per year advantages, located in the heart of the city as CBD, excellent geographical position, top floor-to-ceiling windows with panoramic city views. Top-notch property management. Disadvantages, limited parking spaces, potentially inconvenient for employees' commutes, high surrounding expenses. Rising lunch costs for staff. Option 3, City Center Tower Ultra-luxurious office building, area, 700 square meters rent, nearly 5 million per year advantages, the most central business district. Prestige maximized, top-tier business office, equipped with meeting rooms and a gym, 24-hour security, independent access control. Exclusive security. Disadvantages, extremely expensive. Truly exorbitant. Fast food options start at 40 to 50.
Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously observed Lu Ming. Lu, which one do you think we should choose?
Lu Ming flipped through the materials,
contemplated for a moment, and decisively closed the file.
Let us go with the third option, City Center Tower. Lu, are you certain? Of course. Lu Ming's tone was resolute.
Whale Leap requires this level of prestige.
After all, by the end of the month, we will be settling our accounts. A small target will be met. 5 million is merely a drop in the bucket.
But the rent is nearly 5 million a year. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard and cautiously reminded him, if we only consider security, isn't this a bit extravagant?
Extravagant?
Lu Ming retorted, then chuckled.
How can this be considered extravagant? This is about corporate image. What kind of company is Whale Leap? Do we rely on technology for our livelihood? No. Do we survive solely on creativity? Neither. What do we rely on?
Lu Ming's gaze deepened as his fingers lightly tapped the table. Prestige.
It's all about prestige. Why are there so many games from Tingxu that receive criticism? Yet seldom do players confront them directly? It's because they built their own office. The prestige is sufficiently high. Players can only curse from behind. They cannot confront us face to face. This is a lesson we must learn. You have visited Tingxu's headquarters. And we are not yet at the level of building our own offices, so let us first rent a better one. Xiaoxiao, you graduated in game design. You wouldn't understand, but in the eyes of players, we are not just an ordinary game company, we are their nemesis, the embodiment of capital. Therefore, Our company must live up to this identity. Have you ever seen an ultimate boss working from a small office in the suburbs? No, right?
The ultimate boss must reside in the core area, within the most upscale office buildings, accompanied by black gold VIP level security, requiring fingerprint and facial recognition for entry, and ideally,
a private elevator.
This way, when players come to seek explanations, merely entering the building will be a hassle, and by the time they finally see us, their fury will have diminished significantly.
Lin Xiao. This logic seems sound? But the rent is indeed quite high. No worries.
I previously stated that the company is not short on funds.
We will expand sooner or later, so why not do it all at once?
As for the surrounding expenses being too high, simply raise everyone's meal allowances.
As the company progresses, so must the employees.
Lin Xiao found herself unable to counter.
As for her, the move would indeed make commuting more convenient.
Several subway lines lead to the city center 2 days later. Whale Leap officially signed for the 700 square meter office space in City Center Tower.
The luxurious DCOR, glass curtain walls,
and the presence of top-tier capital players as tenants elevated Whale Leap's prestige, making it appear as though it had joined the ranks of leading internet giants. Even though Whale Leap currently had only 2 representative games and was in severe deficit, Lu Ming deemed this of little consequence. A strong starting point is a necessary condition for success. Being criticized in the suburbs is markedly different from being scorned in the city center.
Moreover,
while he could endure criticism, he could not face it directly.
After all, incidents of the CEO being pelted with garbage or water bottles are not unheard of. Most importantly, the security here is genuinely impressive. The entire floor features elevator access control systems, and only cardholders can press the floor buttons.
The lobby on the first floor is equipped with card swipe turnstiles. Visitors must have appointments in advance, or they cannot enter. Additionally, all security personnel are former military veterans, standing at least 180 centimeters tall. Lu Ming had experienced this firsthand and found it highly reliable.
Excellent, now if players wish to confront us,
the difficulty has multiplied several times over. At most, they can only shout from downstairs. Soon, on the day of the relocation, all employees, pushing their suitcases and office supplies,
entered the brand new office building, each one astonished. Wow, is it really this luxurious? Do we truly deserve to occupy such a high-end office building? Has the boss lost his mind? Whether I am mad or not remains uncertain, yet I find myself increasingly convinced that we have indeed become a substantial enterprise. However,
despite the facade of a grand corporation, our inner workings reveal a stark contrast in quality.
As the team entered the office,
they were greeted not only by high-end decor but also by a designated relaxation area, a beverage bar, a gym, and even a private small conference room,
resembling more of a multinational conglomerate than a mere gaming company. Even more astonishing were the modern electric standing desks, top-tier computers assigned to each individual, and ergonomic, bespoke office chairs. Han Nini couldn't help but exclaim, "Now I understand where the company's funds have been allocated. No wonder there are so many monetization points in the games." Zhou Wenba promptly countered, "Indeed, there are numerous monetization points.
But we have yet to recoup the costs of the game." As everyone took their seats on the 33rd floor of the Jingyue company, Lu Ming called all employees together for a general meeting. In the conference room, Lu Ming had somehow arranged for a calligraphy piece to be displayed, emblazoned with the words,
"Negative feedback is the best form of communication."
When all employees settled into the room and beheld these 9 characters on the wall,
an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere for a few seconds. The boss truly exemplifies unique taste. Lu Ming surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. "What do you think? The ambience here is quite pleasant, is it not?" After 3 seconds of silence, the employees unanimously nodded, indeed.
This was their honest sentiment, in the bustling metropolis.
Such an office environment is certainly commendable.
"That's wonderful," Lu Ming continued with a smile. "From here on, we have but one singular goal."
All held their breath,
eagerly anticipating the grand vision that Lu Ming was about to unveil.
Chapter 49, System Upgrade, plus Version Launch.
Lu Ming gazed at the crowd, slowly articulating,
"Everyone must earnestly engage in the game."
The assembly stood in solemn respect. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, President Lu was always contemplating how to enhance the company.
Their previous discussions had evidently resonated with him.
In the next moment, Lu Ming's smile deepened, his tone becoming more serious as he continued, however.
We must not merely acquiesce to the players. A profound silence enveloped the room, all employees holding their breath, ears pricked in anticipation. When we create games,
we must uphold our own principles. Lu Ming's voice was calm, yet his gaze exuded unwavering resolve. We are developers, not wish-granting machines.
If we alter our game at every player's whim, what would we call our product? Would it not devolve into a collaborative creation? Although many players outside were vocally criticizing us, I hope everyone remembers, players' opinions serve as feedback, not directives.
We may listen to their voices, but we must not allow ourselves to be swayed by them. Our mission is to steer the direction of the game, not to be held captive by the players.
The crowd exchanged glances, pondering whether President Lu was advocating for independence rather than heeding advice.
While his words held some merit, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, quietly reminding, currently, there are quite a few negative reviews online, especially regarding the earlier protests. It's rather daunting.
Rest assured, Lu Ming waved his hand nonchalantly.
Our environment is now secure, with access control, security personnel, and surveillance measures in place.
For players to breach our defenses, they must first overcome these 3 barriers. Thus,
Lu Ming shifted his tone to a lighter note. Therefore, everyone need not tread so cautiously in the future.
Feel free to pursue actions you may have hesitated to undertake. Be bold in planning. Create freely. I will shoulder any issues.
He thumped his chest confidently.
Even if players below are vocally protesting, we shall only hear echoes on our side.
The employees felt a mixture of confusion and admiration. President Lu's perspective was always so unique.
Only Lin Xiaoxiao diligently took notes, perceiving his discourse as profoundly unconventional and ineffably complex.
She envisioned a day when she could compile these insights into a book titled President Lu's Quotations.
After the all-hands meeting,
Lu Ming returned to his personal office in high spirits, humming a tune.
This office, the most opulent in the new headquarters of Whale Leap, featured floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the bustling streets in the heart of the city.
Additionally, it boasted an oversized executive chair and a robust walnut desk,
both exuding grandeur.
As Lu Ming brewed tea, he activated the system panel in his mind.
Company name, Whale Leap Game Company, company funds,
26 million yuan, moral debt level detected to have risen, allowing host to withdraw 4 to personal account upon settlement, personal assets, 25 million yuan, moral debt value, 120. 626, moral level, abyssal gaze, moral debt system detected, exceeding 100,000, system eligible for version upgrade. Lu Ming was taken aback, promptly reviewing the system update log.
He had previously overlooked the fact that exceeding 100,000 in debt would trigger an upgrade. What a waste. Upgrade.
Without hesitation, Lu Ming confirmed the upgrade,
reasoning that a system update might prove beneficial. System upgrading. System upgrade successful.
Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the moral debt system, plus version. A flash of golden light enveloped him, the interface transitioning to a sleek and efficient new design, with a line of upgrade logs appearing at the bottom.
The updates for the moral debt system, plus version are as follows. 1.
Customizable settlement period feature enabled, e.g., monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, annually. The longer the settlement period, the higher the yield multiplier. Calculation method, if the current base multiplier is 8, extending the settlement period by 1 month, under qualifying conditions.
Adds an additional multiplier of 1. For example, if choosing to settle after 3 months, the settlement multiplier would be 8 times. Note, if the criteria are not met, the multiplier is void, regardless of the duration. 2. Random reward mechanism initiated, within each settlement period.
If the moral debt value surpasses 100,000, a random system reward will be granted. 3. Player emotion dashboard launched, the system will no longer display real-time moral debt values. Instead, it will present the emotional curve of all users influenced by Whale Leap, monitoring emotional dynamics in real time. Current player emotions: angry, 63, observing, 22, enthralled, 10, fleeing, 5. For adjustments to moral level and cashback multiplier, effective after this settlement, moral flaw, 0 to 10, 000 debt value, 0 times, humanity decline, 10, 00150, 000 debt value, 2 times. Infamous 50-001-100-000 debt value 4 times. Abyssal gaze 100-001-500-000 debt value 6 times. Capital sin 500-001-1-000-000 debt value 8 times. Chaotic resonance over 1 million debt value 10 times.
Levels will be reassessed at each settlement cycle and cannot be retained or accumulated.
Ming stared at the system interface,
feeling a sense of helplessness.
The difficulty of the system had evidently increased. Just as he began to earn some money from the system, they had raised the stakes.
Previously,
surpassing 100,000 in moral debt would directly secure him an 8x multiplier, but now, that requirement had escalated to 500,000. Furthermore, real-time data would no longer be displayed, which left Ming, accustomed to precise control, feeling quite disoriented. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his mind.
Would it be possible to revert the system to its previous version? Had he known, he would have opted against the upgrade. Rapid iterations were not necessarily advantageous. Did this mean he could no longer monitor the success of his criticisms?
Nevertheless, as the system, it held the reins.
Regardless,
it would not affect the settlement at the end of the month.
Ming placed his teacup down heavily, exhaling deeply as he reclined in his executive chair. Yet,
despite the changes in the panel, the system's upgrade was not entirely detrimental.
The customizable settlement period was a formidable advantage. Extending it by 3 months would yield a threefold multiplier. If he could hold out until year-end for settlement, would that not be an astronomical return?
Ming pondered deeply. If he had 10 titles akin to killing for immortality, accumulating debt values would easily surpass 1 million.
And then selecting a 10-month settlement would yield a 20x return.
This clearly presented greater operational flexibility. Rubbing his hands together, Ming felt rejuvenated.
Admittedly,
while the system upgrade was initially disconcerting, upon further reflection, it was indeed tailor-made for him. Once he received the funds at the end of the month,
he could delay the settlement, achieving several financial milestones. As he contemplated the next steps for development, his gaze intensified with fervor.
Just as he was engrossed in thought, the system unexpectedly emitted a notification sound, ding. Detected that the host's moral debt value for this cycle has surpassed 100,000.
Random reward generated. Would you like to claim it immediately?
Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes, my reward for breaking the 100,000 mark.
He promptly clicked the claim button.
In the next moment, a flash of brilliance illuminated his mind.
Extracting.
Congratulations, host.
You have received a reward, marketing random controversy generator, one-time use.
Activation cost, 30,000 moral debt points.
Effect, automatically implant a highly controversial design element within the game,
inciting a media frenzy and generating extensive exposure.
Note, the activation time is uncertain, with a 50 probability for both positive and negative public opinion. Ming's pupils constricted upon seeing this reward. This item.
He stroked his chin, his expression intricate.
It is indeed a valuable asset,
capable of creating a significant stir, yet.
He glanced at the calendar.
It was only mid-month, and there remained approximately 2 weeks until the next settlement.
Furthermore,
activating it would require a hefty expenditure of 30,000 debt points, which seemed rather extravagant. If he were to deplete another 30,000, his moral debt would plummet below 90,000.
Should he fail to recover it in time, he might even suffer a drop in rank, resulting in a considerable loss.
Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the random nature of this tool. Its activation was shrouded in uncertainty. While it promised to spark controversy, the direction of that controversy remained entirely uncontrollable.
There was even a 50% chance of garnering positive feedback,
which meant there was an equal likelihood of being subjected to scathing criticism.
Such a pity.
This item should be reserved for a desperate situation or employed when one's debt points are abundant. Ming was acutely aware that this was not the time for reckless actions.
He had previously endured the bitter consequences of premature celebrations,
and the negative sentiments surrounding pay-to-win immortal cultivation had already reached a boiling point. His next course of action should not be one of rashness but rather to stabilize the current situation, amass more debt points, and prepare to reap the rewards at the end of the month. With that, Ming exited the system interface, opting not to utilize this item for the time being. Caution was paramount. While boldness could yield results, it must not be pursued indiscriminately. Chapter 50. A sharp tool is a sharp tool wherever it is placed. Ming exited the system interface, feeling too lethargic to continue with his tea. He stood up and began to stroll around the office, swiftly sorting through the current market situation in his mind. Although Killing Fate, Cultivation had not gained much traction on the PC platform, it remained a topic of conversation, with negative buzz continuing to grow. This was entirely in line with Ming's psychological expectations. He could be considered an author of a representative work. However, a significant issue loomed ahead. The audience for the computer version was inherently limited, constrained by the requirements of the device. Upon this realization, Ming squinted thoughtfully and murmured, "It's time to expand to a second battlefield." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly clapped his hands. Mobile gaming. We must develop a mobile version. Ming decisively recalled Tingxiu's operations. Over the years, Tingxiu had excelled at porting well-operated games to mobile platforms or adapting successful mobile games to PC versions. A single effective tactic could conquer all. Moreover, Tingxiu had two such tactics. Ming's eyes gleamed brighter as he nodded repeatedly. Perhaps players still held expectations for the mobile version of Killing Fate, Cultivation? This could also be an opportunity to amass some debt value. Even if players did not enjoy it, the expenditure would still be justified. Furthermore, a sharp tool is a sharp tool, no matter where it is placed. The mobile version of Killing Fate, Cultivation would undoubtedly thrive on the mobile platform, boosting his debt value. After all, Jingtai still had a budget. Without hesitation, Ming took action. 5 minutes later, Zhao Qiliang, the head of the technical department, entered the room. "President Liu, you called for me?" Seeing Zhao, Ming wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I intend to develop a mobile version of Killing Fate, Cultivation and launch it on the mobile platform as soon as possible." Zhao was taken aback. "So soon?" "The criticisms for the PC version haven't been resolved yet." "Does the company really need to move this quickly?" "Mobile gaming?" Ming confirmed. "Keep the original team intact, optimize the UI and interactions as much as possible, maintain the gameplay logic, and ensure the data mechanics remain unchanged. The key is to expedite the porting process. I want it launched within 2 months at the latest." "Can you manage that?" "President Liu, if we utilize an existing engine, compress the art resources, and refrain from major alterations while only performing system optimizations for the port, it might barely be achievable within 2 months. Zhao Qiliang, being the professional he was, quickly assessed the feasibility. "All right." Ming decisively approved. "Before the mobile version goes live, you must inform me in advance so I can prepare for the promotional and marketing efforts." Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched, an ominous sense creeping into his mind. "President Liu, should we consider appropriately adjusting the recharge features for the mobile version? After all, mobile users are not as accepting as PC gamers. If the recharge options are too numerous or too obvious, it could easily dissuade players." Ming raised an eyebrow. "No way. Qiliang, you know that mobile recharges are more convenient, so they need to be more prominent and direct. Make it larger. The moment players enter the game, they should be able to sense the allure of money. The recharge interface must be front and center. Not only should it be large, but it should also be flashy. It would be best to add some dynamic effects. After users click in, the product page must pop up immediately, and the close button should be small and discreet. You've been in the industry long enough, you shouldn't need me to emphasize these industry norms." Zhao Qiliang was speechless. "Boss, you're not letting go of any of these industry vices. Can't you learn something better?" Zhao was still trying to persuade himself to accept this. While Ming continued to elaborate, "You must also guide users towards their first recharge, monthly cards, seasonal cards, gift packs, and limited-time purchases. Do we have that design where a single click can trigger 3 consecutive pop-up windows? Can we port that over?" President Liu, this somewhat not aligned with user experience. Ming stood up, pacing back and forth in the conference room, and stated firmly, no matter how good the user experience is.
If they don't spend money, they are not users, they are merely visitors. We are creating games, not a charitable platform.
Zhao Qiliang hesitated for a moment but ultimately asked, then, should we set a beginner buffer for paid content?
For instance, not displaying limited purchases or large gift packs for the first 3 days? Not display?
Lu Ming quickly interjected.
How would they play then?
Just look at today's mobile games. If they don't prompt recharge hints at the start, players might think they are playing a pirated version.
Let me share a golden phrase with you. With such a massive player base, earning money from just 5 of them is sufficient. You must ensure a 100 reproduction.
Our mobile player experience must match that of the PC version.
This prevents players from feeling unfairly treated.
Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from rebuttal.
After all, arguing was futile. He let out a long sigh. I will do my best. Not just do your best, but do it with full commitment.
Lu Ming patted his shoulder.
And don't forget our company culture at Jingtai, negative reviews are the best feedback. Zhao Qiliang's face turned ashen. President Lu, I genuinely fear that when our mobile game launches, users will criticize us just as they do now.
Lu Ming, however, smiled brightly.
Rest assured, by then, you will have already been promoted and received a raise.
After saying this, Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang, a talent he had invested significantly to recruit, and spoke earnestly.
Qiliang, do you remember why you were optimized at Tingxiu?
Zhao Qiliang was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend.
Lu Ming continued, you come from a technical background.
You emphasize standards, logic, and experience. That is commendable, but you must understand that we are not creating a public welfare game, we are developing a commercial game.
You are overthinking user experience, which ironically limits your creativity. As the old saying goes,
you lose because you are too concerned about your reputation and fail to show a clear interest in money.
Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched, unsure whether this was praise or criticism.
Consider how you often worry about whether this feature will affect user experience or whether pop-ups will annoy players.
You may find them bothersome, but you must first ensure users spend their money before they can be annoyed. You understand this, right?
Lu Ming stated earnestly. Zhao Qiliang hesitated but could only nod in agreement.
Go ahead and unleash your creativity, do not fear. If anything goes awry, I will cover for you. Meanwhile,
1,000 miles away in the luxurious villa district of Qiantang City, Zhu Hao sat in his second-floor study, idly playing Escape Simulator.
After all, it was summer vacation,
and he had little to occupy his time. Initially, he intended to familiarize himself with the operations of his family company. However, on the first day,
he was kicked out after merely half an hour by his father, the chairman. Finish your elective assignment first, don't bring gaming into the company.
Zhu Hao was speechless and could only stay at home, playing a game he was already well acquainted with. For a rich second generation, he felt he was being quite obedient. As for why he consistently achieved impressive rankings in Escape Simulator, it was undoubtedly tied to the various business operations he had absorbed while following his father since childhood.
If you were to ask the players of Escape Simulator, who wouldn't want to break his record of being ranked first? Yet, the result? No one could achieve it. Talent is talent.
I merely squeeze out a bit of effort, and you all find it exceedingly difficult to surpass.
Chapter 51, Where there is pain, there is opportunity.
Zhu Hao reclined in his gaming chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, yet his fingers instinctively tapped the icon of killing life to cultivate immortality. The game Runaway Simulator had ceased to present any challenge for him, he could only wonder what the game developers were thinking.
Despite its high playability,
it had not received a single update since its launch, and it was only a matter of time before it faded into obscurity.
Soon,
as the loading screen of Killing Life to Cultivate Immortality appeared, a familiar yet unfamiliar art style greeted him. Zhu Hao exhaled deeply. Finally, he had reached the golden core stage. He gazed at the dazzling golden equipment adorning his character's panel, yet his enthusiasm had dwindled. After spending over 10,000 yuan, this was all he had achieved.
The pace felt agonizingly slow.
With a hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face, Zhu Hao muttered to himself, I've reached the golden core stage, the storyline is decent.
Yet the combat system is sluggish, it lacks excitement.
He casually opened the combat interface and was met with the tedious sight of turn-based attacks. a wave of fatigue washing over him.
I mean, what era is this? Turn-based combat?
I was playing this at 3 years old. Zhu Hao scratched his head, realizing that aside from the monetary investment, the game was undeniably dull.
How could a game from the same company be so vastly different in quality?
His desire to continue spending money had waned. However, having invested several thousand yuan, he was reluctant to abandon the game entirely. Surely
he could recoup some of his losses before leaving.
Exiting the combat interface, he casually browsed the task list within the game. It was a personal habit of his to thoroughly understand all the gameplay mechanics while engaging with a game.
Although he primarily followed the storyline,
he had already experienced various elements such as recharging, spending money, battling, and collecting pets. With the next upgrade leading to the nascent soul stage, Zhu Hao found himself devoid of any desire to continue exploring.
Were there any other aspects of the game worth his attention?
As he searched, a new player tip regarding a guide to acquiring spirit stones caught his eye. Recommended ways to acquire spirit stones: main quests, dungeon drops, material gathering, equipment crafting, stall trading, secondary profession, production.
Zhu Hao's spirit surged.
He had already experienced the first 5 options, and to be frank, they were quite disappointing. The materials obtained from these methods were generally inferior to those he could purchase directly, which was far more convenient and efficient.
Moreover, prior to reaching the golden core, he couldn't craft any decent equipment, let alone engage in trading. All these acquisition methods felt rather pointless. Yet the one avenue he had yet to explore was secondary profession production.
Having dabbled in the others, this was the only one that remained unexplored.
A secondary profession might yield something worthwhile. If trading were possible, it would resemble the industrial chain of the real world, wouldn't it? He had lacked time previously, but now he had the perfect opportunity to delve into it. As Zhu Hao opened the spirit tool trading market, he began to study it diligently. To his astonishment,
the market was brimming with various refining equipment, spiritual herbs, elixirs, special materials, talisman blueprints, and pet eggs, all available at a bewildering array of prices, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, when Zhu Hao sorted the items from low to high prices, he stumbled upon an alarming inconsistency: affordable robes were virtually non-existent.
Wait, how can there be no basic models? He changed his search term to Foundation Stage Robe.
The results were still largely blank, with the occasional appearance of a blue name set, a premium item available only through monetary investment, priced exorbitantly high due to being outdated for the nascent soul stage.
Searching for Qi Refining Stage Robe yielded no results whatsoever.
The entire trading market was nearly monopolized by the wares of wealthy spenders, with inflated prices and questionable utility. It had transformed into a platform for flaunting wealth.
Conversely,
there was a glaring absence of basic, durable, and cost-effective equipment.
This was a significant gap in the market.
Zhu Hao's heart raced as realization struck him.
Where lay the problem?
After contemplating, he suddenly recalled that the game's economic system was overly reliant on spending. He was well aware that killing life to cultivate immortality faced widespread criticism for its pay-to-win model, with players unable to progress without financial investment, especially in the early stages. The necessity of spending spirit stones was overwhelming. Consequently, the majority of players still active in the game were those who had spent money, leaving only a scant number of ordinary players.
Conversely, for those who refrained from spending or were merely freeloading,
the inability to purchase premium gear coupled with the disdain for ordinary items created a rift in the market.
The more Zhu Hao pondered this, the more promising the direction appeared. Where there is pain, there is opportunity. For the average player, decent equipment was still necessary for leveling up. Don't cluster where there are many, instead, pursue the niche. This was a phrase his father often reiterated, and Zhu Hao felt he had stumbled upon a business opportunity. The more he contemplated, the more invigorated he became, immersing himself in the exhilarating competition of the virtual market. In contrast, the quests involving slaying demons and breaking through spiritual roots seemed utterly trivial. Cultivating immortality? That was merely for show. He chuckled to himself. Earning money is the true essence of cultivation. Swiftly, he clicked into the secondary profession interface and began to study it meticulously. Zhu Hao opened the introduction to secondary professions.
Secondary profession system opened: alchemist, talisman maker, tailor, blacksmith, spirit farmer, beast tamer. Each profession offered different production paths, corresponding to varying market demands. After weighing his options, Zhu Hao quickly settled on the most unassuming profession, tailor. He clicked on the tailor's introduction, specializing in the creation of robes, accessories, and light armor. The higher the proficiency, the greater the success rate.
This is it. Zhu Hao decisively clicked the learning button.
Before long, a new line appeared on his character panel: Banksy's pig. Secondary profession, tailor, beginner. The crafting page for the tailor opened up as well. He immediately scoured the beginner sewing recipes: crimson flame robe, applicable stage, late chi refining, materials required, crimson flame fabric X2, spirit silk button X1. Wind silk thread X3, swift wind light robe, applicable stage, mid foundation, materials required, swift wind fabric X2, spirit silkworm silk X2. Wind silk thread X5, secret pattern soft armor, applicable stage, mid foundation, materials required, illusion pattern leather X1, Xian iron chain X1, spirit silk button X2. Examining the materials, Zhu Hao understood why no one paid attention to these secondary professions. For a beginner in the profession, collecting these materials was nearly impossible.
Foundation stage materials could only be dropped by golden core monsters. Wasn't that absurd?
High-level players couldn't possibly have the leisure time Zhu Hao had.
Yet, he thought, I can farm those materials.
Nodding to himself, he mused, now that I'm at the golden core stage, farming a foundation stage map is like mowing grass. With that thought, Zhu Hao quickly equipped a set of high mobility gear and charged into the map known as Cloud Ridge Valley. This was a foundation stage map with a decent drop rate, known for its variety of drops. Previously, these items had been beneath his notice. After all, wielding top-tier equipment, he had effortlessly swept through this map, never caring about the drops. However, with a new profession in mind, everything had changed.
These are the spirit stones, unnoticed, scattered upon the ground. Chapter 52, The Half-Summer Tailoring Studio.
After an intense 2-hour session, Zhu Hao had successfully gathered a plethora of materials: 12 crimson flame fabrics, 8 spirit silk buttons, 14 gale threads, 9 swift wind cloths, 3 illusory pattern hides, and 1 rare black iron chain. As he surveyed these materials, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly commenced the crafting process.
Ding! You have successfully created crimson flame robe. Good, ding!
You have successfully created crimson flame robe. Poor, ding!
You have failed. Ding!
You have successfully created swift wind light robe. Poor. After a flurry of activity, Zhu Hao had produced several finished pieces. The cost of production was relatively low, and with enough practice, his success rate improved significantly. These crafted items could be directly listed on the market for sale. Having organized the equipment, Zhu Hao immediately listed several successful robes on the trading plaza, setting a uniform price of 60 spirit stones. This price was exceptionally reasonable. Having spent time during the chi refinement stage, he understood the allure of such a price. Too high, and players would shy away. 60 spirit stones struck the perfect balance, targeting the wallets of ordinary players.
Even a few days of begging would suffice to gather that amount. With this equipment, traversing the novice maps would become much simpler. Players would undoubtedly choose to place orders. This was far more economical than spending real money.
Next, he advertised in the local novice village channel: Half-Summer's Pig, exclusive equipment for the chi refinement stage is now available. Affordable and practical, a must-have for monster hunting.
Trading Plaza ID XXXX, grab it quickly.
The advertisement proved highly effective, and within 5 minutes, the items were snatched up. Zhu Hao gazed at the hundreds of spirit stones he had earned, licking his lips in delight. This was his first time profiting from this game. It validated his approach entirely. There was indeed a demand for these items. This method truly worked.
Wasn't this far superior to the turn-based monster hunting?
As a golden core cultivator, engaging in such low-level side hustles was incredibly efficient compared to other players.
Crafting equipment, supplying novices, buying low and selling high, this was akin to a micro-enterprise model within the realm of cultivation. Moreover,
the beauty of it was that the tailor's production did not involve combat logic, resulting in a low failure rate, making it ideal for mass production with minimal costs.
I must expand production capacity,
Zhu Hao mumbled to himself. Jotting down all his insights into a notebook: material dungeons, Cloud Ridge Valley, Falling Feather Mountain, Heavenly Water Pool, quick farming routes, standard pricing for finished products, plaza promotion speech templates, player feedback collection channels. Preparing to establish a trading group, this game had an abundance of playable elements. Indeed, it reflected the style of Whale Leap. Xu Hao's eyes gleamed even brighter. Previously, he had misjudged them. Who could have known that their schemes were so intricate? However, this was advantageous. The fewer people who knew, the larger my initial plan could become. Perhaps I could experiment with replicating a business model within this game? Moreover, as a golden core cultivator, if I were to reach the nascent soul stage, wouldn't I be able to directly craft equipment for golden core cultivators? Since my father disapproves of me entering the family business, I shall establish my own company within the game. My individual productivity is limited, so I will recruit a few more individuals. Xu Hao took immediate action, creating a group on WeChat and inviting his closest university friends. The group was aptly named Life-Consuming Cultivation Tailoring Studio. Within 3 minutes, the group buzzed with activity. Half-Summer's Pig, brothers, listen up. I'm currently playing a game, Life-Consuming Cultivation, where we can earn money. Earn spirit stones. I've tried it, and it's feasible. Slippers with worries, I know that game, it's a total scam. Besides, this isn't reality. What's the use of spirit stones? Half-Summer's Pig, they can be spent, traded, and utilized for various purposes. But first, let me finish. Xu Hao quickly shared a screenshot in the group showing his account balance after selling the equipment. Account balance, 560 spirit stones. Half-Summer's Pig, this is from the few robes I just listed. They sold out in 5 minutes. Half-Summer's Pig, I've discovered a business opportunity. Most players in the chi refinement and foundation building phases lack decent gear, and they either have to spend money or face abysmally low drop rates from monsters. Half-Summer's Pig, however, as a golden core cultivator, I can directly farm high-level dungeons for materials and use my tailoring skills to create novice gear to sell on the market, guaranteeing profit. Check me out, now you've piqued my interest. Slippers with worries, so you want us to what exactly? Half-Summer's Pig, I will gather materials, and you will make the clothes. We will have clear divisions of labor and mass production. Once we succeed, we will evenly split the profits. After discussing for a while and sharing detailed specifics, the 4-person team began to take shape, given their familiarity as dormitory mates. Within half an hour, Xu Hao hurriedly packaged a large number of materials from his warehouse into smaller portions and used the in-game friend trading feature to send them to his classmates. You all practice first, making some Crimson Flame robes and Swift Wind Light robes. Don't worry about quality, let us focus on quantity. Xu Hao directed with confidence. We are not targeting the high-end market right now, we need to stock up. Ordinary players don't need top-tier equipment, they just need something wearable, with reasonable attributes and prices. His classmates, while manually crafting, expressed their astonishment. To be honest, the equipment crafting aspect of this game is quite engaging. The tailoring system is truly the king of cost-effectiveness compared to other professions. Right? Xu Hao declared proudly, have you noticed? If a crafting attempt fails, the most we lose is some materials, but succeeding once can yield dozens of spirit stones, more than doubling our investment. Don't underestimate it. Once we ramp up production and enhance our tailoring levels, this will undoubtedly become explosive. Xu Hao and his small team thrived in their endeavors. Initially, he had been solo farming for materials and sewing clothes. Now, he was leveling up while others produced in bulk, managing customer service and promotion, gradually forming a small-scale workflow. Sitting at his computer, Xu Hao directed his teammates while simultaneously engaging in dungeons, with periodic notifications in the group about processed orders and listed equipment. The entire process became increasingly proficient. Spirit stones flowed into his account like a cascading river. The next day, Xu Hao's tailoring level increased. You have reached Tailor, Advanced, newly unlocked skill, Personalized Design. You can now design and name your clothing styles. This is fantastic. Xu Hao's eyes sparkled as he opened the custom design page. He unleashed his creativity, designing an outfit named Half-Summer Flowing Cloud Robe. Its basic attributes were suitable for the later stages of chi refinement, enhancing mana recovery and movement speed, with a low material cost. More importantly, the name sounded captivating. In the future, we will produce, farm, and sell ourselves while establishing our own brand. After completing the design, he promptly crafted 2 pieces,
listing them on the market to test their appeal. Each priced at 398 spirit stones. Ding! You have listed the product half-summer flowing cloud robe. Please note the product turnover time.
Seeing the ability to name their creations ignited enthusiasm among his friends in the group.
Rat, your design is quite alluring. Isn't it a bit revealing? I can't hold back. Tomorrow, I'll max out my tailoring level. I'll create a chart to track which types of equipment sell best. Do you think we could establish our own guild? I believe half-summer tailoring would sound quite imposing. Observing the discussions within the group, Shu Hao chuckled softly while jotting down a particular phrase in his notebook. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the garden of his villa, filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. In the tangible realm, he remained merely a university student, yet within this virtual realm of cultivation, he had evolved into a proprietor, a founder of a brand, and a master of an entire industry chain. Moreover, this was nearly the inception of his journey. Chapter 53, I am already at the sewing machine. In a bedroom adorned with a pink aesthetic in Kyoto, under the soft glow of the lights, Luoli donned her headphones, engrossed in controlling her character on the computer screen. She was among the early players to delve into killing the immortal. Initially drawn by Chu Feng's videos that showcased the game's intriguing nature, she approached it with the intent of being a free-to-play participant. Upon entering the game, she chose the distinctively charismatic character, the Scarlet Witch. Clad in vibrant red, the character was enveloped in fiery effects, featuring burning and flame impacts that were exhilarating to behold. The only drawback was that the character was not scantily clad enough. It is well known that the Scarlet Witch possesses a passive talent called Charming Resonance. The more exposed areas on her body, the higher her attack power, with a maximum increase of 20. However, the prices of revealing outfits in the game's premium shop were exorbitant, with lackluster attributes. One outfit, the Night Flame Midriff, was priced at 1888 spirit stones, offering a mere 1 increase in critical strike rate, mediocre at best. Although its design was revealing, it lacked the ability to embed runes and offered no additional resistances. To make matters worse, its color was a glaring crimson, reminiscent of blood, making her look like a target. Luoli had no intention of spending money on such an attire, feeling exasperated that, despite her reliance on revealing clothing for damage, the game designers had made such unattractive options. After browsing the marketplace, she sighed in disappointment. Why couldn't they release something visually appealing yet revealing? As a Scarlet Witch, why did she have to dress like a curtain every day? If only she had known, she would have chosen a different character. Just as she was about to close the auction interface, a newly listed piece of equipment caught her eye, the half-summer flowing cloud robe. Quality, good applicable stage, foundation establishment appearance rating, base attributes, mana recovery 3, movement speed 5, charm index 2 special notes, lightweight fabric, seductive design, usable by all classes. Wait a moment. Luo Li's eyes sparkled. She hastily clicked to view the details and was immediately astonished. The garment was a strapless design, featuring extensive cutouts at the shoulders and a high slit at the waist, with a bold and alluring combination of red and black, highlighted by a ring of fiery effects swirling around the waist. This was an outfit she had never encountered before. Moreover, the price was incredibly reasonable, less than 400 spirit stones? Only a fool would pass it up. Without hesitation, she purchased it, and soon after, she donned the new outfit in the game, nodding in satisfaction at her character's appearance. This was what a Scarlet Witch should look like. Beautiful, fierce, and eye-catching, and importantly, it was even more revealing than the previous shop outfit. It also provided a 2 damage boost. Her attack power was instantly maximized. Eagerly, she pulled her friends along to tackle dungeons. Soon, her fellow players noticed the transformation in Luoli. Luoli, why are you hitting so hard today? Your skill damage is noticeably higher. Did you change your skills? No, I changed my outfit. During the attack round, Luoli unleashed an astonishingly high attack. The half-summer flowing cloud robe had modest attributes, but it perfectly triggered the exposure limit, resulting in a damage explosion. Wow, I need to get that too. Is it beautiful? It's 10 times better than the shop outfits. And it's only 400 spirit stones. As soon as they cleared the dungeon, The three of them rushed out to search for the robe. However, after a thorough search, they discovered that the half-summer flowing cloud robe was completely sold out. What? It's gone? Luoli immediately clicked on the seller's information. Seller ID, half-summer S-Pig, recent listings, garment of burning passion, half-summer flowing cloud robe. Gale light robe. Her eyes lit up as she murmured, "This tailor seems to understand our Scarlet Witch character." Meanwhile, across the way, Zhuhao was equally astonished, staring at the sales data in the back end for 3 full seconds. Didn't I just list this a short while ago? He was taken aback to see that all his half-summer flowing cloud robes had sold out. Did I really design something this popular? The response was overwhelmingly positive. Moreover, upon examining the buyers' profiles, it appeared that they were all Scarlet Witches. Zhuhao's entrepreneurial instincts ignited. This character was perfect for fashion marketing. The game's premise dictated that the less a player wore, the stronger they became, so he decided to specialize in high-reveal outfits. He immediately opened the design interface and began planning the next item in the Scarlet series. He envisioned a complete set: tops, skirts, combat boots, capes, and even headpieces. To create these garments, Zhuhao promptly opened a short video app, frantically absorbing various edgy design styles. His mind was brimming with ideas. However, a problem arose. The high-end materials were insufficient. Currently at the Golden Core stage, he can only farm materials suitable for that level, which were not very efficient. Although his tailoring skill had reached an advanced level, certain rare materials were beyond his reach. He needed to advance to the nascent soul stage to access these resources. Fine. For the sake of art, for my career, Zhuhao opened the recharge interface and invested another sum into the game, directly elevating his level to the nascent soul stage. Despite the significant expense, it was a necessary investment. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of excitement as he plunged into the new map. While his friends were sleeping, he resolved to grind all night. He would farm materials, sew garments, and test new designs. 5 hours later, at 2 a.m., Zhuhao stood up from the crafting station, grinning like a maniac. This was a set of equipment custom-made for the Scarlet Witch, the Burning Passion skirt. Boasting an extremely high exposure rating, reaching the system limit, and featuring the Flame Walker skill effect, leaving a trail of fiery phantoms while moving. Sale price, starting at 568 spirit stones. This price was also quite reasonable. Moreover, this was merely one piece of the set. Purchasing the entire ensemble would cost well over 1,000 spirit stones. Yet, Zhuhao thought to himself, I don't care about the price. What matters is getting players to buy. Selling in volume could potentially yield as much profit as catering to the high-end market. The next morning, Luoli logged in and immediately checked the marketplace, and to her delight, she discovered new items. Looking at the seller, she realized it was the same half-summer S-Pig from yesterday. Burning Passion skirt, good quality, limited to 5 pieces. After a quick glance at the equipment, she instantly purchased it and decisively left a message. Luoli, big shot, who are you? Can we be friends? I want to buy the entire set. Half-summer S-Pig, you're a Scarlet Witch? Don't worry, I'm already at the sewing machine. Luoli, that is fantastic. You are the only man I respect in this game. Please notify me first when you have stock. Zhuhao swiftly accepted Luoli's friend request. As expected, within 3 seconds, a flurry of messages arrived. Luoli, boss, your skirt has effects, it's so cool. Way better than the official ones. Luoli, do you have a top? Do you have a cape? I'm willing to recharge for fashion. Luoli, I want to be the most dazzling Scarlet Witch. Zhuhao opened his inventory, gazing at the materials he had just harvested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Observing the user's demands, he murmured, If you're willing to invest in fashion, then I shall strive to design for spirit stones. Chapter 54, A Profitable Venture. The following day, the forum erupted into a frenzy. To be precise, the entire community of players embodying the red-cloaked sorceress in the game-killing life, cultivation was in a state of uproar. Previously dominated by posts criticizing the game, the forum now saw numerous inquiries regarding the purchase of red-cloaked sorceress gear. With a plethora of captivating titles emerging, if the red-cloaked sorceress doesn't wear red, then who will? I declare that Banksy's pig is my ultimate belief. Beginner's Guide to Free Loot. The Burning Affection series set will effortlessly see you through the foundation establishment phase. Incredible! This game can be played like this. Sensing the demand from players, Zhu Hao and his peers hastily released several new designs: falling sunset light dress, refreshing short skirt variant, with some effects removed. Priced at only 128 spirit stones. Nightfire Cloak, a mini flame cloak, starting at 99 spirit stones, ideal for novice characters. Crimson Flame bodysuit, subtle yet practical. With adequate exposure and a self-healing attribute. These are all exceptionally cost-effective pieces. After all, Zhu Hao's primary intention was to cater to the needs of ordinary players who find it challenging to earn spirit stones. His goal was to create attire that everyone could afford. Fashion should not be an elitist concept. With just a few spirit stones, through diligent efforts in begging or forming teams to sell materials, an ordinary player can still manage to make a purchase. Soon, as the number of buyers increased, discussions surrounding the topic flourished. In just 3 days, the affordable, high-exposure gear created by Zhu Hao and his team ignited a wave of red-cloaked sorceresses throughout Killing Life, Cultivation. Particularly, the Burning Affection series became the graduation attire for countless players. Numerous individuals flooded the forum's comments section with inquiries: why are all the red-cloaked sorceresses in dungeons now showing off their legs? Because the less they wear, the fiercer they play. You didn't know? Recently, many people in the trading market have started selling clothing, and it looks quite appealing, though unfortunately, it's all women's wear. I spent less than 1,000 spirit stones on a complete set of Burning Affection gear, appearance, attributes, and bonuses, pure ecstasy. This series truly understands the essence of the red-cloaked sorceress. It surpasses the official attire by leaps and bounds, and it's affordable. I have finally discovered the joy of this game. Me too, I have finally ventured beyond the novice map. Meanwhile, behind this wave, Zhu Hao was inundated with work. Howsy? My orders are overflowing. I'm swamped too. I listed 30 falling sunset light dresses last night, and this morning, only one remains. I posted 50 Nightfire cloaks. And they're all gone. Stop shouting, I still have over 100 friend requests pending, all from people wanting to reserve clothing. Goodness. We're not a studio, we're a garment factory. The group was abuzz with excitement. Yet, Zhu Hao sat quietly at his computer, gazing at the back-end account's spirit stone balance, and after 3 seconds of silence, he slammed his hand on the desk. Brothers, we have struck gold. He promptly screenshot the total income and shared it in the group. Total revenue, 84,820 spirit stones. Over 80,000 spirit stones. Converted to reality, that amounts to more than 9,000 yuan. In less than a week, if divided equally, each person would receive over 2,000. They are still students. Although Zhu Hao was financially stable, this was his first time earning such a significant sum. The last time he made money was when he recruited dozens of people to earn 200 through a group buy, and crucially, they hadn't even ramped up their efforts yet. His classmates were instantly exhilarated. Isn't this 100 times better than our summer internships? Damn. It's only been a week. I can afford to add an egg to my next takeout order. Oh no, I have money now. I wonder if my moral integrity can withstand the test. Are we serious? We actually created a new commercial miracle in a game that everyone criticizes as trash? Zhu Hao calmly nodded. We only just begun. Currently, all our products are still basic sewing templates and low-tier materials. Next, I intend to lead you towards high-end customization. Meanwhile, on the forum, the red-cloaked sorceress players continue to fervently spread the miraculous achievements of Banksia's garment studio. We beseech the esteemed Banksia's pig for new products. I'm already tired of the Burning Affection attire. We, the red-cloaked sorceresses, have suffered from official oppression for far too long. The previous store's outfits were both expensive and unattractive. Now, Banksia's pig has directly rescued us. I declare him our sole designated supplier. The atmosphere on the forum began to undergo a subtle transformation. No longer dominated by complaints about excessive monetization, turn-based gameplay, and the developer's incompetence, even longtime players, originally considering quitting, began to contemplate purchasing a piece of clothing to see if it could enhance their gaming experience. After all, if the attire is visually appealing and affordable,
Wearing it would allow them to continue enjoying the game, which is quite satisfactory. On the fourth day, Zhu Hao finally organized an offline voice meeting with all members.
Is everyone present?
Yes, here.
Howsy, we await your orders. Let us skip the pleasantries. Here is my message, we are officially establishing Banksy as garment studio. From now on, our brand label must be unified.
Our objective is to create a clear and sustainable pathway for secondary income. Starting with the red-cloaked sorceresses.
We will expand our offerings to include outfits for other professions as well. There are so many players, we cannot limit ourselves to revealing attire. We will pursue every profitable avenue. The crowd was instantly invigorated.
The sensation Zhu Hao and his team created was not limited to them, increasingly. Players began to take note of a previously overlooked aspect: the secondary professions seemed to hold significant potential. The once quiet section of life skills gameplay on the forum suddenly flourished. Where there had been only a few posts, now entire pages were filled within an hour.
Wow, can secondary professions truly earn money in this game? The inscriptionist primarily deals with blueprints. Chi refinement players can also make a profit.
Collecting materials can earn spirit stones.
Many are gathering in the plaza.
Their prices are much more favorable than those offered by the officials. Everyone, stop fixating on combat power, selling gear is the real pathway to success. In just a few days, several hot topics related to secondary professions climbed to the forefront of trending discussions.
The tailor's area, the blacksmith's area.
The alchemist's area buzzed with activity, as numerous players shouted in the public chat, buying Swiftwind cloth, illusory pattern leather, spirit silk buckles, bulk discounts available.
Blacksmiths open for business. Special discounts during the foundation establishment phase.
Alchemists seeking teams to farm materials, guaranteed buyback prices for chi refinement elixirs.
The springtime of secondary professions seemed to have arrived overnight. Moreover, some professional studios sensed an opportunity and swiftly took action.
Several large gold-earning guilds began to recruit extensively, as long as you were willing to work. Completing 30 orders daily was feasible.
The game provides materials, blueprints, and clients.
Simple operations, no technical skills required, just point and click with the mouse to earn money effortlessly. If you are diligent and have the time, you could earn 6,000 spirit stones weekly. Suitable for stay-at-home parents.
Work from home. Easy to learn, with guidance available.
These posts flooded the forum, catching the attention of more ordinary players. Zhu Hao, who was preparing to scale his operation,
was taken aback by the rising prices of materials in the market. Why have these materials increased in price? Upon investigation,
he realized that his advertising and sales had stimulated the entire low-tier equipment supply chain. Common materials like crimson flame cloth, spirit silk buckles, and wind silk thread had all doubled in price.
Once disregarded, the basic copies are now teeming with players.
The previously obscure trading area for chi refinement period equipment has transformed into the most bustling zone on the server. Even more astonishingly, certain gold farming studios have begun to replicate the popular styles of Bansha Garment Studio, even imitating Zhu Hao's advertising slogans.
Heavenly craft tailoring, out of stock at Bansha? We have it. Starting at 99 spirit stones. Maximum exposure.
Zhu Hao rolled his eyes in disbelief. These individuals have arrived at an astonishing pace.
Haven tea they? Just as I was about to take off, I have already caught their attention? However, it is for the best. Fortunately,
the values in pay to cultivate are remarkably balanced, and there is no sign of a collapsing price system.
Zhu Hao quickly adjusted his mindset, recognizing this as mere commercial competition. Moreover, they possess an initial advantage.
We shall soon shift part of our production line to focus on the mid to low price market. I intend to create an entire batch of equipment affordable for ordinary players, a complete set of 10 pieces, with a bundled price not exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. If I cannot compete with your number of workers, then I shall outshine you with finesse and creativity.
Chapter 55, Facing the Immortal Cultivation World in Silence. Meanwhile,
at the headquarters of Whale Leap Games, in the office area on the 33rd floor, the entire development and operations team was engaged in their daily morning meeting.
Joe Bowen was attentively monitoring the forum's data.
Yesterday, the overall sentiment intensity had decreased by 13, with negative keywords diminishing by 32. It appeared that the negative engagement across the forum was beginning to show signs of reversal. The meeting room fell into a quiet hush.
Zhao Qiliang lazily sipped his coffee,
his brow slightly furrowing as a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes.
Why aren't the players criticizing us anymore? Joe Bowen mirrored his confusion. We don't know either.
These past few days, opening the forum revealed a slew of players showcasing their outfits. Items like the half-summer flowing cloud robe, the burning passion mini skirt,
and the light silk of the setting sun.
There's even a dedicated thread titled The Fashion Diary of the Red-Clad Sorceress Player. A brief silence enveloped the conference room.
After a few seconds, Zhao Qiliang finally realized that he had been preoccupied with mobile game matters, and had paid little attention to the PC side.
Upon glancing at the forum posts, he understood that the method he had designed to earn spirit stones had gained unexpected popularity.
Zhao Qiliang felt a wave of gratification. Who would have thought that the side profession system he had casually constructed would significantly enrich the gameplay? It seemed the game was experiencing a revival. Finally,
they wouldn't have to endure constant criticism.
Furthermore, CEO Lu no longer needed to isolate himself in his office. For a moment, the entire meeting room was steeped in a complex silence.
After a while, a colleague could no longer contain himself and posed a soul-searching question. Wait.
Should we be happy? The players aren't criticizing us anymore, and the game atmosphere seems to be improving. This should be a good thing, right?
It had been a while since they hadn't seen player complaints. They were still adjusting to the absence of negativity.
Indeed.
The forum hasn't seen this much activity in sharing pictures and gameplay posts for quite some time. I even noticed someone had created a guide for making money through side professions.
Titled The Rise of the Chi Refining Tailor and Zero Investment Gold Farming Studio with monthly earnings exceeding 10,000, it seems our game is experiencing a slight resurgence? Han Nini softly remarked.
Even more astonishingly, the number of newly registered users has increased recently, some of which have converted from player shares.
Furthermore,
the return rate of veteran players is gradually climbing.
After concluding their discussion,
everyone gradually came to the realization that the ecosystem of pay-to-win immortal cultivation appeared to be self-repairing in an entirely unexpected direction.
The side profession system,
once derided by all as unplayable, had surprisingly become a new outlet.
Previously stagnant free-to-play players had now found their footing.
Players like Zhu Hao had sparked a trend among the entire player base in clothing.
With the influx of gold farming studios,
the gameplay was unexpectedly bifurcated into two parallel realms, one side featuring high-intensity pay-to-win combat zones, Yuaning period, sect wars, and magical artifact competitions, where spending equated to power. The other side fostering a free economic labor zone, populated by side profession players, small vendors, the red-clad sorceress, gathering materials, crafting equipment, and participating in the market. While the former remained rife with complaints, the latter cultivated a community atmosphere that was affordable, self-sustaining, and highly engaging. Players on both sides were content to pursue their respective activities.
As Whale Leap's technical team began analyzing the data, they found themselves in a state of bewilderment. These two groups coexisted in such harmony. In the adjacent office, the CEO's exclusive space boasted excellent soundproofing.
Lu Ming sat alone behind his desk. With only a week until settlements, his mood was quite buoyant, even pondering the next steps for investment in game planning.
However, when he absent-mindedly checked the player emotion dashboard, he was utterly taken aback upon glancing at the data.
Player emotion analysis: angry, 39 observing, 8 excited, 32 comfortable, 17 leaving. For Lu Ming's expression froze. He quickly refreshed the screen and re-entered the data for verification. The results remained unchanged.
Excited at 32? Comfortable at 17? Was this truly my immortal cultivation game?
Lu Ming could no longer remain composed.
Just last week, this interface had indicated, angry, 68, observing, 22. That was a flourishing state, a promising business blueprint. And in just a few days without oversight, the values had completely flipped?
It was akin to extending a sickle into a field of chives, only to look down and find they had transformed into leeks.
How could this possibly be right? There must be an issue.
The emotion dashboard was infallible.
How had the observing players suddenly taken to the game?
The number of excited players was also on the rise, indicating that amidst the complaints,
some players had started to genuinely enjoy the game?
Lu Ming abruptly stood from his chair, deep in thought as he swiftly made his way outside.
There must be something happening in the development department. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone, though his heart was tumultuous. Upon reaching the development department's entrance,
he gently pushed the door open. The atmosphere inside was lively, with employees from the technical team and marketing gathered around a computer. The screen filled with forum screenshots and data analyses. Ming stood beside them, animatedly exclaiming, "Look, this post about the rise of the chi refining tailor is trending.
And there are even videos on side profession earning money that have surpassed 10,000 views."
Ming stood at the door, listening quietly, striving to maintain a neutral expression. He cleared his throat and approached, attempting to sound gentle. "Qiliang, everyone, please pause for a moment. I have a few inquiries regarding the current state of the game."
Zhao Qiliang adjusted his glasses, looking around at the crowd with excitement as he spoke. "CEO Lu, you've heard? Our user activity curve for pay-to-win immortal cultivation is on the mend. While we have yet to recover the lost pay-to-win players, the life-simulating player demographic is experiencing a slight explosive growth, particularly among female users and students."
Lu Ming's lips twitched. Indeed, the user count had surged.
How? How had so many more players suddenly joined?
"Boss, our side profession system has achieved remarkable success."
"Success?" Zhao Qiliang paused. Yes. Boss? Haven't you always wanted the game to gain traction?
The side profession system is quite popular now, with new users and returning players alike.
Isn't this a good thing?"
Lu Ming stared incredulously at the two.
Internally, he mused, "A good thing? This is not the good I was hoping for." Then, Lu Ming keenly seized upon Zhao Qiliang's keyword, side profession system. This concept seemed unfamiliar.
His gaze turned towards Zhao Qiliang, recalling that he had led the game's development.
"You were responsible for this side profession system, weren't you? When I tasked you with its design, didn't I suggest keeping it simple, not too serious? Look at the forum, it's overflowing with pictures and tutorials. What on earth is happening?" Zhao Qiliang appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face.
He lowered his head in contemplation, softly reminding, "CEO, you agreed to it, saying we should provide players with a means to earn spirit stones and some hope.
We can't let them feel they are simply freeloading.
So, I developed alchemy, tailoring, forging, and even added a trading market.
I thought players should have something to do.
Otherwise, constant fighting would be rather monotonous. Look at how players are gathering materials now, engaging in side profession tasks.
The life-simulating professions are receiving positive feedback. The forum is praising it." "Praising it?"
Lu Ming felt a surge of emotion, finally uncovering the primary reason behind the fluctuations in data.
Although Zhao Qiliang's intentions were commendable,
Lu Ming secretly wished he had not embarked on this path. Observing Zhao Qiliang's enthusiasm, Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and earnestly stated, "So, tell me.
Does the forum's praise for us imply that we were mistaken?" Zhao Qiliang responded, "Do you still recall the positioning of killing for immortality? It is about killing. Life. Cultivation." Lu Ming clenched his teeth, emphasizing each word distinctly. "We are not a labor simulation. We are not a fashion management game. Nor are we a tailoring training platform. Yet,
you have devised a system that has captivated the entire server."
The forum's homepage features a guide on the red-clothed sorceress's wardrobe.
And the trending posts are summaries of tailoring skills.
How could you do this? Hasn't this strayed from our original intent? How am I to face the traditional cultivation community with this?
P.S. The book's rating has just been released. I sincerely hope esteemed readers will bestow upon it 5-star reviews and add it to their reading lists.
I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. Chapter 56, to provide them with hope, not a future. Zhao Qiliang wore a perplexed expression. Why was there a need for such a speechless confrontation? Wasn't everything quite normal?
Our core gameplay remains unchanged. Players still recharge, it doesn't affect anything at all. Concerned that Lu Ming might not grasp the situation,
Zhao Qiliang quickly interjected, "Boss, but the players appreciate it, right? There are even thank you posts.
They are no longer quitting the game, their activity levels are rising.
Daily engagement is stable, and the atmosphere isn't overwhelmingly critical anymore." Isn't that a good thing? I feel that in a while, we will achieve profitability. Moreover, boss, these were tasks you had assigned previously.
You're misunderstanding me, Xiliang.
Lu Ming, on the verge of losing his composure, exclaimed. Did you think I wanted you to optimize the player experience?
I initially intended for you to give them hope, not a future.
Xiliang, are you perhaps too considerate of the players? Zhao Qiliang was taken aback. What do you mean, boss? As a game developer, isn't it my fundamental duty to consider the players? No. Zhao Qiliang felt his thoughts faltering. Isn't this the necessary attitude for game development?
To create engaging secondary professions, enrich gameplay, and foster a healthy ecosystem.
Boss, do you think I haven't done this well? Sensing Zhao Qiliang's despondence, Lu Ming hastily sought to comfort him.
After all, he had hired this worker himself. It was unnecessary to burden his employees with his own frustrations.
No. I don't blame you, I just think you are too conscientious. Look at me. I am so pure.
Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself at a loss for words.
He could not comprehend what aspect of purity Lu Ming was referring to.
Lu Ming sighed again, a look of disappointment creeping onto his face.
Xiliang, let me ask you one thing, when you designed the mobile game's recharge interface, did I not instruct you to enlarge it? Did you still think to shrink it? Did you consider whether it obstructed the UI? Did you think it might displease the users? Yes. See? Look at you.
Lu Ming leaned back in his seat, lost in thought. This was untenable, the influx of returning players was not the outcome I desired.
Thank you posts on the forum? Could it get any more absurd? How was I to redirect the game's trajectory?
Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming pondered for a long while.
This group of players had developed an immunity, ordinary revisions would certainly not deter them.
Rubbing his temples, he realized the situation had escalated beyond control.
The secondary profession system,
once overlooked, had inexplicably become one of the most popular aspects of pay-to-win cultivation. Tailoring, blacksmithing, alchemy, and talisman crafting, these were once merely optional professions in the game. Yet now they had evolved into core gameplay elements. Players were not only refraining from criticism but were actively discussing how to optimize the game's economic system and how to create a more harmonious balance between secondary and primary professions.
This game had completely veered off course.
Even more outrageous was the fact that players were posting on forums to express gratitude for this game design.
With some analyzing the secondary profession system of pay-to-win cultivation, praising its professionalism over many pure simulation games. Was this even reasonable?
Lu Ming gazed at the posts. His emotions so complex that they defied expression.
Could the secondary profession be eliminated outright? He turned to Zhao Qiliang, his tone leaving no room for argument. Zhao Qiliang's expression shifted dramatically. Eliminate it?
He sat up straight, his face a mask of disbelief. Boss, this is one of the core gameplay elements. If we remove the secondary professions, the game simply cannot function.
Zhao Qiliang continued, this framework for secondary professions is essential for many main quests. If we alter this mechanism, it would be tantamount to creating an entirely new game.
If the foundation collapses, the game will no longer operate.
Lu Ming frowned, regretting his lack of understanding of game development. Is it truly unfeasible to eliminate them? Then, could we perhaps lower the success rate of crafting?
Zhao Qiliang paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It can be adjusted, but if it's lowered too much, I fear players might abandon the game.
Lu Ming fell into deep thought. If the secondary profession were eliminated, the game's framework could collapse, rendering it unplayable. If the crafting success rate were lowered, players might leave. Yet it could also lead to increased grind. Wasn't this a dead end? Why did such issues arise at the end of every month? Players were initially so vocal in their criticisms, how had it suddenly spiraled out of control?
As the month-end settlement approached, he began to doubt the originally promised eightfold returns. Without specific data on liabilities, he could only make rough estimates, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He had already envisioned how to spend the money he expected to receive. Perhaps.
Lu Ming's eyes lit up with inspiration. What if we imposed a limit on the secondary professions? allowing only a certain quantity of equipment, potions, and talismans to be crafted each day? This. Zhao Qiliang frowned.
Boss, while this would indeed increase rarity and potentially enhance the value of secondary profession items,
it might also attract more players to try it out. Moreover, many secondary profession players don't care about profit, they engage purely because they find it enjoyable. Lu Ming's brow furrowed in disbelief. Are there truly such altruistic players? Is this game some kind of ideal utopia? Indeed. Zhao Qiliang sighed. Boss, you may not realize,
but in our turn-based cultivation game, the majority of players are nostalgic veterans. They share a common trait, they possess some wealth, time, and are eager to guide newcomers.
Initially,
they were enjoying their in-game purchases, but now a wave of ordinary new players has arrived.
For them, this revitalizes the game. Consequently, these veteran players are particularly caring towards the newcomers.
You wouldn't believe it, some high-level alchemists are giving away potions to help newcomers through the early stages of their cultivation. And talisman crafters, who could easily sell their talismans for high prices, are only charging cost price or even giving them away.
Lu Ming's lips twitched. Were they genuinely having that much fun? Zhao Qiliang nodded emphatically. Indeed, boss.
Nowadays, players generally find the secondary professions quite engaging.
In fact,
many who were initially considering quitting have returned. Just the tailoring aspect has attracted a significant number of fashion enthusiasts.
And their first order of business each day is to check the marketplace for new clothing.
Lu Ming rubbed his temples, on the verge of losing his patience.
This game was unraveling.
He sighed deeply, reflecting on how pay-to-win cultivation had transformed into a game where players spontaneously cultivated a positive ecosystem.
This situation was undeniably abnormal. Chapter 57, Why are these players so difficult to manage? This game has spiraled out of control. It is no longer pay-to-play immortal cultivation.
It has transformed into free labor chronicles, and not just any version, but one imbued with a sense of social responsibility.
Players spend little and complain even less.
The entire community is engaged in farming, crafting, and building relationships.
It feels as if I am providing a retirement community for immortal cultivators.
Lu Ming once again scrutinized the emotional gauge on the system panel, his tone resolute.
This game cannot continue in this manner. In the next moment,
Lu Ming made a decision.
Adjust the rules. Players must bear additional burdens. Qiliang. At. Zhao Qiliang raised his head at Lu Ming's summons.
Lu Ming waved his hand and whispered, I've made up my mind, from now on, secondary professions must come with an additional consumption mechanism.
For instance, alchemy must consume fatigue points. You cannot craft without resting. The tools for forging equipment will now have durability, overuse will lead to breakage. Once broken, they must be replaced. And replacing tools incurs costs. Zhao Qiliang. Boss, please remain calm. You remain calm.
Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang,
saying, just look at the forums. What kind of posts are appearing daily?
Tailoring money-making tips, how to earn your first spirit stone through alchemy. Beginner's guide to low-cost equipment crafting.
Tell me, is this still a game? This is an online entrepreneurship incubator.
These players are now mentoring apprentices and running factories for domestic sales. I am no longer making a game, I am building harmonious neighborhood relations.
Zhao Qiliang. All right, I will comply.
Zhao Qiliang felt somewhat helpless. He had grown accustomed to the fact that the boss's ideas were often out of sync with his own. Soon, under Lu Ming's urging, everyone in the development department worked overtime, and the unified adjustments to the game were implemented.
Shortly thereafter, pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation welcomed a minor update. Update details: 1. Alchemy.
Tailoring, forging, and other operations now have fatigue value limitations. The daily basic energy cap is 300 points, and after use, players must rest or consume special elixirs to recover.
2. Various crafting tools have introduced a durability system. Excessive use will render them unusable, requiring periodic replacement. 3. A repair shop mechanism has been added to the market, allowing players to sell repair tools and conduct equipment repairs. After the update, everyone at Whale Leap opened the game forum. eager to monitor player reactions in real time.
The forum administrators were prepared with their delete post keys, and the operations team had their scapegoat narratives ready.
However, it wasn't long before new posts began to appear on the forum. Pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation's secondary profession update. A new repair system has been introduced, finally resembling a life simulation.
Hee, I've exhausted my fatigue points for today, I'm heading to the new area for a stroll.
Is this encouraging me to maintain a reasonable routine? The new repair shop system is incredibly fun.
I am now a tailor, blacksmith, and tool repairer all in one. The Artisan Studio has officially launched its night shift mode. Early 8, late 8, 3 shifts.
We are an immortal cultivation factory, fair and square. Watching the posts on the forum,
Ming was so infuriated that he felt speechless. He clicked on trending posts one by one, seeing players sharing their reasonable daily schedules, healthy cultivation tips, and the humanized adjustments. He felt as if he might spontaneously combust. I've practically served them the chance to criticize me on a silver platter.
Yet they refuse to take a bite? This is a challenge to my patience. Zhao Qiliang also noticed the new posts and couldn't help but explain, "Boss, this is called positive obsession. Have you forgotten the mindset of our current secondary profession players? They are not engaging in alchemy or forging for efficiency. They genuinely enjoy this gameplay.
Even if you make them clock in for work and sign attendance agreements, they would still find joy in it."
Boss, do you think we've truly created a blockbuster? Ming's lips twitched as he gazed at the emotional gauge, noting the new entry, Satisfaction 2.
And his complexion gradually paled.
Is this game even salvageable? I no longer expect you to criticize me. Could you at least mitigate losses and stop playing? If it's a small fire, let it be.
After all, he had already received plenty of negative reviews.
Meanwhile,
the popularity of the secondary profession system had ignited a second wave of enthusiasm. Pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation was gradually transforming from a notorious pay-to-win game into a dark horse in the realm of life simulation turn-based cultivation games.
Countless gold farming studios were gearing up for a grand endeavor.
Meanwhile, Zhuhao was preparing to turn the half-summer tailoring into a branded marketplace, even launching live streaming sales on short video platforms.
Ming was speechless. What kind of game on earth have I created?
With 3 days left until the end of the month, Ming sat in his office, staring blankly out the window at the towering skyscrapers.
He was genuinely at a loss for what to do.
The familiar sense of powerlessness washed over him once more.
Over the past 2 days,
he had done nothing but obsessively monitor the player emotional gauge. Initially, he was reluctant, contemplating whether to raise item prices again, to push the pay-to-win experience of cultivation to its utmost limit. But he quickly realized it was futile. This batch of new players wasn't engaging in cultivation at all. They didn't care about levels, combat power, or breakthrough rates. Some had been stuck at the chi refinement stage for a week, simply because they didn't want to level up until they had unlocked all tailoring templates. Others refused to advance to the golden core stage, as there was a high-level alchemy blueprint that could only be learned at the foundation building stage. If they leveled up, they wouldn't be able to craft potions.
And what would happen to their labor career then?
Ming gazed at these posts as if each one were a punch to his very soul. He even encountered a post titled, "Pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation does not require cultivation at all.
Life professions are the main quest." The comments section was flooded with likes,
and countless individuals voiced their agreement, stating, "I enter dungeons solely for materials, not to level up.
If I could remain stuck at the chi refinement stage, I would never level up.
Leveling up only makes it more expensive, materials become scarcer, it's not worth it.
When I reached the nascent soul stage, I regretted it.
Had I known, I would have preferred to remain a chi refinement blacksmith. The most crucial part is that collecting materials also allows me to earn money from studios.
I can even make pocket money for bubble tea." Ming.
His mouth fell open, and he struggled to catch his breath, nearly suffocating himself.
What on earth is wrong with these people? They came to play a cultivation game, yet it has turned into a labor simulation?
I created such an outrageous pay-to-win model,
and instead of complaining, they found enjoyment in it?
He slammed his fist onto the desk, overwhelmed with frustration. This game is unsolvable.
Truly, there seems to be no turning back.
The secondary professions have been elevated to a pedestal, gold farming studios have flooded the market. And the player community has spontaneously constructed a stable ecosystem.
This game has slipped from his grasp.
He even lacked the motivation to utilize the marketing random burst generator.
What if it yields positive results?
Now, he certainly couldn't expect an 8-fold return, but a 6-fold return was still possible. The previous avalanche of complaints wouldn't vanish overnight.
Moreover,
those who had previously spent money were still around, and they were now the main group criticizing Whale Leap.
If he were to introduce a negative controversy now, players who engage in secondary roles show little concern. An increase in main storyline difficulty?
Excellent, we were never invested in it.
The challenge of breakthroughs has intensified?
I shall continue to refine my potions and mend my garments.
Now, how do you intend to ignite public sentiment? You cannot even identify the points that would sway them.
Ming felt a shiver run down his spine.
Why is it so challenging to lead this generation of players? Chapter 58. The original goal was the crematorium. Or should I just let it go?
Ming murmured to himself.
Perhaps it would be better to simply let it be. Enduring the scorn may not be worth it.
He settled back into his executive chair, contemplating various ideas for significant adjustments. For instance, he considered implementing biological coding on all equipment created by players, binding usage strictly to the creators, thereby eliminating any possibility of player trading. Or perhaps, his thoughts raced, a hint of morbid seriousness flickering in his eyes. Alternatively, he could charge an additional fee each time a secondary skill leveled up, calling it talent infusion. The more one crafts, the more one pays.
Quite reasonable. Moreover, he could set a tax rate in the trading square.
For instance, if an item sells for 100 spirit stones, the system could take 20, leaving 80. From which a further 20 would be deducted as a transaction fee, ultimately resulting in a mere 40 in hand.
Adjusting the spirit stone exchange rate would directly induce inflation in the cultivation realm.
As he spoke, he nodded affirmatively, as if this were the ideal representation of a reasonable game. All players would be compelled to traverse the marketplace, forbidden from engaging in a free economy,
devoid of the brilliance of humanity, and stripped of joy.
I must make them understand that playing a game is not about entrepreneurship or being tailors.
It is about enduring the trials of cultivation. How can one cultivate without being exploited? Cultivate what exactly?
His excitement grew, almost prompting him to rise from his seat.
Yet, within seconds, he deflated, collapsing back into his chair like a punctured balloon. But what would it matter to change things now? He glanced at his phone.
With only a day or two left until the month's end, it was clear that there was no time to make any alterations. Even working through the night would not suffice, and besides, Ming was still mindful of labor laws.
In the realm of gaming, one could disregard human compassion. But not in reality.
His gaze was complex as his fingers gently tapped the table. From a design perspective, this game was a failure. It had deviated far from his initial vision of a game that was ugly in its greed, oppressive in its demands, and resounding with criticism.
Now,
this money-grabbing cultivation game had begun to discuss ecology, a sense of belonging, player autonomy, and there were even individuals creating forums for emotional exchanges?
Are you not here to cultivate? It seems you are here to fall in love instead.
More absurdly, while browsing the forum, he stumbled upon a viral post.
When will the marriage system for money-driven cultivation be launched? I've already found someone to craft clothing with.
This post had garnered over 2,000 replies alone. Some showcased their collaborative crafting efforts, others flaunted matching outfits, and there was even someone who penned a 10,000-word fanfiction featuring a tailor and an alchemist.
Truly,
the essence of alchemy and tailoring intertwining, sewing threads of love together. Upon reading this, Ming nearly suffered a stroke. Thankfully, he had not planned any marriage gameplay.
He merely intended to create a game that compelled spending.
One far more ruthless than Tingsu, capable of driving elite streamers to madness, dissuading pay-to-win players,
and transforming their criticisms into liabilities.
He recalled the moment when Shu Feng live-streamed, spending 10,000 yuan on a sect war and sobbing in frustration afterward. That moment was the pinnacle of player emotional engagement he had longed for.
That was the highlight of Ming's aspirations. Alas, time cannot be reversed. Nor can sugar be caramelized. There is no going back. If he were to change the game now.
Lu Ming sensed that Zhao Qiliang and the others would be greatly affected, for they had been meticulously monitoring the game, and now it was finally showing signs of revival. Lu Ming feared that pouring cold water on their enthusiasm might lead them to abandon their efforts.
Moreover, such actions would appear overly deliberate. What if they suspected him of money laundering?
Recently, he had distinctly felt that old Wang's gaze towards him had become peculiar. He closed his eyes. A myriad of thoughts racing through his mind.
Let it be, this project has come to a halt under my watch. This game is akin to a runaway train. Initially,
he was the conductor, aiming for the crematorium, yet somehow had veered off course towards the construction of a new type of community eldercare. He felt embarrassed to admit that his game's objective was to exploit players.
What kind of game that exploits players has such a harmonious forum?
Lu Ming shut his laptop,
finally revealing a weary yet resigned expression. Very well.
I shall wait a bit longer.
Wait until the end of the month, await the settlement. Once the funds are in, I will restart anew.
Tung Xiu's planning expertise is far too advanced. Creating a game solely for criticism is impractical.
Money-driven cultivation in its current form possesses atmosphere and can endure some minor criticisms, which is quite satisfactory.
At least it can provide a stable amount of liabilities each month. Lu Ming had become less greedy. Relying solely on one game for systematic returns was unrealistic, and while liabilities are indeed significant, the fact that this game had reached its current state was already a considerable achievement. With this thought, Lu Ming stood and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the skyline of the magical city with a voice filled with resolve. From now on, I shall create a game devoid of light. A game that incites increasing frustration with each play session. A game that compels players to write critical posts after just 10 minutes online.
This is the project I aspire to undertake. Whale Jump Games must return to its roots. This is no longer driven by the system, but rather by the intrinsic motivation within Lu Ming. He refused to believe that crafting a game he desired could be so arduous. But for now, patience is key. The settlement day is fast approaching. He cannot afford to make mistakes. To refrain from further investment is the utmost display of composure.
Lu Ming returned to his desk and sent a message, calling for Zhao Qiliang once more. Soon, Zhao Qiliang pushed the door open, casting a glance at Lu Ming.
Stop the development. What? Zhao Qiliang's eyes widened. Boss, what did you just say? Stop the mobile game for money-driven cultivation.
Lu Ming articulated each word deliberately. Cancel everything.
All of it.
Zhao Qiliang trembled, nearly losing his balance.
Wait, boss, please calm down. Are you misreading the data? Do you know that our mobile games pre-registration numbers have already surpassed 50,000 in the past 2 days? Moreover, we have already invested over $1 million in UI adaptation and mobile system optimization. I am aware. Lu Ming replied coolly. Then why are you saying to stop?
Zhao Qiliang, increasingly anxious, pressed on.
You misunderstand, Qiliang.
Lu Ming stared at the ceiling, sighing deeply.
Why are we developing a mobile game? Isn't it to expand our presence in the mobile sector?
But now you want to bring this group of players, who are keen on crafting, mutual aid, and fashion,
over to the mobile platform? Do you intend for them to experience an even more convenient simulation of work on their phones? This is not suitable. As he spoke, Lu Ming's expression darkened, akin to a parent who had just sent off a beloved but inept child. To persuade Zhao Qiliang, Lu Ming donned a facade, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why so much had been invested only to abandon it now. Employees also require understanding and empathy.
Zhao Qiliang stood before him,
momentarily at a loss for words. Qiliang. Lu Ming's voice lowered, resonating like a solemn farewell ceremony. Have you ever considered whether mobile gaming is truly suited for these players? Who are they?
They are the ones who remain in our game for the sake of freedom, to avoid spending money, and to craft clothing while watching dramas. They are the ones who can sew while engaging in group chats and binge-watching shows on the PC version. How can you expect them to tap on their phone's small screens,
adapting to gesture controls, only to accidentally ruin their work? Wouldn't they end up cursing us?
The magnitude of our game is exceedingly vast. making it exceedingly challenging to adequately cater to the user experience of players on the mobile platform.
Previously, I had erred in my judgment. Zhao Qiliang remarked, moreover. They are thriving on the PC version, why insist on transporting them to a mobile platform that is still in its developmental stages? Would you not agree that this is tantamount to dissuading them? Chapter 59, It's You. The Gifted Player. Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth, intending to suggest that if the player's experience was lacking, we could refine it, but he swallowed his words. He realized that General Manager Lu's perspective was quite valid. He had never imagined that Lu was so devoted to user experience. How narrow-minded he had been. Previously, he had viewed Lu through a narrow lens. Lu Ming continued to gaze out the window, his expression profound, as if he were lamenting the state of the entire industry. Therefore, I must take responsibility for this group of players. They have grown accustomed to gathering materials, crafting garments, setting up stalls, and climbing the leaderboard in this game. Once the mobile game launches, their rhythm will be disrupted. Can you guarantee that they can comfortably cut fabric, draft blueprints, and so on their phones? Can you assure that their hands won't tremble and mistakenly turn precious materials into inferior pants? Zhao Qiliang was left speechless. Thus, for the sake of their gaming experience, we must abandon the mobile game. Upon saying this, Lu Ming slowly raised his head and looked at Zhao Qiliang, his gaze imbued with a desolate determination. Zhao Qiliang fell silent for a few seconds, then let out a heavy sigh. He had initially planned to advocate for the project, but after hearing these words, he felt unexpectedly moved. This was not merely about cutting a project, it was a sacrifice of profit to protect the ecosystem. It was a stand against the relentless competition. A voice for the players. He felt a surge of respect, as if he were paying homage to Lu Ming. I understand now, General Manager Lu. I support your decision. If the money is spent, then so be it. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Qiliang. Yes? But you will still be responsible for this project. We won't pursue the mobile game, but you must ensure the stability of the PC version. Our commitment to monetization must remain unchanged. Minor adjustments are acceptable, but major alterations are not. We must guarantee data stability. I don't expect you to provide updates, I only ask for one thing. Zhao Qiliang straightened up. Please, go on. Don't let them be too happy. Zhao Qiliang was perplexed. Isn't that contradictory? Didn't the boss just mention the importance of user experience? Lu Ming regarded him intently. You must maintain a delicate balance between satisfaction and dissatisfaction. They shouldn't be too pleased, nor should they be too pained. We need them to complain while still engaging with the game, to grumble as they craft garments and continue playing. There should be grievances, but they must not leave. The data must be stable, yet the atmosphere must not crumble. We are taking a meticulous approach to balance. Zhao Qiliang pondered for a long time, still somewhat confused. This was the first time he had encountered such performance expectations from his boss. I still don't quite understand, boss. Lu Ming slowly resumed his seat. Have you ever seen an online game flooded with positive reviews? If all reviews are favorable, what expectations can users have? If all is well, where is our room for improvement? You must allow them to voice their complaints while ensuring they open the game. Disappointment is essential, but they must always have hope. Remember our company's mission. Negative reviews are the best feedback. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhao Qiliang seemed to awaken to a new understanding, responding with renewed vigor. As if he had rediscovered the purpose of his work. After watching Zhao Qiliang leave the office, Lu Ming began to assess the month's investment expenditures: annual rent for the office building, 5 million UI art adaptation, mobile game engine debugging, 38 million public relations expenses, meals, hotel stays, receptions, travel, etc. 330,000 marketing costs, 5 million various operational labor costs, including employee rewards, streamer collaborations. Part-time tasks too. 8 million adding the server and other operational costs. Lu Ming calculated that the total investment for the month was approximately 16 million. Moreover, he still had 3 million remaining in his account, indicating that there was still 700,000 in unspent funds. Lu Ming felt a jolt in his heart. What?
I thought we had nearly exhausted our budget this month.
Yet, there remains 700,000 in the account? How on earth can we proceed like this? Zhao Qilian's investment in the mobile game was far too low. It was crucial to understand that the system's cashback logic was based on the investment amount multiplied by the debt multiplier. If the investment was insufficient, the cashback would be negligible.
If this month's debt multiplier was set at 6x, then a 10 million investment would yield 60 million.
While a 20 million investment would yield 120 million. But there was still around 700,000 left unspent? Wasn't that a catastrophic loss? Lu Ming's face turned pale. Had he known, he would have allocated all the funds together?
He had been so engrossed in the criticism surrounding pay-to-play immortal cultivation that he had failed to notice the funds were not adequately spent. The most unfortunate circumstance was finding oneself at the end of the month with unspent funds. Lu Ming heavily sank back into his chair, his mind racing. With only a day remaining until the settlement, he had to spend urgently. He needed a project that could quickly absorb the funds.
He had to spend.
It must be spent thoroughly. While gripping the desk, Lu Ming frantically searched his mind for ways to rapidly expend the budget.
If he didn't spend the money, how would he afford the property in the center of Magic City next month? Moreover, he needed to explore new projects next month. Human desires are boundless.
He had set a modest financial target, but he couldn't settle for just a few million.
There were no more advertising slots available. Bonuses had been distributed. Hardware procurement had been utilized.
He absolutely could not allow the 700,000 to slip through his fingers.
Only by spending could he realize maximum value. As he pondered,
Lu Ming suddenly paused, a brilliant idea striking him.
Wait.
Why must I rely solely on my team to develop games?
If my own efforts are insufficient, then why not directly acquire a gifted player instead?
The first game design for Whale Leap was spearheaded by Lu Ming, the second design derived from survey responses. And for the next, Lu felt it was time to let more talented individuals take the reins. The more Lu Ming contemplated, the more feasible it seemed.
He promptly opened his computer, accessed forums related to the gaming industry, and entered keywords: struggling companies, player complaints, imminent bankruptcy, willing to sell. Soon,
information about a company appeared before him. Company name, Xiantang Battle Network Technology Company, Limited. Notable works, bullet time. Done got breakthrough. Current status, 60 of the core development team disbanded, 7 million in debt, seeking acquisition or financing. Negative tags, pay-to-win traps, rampant cheating, project managers absconding.
Server lag, company collapse. Popular forum posts: why is the balance in this shooting game so off? It's unplayable. You dare sell a raw skin shotgun for 888? Have you lost your mind, or am I just foolish? Finally shut down.
I get angry just recalling my time playing your games.
The storyline is decent, but you're not suited for FPS games. Why are you trying to tell such a profound story in a shooting game? Are you suffering from literary pretensions?
After reviewing the information about this company, Lu Ming's eyes lit up.
This company was precisely what he had been yearning for. The games were subpar, the criticism abundant,
the operations unsustainable, and most importantly, they were on the brink of collapse.
He slapped his thigh excitedly, exclaiming, "This is the gifted player I've been searching for."
The players are on the brink of madness, and the market is unyielding. What we require now is to rescue them from their plight with exorbitant prices,
subsequently bending them to our will. Is this not a revitalization of sorts? Exceptional talents like Mr. Ma are rare gems, difficult to come by. I shall settle for these second-tier options, which are quite commendable in their own right. It is you I have chosen. Chapter 60, A Lone Warrior Amidst an Army.
Lu Ming promptly grabbed his phone and swiftly summoned Lin Xiaoxiao. Before long, she entered with a notebook in hand, noticeably busy as the month drew to a close.
Xiaoxiao, put aside your current tasks and immediately contact a gaming company in Xiantang called War Flames Unending. Inform them that we, at Jingyue, are interested in acquiring them. The price is negotiable, and the process will be expedited. If we can sign today, we shall not delay until tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. An acquisition? She was in human resources.
Her prior studies had only covered the procedures for company liquidation, and she had yet to familiarize herself with acquisitions. This was clearly outside her expertise.
Mr. Liu, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else?
Lin Xiaoxiao stammered, struggling to comprehend.
I'm not questioning you. But I'm in HR, and I really don't understand acquisitions. Shouldn't finance or legal be involved? Xiaoxiao, do not rush to deflect.
Lu Ming asserted from his grand chair, his fingers tapping the desk with determination.
Didn't you study human resources? Who in the company understands personnel arrangements best? Who knows how to handle payroll, social insurance, seating arrangements, and coordinate interpersonal relations? That should be me.
Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly.
Exactly. For this acquisition, I intend to onboard their entire staff. Hence, you are the key player. Me? What?
Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief.
Boss? I'm still an intern. Yes, precisely you, the pivotal individual.
In the coming days, Jingyue is poised to acquire a gaming company on the brink of bankruptcy.
We shall take them all, lock, stock, and barrel. Our only stipulation is to finalize the agreement today and disperse the funds.
Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered.
Today? Yes. Today is the day?
Mr. Liu, this is an acquisition. The cases I've learned about typically span several months. They involve specialized auditing teams and finance departments, and processes that are highly intricate.
Even when ordering takeout, I spend ages scrutinizing discount coupons. How could an acquisition possibly be so swift?
Lu Ming pressed his lips together and gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao earnestly.
See, I told you that you understand acquisitions.
You claim to be merely in HR. So, Xiaoxiao, I need you to immediately contact the person in charge over there.
Inform them that we, at Jingyue,
have made a decision after 3 months of research and overnight discussions by the board. We are ready to reserve their entire company.
As you mentioned, the acquisition process is indeed complex, which is why we can initiate a reservation. Lin Xiaoxiao, reserve?
That term seems rather foreign in this context.
And where did we come by a board discussion? 3 months of research, Mr. Liu, you're just making this up.
Exactly, Lu Ming rose, his demeanor incredibly casual.
Today, we will pay a deposit to preemptively secure the assets.
The detailed process can follow, the legal and auditing teams can catch up later.
The priority today is to transfer the funds to demonstrate our sincerity. You have experience with online shopping, right? Pay first, then receive the goods, it's the same principle.
Lin Xiaoxiao was completely overwhelmed by this series of bewildering maneuvers.
Mr. Liu, we haven't even prepared a draft contract. We still don't understand the situation of the other company.
Xiaoxiao, listen to me, Lu Ming said, softening his tone.
Jingyue is at a critical juncture. This acquisition is not about achieving perfection in negotiations, it's about decisiveness.
As for the state of the other company, I have already researched it. It possesses tremendous potential and aligns perfectly with our development strategy at Jingyue. Later, you'll liaise with a third-party acquisition team to fill in the details.
But for now,
I need you to secure the contact information of their representative and arrange a video conference. You will communicate our willingness to take over.
I will handle the financial aspects.
Lin Xiaoxiao's face was a canvas of confusion. Yet, witnessing Mr. Liu's unwavering resolve, she quickly acquiesced.
This was typical of Mr. Liu. The employees at Jingyue had grown accustomed to such fervor. All right, I'll contact them immediately.
Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxiao, still dazed, reported, Mr. Liu.
They answered the call. I've added their legal representative's contact information and sent my business card. I also reached out to a professional acquisition team. And they expressed eagerness to assist us. Excellent.
Lu Ming declared, promptly accessing his banking app to transfer the balance from his personal account to the company. The other company bore over 4 million in liabilities, and acquiring it would undoubtedly require 5 to 6 million.
Furthermore, they had equipment, personnel, and assets.
Not to mention those 2 seemingly worthless game IPs. These were invaluable.
With this realization, Lu Ming felt reassured. The other company's experience made even a premium acquisition worthwhile. Convey this to old Wang, the 7 million in our company account must be dispersed within these next few days. They are not a publicly listed company.
And the process isn't overly complicated. Ensure that the auditing and evaluation teams expedite their efforts. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her scalp tingle at the rapid pace of Mr. Lu's decisions. He was quicker than her after-work grocery shopping, and she typically haggled over prices. Still feeling uneasy, she voiced her concern, Mr. Lu. This seems a bit hasty. They Haven Tea provided any formal documentation and were sending money first? We Haven Tea even visited their company to understand their true value. Pricing is negotiable. I see their potential, and a high offer would reflect our acknowledgement of that. Don't focus solely on the procedure, Lu Ming replied without lifting his gaze. I believe in the potential of this project. Haven Tea, they've been claiming a lack of funds? Jingyue is well capitalized. Besides, we've scheduled a video call, with real money involved. They would hardly suspect us of being frauds. Collaborating means lending a helping hand, it's a matter of goodwill. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. But what if they run off? Run off? That's improbable. We live in a society governed by law. We're conducting a legitimate transaction, why would they flee? Besides, it's just 7 million, not a personal transfer, it's a corporate account. There's South oversight in place, so rest assured. Expedite the arrangement of a professional team. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from further questioning. This course of action was beyond her comprehension. However, with Mr. Lu's directive, she had no choice but to proceed. Very well, I will seek out an acquisition firm to organize the subsequent processes. I'll also prepare a plan for employee onboarding. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxiao, Lu Ming expressed sincerely. This acquisition is imperative for us, and we must ensure the process is thorough. Your focus should be on 2 words, reliability. Understood. Chapter 61. In the realm of pay-to-win games, one cannot help but compare their fortunes. Lin Xiaoxiao, clutching her notebook, departed with her mind still in a tumultuous state. She had just researched the tumultuous saga of a game, 2 years prior. A company had launched a TPS shooting mobile game, Gun God Breakout, which emphasized realistic military equipment, gun collections, and real-time combat. For 3 days and nights, it had captivated the forums, only to plummet into disrepute overnight due to poor server stability, imbalanced gameplay, and rampant cheating. The flood of negative reviews, dissuasive labels, and PvP disasters became synonymous with that game. Most absurdly, it had been exposed for its exceedingly low weapon drop rates and a nefarious random box mechanism, earning it a spot on trending topics for all the wrong reasons. Now, the company's official website was long inaccessible, and the only contact still available was the legal representative's official account on social media. Lin Xiaoxiao felt as though she were in a surreal world. Could President Lu really be interested in acquiring such a company? Meanwhile, in the office, Lu Ming gazed at the successful transfer notification, a relieved smile gracing his features. 7 million was about to be spent. This month's total investment was nearing 23 million. At last, it was all coming together. He leaned back in his executive chair, exhaling deeply. It was not a loss, after all, this gaming company was destined to fail. And even if he did not take over, they would inevitably close their doors. This move at least secured a project that could weather criticism in the future. Now, he simply awaited the settlement. Lu Ming patted his pocket, contemplating whether he should approach a few agents to explore housing options. After working so hard for so long, it was time to indulge himself. Simultaneously, in an aging office building in Xiantang City, the game company Warfire was clinging to life. This once prominent team had earned their initial fortune through a pay-to-win shooting game but sadly fell behind the market's pace within a few years, suffering from sluggish updates, broken mechanics, and rampant cheating, compounded by the owner's poor decisions, leading to a catastrophic reputation. In recent months, the company had reached the point where they relied on the owner to cover utilities and depended on group buying discounts for lunch. During the lunch break in the communal area on the 3rd floor, a group of programmers sat together, the aroma of instant noodles permeating the air. The atmosphere as dreary as a funeral. I'm telling you, with the month coming to a close, we might not receive our salaries again. I saw a letter from the legal department yesterday. They said our assets are frozen. We really can't hold on any longer. I've invested in a couple of small companies, and if this fails, I'll have to jump ship to make a living. Damn it.
I haven't even dared to take a break for the year-end bonus, and now it's all going to waste? Just as the conversation swirled, the finance officer rushed in, pale-faced and speaking rapidly. Quick, quick, quick. Look. The boss just sent a message to the group. Whale Leap. Whale Leap Games wants to acquire us? Instantly, chopsticks holding noodles froze mid-air. What did you say? Whale Leap Games? I've never heard of them. Are they actually looking to acquire us? I know they just released Pay to Revive Cultivation, right? Is that game really so profitable? They seem to be a new company. Can they really acquire others with just that game? I thought they were facing backlash. Didn't we just get sued? I remember our game was already taken down. We're even getting blacklisted from platforms. How could we possibly be acquired? Is this some scam using Whale Leap's name? Besides, they have so many options. Why would they choose us? No one believed it until the boss, Zhou, personally received a call from Lin Xiaoxiao, the administrative head of Whale Leap Games. She expressed their interest in acquiring Warfire, stating that negotiations were open, and if they could draft a contract today, 7 million would be transferred immediately. Moreover, they had already assembled a professional team, set to arrive at the company that very night if all went smoothly. Silence enveloped the office for 30 seconds. Then, 7 million? 7 million cash? Today? No way. I haven't been paid for 2 months. The first to dash out was old Wang, the programmer who had considered resigning without notice. I'm going to check if this is true. Some rushed into the boss's office. Others flooded the group chat with messages, while some flung open the conference room door, shouting to the entire floor, Whale Leap is acquiring us. Brothers, we're saved. The entire office erupted in jubilation. Evenly, the artist hiding in the break room while researching labor arbitration for the potential bankruptcy, was taken aback. Wait. Has the gaming industry reached this level of absurdity? A company as lackluster as ours is being eyed by Whale Leap? Does this mean I need to go through arbitration? Beside him, the intern, Xiao Chen, was moved to tears. Does this mean I can finally complete my internship without a hitch? Soon, the chat groups of Warfire buzzed with excitement, as everyone began fervently discussing the news. It was said that Whale Leap was offering a high price for the acquisition. Should they also consider joining? Would their original projects still see the light of day? Could their salaries finally be compensated? Rumor had it that their boss, President Liu, was even more adept at creating pay-to-win games than their own Zhou. In the world of pay-to-win games, look at how others flourish. What a stark contrast. Warfire, once a lifeless company on the brink of collapse, erupted with life from a single phone call. The windfall seemed genuine. The workers were truly on the verge of a turnaround. In the general manager's office, the space was modest and somewhat dilapidated, with a desk sporting peeling veneer and a wall clock leftover from last year's annual meeting. Zhou sat in his chair, phone pressed to his ear, his expression blank, as if still in a dreamlike state. His mind replayed the conversation with Whale Leap. Our company is interested in acquiring yours and retaining the original team. Our legal and acquisition advisors will arrive at your premises tonight for discussions. Please prepare accordingly. The representatives from Whale Leap spoke clearly and calmly, each word pouring into Zhou's mind like warm oil. His thoughts buzzed as he grappled with the realization that this was the first time a company had reached out to him regarding a sale. Moreover, the progress was astonishingly swift. Naturally, he had no objections to the acquisition. He feared only that the buyers might regret their decision if they found the company did not meet expectations. After all, he had expressed his intent to sell for some time, and now that someone was willing to take over, it was a relief. Zhou exchanged contact information with the representative and discussed additional details, fully agreeing to their acquisition terms. After all, he truly had no alternatives left. If this dragged on, he would become a judgment debtor, and his employees would be forced to resign. Given the current situation, having someone willing to take over was undoubtedly a blessing. Zhou stared at his phone, still somewhat anxious, when a notification pinged, forwarding a transfer request. The transfer is currently under approval. With the corporate account name and project title clearly stated, accompanied by a stamped letter from the Jingyue Company as corporate account. As long as he finds no issues on his end, the
the funds can be directly transferred from the guarantee platform to the company's account. Joe gazed at the screen. In all his years in the industry, he had never encountered such a method of acquiring a company. Sitting in silence for over 10 seconds, Joe took a deep breath, leaned his head back, and gazed at the ceiling.
Murmuring to himself, is it really happening this quickly? Am I going crazy? Jingyue Games, truly insane. Chapter 62, Whale Jump is far inferior. Joe. A graduate from the Department of Chinese at Ming University, initially aspired to pursue literary creation. After graduation, he worked as a scriptwriter for short plays and submitted online articles. Yet all his efforts vanished into oblivion. Later, he was advised that the gaming industry was lucrative. With determination, he acquired some knowledge in game design and boldly developed a pay-to-win online game. Within 3 months of its launch, he not only recouped his costs but also earned enough for a 2-bedroom apartment. That marked the pinnacle of his life. However, since then, he endeavored to replicate that success, only to find that the opportune moment had passed. His team became complacent, project timelines spiraled into chaos, and all subsequent endeavors floundered. In a bid for survival, he delved into the complexities of monetization models, level packages, initial recharge rebates, monthly and annual cards, growth funds, limited time SSRs. Whatever was trending and profitable, he pursued relentlessly. Despite the lack of players and investments, he aimed to create something presentable. Ultimately, he launched 2 shooting games, both of which failed to sustain popularity for more than a month, with the platform rating plummeting to a dismal 1.2. Players demanding accountability led to him being publicly scrutinized for 2 weeks, during which he valiantly posted daily on forums to assure users that the company had not vanished. In his efforts to maintain the games, he invested all his previous earnings. The current player base is exceedingly difficult to manage, he lamented. At this moment, however, a company expressed willingness to acquire their failing venture for $7 million? And it was Whale Jump, the very company that had been harshly criticized online for pay-to-play cultivation? How could this firm possess such strength? Joe remained silent for a considerable time before sitting upright, taking a sip of bitter buckwheat tea from his thermos. The bitterness of buckwheat pales in comparison to the trials of entrepreneurship. Suppressing the emotions rising in his throat, Joe opened his contacts and messaged Lin Xiaoxiao, "Hello. May I kindly request a look at the draft contract?" Watching the message send, he glanced back at the conference room where a group of programmers was in disarray, reminiscent of the chaos during the Spring Festival. He could easily discern that hope had been reignited among them. Indeed, emotions are not universally shared. While he mourned the company's fate, his employees were already beginning to celebrate. Sighing softly, Joe reflected on his own dreams, which had been clouded by fleeting gains. After all, as a graduate in Chinese literature, he had invested considerable effort into the narrative and scripts of his games. Alas, it was all misapplied. Soon, the draft contract arrived promptly. Lin Xiaoxiao's efficiency was remarkable. The document was both professional and clear, accompanied by Whale Jump's qualifications, official seals, and acquisition process details. Joe sat in his chair, perusing the contract while sipping tea, his eyelids twitching. Though he lacked understanding of capital, he was not naive. $7 million might be a trifling sum for Whale Jump, but for a company like his, it represented a lifeline. What was he afraid of? Not being deceived, but rather, of sudden changes in the deal. To him, the company felt like a sinking ship, and now a lifebuoy was being tossed his way. Yet what if it turned out to be a solid weight? After some contemplation, he ultimately sent Lin Xiaoxiao a voice message, "Miss Lin, I have no issues with the contract, and I genuinely wish to transfer Endless Warfare to your esteemed company. But I have a small request. I would hope that Mr. Liu could personally visit our company to assess our situation. Even if only for 10 minutes. As long as he deems it worthwhile, I, Joe, assure you that I will expedite the contract like no other." Lin Xiaoxiao promptly replied, "No problem. We will set off immediately. We will arrive in Xiantang tonight." Joe's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. They are truly coming? He sat in his chair, stunned for a few seconds. Their sincerity was indeed commendable. Yet, he was torn between fear of their visit and concern over potential mishaps. What if they found their company lacking? Shaking his head, Joe resolved not to dwell on uncertainties. He abruptly stood up and rushed out of the office.
Kicking open the conference room door, his voice trembling with excitement, "Everyone!
Clean up! The entire company must tidy up. We have esteemed guests tonight.
Xiao Luo, quickly bring out the plants from our last team building event.
Hide those broken monitors in the break room. Do not turn off the air conditioning. Maintain the temperature. Clear the desks. Everyone, present yourselves properly." The office erupted into chaos. "Mr. Zhou, what is happening? The representatives from Whale Jump are coming to our company tonight. Hurry up and prepare." "Wait, really? So soon? They are actually coming to our little factory? Who knows? Perhaps they will appreciate a company with a story."
Whale Jump's efficiency is truly impressive, faster than my speed to meet my boyfriend.
As night fell,
in the old industrial park in the west of Qiantang City, a dark business vehicle slowly came to a stop outside the Endless Warfare Company.
Lu Ming led the way.
Holding a cup of freshly brewed lemon tea, dressed in a casual t-shirt and jacket, exuding a relaxed demeanor as if visiting friends. Following him were Lin Xiaoxiao and a team of acquisition professionals.
"This building really looks quite old." Lu Ming glanced up and chuckled. Lin Xiaoxiao, leading the way, reported, "Boss, I have checked, although this company's games are not performing well, their employee management seems adequate.
The owner has a background in the humanities and is an idealist, treating employees fairly." Lin Xiaoxiao had done her homework thoroughly, as the boss had previously stated that the employees would also be included in the acquisition. Thus, investigating this aspect was essential.
What if it turned out to be a chaotic company?
Lu Ming smiled lightly, adopting a leisurely tone.
Upon entering the office building, all employees at Endless Warfare appeared invigorated,
their faces reflecting a newfound hope for the company. The internal arrangements were nothing short of extravagant. Programmers organized their task lists meticulously. The art team displayed an array of character design concepts, and the operations and copywriting team had even strung together marketing flowcharts to hang as banners in the break room. It was evident that they had invested great effort. As Lu Ming stepped into the conference room, Zhou was already waiting.
Dressed in a neat dark blue shirt, he stood upright. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Zhou."
His voice carried a hint of nervousness and disbelief. Lu Ming glanced at Zhou and then surveyed the overly enthusiastic preparations in the conference room.
He chuckled.
Indeed, one cannot judge a company solely by its exterior. Who would have thought that a game company appearing so formal and harmonious would have 2 games rated below 2 points on the gaming platform?
Whale Jump is truly far inferior. Chapter 63, the most challenging aspect of gaming is to maintain one's original intention. "Mr. Lu,
please follow me this way, I shall first provide you with a tour of our company."
Zhou, mustering his spirit, led Lu Ming toward the office area,
his tone humble yet somewhat reserved. "To be honest, our company isn't particularly impressive, it's merely a group of individuals cobbling together some projects.
In all honesty,
it pales in comparison to your esteemed company. I hope you won't look down upon us." "I find it quite commendable," Lu Ming responded lightly, following closely behind, exuding an air of confidence.
How could he possibly disdain this place? It's quite pleasant, I truly appreciate it. It possesses a rich historical ambience.
He had no intention of overlooking such a naturally gifted company and its talents. Zhou, accompanying him, felt a twinge of awkwardness, nervously adjusting his trousers.
"We
have relocated twice, the rent here is somewhat more affordable," he explained, lacking confidence. I understand, Lu Ming nodded, as if recalling his own past. This environment clearly indicated a limited budget and scarce resources, with projects frequently meeting untimely ends, leaving employees in a state of half-heartedness intermingled with self-satisfaction.
Yet,
it is precisely within such marginal realms that truly remarkable games may be conceived. Zhou introduced the surroundings with great restraint, refraining from boasting about their accomplishments,
intentionally bypassing any project blueprints or demonstration documents that might be misconstrued as displays of arrogance. He lacked the courage to elaborate, fearing Lu Ming's ridicule for speaking too much,
while also worrying that saying too little might lead to disdain. Next, Zhou led him into the programming team, where a dozen programmers were diligently engaged at their computers,
discreetly glancing toward the entrance.
Each desk was piled high with thick stacks of O4 papers and office documents.
as Lu Ming approached.
They all pretended to be engrossed in debugging frameworks, with several hastily opening browser tabs, feigning research. After all, they were in the presence of a potential acquirer. They had to appear earnest. This is our programming development team, consisting of 12 members. Currently, we have no new projects. So we are working on some outsourcing tasks to make ends meet, Joe candidly introduced, acknowledging the unavoidable truth, as the situation was already public knowledge. Some of them are former university classmates of mine. They possess sharp minds and decent skills, but unfortunately, they have not had the opportunity to shine in the right context under my guidance.
As Lu Ming entered, the programmers stood up, their expressions tense, akin to greeting relatives during the new year. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Would you like some water? Is the air conditioning too cold? Shall I adjust it?"
Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be anxious, everyone should just carry on with your work. Let today be a casual visit for me."
"Mr. Lu, you may be disappointed, our late-night snacks in Xiantang are truly subpar." The programmers chuckled in agreement, easing the atmosphere considerably.
Lu Ming chuckled softly, turning his gaze aside.
"How high is the success rate of the projects you develop?"
he inquired suddenly.
Not very high," Joe admitted, his voice dwindling. "One project goes online, and it flops." "Do you conduct internal testing?"
"Yes, but those flop too."
"What about outsourcing? Have you taken on any projects?" "We've accepted a few,
but none were satisfactory.
The systems we designed were frequently cut down by the clients." Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully, although Joe's comments grew increasingly grim.
His own excitement surged.
"You are currently engaged in outsourcing. What about your previous self-developed projects?" Lu Ming asked abruptly. Joe hesitated. "Self-developed. We have a few, but they have all been taken offline. Is there a demonstration? I would like to see the projects you previously created." Lu Ming casually inquired, yet his gaze grew serious. "Since I am here, I might as well learn something." Joe hesitated, biting his lip.
"Then I shall show you one. It is an FPS game we developed called Bullet Time. It was online for a short period before it flopped, and the reviews were rather harsh."
Excellent, let us view that." Lu Ming's interest piqued immediately.
"This is a work tested by the market, I must examine it closely."
Joe, baffled,
did not comprehend why Lu Ming suddenly seemed so eager. He guided Lu Ming into a small conference room, instructing a programmer to retrieve the game from the old server and run it.
In less than 10 seconds, a blurry opening animation appeared on the projector.
A desolate wasteland unfolded, the background music jarring, with subtitles exceedingly small and dense. The protagonist launched into a 3-minute monologue. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair,
calm in demeanor.
The plot eluded his understanding, it was verbose and appeared pretentious.
The game's narrative dragged on, spending the initial minutes detailing the protagonist's backstory in a post-apocalyptic world, devoid of any proper combat. Finally, after much anticipation,
the protagonist acquires a weapon and enters a combat scene, only to encounter repetitive enemy textures, with the AI behaving foolishly, resulting in a chaotic combat rhythm.
The kills lacked impact, the firearm felt insipid, and even when bullets struck, there was a delay before damage registered. Most importantly, this was an online game.
The in-game store system was brutally designed, presenting 3 types of packages upon opening, automatically selecting options for double first charge bonuses and activating monthly cards. Players had no option to dismiss the pop-up without selecting a package to continue the game. The more Lu Ming observed, the more his eyes sparkled.
While other games lure players into spending, this one outright forced selective spending. He had never thought of such a tactic. Indeed, venturing out has its advantages. Otherwise, how could one acquire such valuable insights?
This place is genuinely remarkable.
Perhaps it is a treasure trove of fortune.
Lu Ming gradually straightened his posture.
Did you receive negative reviews during your online testing?
He suddenly asked.
Yes. How many?
Approximately 100 comments, with 95 being negative. Lu Ming slammed the table, his eyebrows nearly shooting upward.
I knew it.
I didn't come to the wrong place.
Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Joe felt a jolt in his heart, striving to maintain composure. Mr. Liu, we actually understand where the problems lie. We rushed the production, the narrative collapsed. And we couldn't regain the rhythm. Eventually, the players left. You don't comprehend.
Lu Ming spoke earnestly. Please ensure you maintain your style in the future.
The most challenging aspect of making games is to retain your original intention. If it weren't for your unwavering dedication and skill, do you think I would consider acquiring you?
Lu Ming continued, gesturing toward the projection.
Whale Jump should have learned from you. Do you know how many games claim to uphold high quality, only to be criticized for lacking soul? You are different.
Although your game received low ratings,
its low rating is distinctive.
This style must be steadfastly preserved.
There are not many game companies in the industry with character.
As he spoke,
Joe's expression grew increasingly grim, lowering his head, afraid to speak.
Lu Ming's words became increasingly incomprehensible, leaving him uncertain whether he was being criticized or genuinely appreciated.
Mr. Liu, if it's a matter of us not being up to par or tight budgets.
Joe hesitated, biting his lip, and finally spoke up. A lower price would be acceptable.
Our company is indeed in a dire situation, to be honest.
We are truly grateful to be noticed by Whale Jump.
If someone is willing to take over, I could even work for you for free.
As he continued, his heart ached more, mentally preparing for Lu Ming to dramatically reduce the price. Yet, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged.
Price?
I mentioned 7 million. That is precisely 7 million. Lu Ming spoke with unwavering certainty, his tone so decisive that it left no room for doubt.
Do you think I am haggling? Would I need to make a special trip to confirm that?
Your team, your style, the essence of this game.
I am thoroughly impressed.
Lu Ming turned his gaze towards the previously looping demonstration of bullet time, his eyes ablaze with fervor.
Chapter 64, Old Wang was at a loss for words. What I desire is not your transformation, but rather your continuity.
The essence must remain unchanged.
This applies to all of you, without exception. This model is far too precious. Joe was left speechless, his mouth agape.
Having lived for over 30 years, he had never encountered an acquisition conducted in such a manner.
So, Mr. Liu, are you genuinely willing to invest 7 million to purchase our operation? Absolutely, Lu Ming affirmed with sincerity. Moreover, following the acquisition, our first step will not be to alter the project or replace the engine. Instead, we will resurrect bullet time in its original form, merely rebranding it for relaunch.
Of course, that discussion is for another time. For now, let us not dwell on it. From now on, you shall focus solely on game development,
maintaining the same style as before. The rest I shall handle.
With that, he extended his hand.
The 7 million will be transferred by tomorrow.
If you wish to sign, we can finalize the contract today.
Mr. Zhou, I am not a patient man. Joe stared at him in a daze, momentarily hesitant to shake hands.
His first thought was how remarkably straightforward this business discussion had been. Had previous dealings been conducted by someone like Mr. Liu, his company would not have faced demise.
You truly are a good person.
Lu Ming, however, smiled, his eyes sparkling. It is not my goodness. It is your potential that shines brightly.
To be frank, acquiring your company is a profitable venture for me. Profitable? Where is the profit? Joe sensed a disparity in the world around him.
He paused for a moment, but ultimately extended his hand, gently grasping Lu Ming's.
Then let us sign. They signed.
A crisp sound of their palms meeting echoed as the contract was swiftly executed, printed, signed, and stamped with remarkable efficiency.
As if both parties feared the other might reconsider.
Congratulations, Mr. Zhou, you are now officially a member of Whale Jump Games. Lu Ming clapped him on the shoulder. You will continue to operate in Xiantang, and you need not worry about finances, simply report your progress to me monthly. Warfire will be transformed into a specialized studio under Whale Jump, on par with the project team for pay-to-win immortal cultivation. We will also provide dedicated financial and human resources support for your team.
Rest assured, we will not interfere with your creative process.
Your sole focus should be on preserving the style you have maintained thus far.
Do not attempt any changes. Change can lead to dire consequences. Do you understand? I understand. I understand.
Joey Joe's lips twitched, his mindset struggling to shift from despair to optimism.
After signing, it was already late. Ming suggested treating Joey Joe and several key employees to a late-night meal. Everyone politely declined, insisting it was unnecessary. Eventually, Ming took charge, stating, "Let us go." A farewell dinner, oh no, a working meal.
5 minutes later, a group of them stood by the roadside, confronted with a handful of shuttered eateries, enveloped in silence.
Do you not have a late-night dining culture in Qiantang?
Ming observed the faded sign of a small stir-fry shop, feeling somewhat perplexed.
Well, we do. But it requires a trek to the city center.
Joey Joe's face flushed slightly.
This area mainly consists of office buildings. Once work ends, people disperse. Ultimately,
they hastily dined at a place called Old Soldier Barbecue.
Ming ordered a few skewers of beef and other delicacies, the portions meager,
and found them somewhat chewy halfway through.
As he ate, he lamented, "Indeed, this is a culinary wasteland." Nonetheless, today's acquisition was worthwhile. After the meal,
Lin Xiaoxiao stayed behind with the team to handle the follow-up acquisition transition. While Ming elegantly picked up the briefcase containing the signed documents and hailed a taxi to the airport, embarking on his return journey to the Magic City.
The night deepened in Qiantang, the taxi's taillights fading into the distance.
Leaning against the car window, Ming could not conceal his smile.
7 million, all spent.
Not only had he invested 7 million, but he had also acquired a team of hidden gems, ensuring a lucrative outcome.
A perfect conclusion. The following day,
under a radiant sun, Ming entered the company with an invigorated spirit.
Old Wine, the finance officer, regarded him with admiration. "Mr. Liu, you truly spent every last penny."
"Not a single cent remains." Ming raised an eyebrow with a smile. "I even paid for my train ticket myself."
"Are you implying that our company account is empty once more?" "Not to worry, we shall wait until tomorrow."
Old Wang's lips twitched, though he said nothing.
He grew increasingly resolute in his belief that Mr. Liu was no ordinary individual. Who would act in such a manner?
Old Wang silently criticized.
Spending money to acquire a failing game company and yet appearing so pleased? He was either a rich heir or quite mad. He glanced at Ming,
who was over there pouring coffee and humming a tune, with a complex expression. He might even be a seasoned rich heir.
Wasn't this akin to his own daydreams of having wealth, buying 2 cups of soy milk, and pouring one out?
Yet Ming was managing 2 companies,
revitalizing one while letting the other languish.
As Old Wine pondered, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth.
However, before he could compose himself, the news erupted within the industry.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, the gaming community was abuzz with sensational headlines. Whale Jump Games acquires Warfire, valued at 7 million.
Funds have been transferred. Upon this revelation, the entire gaming sector erupted in chaos. Many initially reacted with disbelief. Warfire? Where did this company come from? Their second reaction was to check the details.
It's that company that produced Bullet Time, which was taken down shortly after launch.
The third response was sheer incredulity. Are you kidding? They acquired such a company? If you have that kind of money, why not consider me? The comments section swiftly devolved into a cacophony of mockery. What? Whale Jump acquired whom? Warfire?
I played their Bullet Time for less than 10 minutes before uninstalling it.
I assure you, upon opening the game, I felt like I traveled back to the year 2000. 7 million? 700,000.
I suspect they must have been out of their minds during the acquisition, and the water quality might not have been great.
In this day and age, if someone is willing to acquire Warfire, could I also establish a company to swindle investors? Other companies are drowning in negative reviews.
Yet Warfire seems to have perfected the art of scathing feedback.
Why would they acquire such a company? Are they nurturing a pestilence? Let us be candid, is Whale Jump truly that formidable? Currently, they only have 2 games.
The monetization in pay-to-win Immortal Cultivation is so aggressive.
Whale Jump has been quite active lately. Perhaps Whale Jump has some leverage over them? I find that highly plausible.
Regardless of the derision from others, This acquisition propelled Whale jump to the forefront of gaming news. Meanwhile, Ming was leisurely sipping coffee in his office, a smile playing on his lips. He was not the least bit perturbed. In fact, he pulled old Wang to join him in viewing the news.
Old Wang, look.
These individuals who lack an understanding of games are at it again, criticizing. Old Wang remained at a loss for words, secretly harboring a sense of envy towards the wealthy.
Chapter 65, The return is too generous, I'm a bit giddy.
Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Ming awoke at 6.
Resembling a child eagerly anticipating an autumn outing.
He stood on the balcony, stretched lazily, and while brushing his teeth, began counting the days.
August 1st. Finally arrived. It was time for the system to settle accounts, right?
Indeed, no sooner had he thought this than the notification chimed, ding. This month's moral debt system settlement begins.
Company name, Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds, 124 yuan, based on current moral level.
The host can withdraw 4 to their personal account this cycle. Personal assets, 211 yuan. Moral debt value, 152. Moral level, infamous, reward mechanism triggered this cycle. Refund multiplier, 6 times. Refund amount for this cycle, 142,046,000 yuan, already credited to the host's bound account.
Next settlement cycle, not selected. Note, after the settlement, moral debt value resets to 0. Recalculation begins each cycle.
The next refund multiplier will be calculated according to the plus version of the moral debt system. A series of notifications cascaded down, and Ming nearly dropped his toothbrush in disbelief.
140 million? Goodness. I truly am a genius.
He plopped down on the bed, confirming the deposit message 3 times over.
Indeed. The credited amount was 140 million. Having a system is exhilarating. Such a colossal sum arrives in an instant.
Ming couldn't contain his joy, as just moments ago his account was nearly depleted, and now suddenly, a small goal had been achieved. He chuckled heartily, laughter echoing like a goose's honk.
Ha ha ha. I am indeed a mastermind.
Though it was not the previous 8-fold return, Ming felt immensely satisfied. Last month, he had managed to spend around 24 million, and fortunately,
the moral debt value hadn't diminished too quickly.
The game killing for immortality was indeed a significant contributor.
Everyone involved in the project ought to be rewarded.
Ming's spirits soared to new heights, nearly prompting him to award himself a banner. He rushed to the mirror, gazing at his still unwashed face, nodding earnestly.
Brother, you truly deserve this.
As he reveled in his thoughts, he tidied himself up and made his way downstairs to the soy milk stand, purchasing 3 cups of soy milk. 1 for himself, 1 spilled, and 1.
Boss, this one's for you. Wrap up early today and go for a stroll. Ming patted the vendor's shoulder and exited with flair, leaving the vendor bewildered. Ha? What's 1 cup enough for? Who's filming videos so early in the morning? After finishing breakfast, his spirit remained exuberant.
With his hands in his pockets, he strolled down the street.
Gazing at the bustling skyline of the Magic City, pondering, what am I working so hard for? Of course, to buy a house.
Having traversed this world for so long and still residing in a rental is simply unacceptable.
It's high time to enjoy life. Without hesitation,
he dialed the real estate agent whose number he had saved earlier, speaking in a cheerful tone, please recommend a few spacious apartments in the city center. Preferably with a good view and a terrace if possible.
The agent perked up immediately. Mr. Liu, what's your budget? Ming replied, approximately 50 million.
He intended to spend just a portion of his earnings. He had done some research prior. In this city, every inch of land is precious.
To purchase a villa in a desirable location would easily cost over 1 billion. For Ming, a spacious apartment would suffice. Spending all the money he earned wasn't practical. Would that leave him anything to live on? Would the company still thrive?
He had just acquired another company. After a brief pause, the agent's tone shifted to one of respect. Understood, Mr. Liu, we can arrange property viewings for this afternoon.
After hanging up,
Ming found a stool, settled himself, rested his chin on one hand, and opened the employee group chat while contemplating. Wealth should not solely benefit me.
It's time to reward the employees.
They endured quite a bit of criticism last month. He swiftly typed, to all members. The employee benefits for August are as follows. This month, we will distribute summer cash bonuses, with each person receiving a 20,000 yuan heat subsidy. And additional performance bonuses to be discussed based on project earnings. We are also considering organizing a team building trip. Please leave suggestions for destinations.
Furthermore,
all future game projects will implement a profit-sharing system, allowing employees to enjoy 40.
Lastly, let us all continue the excellent work, thank you. As soon as he sent the message, the chat erupted. Wow, is this the heat subsidy? Boss, I love you. I knew the boss truly cares for us. Can we go to Hokkaido for the trip? The boss didn't come to the office today just to give us benefits. I was wrong to doubt you.
Lu Ming observed the flurry of excitement in the group chat, feeling elated.
When the morale of the employees is stable, so too is the company.
Lu Ming's current mindset was to present a united front.
The criticism from users translated into massive traffic, relying on employee grievances wasn't practical.
This return was too generous, it had him feeling somewhat euphoric. Such generosity shouldn't be too frequent, one must learn to seek steady progress.
Lu Ming pondered deeply. The next settlement cycle had yet to be determined. If he delayed until the following month, he feared he might not be able to spend all this money. Moreover, the effectiveness of his spending would certainly not be optimal. Time was of the essence. However, delaying too long wasn't wise either. After careful consideration, he decisively selected a custom cycle, setting next settlement time 3 months later, November 1st. Confirm? Confirmed.
In the next moment, the system confirmed, ding. The next settlement cycle has been set, the system will conduct a settlement 3 months from now. Lu Ming closed the system panel. Leaning back in his chair and exhaling contentedly, all right. 3 months, ample time for me to accomplish many great things.
At 3 in the afternoon,
the agent arrived punctually to escort Lu Ming to the agreed-upon property.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. We have prepared 3 properties that meet your requirements. All high-end apartments in the city center, please follow me. Let us go. Lu Ming waved his hand, exuding confidence.
The first property offered a stunning view but lacked sufficient lighting. The second had a decent layout, but regrettably, it was too close to the road and noisy. It was not until they reached the third property that the agent, standing at the entrance, spoke with palpable excitement. This one is newly listed, approximately 300 square meters. Featuring a terrace and a private tea room, move-in ready. The owner, an executive relocating abroad, is in urgent need to sell. The original price was 70 million.
But now it can be negotiated down to 55 million.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt immense relief.
A reduction of such magnitude? He was indeed benefiting from the current economic climate.
In no time, the elevator arrived, and as the doors opened, he was greeted by the scent of opportunity. The expansive 300 square meter apartment boasted floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Huangpu River, with a lofty living room bathed in sunlight, giving it a golden hue. The kitchen featured an open design with all imported appliances, the master bedroom included an exceptionally large walk-in closet, and both guest rooms had ensuite bathrooms. The decor was simple yet elegant, outfitted with smart home technology throughout.
Wow, this is what life is meant to be. Lu Ming marveled as he walked through, touching the surfaces of the furniture and lightly tapping the walls.
Finally, he stood on the terrace, gazing at the river view, sunlight casting a warm glow over the city, and a gentle breeze caressing his face.
Located less than 3 kilometers from the office, it would take only 10 minutes by taxi or 20 minutes on foot.
With favorable feng shui, ample sunlight, spaciousness, a tea room, gym, media room, and study all perfectly arranged, it was everything he had dreamed of. Lu Ming felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, promptly turning around to declare, "I'll buy it." The agent's eyes lit up with excitement.
In that case, we will arrange the signing process. By the way, when can we complete the transfer? The agent was genuinely moved.
As such a generous client was a rarity indeed.
Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will handle everything for you. We will also arrange for someone to clean up.
And you should be able to move in within 3 days at the earliest.
An hour later, the contract was finalized. 2 hours later, the funds were transferred, 57 million.
Lu Ming did not even blink, instead feeling an exhilarating thrill. The money from the system had that distinct flavor. The agent was left dumbfounded by the astonishing efficiency of this client, unable to resist the urge to inquire, "Mr. Lu, what line of business are you in?" With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lu Ming nonchalantly replied, "I create games." The agent stood frozen, mouth agape, before finally managing to utter, "Games?
Can earn that much?"
He recalled a recent period of lamenting the unpredictability of life due to layoffs at major gaming companies.
Now,
before him stood this young and handsome gentleman, casually tossing around 57 million while claiming to be in the gaming industry. It was not that the industry was overly competitive. It was that his own perspective had been too limited.
The agent remained silent for a long moment.
Discreetly jotting down a note in his phone, "Consider future career path for the child, game development."
Chapter 66, Team Building the following day.
As Lu Ming stepped into the office, he was greeted by a cacophony of excitement emanating from the workstations.
Clearly, the employees were still basking in the euphoria of receiving their bonuses. Wow, the new month brings fortune. The auspicious energy is flowing in. For our trip, I nominate Southeast Asia. I want to see the sea. Even in the Magic City, we can enjoy the ocean. Is the project profit sharing really 40? Has the boss gotten drunk or possessed? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
This was the transformation from simplicity to extravagance. After returning from his spacious apartment to his rental, he had felt a strange sense of oppression while sleeping the previous night. His newfound wealth was making him feel somewhat uneasy.
He then made his way directly to the finance office.
Old Wang was deeply engrossed in his spreadsheets, noting that the budget had once again been exceeded.
At this rate, the account would soon dwindle to mere thousands. Sigh, it's truly challenging. Perhaps we should inject some funds.
Lu Ming appeared at the doorway, his tone casual. Old Wang looked up, his expression somewhat bewildered.
Inject what? Capital injection, Lu Ming replied, tossing him a bank card. Transfer 80 million into the company account under the guise of an investment.
Ensure all necessary declarations and taxes are handled, and coordinate with the bank to expedite the process. Lu Ming felt entirely at ease. The funds provided by the system were undoubtedly legitimate, and he had no need to worry. Old Wang blinked in disbelief, momentarily stunned.
80 million? Lu Ming reiterated, it's not too much, just consider it in advance. If it runs short later, I will transfer more.
After purchasing a house and deducting the 80 million, Lu Ming would only have a few million left in his personal account, which he intended to reserve as pocket money. Old Wang was speechless, his mouth agape, lost in thought.
The boss certainly exuded confidence. He had already brought over 100 million to the company. Especially during this phase of non-profitability.
Lu Ming was indeed a major benefactor. Old Wang sat in his chair for a long moment, struggling to process the information.
80 million. Just as in advance. More could be transferred later.
He took a deep breath. Indeed.
The hallmark of the Magic City was its affluent individuals. Upon entering the office,
Lu Ming clapped his hands and addressed everyone earnestly. I know everyone has been working hard lately, particularly the development team, who have been toiling late into the night fixing bugs. The marketing department has faced a torrent of criticism from players. And the art department has endured its share of scolding to meet deadlines. You have all done exceptionally well, and I have taken note of your efforts.
Any product that breaks through the noise is not created without significant effort. We are a small company that values a flat structure. Currently, the company's finances are stable. And upcoming benefits, bonuses, and profit sharing will be implemented in due course. Just focus on your projects and work boldly.
At this juncture, Lu Ming smiled slightly. Additionally,
weren't we discussing arranging a team-building event? You may choose your destination. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Is this for real, boss? We can choose? Yes. Absolutely choose.
Lu Ming nodded. The finance department has arranged the budget. Indulge yourselves in food and fun, but do not shortchange yourselves. Please do not suggest something lackluster like a nearby farmhouse. Any insincere proposals will be promptly discarded.
Old Wang joined in the excitement. Right. The boss is quite capable. We shouldn't be too frugal. The employees were exhilarated. The marketing department quickly rolled out a pre-prepared voting procedure in the group chat. 5 minutes later,
Old Wang counted the votes and raised his hand, exclaiming, "The final result is in."
South Australia Island. The island has one. Sunshine, beaches, coconut juice, seafood. Departure is set for 1 week from now. Everyone, please prepare your luggage and be ready to depart on time. On this day, the atmosphere in the office was vibrant and full of energy. Amidst the enthusiasm, Lu Ming seemed to recall something and interjected, "Old Wan, the team from Qiantang, known for its fierce competition, is now part of our Whale Leap family. They will join us for this team-building event. It would be a great opportunity for everyone to familiarize themselves with one another. Therefore, the locations you vote on should also be shared with them. Soon." At the Qiantang studio, the boss, Zhou Yizhou, and Lin Xiaoxiao were diligently coordinating the acquisition process when suddenly a new message popped up in their company chat. "Whale Leap Lu Ming, greetings to all new colleagues. Welcome to the Whale Leap family. Next week, the company will organize a week-long team-building activity, fully funded, including food, accommodation, and transportation. Please confirm your attendance and prepare your identification and change of clothes as soon as possible. We are currently voting on the destination, please participate. The top 3 locations are South Australia Island, Dali, and Sanya. Feel free to choose. For any questions, please contact administration. Thank you." In the next moment, the entire office fell silent. Am I imagining things? No, look at the group message. We haven't even finalized the contract yet. And we're being taken to an island? Whale Leap, is this extravagant? Someone swallowed hard. Last month, our office's water dispenser was broken. And the boss still owes me 2 meals for overtime. Now, the new boss comes in and is sending us to Sanya? Not yet confirmed for Sanya. We still need to vote. Wow, this acquisition is worth it. Quickly, a group of people engaged in the voting process, and ultimately, South Australia Island prevailed once more. Lu Ming spoke again in the group chat. "Lu Ming, welcome, everyone. This team-building event is primarily to familiarize ourselves with each other, focusing solely on relaxation and enjoyment. The sun on South Australia Island is intense, so remember to bring sunscreen." The chat was immediately flooded with messages of excitement and celebration. Lu Ming quietly stood by the window, gazing at the sunlight outside. He inhaled deeply, observing the river view and exhaling slowly. This is what it means to transcend. Earning money is not merely to change the world, it is to live well within it. Now that I have purchased a house, set up the system, and ensured employee happiness, the company is secure. In the week that followed, the acquisition process of Whale Leap progressed rapidly. Lu Ming acted decisively, with the legal team, financial audits, and document transfers all prearranged, creating a seamless flow. Soon, the day of departure arrived. On the morning of departure, at the airport in the Magic City, employees from Whale Leap headquarters gathered at the meeting point, each brimming with energy and pulling their suitcases. Everyone donned the custom-made shirts reflecting the company's unique culture. Meanwhile, the team from Qiantang arrived by high-speed train, reaching the airport almost simultaneously. Upon arriving at the meeting point, they were taken aback. Wow, what a scene! Is this a tour group? Whale Leap headquarters exuded an impressive sense of ceremony. There were even welcome banners. "Welcome, Battlefire Team, to the Whale Leap family." Several employees held the banners high while enthusiastic administrative staff distributed breakfast. Zhou Yizhou stood toward the back of the crowd, quietly marveling at the level of care Whale Leap extends to its employees. If only we could also relocate to the Magic City in the future. Chapter 67, May all plans in the world come to fruition. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after a flight and a bus ride, a group of individuals finally arrived in South Australia. The sea breeze caressed their faces, and the sun shone brightly. The hotel, a luxurious 5-star Seaview suite complex, had been reserved in advance by Lu Ming, with the entire building exclusively for their use. Each room boasted a view of the ocean, and every balcony was perfect for capturing breathtaking photographs. Dinner was arranged as a seaside barbecue party accompanied by a bonfire gathering, with the administration department meticulously laying out sound equipment, beverages, fruits, coconut chicken, and grilled oysters. In contrast to the fervent sea breeze of South Australia, the atmosphere inside the Beishan Xian 2 studio was suffused with the hum of air conditioning. Several programmers clad in plaid shirts were seated around a conference table.
Their expressions a blend of anticipation and complexity as they focused intently on a segment of gameplay video projected onto a screen. The footage showcased the recently completed internal testing of the secondary profession system. Characters stood amidst the spiritual fields, sowing spiritual seeds by hand, as sunlight intertwined with spiritual energy, casting a soft golden glow. The brewery was alive with rising steam, requiring players to manually adjust the fire and rhythm to achieve successful brewing. A core group of Baishan members remained transfixed before the projection.
"It's done," exclaimed the planner, a foam, rubbing his eyes, unable to conceal his excitement. "Our secondary profession gameplay is far more liberating and intricate than killing to cultivate immortality." While their mechanics thrive, they remain confined within a turn-based framework. Ours is in real-time interaction, seamlessly integrating secondary professions into the wilderness, dungeons, and social interactions. The technical lead nodded in agreement. After a week of relentless effort, it has finally paid off. The system's stress tests have passed, and the backend supports transactions, auctions, and NPC missions seamlessly. A foam slammed his hand on the table. "No more delays. Let us capitalize on this momentum. At 8 o'clock tonight, we'll synchronize an announcement on the official blog. You've all seen the news, right? Whale Leap has acquired the Warfire studio for a staggering $7 million. I believe this surge in funding is directly linked to the explosion of interest in secondary professions." A foam furrowed his brow in contemplation. The acquisition trend in the gaming industry has cooled in recent years, yet they not only acquired but did so at a premium. How they profit is beyond our concern, but we must seize this opportunity. We are Cien 2, the quintessential cultivation masterpiece. With so many players engaged, our systems, graphics, and interactions will undoubtedly outshine them. There is no reason we shouldn't succeed. With that, a foam switched the screen to reveal his carefully prepared content. Cien 200 Arts System is launching across the server. The theme was singular: don't wish to engage in combat? Come farm. The world of cultivation encompasses more than just slaughter, it also embraces the warmth of life. We aim to provide a sense of belonging for all those weary of monster hunting and leveling up. A market colleague promptly responded. I've contacted several streamers and lifestyle content creators on various platforms to create gameplay commentary videos for the secondary profession, styled as leisurely and tranquil farming. This time, we must establish the secondary profession as the second main storyline of Cien 2. Meanwhile, the bonfire party on South Australia Island had reached its peak. Ming reclined in a beach chair, a beer bottle resting against his forehead, relishing the salty sea breeze. He did not glance at his phone or browse forums. Yet the news of the impending launch of the Baishan secondary profession system was already quietly circulating online. Soon, the official blog released a series of 10 promotional tweets, along with a striking red banner on the game's homepage: "Craft your immortal life." Starting with 1 acre of spiritual field. Ancient brewing techniques, immortal artifact forging, spiritual beast raising. The cultivation world is more than just combat. Cien 200 Arts System officially launches. Unveil your own vibrant world. The promotional video featured gentle visuals, characters leaning against windows in embroidered garments, foraging for herbs and brewing, evoking a sense of paradise. Even the background music was carefully selected to be soft and ethereal. In an instant, many players, already fatigued by combat, were drawn in. Is this a brand new system prioritizing leisurely gameplay? Finally, I can avoid fighting. I have social anxiety and prefer to farm alone. My husband loves combat, and I enjoy farming. Now we can both play together. In the first 2 hours after the server launch, the forums were filled with praise, bringing the Baishan team to tears. They had gambled correctly. However, at exactly 8 o'clock, the game officially updated, and within merely 4 hours, the tide turned drastically. Is your secondary profession designed for rival factions? I was farming and got chased down by wild monsters. The brewing process requires me to perform QWE for ignition? Failing results in explosions? Alchemy is too difficult. The drop rate for formulas is ridiculously low, and the items produced are inferior to those from the shop. I went fishing only to be swallowed by a spiritual shark. Is this fishing for my life? A group of players discovered with anger that the Cien 2 secondary profession system was utterly unfit to serve as a primary occupation. First, the process was convoluted.
With an overwhelming number of detailed operations, such as precise temperature control, energy modulation, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy, all requiring real-time engagement without any option for automation.
Secondly, the secondary profession did not integrate at all with the main gameplay. To tackle dungeons, one needed combat roles, farming and crafting were disregarded. And the cost-effectiveness of the gear was inadequate, making it difficult to sell at auction as there was no circulation. Some players who crafted exceptional elixirs attempted to sell them at high prices, only to be rejected by the system for being non-combat items not included in the public trading system. Soon, the gaming forums erupted with posts titled, "CN 200 Arts Major Flop. The Incompatibility of Secondary Professions. Beishan, can't you simply emulate effectively? We play a real-time game for enjoyment, yet now you're forcing me to stand still and weave cloth? If your secondary profession could allow me to provide buffs to teammates in dungeons, I wouldn't mind, but this is purely a standalone system. Who would engage with that in an online game? Beishan planners, you cannot even emulate properly. Learning from killing to cultivate immortality requires grasping that seemingly lackluster yet intricate design. Not forcefully imposing a system." Their balance of values was impeccable. Without secondary professions, the game was unplayable. Yet what you've created feels redundant and disruptive to the original game. Isn't this just pushing me towards killing to cultivate immortality? Soon. This statement sparked an entire page of heated comments. Beishan planners, you cannot even emulate properly. Underneath the official blog as secondary profession tutorial video, players left a barrage of mocking comments. Under the guise of a lifestyle, you're merely engaging in monetization tactics. This isn't a life of cultivation. It's a life in confinement. As the ratings plummeted from 4.8 to 4.2, the comments section overflowed with derision. Many players, upon reflection, realized that the previously successful killing to cultivate immortality had never aggressively promoted secondary professions as an independent system. Instead, it integrated them naturally into the game's essence. Whale Leap never claimed to avoid combat, rather, they offered players a chance to relax amidst the battles. Beishan directly forced combat compatibility while mandating secondary professions. This is not a lifestyle, it's compulsory employment. Well said. I'll head over to killing to cultivate immortality right away. In an instant, killing to cultivate immortality welcomed a substantial influx of CN2 players. Meanwhile, far away on the shores of South Australia, starlight danced upon the water, shimmering beautifully. Ming lounged in a beach chair, savoring a pot of hot tea while nibbling on a small plate of Longjing melon seeds. Glancing at his phone screen, he noticed hashtags such as CN 200 Arts System Flop and Beishan planners, you can't even emulate properly, and chuckled, shaking his head. This Beishan game is quite amusing. I wonder which genius planner is behind this. If only I could recruit them. The counterpart's audacious maneuvers led to a significant influx of traffic to Killing Life and Cultivation from Immortal Journey. Fortunately, the matter has now been settled, otherwise Ming would undoubtedly have to contend with Beishan games. Such delays are rather troublesome. In the future, if you intend to take such actions, could you consult with me first? Taking a moment to collect himself, Ming sipped his tea, his tone gentle. If only Whale Leap had such talent as well. Those who mimic my ways suffer greatly, while those who attempt to emulate me meet their demise. May all game designers in the world achieve their aspirations. Chapter 68, The Boss from Afar is Willing to Spend. Ming set his phone aside and glanced at the system panel. Soon, the player emotion dashboard gradually materialized before him. Anger, 29 indifference, 18 excitement, 35 complacency, 13 fleeing, 1 pleasure, for the previously soaring anger level was now visibly receding. To his surprise, a new emotion, pleasure, had emerged. What a commotion! It was all due to this Beishan game. Why must they imitate us? Observing the emotion panel, Ming felt that the difficulty of this settlement period had escalated. Previously, the negativity was inherent, stemming from poor performance. However, with the game's reputation gradually improving, player acceptance rising, and trending memes proliferating, the vitriol had diluted, and the accumulation of negative sentiments had slowed. With this surge in traffic, the criticisms of killing for immortality had diminished significantly. A small profit was still a profit, after all. It merely resided in the company account now. Yet, as time progressed,
Attracting criticism became increasingly challenging. The reliance on killing for immortality was no longer sustainable. It was time to prepare for the next project.
Days later,
the inaugural team-building event of Whale Leap concluded. Everyone, laden with luggage, boarded the high-speed train back to the metropolis.
The employees, embroiled in their fervent discussions,
remarked on the luxury of this outing compared to their previous ventures to the local barbecue stalls.
"This is my first time staying in a Seaview room.
That bonfire party was absolutely incredible. I took over 500 photos.
I'll edit a montage for my social media." The entire Whale Leap team, numbering over 100, gathered at the headquarters in the metropolis. Upon seeing the bustling office, Ming once again felt the inadequacy of their space. It simply wasn't large enough. If only they could construct a building like Tingshu. Money seemed to vanish faster than it could be spent. After arranging accommodations for everyone,
they engaged in discussions to foster collaboration and learning. Subsequently, a few key members remained in the conference room, where sunlight streamed through the blinds,
casting a warm glow on the projection screen.
Ming pulled out a chair and sat down, followed closely by Joe.
Flipping through the PowerPoint presentation,
the first slide boldly proclaimed, "Bullet time." "You all have laid an excellent foundation previously," Ming began casually, though a glimmer of seriousness shone in his eyes.
"Now,
for your new project, simply change the name and repackage it, resurrect the framework of the bullet time concept."
He paused, leaning back with a smile. "What do you think?" Joe was taken aback. "Resurrect it? But it's already been taken down, boss. The game has been delisted. Players are lining up to criticize it. If we bring it back, no one will care." "I am aware," Ming replied, sipping his tea. "If it truly proves unfeasible, you may change the name. However, the fundamental logic can remain intact.
As I previously mentioned, your primary focus must be to stay true to your original intent.
After all, for a game, attracting players is paramount. You must find ways to entice them to engage, right?"
After a brief pause, Ming continued, "This is your first project since joining Whale Leap. To demonstrate the company's faith in you, I plan to invest 50 million. The room fell silent.
Joe was speechless. 50 million? Are you joking?
When we initiated Bullet Time, our total budget was only a few million, and we didn't even dare to create a CG.
"Boss, did you say how much?"
He stammered, unsure if he had heard correctly. 50 million, Ming replied calmly.
"If you find it insufficient, let me know. After all, it's a 3-month endeavor. The company currently has 80 million in its account, it needs to be utilized."
Joe's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure whether to express gratitude or acknowledgement. He never expected Ming to place such trust in him.
Willing to invest so much in a newly formed company. Even a mother-in-law wouldn't be this generous.
He had previously inquired with others. The investment in killing for immortality had not been this substantial. If they truly received 50 million now, it would mark Whale Leap's largest investment to date.
Just like that? This was a gem.
If he had a coat nearby,
Joe would have eagerly draped it over Ming's shoulders.
He felt a surge of passion, his loyalty to Ming solidifying. Working under such a boss was far more enjoyable than being one himself. With this level of investment, he could enhance the game significantly. Joe felt an irresistible urge to share his thoughts. With such funding, an online game was not suitable, they should create a single-player experience. He steeled himself, his voice trembling slightly.
"The online game model is inadequate, we should focus on a single-player format. Moreover, it should be."
He paused, lowering his voice.
"A true single-player shooting game. We can avoid microtransactions, bypass the shop, and complete the entire process in one go, emphasizing rich narratives, intricate mechanics,
and profound depth in a large-scale role-playing game.
Perhaps it could be considered a genuine AAA single-player FPS."
Observing this exchange, Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yes, this was the spirit. Whale Leap's first game, initially criticized for its reflections on reality,
became a sensation. The second, a monetization-driven turn-based game, was intended to dissuade players through excessive charging, yet it thrived. However, listening to Joe's recent proposal, Ming felt as though the other had found his own path. If he stated an intention to develop an online shooting game with microtransactions, players might endure it. But now, claiming 50 million for a pure domestic AAA single-player FPS? That was a different story. This was akin to spending 50 million to produce an art film. Reflecting on his prior experiences in Xiantang, coupled with the 2 games previously produced by the fervently competitive team, Ming felt immense satisfaction. Indeed. It was the out-of-town bosses who were willing to spend. First and foremost, a AAA game project's planning could not possibly be contained within 50 million. It appeared they would need to continuously release DLCs in the future. Spending money was good, but incessantly spending was even better. Moreover, once this idea was made public, the project would inevitably be ridiculed during its promotional phase. 50 million for a domestic single-player game? Where would that money go? Selling a product of such quality? Why not steal instead? Another manufacturer attempting to deceive with an AAA banner. Ming could already envision the anger section of the emotion dashboard soaring to 100 at that time. Perfect. This was a masterpiece tailor-made for the moral debt system. Excellent. Ming exclaimed, slapping the table. You are absolutely right. This concept is brilliant. Since we are proceeding, let us go all out. He opened his phone and sent a voice message to Old Wang. Old Wang increased the investment for the new project of fervently competitive team by 10 million. Upon witnessing Ming's actions, Joe was utterly dumbfounded. You're adding more? Indeed, Ming replied earnestly. I admire you. I truly admire your dedication to the art of gaming, unencumbered by market considerations or commercial returns. As long as you continue to pursue the vision you had with Bullet Time, rest assured, I shall be your unwavering support. Chapter 69, When the Bullet Stops, Time Begins. Observing Joe, who momentarily found himself at a loss for words, Ming shifted his tone, adopting a more serious demeanor. However, old Joe, I must emphasize this, he said, locking his gaze onto Joe's eyes, as if in concern that the latter might suddenly come to a realization. Although the project has undergone a name change and a rebranding, the core gameplay must resemble your original concept of bullet time. Ignore all the so-called mature mechanisms, market-driven optimizations, and the haphazard suggestions from within the industry. Stick to your original version. The more you replicate it, the more I will support you. My intent is not to impose, but to encourage you to remain true to yourself and uphold your ideals. Do not allow the so-called market to lead you astray. Ming patted his shoulder earnestly. If you maintain that initial spirit, I shall recognize you as a true talent. Joe was taken aback, nearly moved to tears. A profound sense of having found a kindred spirit washed over him. He stood up, exhilarated, and clenched his fist. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. I will create this game exactly as we envisioned at the outset. I will not pander to the market. There will be no built-in store. No online play, nor crossovers. Ming nodded with satisfaction, beaming with the pride of a father. Excellent, excellent. Little did Joe know that Ming was already envisioning scathing post-mortem articles about the game's failure. Whale jump, 60 million invested into the most disastrous domestic single-player game. While Joe was filled with lofty ideals, Ming wore a contented smile. They exchanged knowing glances, each aware of the other's path, one ascending towards glory, the other plunging into darkness. The project was set. After the meeting, Joe returned to Xiantang with his fervent team. He wore a backpack, feeling as though he were floating. 50 million. Plus another 10 million. He dared not check the company account on the subway, fearing a careless click might expose the balance. This was no longer mere funding, it was a dream. Who would have thought that in this day and age, one could secure investment for a single-player game? Moreover, the boss encouraged him to pursue the original vision. He had never encountered an investor who so deeply respected the aspirations of game developers. Old Liu truly understood. Joe murmured, his nose tingling with emotion. Out of gratitude for this trust, he resolved to make this project a success. In a moment of inspiration, he pulled out his notebook and opened the folder from his earlier work on Bullet Time, revealing a screen filled with dense design documents. A gentle smile graced his lips as a spark of rekindled dreams illuminated his eyes. Excerpt from the initial concept of bullet time, worldview, following a nuclear war. Human civilization has collapsed, and the surface cities lie in ruins.
The remnants of civilization reside in underground shelters, while the protagonist is a discarded soldier exiled to the surface. Art direction, a palette dominated by shades of gray, black, and rust, forever shrouded in darkness.
Narrative pace, reject fast-paced storytelling.
No dialogue or background exposition, only protagonist monologues. Black screen subtitles, and cutscene CG.
Joe chuckled at the overly radical ideas from before. Many elements intended for expression were inadequately conveyed. Yet now, perhaps he could do better. The post-apocalyptic setting lacked immersive experience. Could he incorporate familiar historical events to enhance player engagement? With that thought, Joe promptly opened a blank document and began typing, new game title, a bullet time, name pending, keywords, Souls-like shooting, war documentary, psychological narrative. Then, a new story outline swiftly took shape in his mind. In 1917, amidst the grueling First World War, players assumed the role of an unnamed soldier in the Battle of Verdun. Joe grew increasingly excited as he wrote, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. This is the direction. Let them experience true anti-commercial narrative. With funding, a team, and a platform, he was determined to bring this vision to life. As for the name change, what should it be? Joe stared at the words bullet time on the screen, lost in thought. Although the name encapsulated all his past ideals and obsessions, it felt misaligned with the current theme of the game. Moreover, the negative connotations made it difficult to promote. It lacked weight. It lacked oppression.
It failed to convey that this would indeed be an unentertaining experience. Instinctively, he took out his phone and called Ming.
Hello, Mr. Liu, regarding our previous discussion. What do you think our new project's name should be? After a brief silence, Ming replied languidly,
Yes, it does need a change.
Do you have any suggestions? Joe asked cautiously.
After a moment's pause, Ming thoughtfully considered, if we change bullet time, users will lose the connection to the predecessor's history.
How about we just alter a couple of words?
The name bullet time gives off a feeling of bitterness and tedium, akin to a waste of time. The entire gaming experience resembles a dreadful journey. After a moment's contemplation, Ming slowly articulated, let us call it Time's Bitter Journey. The title Bitter Journey immediately evokes a sense of disinterest in playing, yet carries an artistic essence.
But how could this be a shooting game? It would leave players utterly perplexed.
Once Joe's creative content was integrated later on, the gameplay would undoubtedly become a journey ripe for critique.
Quite fitting, indeed. According to Ming's expectations for the game, Time's Bitter Journey?
Joe furrowed his brow, repeating the name several times, until suddenly, his eyes lit up.
Wow. It has a certain resonance.
He felt a rush of excitement, as if his thoughts had been unlocked.
I knew it. Mr. Liu truly understands games. All right, Mr. Liu,
he said, exhilarated, before hanging up and returning to his document.
Without hesitation,
he deleted the words bullet time and solemnly typed the new title, Time's Bitter Journey. Joe gazed at the 4 characters, feeling an unwavering conviction in his heart.
Then, observing his story's framework, he swiftly infused it with richer content. Players assume the role of a soldier who falls in battle. After death, they are chosen by time, perpetually reincarnating on the battlefield, returning to 10 minutes before the conflict begins each time they die. The emotions of the soldiers in the trenches evolve gradually, with NPCs from both sides experiencing different fates based on the player's actions. Each death rewinds time, but only NPCs will remember the player's past deeds, while the player must relearn everything anew. He swiftly typed a line of text, game slogan, when the bullet stops, time begins. Chapter 70, The Deep Blue Independent Game Competition.
Meanwhile, Ming lay sprawled on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while staring vacantly at the ceiling.
Joe certainly did not disappoint.
If only he could incorporate multiple endings, elements of illusion, blurred consciousness, and philosophical dialogues, it would be utterly perfect.
Ming was genuinely looking forward to his work, a philosophical shooting game? How intriguing. Just the thought filled him with immense potential. Currently, the development of Time's Bitter Journey was firmly established, with an investment of $60 million already allocated.
Joe had successfully embarked on a rather unconventional path, alleviating immediate concerns. Once content emerged, he could oversee it, which should pose no significant issues. However, the company account still held approximately 20 million.
Leaving money idle was not his style.
After all, money was not meant to be hoarded. Ming narrowed his eyes, it was meant to be utilized. As for personal material satisfaction, Ming had modest demands. It was time to devise a new scheme. After pondering for a while, an old acquaintance suddenly came to mind, the Deep Blue gaming platform.
Initially,
he had established this platform to invest in and promote killing for immortality, yet the grand blueprint for its future had yet to be explored.
To be honest,
he had not managed the platform for quite a while.
However, upon reflection, Deep Blue was merely a ready-made tool. To amplify the game's influence,
it needed a stage to showcase itself. With this thought, Ming summoned Chen Hao.
Soon, Chen Hao entered the office. President Liu? You called for me.
A sense of excitement surged through him. Having worked at the company for some time, he observed colleagues in other departments thriving.
And even killing for immortality was on the verge of development.
Meanwhile, he had been laboring away on the Deep Blue platform with his team, maintaining it without any concrete projects, and he felt his presence in Whale Leap diminishing.
He had long wished to discuss the platform's future with President Liu, and now he finally had the chance. How is the data for Deep Blue? Ming inquired.
To be honest, we have seen a decline in recently onboard games, Chen Hao admitted.
Decline? Ming raised an eyebrow. How many?
Let's put it this way, the number of new developers this month is fewer than the players we saw during the last blockade.
Ming fell silent for 2 seconds before checking the backend data of Deep Blue. Currently, the Deep Blue platform had a total of 73 developers.
The number of games available for sale was 14, and in the past month, only 3 new games had been added.
Goodness, that data was indeed alarming.
With such a vast platform, having merely 3 games was akin to finding just 3 fish in a large reservoir. It was a veritable black pit.
It is indeed somewhat lacking. Ming stroked his chin, realizing it was time to create some excitement for Deep Blue. How do we do that? Quite simply. Ming smiled slightly. We shall host an independent game conference. An independent game conference?
Upon hearing this, Chen Hao sat up straight.
Yes, Ming replied nonchalantly.
We will organize a competition with generous rewards to attract independent game developers.
The top 10 finalists will all receive prizes. Furthermore,
all participants will have free access to Deep Blue, and we want to take a share of the profits once their games are launched.
Upon hearing this,
Chen Hao's eyes lit up. President Liu, your conditions are simply a boon. You must know that platforms in the market rarely offer such generosity.
Typically,
they take at least a 30 cut, with larger platforms even demanding up to 50.
Yet you are waiving any revenue share and offering rewards?
Of course. Ming replied matter-of-factly.
If we don't offer, who would come? A knowing smile crept onto Ming's lips, revealing a cunning plan.
It was the same strategy as before, draw in traffic and then entice them in.
The traffic that the platform could attract was not inferior to that of the games.
The criticisms directed at games could potentially yield favorable outcomes for the platform.
Chen Hao's eyes brightened as he grasped Ming's intention. All right, President Liu, how shall we proceed?
Ming flicked the shell of a sunflower seed. Let us keep the rules straightforward. First, there is no barrier to entry.
Anyone can sign up.
Whether they are individual developers, small teams, or even a group of students, if you dare to register, we will allow you to compete.
Second, game types are unrestricted.
Whether single player, multiplayer, casual, hardcore, 2D, 3D, or text adventures, if it's playable, we'll accept it.
Third, regarding the rewards.
Each of the top 10 teams will receive a cash prize.
The champion will receive 2 million, along with 3 months of promotion on Deep Blue's homepage. The second place will have 3 winners, each receiving 1 million and 2 months of homepage promotion.
The third place will have 5 winners, each getting 500,000 and 1 month of homepage promotion. Teams placed 4th to 10th will receive 300,000 each. Additionally, all participants, once their games successfully launch, will not have to pay any revenue share. All earnings will be retained by the developers themselves.
The registration deadline is September 1st.
Chen Hao's heart raced. Organizing a competition was one thing, but committing substantial funds was another. President, you really intend to invest this money?
Of course.
Lu Ming waved his hand decisively.
This time, we want all independent game developers to see that our Deep Blue platform truly rewards them financially.
Platforms on the market take a cut more ruthlessly than capitalists, making it impossible for newcomers to survive.
I want everyone to know that at Deep Blue, they can thrive. And they might even flourish.
Chen Hao was exhilarated, at last.
His department could spring to life and engage in significant endeavors. President, with this approach, we must prepare a budget of several million, right?
Indeed. Lu Ming replied calmly, I plan to invest 10 million directly. This expenditure is worthwhile. Chen Hao's eyes sparkled, President, but after this, we may not have any profit points.
Are you certain? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Do you believe this money will be a loss? Not exactly.
Chen Hao swallowed hard.
I just think this amount seems a bit excessive, perhaps too hasty? Then tell me, what do current independent game developers lack the most? Lu Ming queried. Exposure, funding, and opportunities, Chen Hao answered without hesitation.
Precisely, Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa, speaking leisurely.
This 10 million ISNT expenditure, it's an investment. Deep Blue currently lacks traffic, and this competition serves as advertising.
The more participants there are, the more discussions will arise, generating buzz.
In the end,
even if we truly lose 10 million, as long as we build a good reputation for Deep Blue, future developers will come to us willingly. Go ahead and proceed with this, finalize the participants quickly, and we will officially commence evaluations in September.
Chen Hao felt somewhat dazed, unable to suppress a smile. Although he lacked operational expertise, he understood that Lu Ming was right.
In this era, it was indeed about trading money for traffic. Everyone was doing just that.
Furthermore,
this 10 million might just be a small initial investment. However, Lu Ming had only this much to spare. Chapter 71, to create deities and to collect corpses. After Chen Hao's departure, Lu Ming gently tapped on the table, his eyes narrowing as his thoughts gradually crystallized. On the surface, the Deep Blue independent game competition appeared to provide a golden opportunity for those exceptionally talented indie game developers. If one excelled in their craft, they stood to win monetary rewards, enjoy a no-revenue sharing policy, and receive recommendations across all platforms.
However, these were not his true objectives. From the outset,
Lu Ming's ambition was not to spotlight those capable of creating remarkable games but to focus on the teams that faltered in their endeavors.
To the casual observer, the competition within the gaming industry is a contest of skill and creativity.
Those who produce exceptional games earn market favor and ascend to industry prominence. While Deep Blue may offer prizes to such talented developers, Lu Ming's genuine interest lay in those game creators who finished at the bottom of the rankings, particularly those responsible for subpar games.
Such individuals should be promptly acquired by Whale Leap, a strategy previously employed in the acquisition of Laozhou. Moreover, based on Laozhou's current performance, this model proved to be highly effective.
Lu Ming reclined in his chair, a profound smile gracing his face. One must create deities while also collecting corpses.
In other words, the gaming world is not solely about glamour, the messy aspects are equally significant to Lu Ming.
Such individuals are ideally suited for the developmental trajectory of Whale Leap.
Chen Hao worked with remarkable efficiency. 2 days later,
the homepage of the Deep Blue gaming platform unveiled a shocking announcement. The Deep Blue independent game competition has commenced, with a total prize pool of 10 million.
Is the gaming industry too competitive? Lacking support? Now, we offer you a stage.
Champion prize, 2 million, no revenue sharing, and featured on the homepage. Registration is now open, all developers are welcome to participate.
Detailed rules. Following the announcement of the independent game competition,
the gaming community experienced significant tremors. Initially, some high-ranking executives from major platforms dismissed it as a desperate struggle of a small platform.
However, they soon realized something was amiss. How could the registration numbers for Deep Blue surge so rapidly?
In just 2 days, over 50 teams had signed up.
This platform had previously gone unnoticed. Was this an advertising ploy? Many indie game creators flocked to the registration page, watching the participant count rise in real time. No revenue sharing? Is this some kind of charity?
One developer mused, contemplating whether to launch their game on Steam.
Why not register and give it a try? A 2 million prize. For us, this is a windfall.
Moreover, it was not solely independent developers who were intrigued. Even smaller companies struggling on larger platforms began to reconsider their strategies.
We can't secure a recommendation on Steam, why not try Deep Blue?
The absence of revenue sharing is enticing.
If we could attract traffic, we could easily earn hundreds of thousands more each month. Deep Blue's approach is audacious, it's essentially a money-giving scheme. Who would have thought Whale Leap was so formidable? Within just a few days, the number of developers registering surpassed 300. In the official announcements section of the Deep Blue platform, various indie game forums,
and even social media platforms, discussions about this unprecedented competition erupted.
The prospect of no revenue sharing, a prize pool in the millions, and guaranteed recommendations? Deep Blue was indeed making a bold move.
Many speculated that numerous participants would register simply to secure a position, just in case the platform gained traction in the future. Initially, skepticism surrounded Deep Blue's intentions, with some speculating it might be an elaborate marketing scam. After all, everyone understood the challenges of establishing a gaming platform.
Where did the confidence to spend $1 million on a competition stem from? Yet, upon discovering that Deep Blue was backed by Whale Leap Games, doubts began to dissipate. Wait. Whale Leap Games? The company recently criticized but seemingly thriving?
They had just launched Running Simulator, which quickly gained traction online. Yes, I recall they also released Pay-to-Win Cultivation, which,
despite its questionable premise, generated significant profits. So, Whale Leap not only has successful games but also funds for platform development? As the truth emerged,
many who had initially doubted Deep Blue found themselves reassured. After all, despite the controversies surrounding Whale Leap, its profitability was evident. Recently, they had even acquired another game company. Consequently, those who had hesitated began to shift their perspectives, and as time passed, more teams signed up.
In a suburban office building in Modu,
a group of young individuals gathered, their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at the competition announcement on the Deep Blue platform.
$1 million in prizes, no revenue sharing. And recommendations? This is a divine opportunity, exclaimed Sun Qianli, seated at the front, his face aglow with anticipation. Even if we only secure 300,000, I'd be satisfied.
The initial benefits of a new platform are often the most generous. This is our chance.
Beside him, Gong Min's eyes widened. If we create a small game and register, wouldn't we also enjoy zero revenue sharing in the future? Exactly. Even if the game isn't groundbreaking,
we could whip up a simple pixel-style RPG or a reskin game just to claim a spot.
Who knows, this platform might become popular. On the other side,
Planner Wang Hao excitedly tapped the table, his voice hushed but laced with hesitation.
But we lack experience. Who says that? Sun Qianli scoffed. We have years of experience outsourcing for Tingxiu. Don't we frequently assist project teams in debugging and optimizing code? While our hands-on experience may be limited, creating a small game is well within our capabilities.
Besides, our company specializes in game outsourcing. We've encountered various game types. We can easily piece together existing resources and adapt them based on our previous projects.
It's not difficult. As aspiring game developers, how could they continue solely in outsourcing?
The group, all employees of Tingxiu's outsourcing company, typically handled diverse game projects, focusing on tasks like modeling, UI design, and foundational code development. Although they lacked original works, their extensive exposure to various game types had equipped them with considerable development experience.
Sun Qianli excelled in programming, proficient in various engines. Gong Min was skilled in art.
With a solid foundation in character design and adeptness in chibi and anime styles, Wang Hao leaned towards planning, possessing innovative ideas for game mechanics.
Together,
even if they couldn't create a masterpiece, crafting a small game for the competition was entirely feasible.
Chapter 72, The Dark Box Studio. But how do we bring this up with the company? Gong Min whispered.
Using the company's resources to develop a game.
They would surely disapprove, right? Tingxiu is intrinsically tied to the Steam platform. If we were to approach the Deep Blue platform, wouldn't that be tantamount to betrayal?
We are merely employees. What do we gain from this so-called betrayal?
What are you all murmuring about?
Suddenly, a somewhat somber voice interjected into their discussion. Startled, they collectively looked up to find manager Lu Peng standing beside them, arms crossed, frowning at their screens.
Team leader.
Sun Qianli chuckled awkwardly,
Hastily closing the page, feigning to write code. Deep Blue platform? Lu Peng's gaze flickered, instantly piercing through their hidden intentions. Are you all interested in signing up?
The group exchanged glances, neither confirming nor denying.
Lu Peng scoffed, shaking his head. Forget it. Just focus on your work.
The company aims to create original games and can directly launch on Steam anytime. There's no chance for you to venture into Deep Blue.
If you perform well,
the year-end bonus from Tingxiu will come your way. Work harder, and with our relationship with Tingxiu, recommendations on the Steam platform will eventually be at your disposal.
But
the revenue share on Steam is too high, Wang Hao murmured softly.
And what of it? Lu Peng replied impatiently.
They have traffic, users, and sales.
Do you genuinely think that a no-revenue share promise from Deep Blue guarantees profit? Ridiculous. The platform is just starting, who would play there?
But Sun Qianli attempted to argue, but Lu Peng cut him off.
If you truly had the time for this, you should focus on completing your current project. The company pays you to work, not to scheme about making money on other platforms. Do you understand? Seeing Lu Peng's stern demeanor, the group fell silent, though a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within them. Once Lu Peng departed, Sun Qianli muttered under his breath, "Damn it, not even a chance to try?" Wang Hao clenched his teeth. "We cannot give up, let's do it in secret."
After all, no one would be monitoring their ongoing project closely.
Let us utilize our time after work to push for a small game, no one will know. Sun Qianli whispered. Agreed.
Wang Hao's eyes sparkled. We can divide our tasks among the three of us and aim to produce a playable game within a month, quietly entering the Deep Blue competition. Once they reached a consensus, the trio swiftly set their plans into motion. During their lunch break, they gathered at their workstations, speaking in hushed tones about their upcoming strategy. If we are going to do this, we should give ourselves a team name, Wang Hao suggested quietly, to make our registration appear more formal.
What should we call ourselves?
Gong Min pondered, resting his chin on his hand.
How about 3S Company?
Sun Qianli shot him a disapproving glance. No way, that reveals our team size too much.
True. Gong Min fell silent, disappointed. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he proposed, since we are working clandestinely, how about Dark Box Studio? It sounds like we're engaging in covert operations. Gong Min grimaced slightly. I think that's a decent idea. Sun Qianli's eyes gleamed with excitement. Dark Box operations are stealthy and align perfectly with our current situation. Then it's settled. Dark Box Studio it is. Wang Hao declared.
The three exchanged smiles and stealthily registered as developers on the official Deep Blue platform website, initially filling out their application information.
Team name, Dark Box Studio members, Sun Qianli.
Wang Hao, Gong Min game type, to be determined upon submitting their application. They couldn't contain their excitement and exchanged high fives. Though it was merely a simple registration. At that moment, they felt as though they had taken their first step into entrepreneurship.
In the following days,
the trio began utilizing every spare moment to diligently develop their game. By day, they were outsourced employees, faithfully completing the company's tasks at their desks, but upon nightfall, they would swiftly return to their shared apartment, power up their computers, and immerse themselves in their game development.
What type of game should we create?
Gong Min inquired as he typed code and searched for previously designed art resources.
It should be simple, time is too tight for anything complex, Sun Qianli reflected. How about a hand-drawn style minigame? Sounds good. Our previous outsourced project was hand-drawn, we have experience. Wang Hao agreed. But what about gameplay? We can't make it open-ended. There's just not enough time.
Perhaps. Sun Qianli squinted thoughtfully.
What if we crafted a 2D side-scrolling adventure game with an anime style? Wang Hao paused, frowning. Anime? Are you sure? Do we have resources for that style? Sun Qianli grinned, of course. Don't you remember that abandoned project we worked on? Gong Min immediately caught on.
slapping his thigh. Wait.
Are you referring to the magical girl adventure concept? Exactly. Sun Qianli nodded.
That 2D project we previously outsourced got axed. But we at least created a bunch of character designs, art assets, and foundational code. Although the project was scrapped, we still have the materials.
Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. So you mean we can just adapt that project?
Sun Qianli beamed with pride. Absolutely.
Given our tight timeline, we can't afford to recreate the artwork from scratch. However,
if we modify the original project and tweak the gameplay, our development speed could increase tenfold.
Gongmin stroked his chin, contemplating, but what about gameplay? What kind of side-scrolling adventure should we create?
The trio opened their voice chat and swiftly began discussing design directions.
We can't complicate the system too much. We must ensure a tight rhythm, and the number of levels shouldn't be excessive, yet they need to be challenging enough.
Let's go with a model of small levels plus a boss battle, with 4 to 5 mini-levels leading to a boss per major level, Wang Hao suggested thoughtfully. That is feasible, but in that case, the combat system needs to have some depth, otherwise, players will get bored, Sun Qianli considered.
After a moment of reflection,
his eyes brightened.
What if we set the protagonist as a musician who can switch weapons depending on different musical influences, like a saxophone, trumpet, or recorder? Gongmin immediately chimed in, great.
This way, each weapon can pair with various skills, preventing monotony for the players.
Moreover, we would essentially be creating a unique rhythm game. What about music rights? It seems we don't have anyone specifically handling that aspect.
We can make do with free resources, we just need something that sounds decent. We don't have the budget to purchase original sound effects.
That works.
Wang Hao stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm.
Let us get to work. Chapter 73, The Uncontrolled Accompaniment, The Bellflower Overture.
A week later, the Deep Blue gaming platform once again announced the competition rules, official scoring, 30 evaluated by the Deep Blue judging panel, with criteria including innovation, visual presentation, gameplay mechanics.
An anticipated appeal.
User voting, 70 players are tied to their accounts, with each person permitted a single vote, allowing direct participation from the gaming community.
Rankings will be displayed in real time. The deadline for registration is September 1st, with all contestants able to sign up and submit their works.
By September,
players will be able to engage with the games directly on the Deep Blue platform and cast their votes for their favorites. The final results of the competition will be announced on October 10th.
The timeline is evidently tight, however, there is no alternative, as the producer's schedule is pressing.
Lu Ming's timeline is even more constrained.
With November approaching, Lu Ming must ensure that he finds the hidden gem for Whale Leap before the month concludes.
Meanwhile, the trio from Darkbox Studio is frantically working overtime.
Ever since they barely solidified their game concept, they have been engulfed in anxiety.
It's over, it's over. How has our game crashed again?
Sun Qianli stared at the screen filled with error messages, despair weighing him down as he slumped in his chair.
What on earth is happening?
After just 2 minutes of gameplay, the character suddenly gets teleported off the screen, or worse, gets stuck in a rock and cannot move.
Gongmin wore a look of utter desolation. Brother, you must have made an error in calculating the coordinates.
I mentioned yesterday that the modeling shouldn't be so large.
Yet you insisted on adding an ultra-realistic lighting system, and now look, players will be blinded.
Furthermore, your gameplay design is so intricate, the framework is becoming increasingly convoluted.
We need to simplify it. Wang Hao clutched the game design document, muttering, this game was originally just a hand-drawn, two-dimensional platformer. Why on earth do we need a lighting system?
Multiple shadows 1T necessarily earn us extra points. This has surpassed our collective capabilities.
Gongmin clutched his head, pulling at his hair in frustration. This isn't my fault. It was Qianli who insisted on making the game more distinctive. Wang Hao took a deep breath.
Attempting to steady himself, distinctiveness is one thing, but the issue is we haven't even nailed the most basic interactions.
The office fell into a profound silence. 5 minutes later, Sun Qianli sprang to his feet. Forget it. Let us fix the bugs first. As long as it runs, we're good. Yes. Let us ensure it's playable first.
Time is of the essence. Others on Deep Blue have already released their game demos. We have to hurry.
Who asked us to take on too much outsourced work?
I nearly mixed up the requirements with those of the client.
This has now become a memory. I told you developing games is quite challenging. Wait, what is our game even called?
The three fell silent, exchanging glances, and remained quiet for a while.
It seems we haven't named it yet.
Wang Hao covered his face, his voice tinged with despair.
Sun Qianli looked bewildered. No way, didn't we discuss this? Gong Min,
expressionless, flipped through his design document repeatedly, before suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh my, we really haven't decided. Sun Qianli stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before a light bulb went off in his mind. To me, the defining feature of our game is the accompaniment.
Why don't we call it uncontrolled accompaniment? Wang Hao suggested. Shouldn't we add a subtitle? Otherwise, it doesn't even fit the two-dimensional theme. Gong Min contemplated. How about we call it uncontrolled accompaniment, the Bellflower Overture?
There's no time left, let us stick with that. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
Gong Min quickly opened the game interface, replacing the placeholder logo with the newly decided title, and excitedly hit the enter key. Okay, the name is settled. Now we
continue fixing the bugs. Sun Qianli and Wang Hao shouted in unison. The trio immediately delved back into the frenzied task of code correction and debugging. Time ticked away, and the sound of their typing echoed without pause. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Whale Leap Games,
the long-awaited face of Zhou appeared on the projection screen. Today marks the first full video conference for the Time's Bitter Journey team.
The game has now entered its formal development phase, requiring further refinement of the narrative framework, mission design, and NPC interaction logic. On the laptop screen at the table lay a detailed plot outline. Time's Bitter Journey. A soldier searches for a way out amidst the endless cycle of war. In the video, Zhou cleared his throat and began, Mr. Liu, we have been refining the game framework for Time's Bitter Journey. Now, we need to delve deeper into the plot. The core experience of this game is not just about difficulty, but the brutal reality of war. We must allow players to feel despair, helplessness, struggle, and a glimmer of seemingly unattainable hope. The main storyline has already been established. Zhou displayed several keywords on the whiteboard: World War I, World War II, Cold War, Future Warfare. Ming nodded. This direction was acceptable to him, as there are only so many backgrounds available for a gunfight game. Zhou continued, but the question remains, how can we enable players to truly experience each war? Our most unique setting is the time loop. Essentially, every time the protagonist dies, time resets, but the NPCs will not forget. This means that if you abandoned a comrade in a previous battle, they may question, resent, or even attack you in the next loop. If you shot a particular NPC at the beginning, they will anticipate your actions in the next loop and may even ambush you. Additionally, within specific contexts, players may encounter varying experiences. For instance, in the early stages of the game, players will only have access to outdated World War I weapons, which have significant recoil, slow reloading times, and poor accuracy. Our narrative will not only feature soldiers but also numerous villagers and other NPCs. Ming rested his chin on his hand, watching Zhou passionately articulate his ideas, his expression contemplative. It must be said, old Zhou is indeed a talent that he has recognized. He immediately began waxing poetic about the cruelty of war, the struggles of helplessness, and the distant glimmer of hope. It all sounds quite profound. Yet games are not meant for understanding war, nor for suffering. Anti-war themes? The cyclical nature of warfare? Ha! This game is bound to face criticism. This is the reality when liberal arts graduates develop games. Ming was inwardly elated. Doesn't this align perfectly with his objectives? Who plays a gunfight game to ponder philosophical reflections? With such strong recoil, wouldn't it be better to shoot a slingshot? Who would relish a game filled with philosophical musings and mental challenges? Having listened to Zhou's analysis, Ming did not intend to intervene, this time. He wanted Zhou to unleash his creativity completely. This reflects Ming's trust in him. This is the judgment of an experienced game planner. Soon, the meeting concluded, and Ming offered no suggestions, only a simple directive to let old Zhou proceed as he wished. Subsequently, Whale Leap Games' official blog and various social platforms began to update simultaneously. Whale Leap Games announces its new project. Time's Bitter Journey has officially been established.
Can you survive until the end in the endless cycle of war? Gunfights Soul-like mechanics, authentic battlefield experience, a single-player masterpiece. Stay tuned. Once this news was released, the gaming forums and social media platforms exploded within hours. Whale Leap is back in action. Is a new game about to be released? It seems that it might be a grand masterpiece. My favorite genre is war-themed games, so I shall indulge in a brief anticipation. Is this a single-player experience? At last, it appears that there will be no need for microtransactions. Chapter 74, Let the Bullets Fly. For a while upon returning to the office, Ming held a cup of coffee, his gaze steady as it fixated on the computer screen. His fingers danced across the keyboard. The document displaying bold letters, The Bitter Journey of Time, the Outrage Guidance Plan. The Bitter Journey of Time had officially been announced, and as for his moral liabilities, they certainly could not afford to wait until the game's release to increase. That would be far too tardy. Preparations must commence immediately. Old Joe was in charge of the game itself, and as for the promotional work, Ming was unequivocally in charge. Moreover, the early promotion of this game could not be rushed or overly aggressive. It needed to be akin to boiling frogs in warm water, gradually guiding players' emotions toward a state of explosive anticipation. Before the game's release, a select few must be incited to voice their criticisms. After the launch, everyone should join in the chorus of discontent. Ultimately, they would be led to indulge in the very experience they derided. Taking a deep breath, Ming sipped his coffee and continued to ponder. For the game to be criticized, it first needed to reach a broader audience. An enticing promotional video was an excellent medium to achieve this. To ensure players' emotional devastation, their expectations must first soar, only to plummet sharply thereafter. Thus, the promotional video for The Bitter Journey of Time had to be explosive. Authentic war experiences, the chaos of bullets flying, and profound camaraderie were all to be woven into the narrative. A touch of tactical competition and teamwork could be infused to convey to players that this was an exhilarating, thrilling tactical shooter. As for the actual game content, naturally, it revolved around the agony of survival, the torment of death, the anguish of respawning, and the distress of being doubted by one's teammates. After all, the game wasn't set against some fantastical backdrop during World War I. Merely possessing a makeshift weapon was a stroke of fortune. This disparity between the game and the promotional video was essential. With high expectations, greater disappointment would ensue. With this thought, Ming felt a torrent of ideas about the promotional video flooding his mind. 2 days later, Ming approached a video production team. After negotiating the price, he surveyed the room, his gaze resting on the team leader, whose eyes lit up as he immediately opened his notebook. Mr. Liu, what style do you envision for this promotional video? Ming replied slowly, it must be the epitome of stimulation, a style that makes everyone feel like a warrior. Let us consider the player's perspective. What do they desire? They wish to embody elite special forces, to achieve headshots with every shot, to conquer foes single-handedly, to descend like divine saviors and rescue their comrades. He set down his cup, his smile growing brighter. Therefore, we shall instill this sensation in the players who view the promotional video. The video manager nodded knowingly, having been in the industry for years. They had seen every kind of request imaginable. They had filmed everything from special forces to superhero teams and whimsical animal adventures. Under the manager's guidance, the video team swiftly entered production. Within the studio, the whiteboard was filled with outlines, each meticulously crafted under Ming's strict supervision. Scene 1, a gripping gunfight opening setting. In a dark forest, a soldier hides among the underbrush, panting. The tactical scope displays rapidly changing ballistic trajectories. As the voice of a teammate crackles through the earpiece, they're coming. In an instant, bullets rain down like a storm. He rolls, deploys a smoke grenade, and charges into the enemy ranks, accurately firing to bring down 3 foes in quick succession. He is the one who walks away from the battlefield. The camera slows, capturing the protagonist as he kicks aside a machine gun left in the ruins, seizing a sniper rifle. Bullets pierce through enemy helmets, blood splattering. Here, Ming envisioned the player's psychological expectation. Wow, this is the gunfight game I've been yearning for. Absolutely exhilarating. Scene 2, Brotherhood in Arms.
Life and death together setting. Amidst the rubble of a bombarded landscape, the protagonist is helped up by a comrade, bloodied and gasping as he gazes at the advancing enemy.
Stand up. You cannot fall. We must return together.
With stirring music, the comrade thrusts the last magazine into the protagonist's hands.
And they prepare to fight back to back.
A helicopter arrives, providing fire support, divine intervention, tactical synergy, a stunning counterattack.
Here, players should feel, oh my! This is true camaraderie. Absolutely thrilling.
Scene 3, a poignant monologue setting, the scene darkens, and the protagonist stands alone amidst the battlefield's ruins. The setting sun casting shadows over fallen comrades.
A somber voiceover resonates, war is an endless nightmare. We fall time and again. Only to rise once more. Can you walk out alive?
In the final moment, the protagonist faces away from the audience, slowly crouching to pick up a fallen comrade's badge.
He then walks toward the endless battlefield shrouded in smoke, disappearing into the mist. The game's logo appears, the bitter journey of time.
Observing the intense filming within the studio, Ming sat in the break room, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, this was the video production team he had meticulously selected. He had heard that this manager once served as a co-director for Shao Gang. Their aesthetic sensibility was commendable.
Ming glanced at the monitor,
took a sip of his now cold tea, and murmured, "Perfect." This promotional video was the first psychological stage he had prepared for the players. Now that the platform was built, the next step was to allow players to ascend it, only to witness their fall. Once the players viewed the promotional video, they would feel empowered.
Believing they could become the kings of the battlefield, achieving headshots, saving comrades, and conquering foes with glory. Yet, upon entering the game,
they would discover their comrades growing increasingly distrustful, initially equipping them, only to later force them to fight with mere makeshift weapons.
Every gun would possess outrageous recoil, bullets scattering wildly, rendering mid to long-range combat futile.
Moreover, these sequences could not be skipped, creating an oppressive, repetitive experience. What they had anticipated as deep camaraderie would devolve into fractured relationships, as teammates doubted them, distanced themselves, and ultimately abandoned them.
Ming closed his eyes,
envisioning the players' reactions. Damn, the promotional video was so exhilarating.
I thought I could descend like a divine warrior. But it turns out I'm nothing more than a cannon fodder who can't even wield a weapon? Whereas the promised brotherhood. Why are all these NPCs neurotically suspicious of me? The discrepancy between packaging and content is outrageous. This is no different than the beef-flavored instant noodles I consume.
This game is more torturous than Souls-like games. It's not a tactical shooter, but rather a mental ordeal.
Whale Jump Games, are you playing tricks on us?
With this thought, Ming's smile deepened. Excellent, expectations had been maximized.
Now, he awaited their inevitable outcry.
Glancing at the date on his phone's planning document, he mused. Very well, once the video production is complete, I shall arrange for its release immediately. For now, let the bullets fly a little longer. Chapter 75, The Emotional Gap as a Weapon. In mid-August, the promotional video was completed. Ming accessed the advertising platform and set up a series of targeted advertisements, specifically tailored for players of Souls-like, hardcore games, and thrilling war experiences. He skillfully contacted Joe Kuan, knowing that the university student part-time group would be of great assistance once more.
Ming even prepared a reference script for the other party,
while he disguised himself as a seasoned gamer, beginning to leak information about the game on forums.
This game features no save points. Once you die, you must start anew. A trial, a blessing for hardcore players, or perhaps a descent into hell?
Playing this game allows one to fully comprehend the plight of soldiers in World War I, desiring to survive yet finding life more burdensome than death.
Over the next few days, the promotional video for Time's bitter journey quickly went viral across major platforms. The barrage of comments erupted, the discussion sections exploded, and it topped the homepage recommendations in trending searches. The titles were remarkably uniform: The Soul Rebirth Amidst Gunfire, the annual masterpiece Time's bitter journey trailer shocking debut. If I were to describe it accurately, I would call this game the highest ode to camaraderie in battle. The romance of passionate men is entirely encapsulated in this game. Ming sat in his office, observing the surging heat map of keywords related to Time's bitter journey. Excellent, the fish has taken the bait. Even more astonishingly,
In the discussion area of the Deep Blue gaming platform, numerous players had begun to spontaneously organize tactical discussion groups for the Bitter Journey Special Forces. These individuals were seasoned enthusiasts of shooting games, with some analyzing the tactical maneuvers showcased in the trailer and even military aficionados dissecting the firearms used by the characters. It was a jubilant celebration for military enthusiasts. Even some professional media outlets began to publish articles. The trailer for Time S Bitter Journey makes a stunning entrance.
Is a dark horse in war games on the horizon?
Various keyword search indices soared, reaching unprecedented heights, all of which Lu Ming had anticipated.
The power of camaraderie, gunfire, special operations, passionate reversals, and the rescue of comrades is undeniably immense.
With just a few tags, players could vividly imagine half a battlefield saga.
In Kyoto, within Old Pie's studio, he fixated on the timeline in the editing software, repeatedly replaying a segment showcasing precise shots amidst a hail of bullets, feeling increasingly exhilarated. This is simply exhilarating.
He clipped a segment, set it to an intense background score, darkened the color grading for a more somber, heroic tone,
and posted with the caption, "This is the essence of manly romance. I am willing to pay for Time S Bitter Journey."
Within 3 minutes of posting,
the barrage of comments detonated. "Wow, the vibe is simply saturated with soul.
Brothers may perish, but I must survive.
Tactical team up.
Give me 1 magazine each when we go online, I'll shoulder the rest."
Old Pie, Haven T, you turned to immortality? How come you're now on the battlefield? Aren't you afraid of being backstabbed by Whale Leap again? Haven T, you learned your lesson from pay-to-play immortality?
Old Pie chuckled at this comment, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, shaking his head with a smile.
"Bro, this is a single-player game. How can I spend money on a single-player game? Just wait in anticipation. Remember to catch my live stream when it goes live." Meanwhile, veteran players of Whale Leap were also drawn in.
Initially, they were bewildered.
Wait. Is this really a game from Whale Leap? Didn't you used to make runaway simulators and pay-to-win turn-based games? How suddenly have you transformed into a Special Forces training base? Now diving into hardcore warfare? Such a vast leap. Is this really Whale Leap? Am I in the wrong Whale Leap official account?
The marketing for Whale Leap has always been consistent, from runaway games to pay-to-win titles.
I feel their promotional skills are quite commendable.
I've already started honing my reflexes, fearing I won't be able to defeat NPCs once it goes live. I just hope old Lou doesn't deceive my feelings this time.
Old Lou? Is that the name of Whale Leap's boss? Exactly.
He introduced himself last time I confronted him.
Wow, bro, you confronted Whale Leap? A seasoned player indeed, do tell. On the other side, Joe Ejo,
deeply entrenched in development hell, had just finished a segment of pathfinding logic in the early hours. Habitually, he opened the workgroup and gaming forums, only to find the latest group announcement was a video link forwarded by Lu Ming. The official trailer for Time S Bitter Journey released. The annual wargame comes in strong.
Joe Ejo?
He froze for 3 seconds, suddenly leaping to his feet, nearly colliding with the standing fan behind him.
A promotional video? So soon? He quickly clicked in and watched the entire 2-minute video.
The opening featured a stunning gunfight, the bonds of life and death between comrades, culminating in the poignant narration.
Will you be able to walk out alive?
Paired with the image of a lone figure walking into the sunset, striking at the very soul. Even knowing that the game he had created did not embody such content, Joe Ejo felt a swell of emotion.
This promotional video is phenomenal. He replayed it,
marveling at its grandeur. If it were me, I would also make a reservation.
However, he soon regained his composure. Wait a minute.
Our game isn't even optimized for NPC logic yet. The resource materials for the first chapter are still being revamped.
What game is this trailer showcasing?
It bears no resemblance to our production style.
Has President Lu gone astray? Although President Lu is quick with promotional videos, this has no relation to our actual game content whatsoever.
But in the next moment, he suddenly grasped Lu Ming's intention. The boss had spent a considerable amount on this promotional video, granting him 3 months of development time,
while everyone in the company is wholeheartedly invested in the new game. Time remains tight.
Therefore, the essence of this promotional video must hold deeper significance.
While the trailer indeed serves as an enticing prospect, it also provides direction. After thoughtful consideration, Joe felt an inexplicable sense of motivation welling within him. It is not hard to understand. President Lu's creation of this trailer is, in essence, an emotional warm-up for us. Our game is not solely about brutality and inhumanity. In a certain sense, the concept of reincarnation inherently carries themes of fate and bonds. He stood up, pacing back and forth, deep in thought, murmuring to himself. If I were to create a branch in the game where players encounter a specific NPC in each cycle, one who remembers them and their past actions, could players then truly experience that sense of camaraderie? His eyes began to light up. Though the trailer diverged from their current game style, it sparked within him the possibility of understanding the entire project from a new perspective. The emotional gap serves as a weapon, he murmured. But the premise of the gap is to elicit genuine feelings. He abruptly sat back down at his computer. The creative fervor that could only be ignited during his university days returned. He even began to contemplate rearranging several branches, allowing players to witness the camaraderie they experienced, ultimately transforming into enemies, judges, traitors, and scapegoats through successive cycles. In the following 3 days, Joe slipped into a nearly frenzied creative state. He added numerous emotionally intense storylines and even devised a new set of residual memory parameters to measure NPC trust in the player's actions across different reincarnations. If a player becomes excessively selfish or ruthless, the NPC may choose to cease cooperation in a future round, even instigating a plot reversal. These reversals are merely the fruits of your own labor. Go ahead, this will be your 3rd time killing me. You promised you wouldn't let me die. Yet, you must choose to survive. As he penned these lines, Joseon's eyes reddened. He understood that this was the true essence bestowed upon him by that promotional video. It was not about the content, the style, or the fervent gunfight scenes, but rather, emotional bait. Excellent. Joseon stretched languidly, picked up the now-cold takeout box, and chuckled softly. The first chapter of the bitter journey of time, titled The First Battle, Trenches and Poison Gas, has officially concluded. Chapter 76, Rich Internship Experience. During this period, Ming has been exceedingly busy, engaging in the production of promotional videos, preparing for the Deep Blue gaming competition, and participating in Monday To's video conferences. Each day, he has been as busy as a spinning top, hardly taking the time to admire the stunning river view from his 300-square-meter apartment. As September approaches, the company finds itself at a crucial juncture, yet Lin Xiaoxiao, a key player at Whale Leap, has taken leave to return to school. In March, she was merely an ordinary intern majoring in human resources at Shanghai Normal University. Upon her arrival at the company, she struggled even with basic office software. Although she was appointed as the HR supervisor on her first day, her role resembled that of a versatile assistant. She took meeting minutes, assisted with market research, and even ordered bubble tea for the department during late-night work sessions. During meetings, she would sit at the farthest corner, nervously taking notes and refraining from speaking up. Nonetheless, at that time, Whale Leap was understaffed. Now, with the addition of personnel from the war-torn region, the company has expanded to over 100 employees. Lin Xiaoxiao's growth has been nothing short of extraordinary. By July, she managed to find time to return to school to collect her diploma and submit her internship report. However, Whale Leap was facing backlash from players, and the game Killing for Immortality was being ridiculed across the internet. Lin Xiaoxiao herself was overwhelmed and emotionally drained. Nevertheless, she vividly recalls the day she went back to school to receive her diploma. The sun was fierce, and a long queue formed in front of the lecture hall, with many taking photos to commemorate the occasion. When she presented her internship certificate to her roommates, their reactions were explosive. "You call yourself an intern? This is hardly an internship. You even signed a confidentiality agreement? My company is still teaching me Excel functions, and you led a team? As a supervisor? Is it possible that you weren't interning at all, but rather managing a company?" Confounded, Lin Xiaoxiao could only clutch her phone and, with a twitch of her lips, reply, No, don't exaggerate. I really was just an intern, just a bit more involved than usual. I genuinely aimed for an internship. Ultimately,
She endured her roommate's relentless inquiries and submitted her extensive internship report to her advisor, seeking a swift resolution.
However,
when the advisor noticed the clearly stated position of HR supervisor at Whale Leap Games on the report, her expression gradually morphed into one of disbelief.
You became a supervisor while interning?
Among all my students, you are the most audacious.
How did you manage to give yourself such a lofty title? You are quite the bold one.
Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze and quickly explained, "Teacher, it's true. I even led projects and participated in company acquisitions."
The advisor's eyes widened in shock. You interned and participated in an acquisition?
After Lin Xiaoxiao detailed her experiences at Whale Leap, the advisor fell silent for a brief moment before pulling out her phone. "Wait a moment, I must report this. Your situation is worthy of school recognition.
It cannot go unacknowledged." That evening, Lin Xiaoxiao's name prominently appeared on the list of outstanding graduates at the university.
With this experience, when September rolled around and classes resumed, Lin Xiaoxiao was invited back to school to speak at the freshman welcome ceremony as an exemplary graduate. The auditorium was filled to capacity, with new students, parents, teachers,
and leaders all in attendance.
As the host recited her credentials, currently employed at Whale Leap Games as an HR supervisor, involved in game development, personnel management, and also overseeing market expansion and event coordination, previously led a company acquisition, and serves as an outstanding graduate representative, there was a moment of stunned silence,
followed by a wave of astonished murmurs.
While many brilliant graduates existed, this one felt remarkably close to them.
Moreover, she was only slightly older than the freshman,
making her accomplishments all the more relatable.
The new students frantically searched for information on their phones. Whale Leap Games? Wow, I've actually played that. I know they're about to release Time's Bitter Journey. Is our senior really this impressive? She even organizes esports events? Did she truly just graduate? She participated in a company acquisition? She's definitely a high-ranking official.
Yet, the most bewildered of all was Lin Xiaoxiao herself, standing on stage, clutching her printed speech, feeling wooden as her heart raced in her ears. Although the beginning of her speech read, "Dear students, I am just an ordinary university student like you." Looking down at the densely packed audience and the promotional video screenshots displayed on the big screen, featuring Whale Leap's games, she suddenly felt as though she were in a drama.
How did I end up here? She pondered, slowly speaking, "Hello, fellow students, I am Lin Xiaoxiao."
Throughout her speech, she relied almost entirely on rote memory. Below the stage, her advisor wore a proud expression, as if saying, "I knew she would excel."
While the vice dean seated beside her frowned and quietly inquired, "Is her experience truly from an internship?" The advisor nodded affirmatively, "It is indeed real.
The school has her submitted internship report." You have no idea about the content she wrote, over 10 pages filled with industry analysis and project reviews. Plus, their essay commendation letter written by her boss that I have verified. There are no discrepancies.
The vice dean remarked, "In previous years, we struggled to attract accomplished alumni. But this year, we finally have someone noteworthy."
On stage, Lin Xiaoxiao continued her speech. What I want to convey to you all is that an internship does not merely entail copying documents and running errands. If you are willing to try and strive for more, you might even become part of significant projects within a company, just as I was.
Thrown into the front lines.
However, once she stepped down from the stage, her advisor patted her shoulder, filled with emotion. "You have truly brought honor to our school.
Your credentials must be featured in next year's recruitment promotional video."
"Oh, teacher, please don't," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, nearly exhausted. Below the stage, new students eagerly raised their hands.
"Can you refer me, senior? I also want to intern at your company. Are you hiring for art positions? I know C4D. Are you still looking for part-time help?"
As Lin Xiaoxiao hurried off the stage, her mind buzzed with thoughts. Just a few steps outside the school gate, her phone chimed. It was a message from Lu Ming in their work group. "Lu Ming, Xiaoxiao, please prepare in advance. The Deep Blue platform game evaluations are about to begin.
We need to prepare some gifts."
Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the message and silently sent a sticker. "Lin Xiaoxiao, sure, boss." She sighed and looked up at the sky. "When I joined Whale Leap, I truly just wanted to quietly complete my internship."
Chapter 77, Game Explorer 233. At the beginning of September,
The registration channel for the Deep Blue gaming platform officially closed, and the list of participating games was publicly released on the platform. Players could now officially try out various games in the competition area. The forums and social media buzzed with excitement, engaging in heated debates about which game possessed the most potential, which one was a dark horse, and even which ones were mere reskins or hastily cobbled together. At this moment, Ming sat in his office, cradling a cup of iced coffee while fixating on the Deep Blue gaming platform interface on his computer screen. His goal for the day was straightforward. As an ordinary player, he aimed to explore the entries in this competition. After all, as a producer of 2 games, he understood that the quality of a game could not be discerned from promotional trailers or manufacturer claims. It required genuine experience. Thus, Ming refrained from utilizing his official account and instead registered a new account under the whimsical name Game Explorer 233. Selecting a simple pixel art icon for his avatar to thoroughly conceal his true identity. Upon entering the Deep Blue gaming platform, he found the homepage dominated by various competing works, featuring hot recommendations, real-time voting charts, and new game trial lists. Quite a number of entries. Ming raised his eyebrows. A cursory glance revealed over 300 actual entries spanning nearly every genre. Although more participants had registered, not all had submitted their works. Observing the rotating selections, Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. The gaming platform was finally bustling with activity. As he perused the games, he noted that some were evidently mere reskins of older titles, and a number were attempts to capitalize on trending themes, such as garden victory, otherworld and life-for-real cultivation. There was certainly a fair amount of fluff. Shaking his head, Ming began to form an impression. However, he refrained from making hasty judgments, as some games might appear unremarkable at first glance but could offer delightful surprises upon actual play. He then clicked on the trial list, meticulously selecting games that piqued his interest. The first game he tried was Forest Traveler, a pixel-style puzzle adventure that ranked among the top 10 on the voting chart, receiving a chorus of praise in the comments. After downloading, he entered the game. The opening animation adopted a succinct narrative style. You awaken from a dream to find yourself in an unfamiliar world. Surrounding you is darkness, with only a faint candlelight guiding your way. Who are you? Why have you come here? What lies ahead? This game bore similarities to Riddleman, as Ming controlled the protagonist, a traveler clad in tattered robes, walking through dimly lit streets. Although the graphics were pixelated, the atmosphere was superbly crafted, with light and shadow effects harmonizing perfectly with ambient sounds, evoking a profound sense of solitude and mystery. After exploring for a while, Ming found himself captivated by the game's ambience and clever puzzles. This game has potential. He nodded in approval, offering a positive assessment: innovative gameplay, top-notch atmosphere. But perhaps not suitable for Whale Leap. Next, Ming tried the second game, Future Battle, Infinite, a cyberpunk-themed first-person shooter where each battle randomly generated different scenes and enemies. It sounded intriguing, yet shortly after entering the game, Ming furrowed his brow. The UI design was overly complex, with a convoluted menu that was dizzying. The feel of the firearms was lacking, shooting felt devoid of impact, almost as if he were merely firing into thin air. Not to mention the optimization issues. He sighed, quietly exiting the game and bookmarking it for future reference. Worth keeping an eye on, immense potential, could qualify for the Time's Bitter Journey project team. Ming continued to sample various other games. Overall, he found that there were indeed many dedicated creators, and even several exquisitely crafted large-scale games that likely intended to launch on Steam but chose to enter Deep Blue for this independent competition. Additionally, Time's Bitter Journey was not participating in this competition, as it would be unreasonable for Whale Leap to serve as both judge and contestant. As Ming immersed himself in trials, the activity on the Deep Blue platform reached new heights. Players flocked to the platform, eagerly trying out games. In the forums, discussions flourished as players recommended an array of titles. Wow! This final battle of Demon King and Hero actually features dynamic storytelling. Every dialogue choice influences the ultimate ending. How impressive! Mechanical Rise, temporary action offers the first 2 hours for free. The production quality feels almost on par with AAA titles. Sky Survivor is so engaging. The impact and progression system are phenomenal, simply addictive. Everyone must try Nebula Voyage, it's incredibly fun. Open universe exploration combined with real-time combat is a rarity among independent games. As players experienced these games, various discussion threads exploded across forums, live streams, and social media. Some well-crafted games immediately garnered significant attention and votes, while others faced scathing criticism within mere weeks. This trash game has such severe input lag, are they forcing me to uninstall? How can this reskin even have the audacity to compete? The modeling looks like it belongs to a 5-year-old web game. Who are they trying to fool with votes? The harsh realities of the market were ruthlessly laid bare before all developers. Meanwhile, members of the Embarks studio were anxiously glued to their computer screens, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Their game, Out of Control Accompaniment, the Orange Blossom Prelude, ranked a disheartening 266th out of 336 entries. How could this happen? Why are we placed so low? Sun Xianli buried his face in his hands, incredulity washing over him as he examined their game statistics. Trial downloads, 186. Average trial duration, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Rating, 2.75/5. Such low download numbers? Artist Gong Min gasped. Forget the downloads. The retention time is abysmal, averaging just 3 minutes and 42 seconds. No one is playing. Planner Wang Hao's face turned pale. What about the comments? Let us see what players are saying. They promptly opened the comments section, only to feel a wave of despair wash over them. I've never played a game that made me exit within a minute. Kudos to the developers. The visuals are decent, but the combat feels terrible, and the story is mediocre, just not suitable for casual players. I played for 3 minutes, and my only thought was, the producers have ideas, but you can't cram every idea into one game. If the mechanics were simplified, I believe your game has substantial room for improvement. A very rare rhythm game. I thought it was good, but the difficulty is too high. The entire studio fell into a profound silence. The blow was devastating. Was their failure to rally votes the issue? The platform had stated that soliciting votes was prohibited, and that players must actually download and experience the game before voting, which made it difficult for him to convince his father to play. I said before, we shouldn't complicate the game so much. At this moment, Ming had played several games and formed a clear judgment on the overall quality of this competition. Surprisingly, the competition was quite fierce. He cast a glance at the real-time voting leaderboard and observed that nearly all of the top 10 games were meticulously crafted works. After all, the rewards offered by Ming were quite substantial this time, which indeed attracted numerous high-caliber producers. However, Ming found no interest in these games. What he sought were not the titles that everyone lauded but rather those that had faced severe criticism. Only such games would align with his criteria for acquisition and investment. Chapter 78, listening to the melodies of the world. Ming's lips curled slightly as he deftly clicked the mouse, scrolling down to the very bottom of the rankings. Instantly, a plethora of abominable games unfolded before his eyes. The game at the bottom of the list, Goblin's Revenge. Synopsis: an open-world RPG where players assume the role of a goblin seeking vengeance in the human realm. Rating, 1-2. Comments: the protagonist can't even walk properly. How is vengeance possible? Is the production team intentionally trying to disgust players? Both the values and the game itself are utterly lacking. I can play a game, but at least let me see where the goblin is. The third from the bottom, Dusk Kill 2047. Synopsis: a cyberpunk stealth assassination game featuring a unique AI tactical system. Rating, 1-8. Comments: does the AI tactical system imply perpetual busyness? Can we prioritize optimization first? My 4060 graphics card rendered it like a PowerPoint presentation. The gaming experience is excruciating. Is the production team conducting a psychological torture experiment? Ming began to play through the games from the bottom up, his expression growing increasingly grim. High ratings on the Deep Blue platform do not necessarily equate to universally beloved games, but low ratings are surely justified. While games may be lacking, they should at least be playable. These subpar games fail to meet Ming's standards. It is evident that these games were crafted without genuine effort. When creating a game, attitude is paramount. Values are equally crucial. Just like old Joe. Although his games may not excel, his attitude is commendable. Moreover, his passion for gaming is sincere.
Talents like him are exceedingly rare. For several consecutive days,
Lu Ming found himself ensnared in the abyss of the bottom rankings, sampling a plethora of games daily from dawn to dusk, hardly touching fish. From the very last to the 20th from the bottom, his patience and mental fortitude were challenged repeatedly. This was a harsh selection process. He was not in pursuit of the worst game but rather those that, despite their flaws, had been crafted with earnestness.
Yet, reality continually disappointed him.
Many games were rife with bugs or poorly optimized, and some lacked even the fundamental aspects of gameplay, resembling half-baked products hastily cobbled together by amateur developers.
This was unacceptable. With unwavering determination, Lu Ming continued his quest for hidden treasures. Days later, his countenance grew darker,
and he began to question whether he should alter his approach to game testing. He sought works with potential that had been overlooked, not mere trifles. This was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Until the night of the fourth day, when Lu Ming stumbled upon out-of-control accompaniment, Kaiki Prelude.
A game currently ranked over 250, thus classified as extremely niche.
He scrutinized the game as synopsis, when music spirals out of control and melodies dominate.
Can you reclaim your true self? An immersive 2D adventure game where melodies intertwine with reality. A music-themed game?
Lu Ming paused. For this was the first time in days he had encountered something distinct.
The synopsis was intriguing, yet the comments section was brutally harsh. What was the narrative trying to convey?
It felt utterly disjointed. The art style was acceptable, yet the sense of impact in combat was abysmal, akin to striking cotton.
Attracted by the allure of the 2D aesthetic, I found myself overwhelmed by its shortcomings. What nonsense is this, forcibly integrating combat into a music game? Is the planning team at your studio lacking in insight? For those with less dexterity, it's utterly discouraging. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. These criticisms piqued his curiosity.
In his experience, some games were lambasted simply for their uniqueness, which ordinary players struggled to comprehend. Moreover, this was a rather rare music game.
Therefore, without hesitation, he clicked to download it. Downloading.
A few minutes later, Lu Ming clicked to start the game.
The launch interface was exceedingly simple,
featuring a title screen with a distinct hand-drawn style.
A girl clad in a black trench coat stood upon a stage, holding a worn violin. Against a backdrop of a blurred, dilapidated stage, illuminated by a faint blue-violet glow.
The background music began a familiar violin solo, imbued with a hint of cheerfulness.
Lu Ming nodded slightly. The game's atmosphere was compelling.
At least from the outset, the artistry was commendable, exuding a distinct 2D charm, despite the somewhat discordant music. A sorrowful tune would have been more fitting here. In the next moment, the stage shattered, and the scene shifted to the protagonist standing in a desolate city. The streets flickered with strange symbols on electronic screens, and intermittent melodies echoed through the air. In her hands, the protagonist now clutched a softly glowing violin. System prompt: your melodic perception has been activated, you can listen to the world's melodies.
Please search the environment for the correct melody and resonate with the world.
Lu Ming maneuvered the protagonist to explore the surroundings, soon discovering the game's first issue: the controls felt quite clunky.
With noticeable lag in character movement and insufficiently smooth camera transitions.
The light and shadow effects also seemed disjointed, with the character's shadow occasionally failing to keep pace with her actions.
It appeared that optimization was lacking.
However, Lu Ming did not exit immediately, he continued to play. A few minutes later, he encountered the game's core gameplay mechanic, melody resonance combat. The first enemy was a bizarre noise creature, formed from shattered notes and distorted staffs,
hovering in midair and emitting piercing static.
A prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen: the enemy has entered a melodic disturbance state.
Please use your melodic weapon to adjust resonance.
Lu Ming guided the character to raise her violin, and a rhythm track appeared in the center of the screen.
Reminiscent of a music game's judgment bar, with jumping notes flowing along it.
He attempted to press the attack key. The protagonist drew the bow across the strings,
sending a pale blue sound wave toward the enemy.
However, the damage was a pitiful 1 point, and the noise creature barely reacted.
Current melody out of sync, attack ineffective.
Please adjust the melodic rhythm. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. This game's combat mechanics were somewhat intriguing. He tried adjusting the timing of his attacks according to the background music's rhythm, discovering that when the attack melody synchronized with the background BGM, the effectiveness of the attack significantly increased, even triggering additional sound effects. After making adjustments, one attack landed, transforming the sound wave into a golden hue, resulting in a critical hit. Oh, this is quite interesting. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. While technical skills can be continuously honed, ideas and creativity are much harder to cultivate.
This game merits attention.
After playing for a while longer, Lu Ming identified another issue: the combat rhythm was exceedingly unstable.
With the changes in BGM,
the timing for the character's attacks seemed to fluctuate, leading to occasional instances where attacks, despite being well-timed, were deemed out of sync, drastically reducing damage output. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, attempting to adapt to this mechanism, but the more he played, the more disconcerted he felt.
Moreover, the enemy's attack patterns were perplexing.
The noise creature would periodically emit jarring interference sounds, causing the rhythm track on the screen to distort, which severely disrupted player control. Even more outrageous was the sudden shift in BGM during combat, completely throwing off the established attack rhythm, compelling players to instantly adjust their strategies, or risk zero output.
Is this a music game, or am I being played by a music game?
Lu Ming lamented in disbelief. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to complete the introductory battle. Upon achieving victory, the system displayed a notification: "Congratulations on completing the resonance of melody, your melodic perception has elevated to level 2, unlocking a new weapon, the saxophone." Just as I had finally acclimatized to the rhythm of the violin, yet another weapon has become available.
Chapter 79, The sound of money spent is unmistakably different. After indulging in this game, learning the 5-line staff should become considerably easier, right?
Lu Ming stared at the prompts on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. The integration of rhythm games with a combat system is undoubtedly a creative endeavor, yet the mechanics of this game are utterly absurd.
To begin with, the disjointed pace of combat is enough to drive one to despair. Just as he was getting accustomed to the rhythm of the violin, suddenly a saxophone appears? This is akin to playing an FPS game where one has just adapted to the feel of a sniper rifle, only for the system to forcibly switch them to a shotgun, with no transitional period whatsoever. Moreover, the attack mechanics for each instrument vary drastically. The saxophone's attack mode relies on sound waves, requiring players to input musical notes in succession to accumulate energy for a powerful area damage release. However, if the rhythm falters, the attack is rendered futile, not even amounting to a mere scratch. The difficulty is undeniably escalating. Lu Ming rubbed his temples and pressed on with the game. Yet, as he delved deeper, he encountered an increasing array of issues. Shortly after finishing a battle, his character found itself in a dimly lit street, with the system prompting, "Current area's melody is disrupted, melody weapons cannot be utilized. Please restore melodic stability through environmental resonance." In simpler terms, players must locate the correct melodic points within the environment to restore the background music to its normal state before they can continue using their weapons in combat. Lu Ming attempted to explore, discovering that these melodic points are fragments of notes hidden in the environment, which players must approach to automatically synthesize the correct melody. This was preposterous. It's akin to playing a game where, during a battle, the system suddenly announces, "Sorry, the current area's spiritual energy is depleted. Please find a few spirit stones nearby to replenish your energy before continuing to fight." This game is exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, if Lu Ming did not possess sufficient comprehension skills, he would have been utterly lost. Suddenly, Lu Ming understood why this game had garnered such dismal reviews. It is playable, yet extremely discouraging. The controls are rigid. The combat mechanics are disjointed, the rhythmic synchronization judgments are baffling, and the exploration system is utterly exasperating. If he were not on a mission to play this game, a casual player would have long since smashed their keyboard. However, amidst this chaos, Lu Ming also sensed a glimmer of potential. With some optimization, this could undoubtedly become a game worthy of heated discussion. Although its combat system is chaotic, the concept is refreshingly novel. While the musical elements are forcibly integrated into combat, the gameplay diverges entirely from conventional rhythm games, and although the exploration mechanism is torturous, it undeniably enhances immersion. This is intriguing. A relatively niche game with its own allure, one that invites criticism. This is precisely what he needs. Lu Ming stroked his chin, his mind already contemplating how to elevate this game.
Perhaps, with just a few adjustments, it could emerge as a game that, once released,
would attract players yet be met with harsh criticism. This is his ideal type. Furthermore, Ming checked the game's detailed data through the backend and obscure studio? A small development team of 3? This is nothing short of unrefined raw material. With this thought, Ming promptly jotted down the game's details in his notebook. Finally, he has found a game that meets his requirements. Though it took several days of effort, it was worth it. Days later, at the war-torn studio in Xiantang, the atmosphere was one of frenzied activity. Since Zhou gained a wealth of inspiration from the promotional video, the studio's dozens of employees had scarcely paused for breath. Yet this time, everyone worked without complaint. For they knew the company had not only been acquired for 7 million but had also secured an additional 60 million in investment. This time, with equipment upgrades and salary increases, the entire company underwent a remarkable transformation. The storyline for Time's Bitter Journey remained under Zhou's purview. While finalizing the plot, the studio's historical research was concurrently proceeding at a rapid pace. Through Zhou's connections, he gathered several students researching World War I history, forming a temporary advisory team. This group not only provided a wealth of tactical information but also curated some of the most representative battles of the Great War for the team's reference. Standing in the center of the conference room, Zhou gazed at the densely packed development plans on the whiteboard, a surge of unparalleled excitement swelling within him. This time, it truly felt different. In the past, the war-torn studio operated under exceedingly rudimentary conditions, constrained by a limited budget where everyone had to juggle multiple roles, even opting for the cheapest outsourced artistic resources. Yet this time, with ample funding and an expanding team, everyone could finally unleash their creativity and produce the work they genuinely desired. As various departments reported their progress, Zhou, brimming with enthusiasm, listened intently. The art director nodded and proceeded to display a series of concept art: ravaged battlefields shrouded in ominous clouds, shattered trenches with broken rifles buried in the mud, and the remnants of artillery fire lingering in the air. Casting a glance at Zhou, the art director spoke slowly, "Mr. Zhou, we have intentionally incorporated the concept of time loops into the environmental design. For instance, when players first arrive at a trench, it appears intact. Upon their second visit, it has been devastated by bombardment, and by the third visit, it may have transformed into a desolate no-man's land." Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Yes. The changes in detail must be sufficiently rich, allowing players to genuinely perceive the passage of time. After all, this budget amounts to 60 million, marking a lavish endeavor. Zhou allocated funds judiciously, with sound design being a focal point. After all, in a war game, sound effects are paramount. He directly approached a specialized sound design team, enlisting a group of professionals to record various firearm sounds at a shooting range. "We do not wish to rely on stock sound effects, that would be too artificial. Thus, we sourced authentic vintage rifles, such as the Mauser 98K and Maxim, recording their sounds in different environments. In the battlefield, gunfire does not resonate as crisply as depicted in films. Instead, it carries a heavy echo and explosive sensation. Furthermore, they recorded the sound of bullets slicing through the air, capturing the genuine terror evoked by the whoosh of a bullet passing by one's ear. This is the true sound of war. In addition to the sound effects, players will not be greeted with rousing background music. Instead, they will hear the muffled thunder of distant artillery fire, the agonized groans of wounded soldiers, the rhythmic patter of cold raindrops on battered helmets, and even the hushed whispers of soldiers recalling their hometowns in the trenches during the dead of night. All of this encapsulates the authentic essence of war. With the enhancement of both art and sound design, the overall immersion of the game significantly increased. Zhou closed his eyes, listening to the test version of the sound effects through his headphones, unable to suppress a nod. The sound of money well spent is truly incomparable. This game promises to deliver an unparalleled immersive experience. On September 16th, after more than a month of relentless refinement, the demo version of Time's Bitter Journey was finally unveiled. Chapter 80, perfectly meeting expectations. In September, the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai enjoys mild weather. Zhou sits aboard the high-speed train, watching the swiftly retreating landscapes outside, his heart brimming with excitement surpassing any previous business trip. This time, he carries not merely a game,
but a brand new war game meticulously crafted by his team at War in Flames, utilizing a staggering budget of 60 million.
Tirelessly honed day and night.
Of course, the funds have not been fully expended, and the game is only halfway completed, currently existing as a mere demo version.
Nonetheless, it suffices.
General Liu insisted that once the demo was ready, he must play it first before any further development could proceed.
Thus, Joe personally undertook this trip to deliver the demo of Temporal Odyssey directly to Lu Ming.
As for why he didn't simply send it packaged, but instead chose to travel, Joe, as a seasoned professional, held his own views.
Firstly, the company was not lacking in travel funds, and secondly, he was determined to seize the opportunity to meet his superior face to face.
Although the company was geographically distant, the relationship with the boss must remain close.
Before long,
in the office, Lu Ming sat before his computer, Joe gazing at him with eager anticipation, akin to a father watching his daughter approach the altar.
"What's wrong?
You seem rather nervous." Lu Ming glanced at him.
"Well, a little, General Liu.
This game cost tens of millions to develop.
It's no big deal.
If you perform well this time, I'll double my investment next time." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, donning his headphones and pressing the start button.
Loading.
In the void of the black screen, a slow drumbeat began to resonate, deep and prolonged, reminiscent of an impending nightmare. The dim visuals revealed rain cascading through dilapidated trenches, with remnants of artillery scattered across the muddy terrain.
Occasionally, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, instantly immersing the viewer in the battlefield. 1916. The Battle of Verdun appeared in stark white lettering against the backdrop, the somber atmosphere thickening with the rhythm of the drums. Gradually,
the screen faded to reveal a first-person perspective of the protagonist, surrounded by comrades clad in gray-green uniforms, their faces smeared with mud, eyes betraying exhaustion and tension. Lu Ming moved the mouse, causing the view to sway slightly, and he blinked, astonished by the remarkable sense of immersion. As though he were genuinely on the World War I battlefield. Just as Lu Ming intended to test the controls, a message popped up on the screen: "New recruit training in progress, please listen to the instructor's briefing."
Lu Ming furrowed his brow. "What is this?" Joe cleared his throat, his gaze evasive.
General Liu, the prologue might be a bit lengthy,
but it will be over shortly."
As he spoke, a stern officer, adorned with a military cap, appeared on screen, beginning to recount the history of the First World War.
"New recruits, pay attention."
The officer bellowed, "You are being dispatched to the front lines of Verdun, facing a brutal war of attrition. This is not merely a test of survival but a trial of your willpower."
The officer's mouth moved, articulating professional military terminology,
with subtitles appearing at the bottom of the screen. Lu Ming contemplated skipping the dialogue but soon realized it was unskippable. He must endure the briefing.
He turned to Joe. "Is this really necessary?" "Just a moment longer." Joe chuckled awkwardly. "This narrative is essential. Without it, how can players fully immerse themselves in the game?" Lu Ming nodded subtly. Indeed, it was a familiar approach.
Such expenditures were undoubtedly justified.
After a minute, the narrative finally concluded, and the visuals transitioned, ushering in the formal training segment. New recruit training, Stage 1, learning basic movements. Lu Ming eagerly pressed the W key, prompting his character to advance. However, he immediately sensed something amiss. The character's movement resembled that of trudging through a quagmire, each step laboriously heavy. Attempting to run.
He was met with another message: "You are marching, unauthorized running is prohibited."
Lu Ming exclaimed, "What? Immersion." Joe was prepared.
"We simulated the experience of soldiers in heavy gear to prevent players from running amok in formation."
At last, after an excruciatingly slow trek, they arrived at a training ground.
A soldier handed him a Mauser rifle.
"New recruit, pick up your weapon," the officer commanded. "Today, you will learn how to kill the enemy with it." New recruit training.
Stage 2, familiarizing with weapons. Lu Ming controlled his character to grasp the rifle, scrutinizing it closely. The barrel was riddled with scratches, and the wooden stock bore old bloodstains, as if it had witnessed countless battles. He looked ahead and noticed several wooden targets set up in the shooting range.
"Take aim and fire,"
the officer continued to instruct. Lu Ming promptly right-clicked to aim, aligning his sights on the target, and pressed the left button.
Bang! The rifle's report was deafening, reverberating with a dull echo, indeed. The sound effects were impressively crafted. However, the bullet went wide. Frowning slightly, he adjusted his aim for a second shot. Bang! Still off target. What the hell? He widened his eyes. Is my mouse malfunctioning? Boss, Joe scratched his head awkwardly. We implemented realistic recoil simulation, so beginners might have a slightly lower accuracy with this weapon. Excellent, you've not disappointed. Ming smiled. Joe was truly reliable, the investment was indeed well placed. Taking a deep breath, Ming prepared for a third shot, meticulously steadying the aim. This time, he finally stabilized the rifle and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the target. Before he could exhale in relief, the officer suddenly roared, "New recruit! Your accuracy rate is atrocious. Are you wasting ammunition?" Ming. Just as he was about to retort, the officer coldly commanded, "Continue training." With gritted teeth, Ming persisted, firing 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. At last, the target practice concluded, and a notification sounded, "Training complete, proceed to the trenches." Ming promptly maneuvered his character to follow the main group into the trenches. The soldiers beside him bore solemn expressions. The air thick with the scent of earth and gunpowder, while distant artillery continued to rumble. "Prepare for the assault." The officer commanded, and all soldiers raised their weapons. Climbing out of the trenches, ready to charge towards the enemy lines. Ming kept pace closely. At that moment, a squad of enemy soldiers suddenly charged forth. He immediately raised his rifle, aimed, and fired. Bang! Bang! Without question, he missed, and the next second, an enemy bullet struck his head. "You have been killed, Ming? Is this how I die?" The screen swiftly darkened, followed by a new prompt, "Rewinding time." The visuals reignited, and Ming discovered that he was back in the training ground. The officer's voice echoed in his ears. "You are being dispatched to the front lines of Verdun, facing Ming?" He spun around to Joe. "Why am I back here?" Joe scratched his head. Time loops, you return to the beginning with each death." "General Liu. This is our core gameplay mechanic. Does that mean I have to undergo training again?" General Liu, you died too early. So you might need to repeat it. I didn't anticipate the sniper would hit your head. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have died so quickly." Joe felt somewhat embarrassed. During their internal testing, no one had perished at this location before. General Liu had met his demise far too soon. And what of the enemy? They would surely remember you. The sniper who had just taken your life might be even quicker to target you next time. Ming. He finally realized that this game was even more treacherous than he had anticipated. Chapter 81, You have become the Empire's sharp blade. The screen flickered as the hints from the time rewind gradually faded, illuminating the scene once more. The officer's voice resonated powerfully, reminiscent of an unyielding recording machine. Ming inhaled deeply and glanced at Joe beside him. The latter's face was etched with embarrassment, his hands awkwardly fidgeting, unsure of where to place them. Mr. Liu, we could actually skip this briefing." Joe stammered. "Oh? How does one skip?" Ming arched an eyebrow. You need to survive at least until the second phase to do so. Is old Joe subtly implying that I am too inept? Am I destined to endure this once more? Joe scratched his head. Theoretically, yes. Excellent. Old Joe, splendid work. You truly deserve a position as one of my trusted aides. Soon, with the training process completed once again, Ming finally returned to the trenches. "Prepare for the assault," commanded the officer, and all soldiers swiftly climbed the trenches, charging towards the enemy's position. Ming took a deep breath, having learned from past mistakes. This time, he refrained from hastily raising his weapon. Instead, he immediately surveyed his surroundings, particularly the potential hiding spots of the sniper that had previously eliminated him in an instant. He scrutinized his environment, but found nothing. Indeed, real warfare diverges significantly from ordinary shooting games. Enemies do not foolishly await his aim. There are no glaring red health bars, no name tags, and certainly, they do not stand outside cover waiting to be shot at. This is the true battlefield. However, A genuine battlefield also means real danger. He cautiously advanced, striving to remain concealed, even managing to sneak in a few silent kills. But he still could not last more than 3 minutes. Bang! You have been killed. Rewinding time. The screen blacked out for the third time. Lu Ming. Beside him, Joe. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. Lu Ming slowly removed his headphones and turned to Joe. A peculiar smile gracing his face. Old Joe, didn't you mention previously that this game offered an excellent experience during the internal playtests amidst the chaos of war? Joe offered a forced laugh. Yes. Were you not playing the same version as I? It's the same. Lu Ming fixed him with a penetrating gaze for a few seconds before breaking into laughter. Well, that's good to know. The scene before Lu Ming lit up again. And he found himself back in the training ground. He stared ahead, speechless, as a group of soldiers in uniform lined up. While the instructor he had grown weary of listening to fixed him with a lifeless stare. New recruit. The instructor approached, his tone already impatient. Which unit are you from? Never mind, no need to answer. The instructor glanced at him, sighed, his voice dripping with disdain. Do I need you to serve as live target practice for the enemy? Lu Ming? Is the content of this briefing slightly different? We don't require someone like you who wastes ammunition, the instructor coldly stated, pointing a finger. Hand over your weapon. Lu Ming? Do you not comprehend? Your weapon is of greater value than you, give it to someone more in need. The instructor mercilessly retorted, from this moment, do not use a gun. A soldier stepped forward and snatched away Lu Ming's rifle. Lu Ming stared blankly at his empty hands. You truly have a knack for managing things. Don't you? Is this how you utilize the historical data collected by the team? Since your marksmanship is lacking, you will serve the Empire in other ways. The instructor coolly remarked, drawing a rusted bayonet from his waist and tossing it in front of Lu Ming. You have obtained equipment, old-fashioned bayonet, new recruit. You are assigned to the assault squad. From now on, your task is to follow the charge unit closely. When they fall, you will take their place. You have become the Empire's sharp blade. Within the trenches, Lu Ming's emotions were tumultuous. The surrounding soldiers gripped their weapons, expressions solemn, awaiting the sound of the charge. He glanced down at the worn bayonet in his hand, feeling more like a chef wielding a rolling pin than a soldier. What assault squad? An Imperial sharp blade? This is merely a cannon fodder suicide squad. Old Joe. He took a deep breath, slowly turning to the increasingly uncomfortable Joe beside him. Is it possible that I'm playing a counterfeit version of this game? Joe forced a chuckle. Mr. Lu. This is precisely the authentic battlefield atmosphere we aimed to create. Deep down, Joe felt frustrated. Mr. Lu had inadvertently triggered a hidden plot. Among so many playtesters, only Mr. Lu had uncovered this hidden storyline. Lu Ming rolled his eyes but felt an immense satisfaction within. Good, very good. If this game were merely an ordinary shooting game, I might have truly worried about the financial losses. But now. He gazed at the bayonet in his hand. Exhilaration coursing through him. This game is magnificent. Charge! At the officer's furious shout, shells whistled past, earth and flesh scattering as soldiers roared from the trenches. Lu Ming followed closely, for he no longer had a firearm, he could not hide behind cover like others, and thus, he pressed forward with the main force. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with soldiers' cries, the cacophony of explosions, and the whistling of machine gun fire tearing through the air. Boom! A shell landed ahead, blasting a soldier into the air. Goodness! Lu Ming gasped, this surely cannot pass inspection. Do not stop. The officer bellowed, push forward. Charge? What nonsense! Lu Ming maneuvered his character into a slide, quickly diving into a shell crater, attempting to huddle in the safest corner. In the next moment, a soldier seized him by the collar, yanking him up. New recruit. The Empire does not require cowards. Lu Ming. Charge. Use your bayonet to pierce the enemy's heart. I do not want to see you hiding here. The soldier kicked Lu Ming out of the crater. And he stumbled to regain his footing, grasping the old bayonet, gazing at the throngs of enemies ahead, his heart racing like 1,000 wild stallions, dust swirling, cries echoing. What is this? A shooting game or a mowing game? If only I had an automatic rifle. Aha!
The soldiers roared as they surged towards the enemy's position, and Lu Ming could only grit his teeth, clutching the bayonet and charging forward.
Soon, he spotted an enemy soldier. The adversary saw him too.
Their eyes locked, and the air thickened with tension.
What to do? The enemy soldier hesitated,
then swiftly raised his gun. Lu Ming reacted instinctively, lunging forward, desperately swinging the bayonet.
Thud!
A spray of blood erupted as the enemy soldier screamed.
Struck in the abdomen by Lu Ming's bayonet.
Lu Ming paused, astonished that he could actually stab someone. Just as he prepared to engage further, bang!
In the next instant, he was struck by a bullet. You have been killed, rewinding time.
The screen darkened once more. Lu Ming slowly removed his headphones,
a peculiar smile adorning his face. Old Joe. Joe awkwardly cleared his throat. This time, my time of demise has perhaps extended a bit longer than the last?
Lu Ming spoke in a gentle tone.
Indeed. Yet, I still met my end. This game is fundamentally designed this way.
Joe intended to continue his explanation, but Lu Ming nodded, gradually rising to his feet,
and patted Joe on the shoulder. Well done, splendid work. Chapter 82, The Thrill Intensifies. Joe was startled by Lu Ming's sudden remark. Fearing that Lu Ming was mocking him. Boss, please calm down. We have only just begun the trial. Would you like to explore the storyline further?
The current trial version primarily focuses on the battlefield of World War I. We have many more exhilarating contents ahead.
Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? Pray tell. Well,
what you are currently experiencing is primarily the World War I segment, themed around trenches and gas warfare. Joe struggled to articulate. In essence, it's trench warfare, close combat.
And, well, gas attacks. Oh.
Lu Ming regarded him with a knowing gaze.
What does gas warfare entail?
Essentially, during an assault, you might suddenly see an enemy hurling a gas canister your way, and, Joe hesitated, if you fail to don your gas mask in time, you would, experience a rather grim demise.
And what about the World War II segment? Lu Ming continued to inquire.
Joe's eyes lit up as he eagerly responded. The primary gameplay of World War II revolves around blitzkrieg and landings, emphasizing large-scale tactical operations. You can experience the rapid advances of the blitzkrieg or participate in the Normandy landings, charging onto the beachhead.
Lu Ming encouraged him to proceed.
Then there's the Cold War segment, which is currently in development and is shrouded in espionage. As Joe spoke, his confidence began to resurface.
This portion emphasizes spy warfare,
infiltration missions, psychological games, and so forth. It places a greater emphasis on intelligence gathering and tactical layout rather than mere battlefield slaughter.
Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Espionage, psychological games, intelligence gathering, doesn't that sound akin to a puzzle game?
Players are drawn to exhilarating gunfights, yet it seems you have crafted something increasingly captivating.
So, to summarize,
Lu Ming stroked his chin. The World War I segment has me eating dirt in the trenches, served by gas or bayonets. The World War II segment turns me into a target on the Normandy beach, enduring the baptism of machine gun fire, and the Cold War segment casts me as a spy,
experiencing betrayals from all sides? Theoretically, yes, Joe replied awkwardly, smiling. Excellent, quite the ordeal. You've grasped the essence of a Souls-like game. The hallmark of such games is their high difficulty and the extent of suffering. However, Mr. Lu, despite the challenging gameplay, the freedom is substantial. You can fully exercise your tactical acumen and choose the survival method that suits you best. Lu Ming regarded him thoughtfully, nodding slowly. Joe had just experienced this himself.
Whether wielding a knife or a gun, the outcomes were nearly identical.
You mentioned the gameplay in these segments is largely similar? Yes. The settings are quite alike. Merely with a change in battlefield backdrop, Joe assured confidently. Lu Ming nodded.
If they are indeed similar, then I need not follow the subsequent storyline in the trial, as I tend to get dizzy in 3D.
Another round, and I suspect I wouldn't last more than 3 minutes. Joe felt anxious, sensing that Mr. Lu seemed unenthusiastic about the upcoming content. Had he known, he would have further optimized the trial version. In fact, they had meticulously designed a rank system. As players performed on the battlefield, they could ascend from an ordinary soldier to higher ranks, ultimately commanding entire battles. However, due to it being a trial version, the rank system could not be fully implemented. Reflecting on this, Joe felt that adding it might not significantly change things, given Mr. Lu's earlier demeanor regarding promotions. Ming sat back in his chair, narrowing his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if contemplating or perhaps already arriving at the desired conclusion. He lifted his head, a glimmer of profound understanding in his gaze, and slowly spoke, "Actually, I find this game quite commendable." Joe's pupils dilated, his breath momentarily halted. The boss approved? Ah. Yes, quite commendable, Ming affirmed with a nod. The difficulty is sufficient, the experience profound, and it elicits a rather intense emotional response from the players. Joe's heart raced. Mr. Lu was not one to casually praise games, he was notoriously discerning. Previously, he could always pinpoint numerous issues in any project, yet this time he deemed it commendable? What could this signify? It implied that the game indeed possessed unique value. It meant that Joe's development direction was correct. Joe could not help but hold his breath, his eyes fixed intently on Ming, fearful of missing any detail. I just experienced the trench warfare, and indeed, it feels remarkably authentic, with diverse methods of demise and a palpable sense of oppression. Ming paused, seemingly savoring the experience, then nodded slowly. Your design direction is quite intriguing. Joe's eyes brightened. Mr. Lu, are you suggesting? When players charge forward, they essentially have no escape. Ming stated matter-of-factly. With machine guns in front and the execution squad behind. Joe swallowed hard. It indeed posed some difficulty. Weren't you just saying that World War II features the Normandy landings? Yes. Joe nodded vigorously. This level aims to recreate the epic battle's brutality, where players will engage in fierce exchanges with the enemy on the beachhead. We have implemented ultra-high-precision ballistic simulations, and... Stop. Ming interrupted him. With such mechanics, the beachhead's firepower coverage would likely turn players into Swiss cheese, regardless of their actions. As long as you have considered this difficulty, it suffices. Joe's heart raced, his excitement palpable on his face. Mr. Lu approved once again. Mr. Lu, do you think there are areas for improvement? Joe couldn't help but ask, anxious not to miss any crucial suggestions. Ming smiled slightly, his gaze imbued with meaning, and slowly spoke, I have a question. Joe nodded eagerly. Please, go ahead. This time rewind mechanism, how many times can it be reversed? Joe paused, then scratched his head. Pondering for a moment before responding, yes, we have set a limit on the number of rewinds to prevent players from respawning infinitely, which could make completing levels excessively challenging. And how many rewinds are permitted? Initially, it was 5 times, but later we adjusted it to 10 considering the game's difficulty. Ming raised an eyebrow. A faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. Is that all? Mr. Lu, that number is actually quite generous. Joe explained. Typically, Souls-like games impose severe penalties for death, we are already quite lenient. 10 rewinds should be ample for players to explore their tactics. But what if they die all 10 times? Then they would have to restart from the narrative checkpoint. Joe replied cautiously. This ensures the game's challenge while preventing players from falling into meaningless cycles of death. Ming leaned back against his chair, lightly tapping the table, deep in thought. This setting is unreasonable. Joe's heart sank, fearing Ming might overturn their core mechanism. He hurriedly asked, what is unreasonable? Since the core gameplay revolves around time rewinds, with each restart altering the battlefield situation and allowing NPCs to remember the player's actions. Ming elaborated slowly. Then why impose a limit on the number of rewinds? Chapter 83, a special invitation. Why impose a limit on the number of retries? As Zhou Shun listened to Ming's query, he pondered thoughtfully.
Clearly, there must be a restriction. Under such a mechanism, each time a player faces death, the NPCs who have experienced the event would gain additional memories.
Consequently, as the NPCs accumulate more experiential knowledge, wouldn't players merely become tools to enhance the NPC's experience? How could players continue to engage later on? The enemies would transform into formidable bosses, rendering success nearly impossible.
According to your design logic, the more frequently players die,
the more absurdly the battlefield dynamics should shift.
Lu Ming's gaze was profound. It was not simply a matter of granting 10 opportunities for retries, akin to using up examination scratch paper issued by schools. Zhou Shan listened intently, his mouth slightly agape, absorbing Lu Ming's suggestions.
Infinite retries would indeed be far more reasonable.
Lu Ming stated matter-of-factly that his perspective was quite straightforward. After his own demise, the opposing sniper would be able to predict his position. If he were to perish a few more times in front of the adversary, the sniper would evolve into a god of sniping.
The absence of limitations on retries would evidently escalate the game's difficulty for players.
Encountering such a game mechanic would likely drive less skilled players to madness,
as they constitute the majority. Zhou Shan was left bewildered by Lu Ming's insights. Infinite retries? Allowing NPCs to continuously amass experience? Wasn't this akin to providing NPCs with a cheat for deep learning? He struggled to articulate a rebuttal. Mr. Lu, wouldn't this be excessively challenging? If players die too often, resulting in increasingly powerful NPCs, wouldn't it become impossible to progress later on? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, and so? Zhou Shan was momentarily taken aback.
Thus, we must limit the number of retries, otherwise, players will only face bosses later on, making the game unplayable. Lu Ming chuckled softly, his tone calm yet imbued with an unsettling undertone, who decreed that players must always prevail. Zhou Shan stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss.
Lu Ming slowly rose. Do you not grasp the essence of this game?
It is not about empowering players. It is merely about allowing them to experience the sensation of warfare. Zhou Shan felt his mind buzzing. Lu Ming continued, your current configuration, permitting 10 retries, effectively grants players 10 chances to start anew.
What if, after those 10 attempts, they still cannot succeed? Zhou Shan instinctively responded.
Then they would simply have to restart the save.
Restart? Lu Ming laughed. Do you truly believe that players who have died 10 times and still cannot succeed would willingly start over? Do you think everyone possesses a masochistic disposition?
They most certainly would not. They would perceive the game as excessively torturous and abandon it for another. Zhou Shan swallowed hard, having indeed contemplated this issue.
While Souls-like games are challenging, they typically allow players to strengthen their skills rather than ensnare them in an endless cycle of suffering. Yet, it seemed that Mr.
Lu was entirely unconcerned about whether players would be driven to the brink of despair.
Was this the hallmark of the Souls-like games under Mr. Lu's direction?
After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Shan's brow gradually unfurled.
Indeed, Mr. Lu was correct.
The core of Souls-like games is not merely the challenge but rather enabling players to discover pathways to survival through continuous trial and error, immersing them in that world. If the limitation on retries were merely superficial, forcing players to restart after exhausting their chances, the essence of the game would devolve into mere mechanics, stripping away the initial immersive experience and potentially causing a significant player exodus.
Zhou Shan's expression shifted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Lu, you make a compelling argument. I will rectify this issue immediately.
Lu Ming cast a brief glance at him, a slight smile gracing his lips.
This game still exhibits too much leniency.
It must become more hardcore, more immersive, and more likely to provoke a mental breakdown.
Your design direction is correct. But it must be executed with greater severity.
Furthermore, ensure that the entire development timeline is adhered to, if manpower is insufficient.
I will have Qi Liang and the others assist you.
Zhou Shan nodded vigorously, his mind racing with possibilities for new mechanisms.
Lu Ming, satisfied, stretched leisurely. Well then. My playtest concludes here. Make sure to revise thoroughly upon your return.
Zhou Shan, flushed with excitement, nodded fervently. Understood.
Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will implement the changes effectively.
Unable to remain seated any longer, Zhou Shan clenched his fists, brimming with determination as he dashed out of the office.
Once Zhou Shan had departed,
Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, exhaling softly.
Excellent, very good. I hope that once you finish your revisions, the players' criticisms will echo louder than those encountered during the early stages of life-draining cultivation.
As time swiftly advanced toward the end of September, the independent game competition hosted by the Deep Blue gaming platform had entered its final stage. As the event coordinator, Chen Hao had begun organizing the final judging panel. This time, the panel included several renowned game producers and influential streamers from the industry. Chen Hao perused the list, turning to Zhao Qiliang beside him. By the way,
Brother Liang, you're also on the list. Zhao Qiliang raised an eyebrow. Me? To judge games?
Of course. You are one of the producers of life-draining cultivation, and your reputation in the industry is quite high, Chen Hao smiled.
Moreover, you must be curious to see what games emerge this time. Zhao Qiliang smiled faintly, not denying it. Meanwhile,
Lin Xiaoxiao was busy preparing for the final award ceremony and prize distribution.
Sister Lin, please review this list of award recipients.
A crisp voice rang out in the conference room. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up to see her assistant, Zhou Tong, standing before her desk.
Zhou Tong, a bright-eyed girl wearing thin-framed glasses, had recently joined the Deep Blue platform as an intern. Given the overwhelming workload, under Lu Ming's directive,
Lin Xiaoxiao had also enlisted the help of an assistant. Initially, she found it somewhat disconcerting, having only recently completed her own internship, and considering the vast number of employees. It felt surreal that Lu Ming had not yet assigned an assistant to himself while she was already utilizing one.
However,
after Zhou Tong had settled in for a few days, Lin Xiaoxiao realized how delightful it was to have an assistant. Zhou Tong held a stack of documents, her expression a blend of seriousness and nervousness.
Let me take a look.
Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the list, quickly scanning it and nodding in approval once she confirmed its accuracy.
Well done, the list is organized clearly.
However, for the invitations, there are several studios that need to be added.
Which ones?
Zhou Tong immediately pulled out her notebook.
Ready to take notes.
Lin Xiaoxiao lightly tapped the table, her gaze thoughtful. First, there are a few independent game teams we discussed earlier, and additionally,
Mr. Lu specifically requested one thing. What is it?
Zhou Tong asked, momentarily puzzled. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, send an invitation to the Darkbox studio as well.
Zhou Tong blinked in surprise, clearly unfamiliar with that name. Isn't that studio not among the top ranks in the Deep Blue voting list? Chapter 84, The Leap of the Whale, what are they after?
Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her, her tone indifferent. Indeed, they are not among the top-ranking teams. In fact,
their position is quite low.
Furthermore, their invitation arrived a day earlier.
Zhou Tong blinked. Huh? Why invite them then? I'm not certain.
Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged and resumed signing documents, but since General Lu has decided to send it, let it be. I have never been able to fathom General Lu's reasoning.
You will get used to it eventually.
Pausing for a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Zhou Tong and added, you will soon discover that when General Lu makes decisions,
he does not always explain his reasoning, yet every choice, invariably has a backup plan. Understood. Zhou Tong nodded vigorously, diligently jotting down notes.
Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled slightly. Despite her complaints about the assistant arriving too early, the girl was indeed quite reliable, efficient in her tasks, and maintained a proper attitude. Even when a bit anxious at times, she could swiftly correct herself after a few pointers. As the end of September approached, a hint of autumn chill filled the air of the bustling metropolis, yet the office of Whale Leap Gaming Company buzzed with fervor. The team of the Deep Blue gaming platform was engrossed in preparations for the upcoming award ceremony, with the conference room cluttered with documents and coffee cups, employees rushing about,
clearly busy with various arrangements. Meanwhile, the judging panel on Chen Hao's side was gradually finalizing their selections. 3 anchors had been confirmed.
He muttered to himself as he cross-checked documents, Old Pai from the gaming sector, Chu Feng from North Mountain, and a female anchor, Wan Lai Feng, who specialized in narrative games.
Zhao Qiliang, seated nearby, sipped his coffee.
He was familiar with both Old Pai and Chu Feng, the latter being a former collaborator with Whale Leap, making them old acquaintances.
However, this Wan Lai Feng. Zhao Qiliang raised an eyebrow. Can you really invite Wan Lai Feng? Doesn't she rarely attend offline events? What do you mean she doesn't participate?
General Lu offered a handsome sum this time. Her fee was the highest among these anchors. TSK Zhao Qiliang fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Well, she certainly must come. With anchors, professional developers, and renowned predecessors in the gaming field, the lineup of this judging panel is undeniably top-notch. At that moment, 3 individuals at the desk of the Dark Box studio were gathered around an email. Their expressions varied. Am I seeing this correctly? An official invitation from the Deep Blue gaming platform? The trio exchanged glances, a few seconds of silence followed, then erupted into a cacophony of confusion. Aren't we over 200 people? I asked others in the industry, and it seems only teams in the top 100 get such opportunities. Gong Min looked at the others, bewildered, and besides, the timing is off. Why are we arriving a day early? This is illogical. Sun Qianli, with his hair tousled, appeared as if he had just emerged from the depths of debugging hell. Don't look at me, I don't know any judges. After saying that, he suddenly grew vigilant. Is this a feast of the Hongmen? Arriving a day early, are they planning to give us special guidance? Then steal our ideas? All right. Enough of that. Stop watching those domestic creative dramas. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, lightly tapping the invitation letter. Think about it, if it were a malicious prank. Who would go to such lengths to send a formal letter? This invitation even includes a project number and an official seal. So, do we actually go? After a few seconds of silence, Wang Hao cleared his throat and stated, regardless of why we were chosen, the platform has sent a formal invitation. And they are covering meals and accommodation. Even if this is a Hongmen banquet, it is still a VIP reception. Whale Leap, after all, is a large company. They wouldn't resort to any shady tactics. Most importantly, we have nothing to lose. Upon hearing Wang Hao's analysis, the 3 exchanged looks, a subtle consensus flickering in their minds. Almost in unison, they declared, let us go. In Xintang, within the office of the Warfire Company, Joey Joe sat at his computer, the screen displaying the interface of the Game Time's bitter journey, with stacks of game plots and repair records beside him. A cup of last night's green tea sat beside him, the tea bag thoroughly steeped. Joey Joe frowned, engrossed in resolving game issues when his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? Joe, it's me, Joe Tong. Joe Tong sounded slightly exhilarated. General Lu has requested you to come to the metropolis in the next couple of days. We've arranged your flight and accommodation, so please pack up and head out. Joey Joe instinctively paused. Me? Go to the metropolis? I am not on the judging panel, am I? My reputation isn't sufficient for that. Not a judge. Joe Tong hesitated momentarily, then smiled, but General Lu mentioned you have an important task. I'm not clear on the specifics, he didn't elaborate. Joey Joe wore a puzzled expression. The development of Time's bitter journey was already tight, and now he was being summoned to the metropolis. What could be so urgent? All right then. After hanging up, Joey Joe leaned back in his chair, a look of uncertainty reflected on his face, akin to a student caught unprepared for a question. Time ticked away. The award ceremony of the Deep Blue gaming platform was drawing near, arriving at the day before the event. The sun shone brightly outside the venue, as staff continued adjusting lights and setting up the stage. At this moment, a luxurious ride pulled up to the designated hotel. The car door swung open, and 3 young individuals, each carrying a backpack and dragging a suitcase, cautiously exited, gazing at the entrance of the 5-star hotel, unable to suppress a gulp. This is the first time in my life I'm staying in such a place. Gong Min whispered in awe, even though we're in the metropolis. I have truly never been here before. Me too. Can you all tone it down a bit? Sun Qianli remarked. Yet had already stealthily snapped a photo of the sign marking the VIP reception of Deep Blue gaming platform. With this shot, he would have enough for a 9-grid post later. The trio dragged their luggage into the hotel, and after checking in at the front desk, they were met with a series of VIP arrangements. Just after completing the check-in process, a staff member clad in the uniform of the review team approached them with a smile. Hello, are you the representatives of the Dark Box studio? Welcome to your early arrival. We have prepared rooms and meeting materials for you, and tonight at 8, we will arrange a private developer exchange session. The 3 were once again left stunned, their minds racing with thoughts.
What does it mean to have a private arrangement in advance? Aren't we just here to accompany the event? This level of treatment is far too extravagant. Could Whale Leap be engaging in some underhanded maneuver? I told you. Our team's name was a mistake. Even after arriving at the hotel, the trio remained perplexed. What could Whale Leap possibly want from them?
Chapter 85. As long as the flavor is right, it is a success. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the spacious conference room, Lu Ming sat at a long table, observing the three anxious young individuals before him.
They appeared somewhat uneasy, yet their eyes sparkled with an unmistakable excitement and anticipation.
Please take a seat, everyone has had a long day, Lu Ming gently urged, gesturing for them to sit down. Gong Min and Sun Qianli carefully settled into their chairs, their gazes wandering around the luxurious conference room.
It was indeed opulent, and the courtesy extended was genuine. To their astonishment, the owner of Whale Leap had personally come. Could it be that one among them possessed an extraordinary identity?
The three exchanged glances, pondering for a considerable time. Yet they remained baffled as to why Whale Leap had summoned them. Earlier, at the hotel, they had taken a moment to glance at the rankings of their developed game.
Out of control accompaniment, the Bellflower Prelude, which stood at 212.
Although it had risen significantly since before, such a rank hardly warranted this level of hospitality.
Seated in varied, yet equally stiff postures, they awaited further developments.
Wang Hao sat with his arms crossed, resembling a diligent student bracing for a teacher's wrath, while Gong Min maintained a rigid posture, ready to raise her hand at any moment. Sun Qianli, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the signing pen on the table, silently wishing he could take it home, admiring its quality, which surely cost a fortune. They simply could not fathom how a small team like theirs could find themselves across from the owner of Whale Leap. It was utterly inconceivable. I invited you here today to discuss your game, Lu Ming spoke with a smile, causing the trio to react as if struck by lightning,
their heads snapping up in unison. You mean, us? Discussing a game?
That game of yours, out of control accompaniment, the Bellflower Prelude, Lu Ming continued, his tone shifting to one of seriousness.
I have played it and I found it intriguing. The expressions of the three instantly transformed.
Wang Hao swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping in. Had something gone awry with the game?
Was it disqualified for not meeting competition criteria? Had there been issues with music rights? Was there a specialized legal team lurking behind the door? Was this an act of courtesy before a confrontation?
Gong Min struggled to maintain her composure, her foot beginning to tremor subtly beneath the table. Sun Qianli, more straightforward, muttered, Mr. Lu, our game, it doesn't really have much of a plot. And the controls are not very user-friendly, it hardly seems worth your time to play.
Zhou, sitting silently beside them, also felt perplexed.
He understood Lu Ming's nature. He never engaged in futile endeavors, let alone taking an interest in an independent game ranked over 200. Or calling him in as a mere companion.
This did not feel like an endorsement of the game, rather, it seemed as if Lu Ming was scrutinizing the trio. Scrutinizing? Zhou's mind concocted a bold hypothesis. He glanced between the three and Lu Ming, his expression becoming more complex. This scene felt strikingly familiar. It was reminiscent of the time Lu Ming had visited the company amidst turmoil, with a similar gaze. I am genuinely curious, Lu Ming directed his attention to the three, his demeanor softening yet his tone becoming earnest. What inspired you to create such a game?
To be frank, upon playing, I found its positioning, tone, and even rhythm
somewhat unconventional.
Yet it possesses an inexplicable allure that makes it hard to disengage. I am eager to learn how such a game came into existence.
Lu Ming's inquiry was heartfelt, and upon hearing his words, the trio exchanged perplexed glances. It's not that complicated, Wang Hao mustered the courage to speak, knowing full well how the game had come to be. They didn't create games based on what they wanted to make, but rather what resources they had at the time. Had they initially rejected their outsourced company's proposal for a card game, their submission would have been a card game. Had they possessed resources for a tower defense game, they would have submitted that. However, facing Lu Ming, Wang Hao knew he couldn't voice such an explanation. Even brothers would withhold certain details from one another, let alone a newly met employer.
Initially, we aimed to develop an interactive narrative game centered around music.
Yet,
We soon realized we lacked the budget, the team was unstable, and time was against us, Wang Hao continued.
Thus, we eliminated the main storyline.
Scaled back parts of the combat system, retaining only the music and several key points. Eventually, due to high voice acting costs and unaffordable music rights,
we packaged those missing elements into game mechanics, integrating them into the narrative.
What began as a cost-cutting measure inadvertently shaped our unique style.
Joey's brow furrowed deeper. Are you sure you're not recounting a disaster recovery meeting? Such youthful minds are plentiful within the company. He glanced at Lu Ming,
only to find him listening with keen interest, nodding occasionally.
It appeared Lu Ming was genuinely contemplating acquiring them. Lu Ming remained silent,
allowing the three to finish recounting their process before breaking into a smile. You know, I once developed a game called Pay-to-Win Immortal Cultivation. The trio was momentarily taken aback.
They had heard of it. They had played it.
There had even been clients suggesting a reskin of that game.
The initial goal was to create a serious RPG focused on immortal cultivation, but what did I gain? Not scathing reviews, but a treasure trove of real gold and silver.
Lu Ming said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Ultimately, some things may be flawed or subpar, yet as long as the flavor is right,
it is deemed a success.
A brief silence enveloped the conference room. The three were somewhat bewildered.
What did he mean by flawed and flavor? Wang Hao turned to Gong Min,
his mouth agape, at a loss for words.
Gong Min could not hold back and inquired, so, Mr. Lu, does that mean you think our game is good? Lu Ming neither nodded nor shook his head. Wang Hao grew anxious. What on earth? How could she be so blunt? Even if we were to pursue insider channels, we ought to be more discreet. I truly admire your work.
Therefore, Lu Ming leaned back, surveying the trio. I intend to acquire you.
Do not be alarmed. I am not here to suppress you.
I wish for you to join Whale Leap, but not as ordinary employees. You will be part of a new project team under Whale Leap, still called Darkbox Studio, at the same level as Joey's company, Battlefire. You decide how to operate, I care not, as long as you persist in your creative vision. However, Joe will guide you for half a month,
helping you transition your unorthodox approach into a professional one.
Having concluded, Lu Ming shifted his gaze to Joey, who sat in silence, dumbfounded.
I merely came for a meal.
I traveled all this way just for these three?
How on earth did these seemingly innocent individuals catch Mr. Lu's eye?
I led a team of dozens at the time. The more I look at them, the more they resemble the unremarkable.
Joey harbored numerous grievances,
yet he refrained from voicing them. Observing the trio's incredulous expressions, he nodded.
So, what do you think? Chapter 86, like Jiayun embracing Edo. What were you thinking?
The three of them fell into a profound silence upon hearing this. They initially believed that this would merely culminate in some praises, a few pats on the back, a meal, and perhaps a toast, but who could have imagined that this was actually a meticulously prepared plan for recruitment?
Acquisition? Whale Leap? A direct project team? On par with the raging flames of war?
Each of these phrases was explosive enough, and combined, they sounded utterly surreal. Wang Hao instinctively grasped the cup on the table and took a large gulp of water, only to find it empty. He turned to Lu Ming, his mouth agape, Mr.
Lu, are you serious? Could I jest with you?
Lu Ming replied with a smile, sitting comfortably. The more he learned about these individuals,
the more he liked them.
He had initially thought that merely creating a game was quite impressive, but upon meeting these three,
Lu Ming became even more resolute in his conviction. These three must be accepted.
Great games are meant to be passed down through generations.
Once old Joe properly mentors them,
they can learn what Whale Leap truly requires in a game. This combination would be akin to Jiayun cradling Edo, seizing ibuprofen like Chow Chow. With these two project teams, the future of Whale Leap is bright.
Lu Ming chuckled, not rushing to explain.
Through the games you've created, I can discern your capabilities. Although your methods are indeed quite unconventional, you fundamentally possess a design consciousness.
Upon hearing this, Joey couldn't help but turn to glance at him. Really?
Yet the three of them felt deeply moved.
Someone truly understood them. Gong Min's smile stretched from ear to ear. feeling as if he were a primary school student receiving praise for his homework.
Wang Hao appeared bashful, admitting, "Actually, we just cobbled things together to survive."
We didn't think too much about it. Don't listen to his modesty, Sun Qianli chimed in.
The music in our game was just something he casually improvised on the piano. I heard him humming outside, turned around, and recorded it to use as rhythm. Later, I found the style matched perfectly, so I incorporated it all. After saying this, the three burst into laughter, feeling no shame at all.
After all, this was their most genuine creative approach.
However, as they laughed, their expressions gradually shifted from lightheartedness to confusion.
Wait a moment, Mr. Lu. Wang Hao furrowed his brows and asked, "Why exactly do you want to recruit us?"
To be honest, what we've done is, to put it kindly, unconventional.
To put it bluntly, it's rather haphazard.
Wang Hao sought clarity, feeling an urge to convince himself.
As a CEO of a major corporation, wouldn't you prefer a standardized team capable of delivering results? We are merely an unexpected Easter egg. Gong Min and Sun Qianli nodded in agreement. They genuinely could not comprehend Lu Ming's logic.
If one were to say they had potential, they themselves didn't believe it. They were merely working at an outsourcing company, and now Whale Leap was personally inviting them, claiming to be on par with the raging flames of war?
Wasn't this a cause for existential doubt?
You believe you are haphazard, Lu Ming said, lifting his cup of tea, blowing gently on it, and speaking leisurely, but to others.
This haphazardness embodies a form of aesthetic chaos.
You understand the logic of games, although you haven't created a formal project proposal.
You have constructed a framework in an unstructured space.
You've grown bones in the wilderness.
Though slightly crooked, they are authentic.
He paused, looking at the three of them. What Whale Leap desires is precisely this authenticity. If all games were perfectly molded, the world would be exceedingly dull. To speak candidly, you may not align with the mainstream.
But I am keen to see the world you can unveil when you embrace your uniqueness.
Upon hearing this, the three fell silent simultaneously. They had not anticipated Lu Ming's profound insight. They also did not foresee that the flaws they had been criticized for would, in his eyes, symbolize a distinctive style.
This is democracy.
Having long worked in outsourcing, the three had never encountered such a situation. Meanwhile, Zhou, sitting nearby, felt increasingly uneasy as he listened.
Is this some sort of familial recognition ceremony? Why does it sound like Mr. Lu is accepting disciples? You weren't this gentle with me.
Yet he refrained from